Gambling dog. Gambling dog, you end up with nothing. Huh. Now I, Chen Dayong, really have nothing left. On top of a high-rise building, Chen Dayong laughed bitterly, tears streaming down his face, regret burning in his red-rimmed eyes. He had gambled away everything had worked for over half his life in one fell swoop. His parents disowned him, cutting all ties. His wife divorced him without looking back. Even the daughter he had doted on chose her stepfather over him. He finally saw the truth, but it was too late. There was no point in living anymore. I, Chen Dayong, beg everyone before I die don't touch gambling. With those final words, he leapt from the building. Water. Chen Dayong stirred awake, parched and groggy. He tried to roll over, but found his arms weak and his entire body heavy, as if fire burned inside his muscles. He knew this feeling had starved before. This was extreme hunger and malnutrition. Shaking his head hard, he opened his eyes. The room was dimly lit. He looked around at the mud brick walls, pots and jars in the corners, and baskets hanging on the walls. He lay on a wooden plank bed, covered by tattered, filthy bedding so old it had turned black. Where am I? Didn't I die? Why am I still alive? Muttering to himself, he felt his throat raw and painfully dry. Is anyone here? Hello? He tried to call out, but his voice barely rose above a whisper. Giving up on shouting, he struggled to his feet, dragging his weak body forward until he stumbled outside. The next room was a kitchen. There was a stove, a table, and some stools. But they were so dirty they looked pitch black. The earthen floor was uneven. Am I in prehistoric times? He couldn't help but wonder. Just then a little girl ran in. She looked about 5 or 6 years old. Her clothes were ragged and stained, with at least 7 visible patches. Her hair was uncombed, messy and oily. Her small face was pale and thin, but her eyes, they were bright. In her hands, she tightly clutched a bamboo basket. Inside, pig feed? Chen Dayong guessed. For Pot, you're awake. The girl cried joyfully when she saw him. Then, dropping the basket, she rushed toward him. For Pot, I knew you wouldn't leave me and 5 Pot behind. They all said you wouldn't survive, Wah. Tears streamed down her face. No, don't come near me. Chen Dayong hurried to stop her. Ouch. His body was already extremely weak. How could he handle being tackled? He collapsed instantly. For Pot, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The girl wailed. For Pot, please don't die, Wah. Scared, she tried to help him up but hesitated, afraid of hurting him again. I'm fine. Don't cry, Chen Dayong said with a bitter smile. His brows furrowed. The fall had triggered something like an explosion in his mind. A flood of new memories surged through him. After a while, the memories settled. At last, he understood. He had died. His soul entered the underworld and, then reborn, 40 years earlier, into the year 1979, into another person also named Chen Dayong. This Chen Dayong was born in 1963, now just 16. Back then, bandits and highway robbers roamed freely. His father had taken dangerous side jobs as a truck escort to earn extra money, only to be killed in a fight with robbers. Half a year ago, his mother had died from exhaustion and illness. Now, only 3 remained in the family. Chen Dayong, his 11-year-old brother 5 Pot, and his 5-year-old sister 9 Pot. At 16, Chen became the family's sole provider. Already underweight from poverty and malnutrition, he had collapsed from illness just days ago. A few hours ago, he had suffered a high fever and died, only for his body to be possessed by a soul from the future. Yes, Chen Dayong had been reborn into another life. This is truly incredible. What a tragic fate this family has endured. Chen had been born in 1981, meaning that in 1979, his own parents probably hadn't even met yet. His wife, 2 years older than him, would likely still be a baby now. Sigh. For Pot, are you hungry? He'll cook porridge. After you eat, you'll get your strength back, the little girl said, trying to sound grown up. Without helping him up, she ran into the bedroom and came back holding a bowl. Chen glanced at it, held about half a bowl of rice. The girl poured the rice into a blackened pot, lifted it carefully with both hands, and placed it on the stove. Because her arms were short, the pot pressed against her chest, leaving another dark stain on her already grimy clothes. She patted herself off, then used a gourd ladle to pour water into the putoni scoop at a time about 8 times. Then she lit the fire. She did it skillfully, though soon she was covered in soot, like a tiny black cat. Chen watched silently. Suddenly, she turned and smiled at him. For Pot, wait just a bit longer. It'll be ready soon. Chen swore this was the brightest, most radiant smile he had ever seen. He would never forget it. He wanted to stand and help, but after struggling several times, he had used up his last ounce of strength. Helpless, he watched as the girl picked up the bamboo basket, washed the pig feed, and threw it into the pot along with the rice. He recognized that no, it was Portulaca oleracea, a kind of wild edible plant. Pigs ate it, and if dried, humans could eat it too. For pot, Auntie Pang said you were going to die, and if you died, I should go live with her. But I want to stay with 5 Pot. 5 Pot says he can't take care of me, but I don't need him to. I can feed the chickens, dig wild vegetables, and cook. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Chen listened quietly, watching the girl move about. Tears slipped down his cheeks. Night had fallen. Inside the dim hut, only the flickering firelight from the corner illuminated the silhouette of a small child. Nine sister. A noise came from outside. Then, a slightly older figure entered the room. Nine sister, cousin Xiaoqin gave me 2 eggs. Let's cook them together. For brother eats eggs, gets better, and the sickness goes away. Oops. The boy tripped over Chen. Oh no. 5 Pot, don't step on 4 Pot, and kill him. The girl cried out in alarm. Chapter 2. Survival. First, the kerosene lamp flickered to life in the modest home. The porridge was ready, steaming in 3 bowls placed before the family of 3, each containing a meager serving of rice augmented with an abundance of wild vegetables, barely sufficient for 3 meals. The little girl's bowl, however, held significantly less. In Chen Dayong's bowl, 2 eggs nestled within the porridge. These were a gift from their neighbor, Sister Xiaoqin, who had brought them back for the 5th son. During this time, family planning had yet to be implemented, and households proliferated like livestock. Numerous factors contributed to this phenomenon. A lack of entertainment options left evenings devoid of amusement, save for the crafting of small figures. Additionally, the pervasive poverty, hunger, and inadequate health care resulted in a low survival rate for newborns. With the entrenched belief in lineage continuity, the only means to ensure descendants was to bear many children. Thus, this family had produced 9 offspring. Ultimately, only the 4th son, Chen Dayong, the 5th son, Chen Dayong, and the youngest, Chen Xiaoyu, remained. The rice was thrown directly into the pot without washing, and the eggs were similarly cast and uncleaned, boiled alongside the rice. In a previous life, Chen Dayong would have deemed this practice unsanitary. Yet now, he regarded it as the purest culinary delight, priceless in its simplicity. Why aren't you eating, Dayong? Inquired little Xiaoyu. Yes, 4th brother, why are you not eating? Chen Dayong echoed. Please eat quickly. Do not fall ill again, or I do not know what to do. He stammered, his voice choking with emotion. These past few days, when Dayong had fallen ill, a deep panic had gripped him, a paralyzing fear. At merely 11 years old, he now toiled in the production team herding cattle, earning but 4 work points a day. Their meager savings had been exhausted on medical expenses, and food supplies dwindled. How could he possibly care for himself and little Xiaoyu? With a sigh, Chen Dayong gazed at his equally emaciated younger brother. Eat. We shall wait until it cools, he said, affectionately patting Xiaoyu's head. Then, turning to Dayong, he chided. I fell ill these past days, and you neglected to comb Xiaoyu's hair? I was too preoccupied. Dayong admitted sheepishly. I do not want Dayong to comb my hair. I want 4th brother to do it, Xiaoyu asserted with maturity beyond her years. Chen Dayong retrieved the 2 eggs, peeled them, and placed them into the bowls of his younger siblings. You 2 eat the eggs. I'll manage with the porridge, he insisted. No, absolutely not. They protested in unison, then insisted on returning the eggs to him. Truth be told, Chen Dayong genuinely required the nourishment. He needed to recover swiftly to secure their survival. However, how could he consume the eggs while his younger siblings watched? How could he bear to do such a thing? All right, I will eat 1 egg, and you 2 may share the other, he proposed, dividing 1 egg into halves for his brother and sister. Seeing their reluctance to accept, he fixed them with a stern gaze. I am the eldest brother and the head of this family. You must heed my words. At last, they acquiesced. Chen Dayong lowered his head, cautiously consuming the porridge while delicately savoring his half of the egg, fearful of finishing it too quickly. Little Xiaoyu crushed her portion, blending it with the porridge, and eagerly licked the mixture with her tiny tongue. Upon witnessing this, Chen Dayong bit off a considerable portion of the chicken, placing the remaining morsel into Xiao Jiomei's bowl. Xiao Jiomei has less porridge, so I gave her some, he remarked to Xiao Wu. Indeed. Chen Dayong nodded promptly. Like a small kitten savoring her porridge, Chen Xiaoyu looked up with bright eyes, exclaiming, You are all so wonderful. Chen Dayong affectionately ruffled her hair before resuming his meal. After finishing the porridge, the 3 of them succumbed to slumber. They dared not light the kerosene lamp to wash the dishes, and as Chen Dayong lay in bed, he contemplated the arduous path ahead. This was Shanhe village, part of Daming Town, which in turn belonged to Yangfeng County within the Anhui province. Yangfeng County, renowned for its historical significance as the birthplace of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, was also infamously known as a poverty-stricken region. Natural disasters seemed to favor this place, frequently bringing calamity. Last year, they endured an unprecedented drought, leading to the demise of a significant portion of the county's population. Among them was Chen Dayong's sister, Xiaobame, who perished during that time. In a village named Xiaojiang, a production team comprising 18 households was driven to despair, ultimately signing a death contract, which resulted in the redistribution of land. This marked the dawn of the reform and opening up era. However, they concealed their actions well, as Shanha village was not far from Xiaojiang, yet no news had reached them. By the end of last year, the reforms began, but due to delays in policies across various regions, Yangfeng County had yet to be affected. Shanha village continued to partake in communal dining. Chen Dayong's previous self was considered a half-worker, earning 8 work points, while Chen Dayong, as a child laborer, earned 4. With 2 individuals sustaining 3 mouths, they barely managed. However, the allocation of money and grain only occurred once at the end of the year. Their family's resources had been depleted 6 months prior when his mother fell ill. Chen Dayong's current physical form, already frail from laboring during the day and foraging for food at night, succumbed to illness under the heavy burden. Now, Chen Dayong was confronted with the pressing issue of sustenance for the 3 of them. With October just beginning and the grain distribution not occurring for another 3 to 4 months, the path ahead loomed as a significant concern. Tomorrow, I must slaughter that old hen. I need to recover swiftly, Chen Dayong murmured softly, as he felt a headache beginning to throb. He refrained from further contemplation and hastened to sleep. The following morning, Chen Dayong awoke early. However, his brother Chen Dayong had already departed. He was responsible for tending to the team's 2 oxen, necessitating an early start. After yesterday's bowl of porridge, supplemented by half a chicken egg and a full night's rest, Chen Dayong felt a surge of strength. He glanced at Xiao Jiao, who was still asleep. Quietly, he arose and made his way to the chicken coop, where he slaughtered their sole old hen. In his previous life, he had only relished chicken wings, avoiding other parts. Yet now, he could not afford to waste even the chicken's backside, blood, head, or feet. Inside the chicken's belly, he discovered numerous eggs, soon to be laid. What a pity. Chen Dayong could hardly contain his anticipation. What are you doing? Chen Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, having risen without his notice. Upon seeing him with the chicken, she awoke from her slumber and let out a piercing scream. The 4th brother, you must not kill the hen. When mother was ill, there was no allowance for such an act. Mother insisted that the big black hen must be kept to lay eggs. 4th brother, I loathe you. Upon witnessing the old hen's demise, little Jiumei's tears streamed down her cheeks, and she dashed away. Chen Dayong, in a daze, felt memories flooding back. This hen had been nurtured by Jiumei herself. While others labored, she was free to roam and catch insects while foraging for wild vegetables. The bond between the little one and the hen was profound. She had even named it Big Black. 6 months prior, when their mother fell ill and required nourishment, Chen Dayong intended to slaughter the hen, but Jiumei vehemently protested. After a night of weeping, she ultimately captured Big Black the next day and implored the 4th brother to kill it for their mother's sustenance. Aware of her impending fate, their mother forbade the slaughter, reasoning that killing the hen would only provide temporary relief, while keeping it alive would ensure a continuous supply of eggs. She instructed Chen Dayong never to kill the hen again, regardless of future hardships. Now that he had recovered, he had killed the hen without informing her. No wonder the little one was upset. Chen Dayong set down the kitchen knife and hurried outside, yet found no trace of her. Jiumei, Jiumei, he called out while searching, but to no avail. The little one had hidden herself away. Chapter 3. Selling sister is absolutely not an option. Chen Dayong carefully recalled his previous memories and discerned where the little one had concealed herself. The Chun household comprised 2 earthen houses, a pig pen, and a latrine. Collective rules forbade pig raising, thus the pen had remained vacant. However, it housed a pile of firewood and some dry straw. In his recollections, whenever Jiumei was upset or fearful of punishment, she would sneak away and hide there. Indeed, he and little Wu had done the same in the past. Sure enough, Chen Dayong discovered her amidst the straw in the pig pen. Come out, little Jiumei, he called gently. The little one feigned ignorance, perhaps believing her hiding place was impeccable and that she had evaded detection. Jiumei, I understand your affection for Big Black, but 4th brother currently requires nourishment. Without strength, I cannot work, nor can I earn our rations. How much rice is left at home? We can barely scrape by for 2 days. After that, what shall the 3 of us eat? I must regain my strength swiftly to procure food. Do you comprehend? Chen Dayong spoke with an air of helpless reasoning. In his past life, He would never have attempted to reason with a 5-year-old child, as they would not understand. Yet, in this era, especially with little Jiumei, her understanding was both impressive and heart-wrenching. She could grasp the gravity of the situation. The little one, however, remained obstinate in her concealment. Chen Dayong continued, "If I do not recover, I will be unable to provide for you and little Wu. And I shall have to send you to Aunt Pang's house. Jiumei, do you wish to leave fourth brother and little Wu? Would you prefer Big Black? Or do you choose fourth brother and little Wu?" A sob broke the silence. The little one emerged, rushing forward to cling to Chen Dayong's leg. "I no longer wish to be sent away. For brother, I can cook and forage for wild vegetables. Just wait until next year. I will even do the laundry. I can manage with less food." Chen Dayong could hardly bear to hear such words. He swiftly lifted the little one, but upon feeling the sudden sway, he hastily set the child down. The little one, startled, began to cry even louder. "Do not weep, for brother is fine. He simply lacks strength." Chen Dayong hurried to reassure. "For brother would never abandon you. I was merely teasing. We three shall always remain together, never to part." His comforting words eventually quelled the child's tears. Holding the little one's hand, Chen Dayong returned home, not rushing to attend to the old hen. Instead, he first washed the child's face and then combed her hair. The hair was sparse and tinged with yellow, a clear sign of severe malnutrition. Only afterward did he turn his attention to the hen, preparing it in a pot. Once it was cooked, he made a pot of porridge and then waited. Xiao Wu had risen early to tend to the cattle. At mealtime, the workers at the production team were provided with meals. But Xiao Wu would bring back his portion for Chen Dayong. Before long, Xiao Wu returned, carrying a piece of flatbread and a steamed bun. Upon learning that forebrother had killed the old hen, he was moved to tears. This morning, while watching over the cattle, he had intended to catch a snake to bring home for Chen Dayong's nourishment, but he failed and was nearly bitten, leaving him terrified. "For brother, I am so afraid. Afraid that you will no longer care for me and Xiao Jiao. You must recover swiftly." It seemed the boy had been holding on to his emotions all night. Chen Dayong sighed inwardly. He stood at 1.65 meters tall and weighed around 85 kg. Xiao Wu, aged 11, was 1.2 meters tall and weighed about 50 kg. They each had a bowl of porridge, shared the flatbread and steamed bun, and enjoyed several pieces of chicken, washing it down with a bowl of chicken soup. It was indeed a lavish breakfast, comparable to that of the New Year. As Jiumei ate her chicken, she wiped her tears and apologized, which brought a smile to Chen Dayong's heart. After their meal, Xiao Wu returned to work with the cattle while Chen Dayong began washing clothes. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Jiumei." The door was open, and the person entered directly. "Auntie." Xiao Jiao greeted the newcomer. The visitor was quite plump, and in this era where many struggled to find sufficient food, her size was remarkable. This auntie was the wife of the production team leader, which explained her ample figure. She carried a sack of rice that appeared to weigh around 20 kg. Chen Dayong's expression darkened upon seeing this, clearly. She was not there to bestow food without a price. The leader and his wife had been married for over a decade without a child, and now they had set their sights on Xiao Jiao. They had previously expressed interest in acquiring her, only to be rebuffed by Chen Dayong's predecessor. Now, with his predecessor ill, their intentions had resurfaced. "Auntie." Chen Dayong greeted her, forcing a smile. Upon entering the room, Fat Aunt noticed Chen Dayong washing clothes, causing her heart to skip a beat. She had assumed he was beyond recovery, yet here he was, seemingly on the mend. "Dayong, you can get out of bed. This is wonderful news," she exclaimed with a smile. "Thanks to the team leader and you, Fat Aunt," Chen Dayong replied, grinning. To be honest, he dared not offend her. In a production team, the leader held absolute authority. Although it was an era of communal living where both diligent and negligent workers earned credits, the distribution of these credits varied according to the nature of work performed, a power vested solely in the hands of the leader. Credits translated into food and resources that were essential for survival. If one were to earn fewer credits in a year, it would result in a significant loss of resources, potentially leading to starvation for one's family. Who wouldn't he fear such a consequence? If it were just Chen Dayong, he might have felt less apprehensive, as he could simply leave the collective and seek a living in the city, perhaps even peddling goods. Even if misfortune befell him and he were captured for a few days or sentenced to labor reform for several years, it would not be of great concern. However, he was the primary breadwinner for his family, with 2 younger siblings to care for. Until the reforms were thoroughly clarified, he felt paralyzed. A brief imprisonment could mean starvation for his siblings. The stakes were exceedingly high for him, his margin for error was minimal, and he could not afford to make a mistake. One misstep could spell disaster for his entire family. Thus, Chen Dayong devised a plan to remain in the village, focusing on gradual, cautious development. First, he aimed to restore his own health and that of his younger siblings. Second, he needed to wait until the end of the year for the distribution of resources. Third, he sought to save as much money as possible. Afterward, he intended to leave, taking his siblings to coastal cities, perhaps even to the special economic zones. He envisioned first traveling to Hong Kong to assume a new identity. A round trip to Hong Kong would grant him the status of a Hong Kong businessman, facilitating investments back into the mainland, providing numerous advantages and enhanced safety. Otherwise, even by 1987, there were still prominent businessmen being imprisoned under charges of speculation. For instance, a savvy trader known as Mo Xin was arrested at the end of 1983 for such reasons. The 1980s heralded the dawn of reform and opening up. Yet policies varied greatly across regions. Some were progressive, while others were conservative, and many adopted a wait-and-see approach, proceeding cautiously. It was not until 1992 that dissenting voices dissipated entirely, and policies became unequivocally clear. Meanwhile, Hong Kong was thriving, teeming with opportunities. Chapter 4. Retaliation. Fat Ant was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Chen Dayong. In her recollection, Chen Dayong had always been rather taciturn, never one to utter flattering words. Your recovery and ability to rise from bed is indeed a positive development, she remarked, not dwelling on her surprise. This illness has surely given you something to contemplate. You cannot support 2 children on your own. Aunt, you are aware of the purpose of your visit. You wish to take little Gio back to care for her. You know the conditions at your home. There is certainly no lack of food or clothing for her. Just look at little Gio's clothes, how filthy and tattered they are. This child, without parents, is truly pitiable. And just observe how thin she has become. It is indeed a tragic situation. Fat Ant, I have a great need, said Dayong, as Ant placed the bag of rice in his hands. See, it is all freshly harvested rice. Upon inspecting it, Dayong realized it was indeed new rice. The new harvest had just been gathered, and fresh rice would typically not be available until the end of the year. Currently, most households were consuming last year's stored rice. Yet, the team leader's family already had new rice. Was this not a case of misappropriating public resources for private gain? Dayong then noticed a gentle tug at his pant leg and looked down to find little Gio gazing up at him, her face pale with fear. Shaking her head vigorously, he wiped his damp hands and affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not fear. Fourth brother would never send you away. Dayong, do not be foolish, and interjected. I would never part with little Gio, let alone sell her. Dayong chuckled in response. You should go back. You are such a stubborn child. Fat Ant exclaimed, visibly frustrated. After facing death, how can you still not understand? Why did your father perish? Why did your mother die? And why did you fall ill? Is it not because they could not provide for you, leading to your downfall? Dayong, do not be foolish. Dayong fell silent. The high mortality rate and illness prevalence necessitated larger families to ensure lineage continuity. However, this very increase in births would further deteriorate living conditions, resulting in inadequate nourishment and warmth, thus escalating mortality rates, a vicious cycle. Fat Ant, I shall not go to your home. Little Gio, with tears brimming in her eyes, protested vehemently, I do not want to leave fourth brother and fifth brother. Do not send me away. She then dashed forward, striking at Fat Ant, exclaiming, leave, leave. I do not want to go to your home. Dayong embraced Gio tightly, addressing Ant, I appreciate your kindness, but there is absolutely no way I will part with my sister, fifth brother, little Gio, and I will remain together. We shall never be separated. I can provide for both of them. And what do you possess to sustain them? Fat Ant retorted angrily, her temper flaring. How can you continue to survive when you are on the brink of collapse? I tell you, if you do not give me the child, you will meet your end sooner or later. I cannot reason with such a stubborn individual like you, and I refuse to waste my breath. Let us wait until your child perishes, and then I shall take little Gio. This was a curse upon Dayong. Little Gio glared fiercely at Fat Ant, declaring, fourth brother will not die. You will die, but fourth brother will never perish. Dayong rested his chin atop Gio's head, unperturbed. Ant, you should return. Fat Ant stomped her foot in anger, vowing, once you go to work, I will assign you the most arduous and laborious tasks to see if you survive. With that, she hoisted the bag of rice and, with an indignant huff, turned to leave. Bad Fat Ant. Little Gio fumed. Dayong, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had been striving not to provoke the plump Ant, yet her final words left him uncertain whether they were a mere threat, an idle threat, or a genuine intent to act. If she were indeed serious, the situation would become rather troublesome. In Shanha village, the terrain was mountainous with scant arable land, and irrigation relied solely on a few ponds. The fish within these ponds were communal property, diligently guarded to prevent villagers from fishing privately. Thus, procuring fish or shrimp for sustenance was virtually impossible. The nearby forests had long been stripped of their wildlife due to overhunting, and venturing further afield was impractical. This predicament was not unique to Shanha village, but extended throughout Yangfeng County. In times of natural disasters, this region became a veritable dead end. Consequently, fleeing was the only option during such calamities. Last year, an unprecedented drought claimed numerous lives, and the family of Zhu Ba, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, lost a significant portion of their members due to similar circumstances. Hence, the work within the production team was of paramount importance to Chen Dayong. Not only did it yield work points, translating into monetary compensation and grain at your end, but it also ensured meals. Chen Dayong could take food home to share with his younger sister, Jiomei. Thus, he was compelled to work. If the plump ant were to act on her threats, given his health condition, it would not be long before he succumbed once more, leading to his untimely demise. This would spell disaster for his entire family, as his death would leave his younger siblings without a means to survive. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Dayong's gaze fell upon a hoe resting in the corner. "Do not force my hand," he whispered to himself. Soon enough, 3 or 4 days elapsed. The old hen they had slaughtered had been consumed. After a brief period of rest, supplemented by the nourishment from the hen, Chen Dayong had regained his strength. However, he had only recovered from the depletion caused by his illness. He was still not entirely well. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for him to return to work. In fact, he had no choice but to venture out, for the household was devoid of food, save for a small amount of dried purslane. He needed to procure sustenance that day, lest he and Jiomei go hungry by noon. Thus, in the morning, Chen Dayong took Jiomei with him to the production team. Within Shanha village, the large brigade was subdivided into 3 smaller teams, and Chen Dayong belonged to the 3rd production team. This small team comprised 28 households, totaling over 100 individuals. The team house served as the office for the unit. Upon his arrival, team leader Chen Feilai was in the midst of assigning tasks to all team members. "Dayong, you've recovered from your illness?" he queried. Good. May the heavens bless you. Now that you are well, come back to work. But do take a few more days to rest." Chen Dayong greeted everyone along the way with a smile, and the other team members responded with sympathy, indicating that he had a decent rapport with them. "Dayong, you can handle the task of hauling manure," team leader Chen Feilai announced, not allowing Chen Dayong to settle before assigning him the dirty, arduous, and heavy task that was not suitable for women or young boys. The couple, Chen Feilai and the plump ant, had indeed meant business. An uneasy silence fell over the group. Everyone is perceptive enough to realize that Chen Dayong has offended the captain. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to be assigned such a task. It is worth noting that Chen Dayong has only just recovered from an illness. It is said that the captain and his wife have long harbored a desire to adopt the young girl, Jiwu, but Chen Dayong has steadfastly refused. It seems harsh measures are now being employed. Chapter 5. A slow death by 1,000 cuts. For a moment, no one dared to speak in defense of Chen Dayong. Firstly, they feared the authority of Captain Chen Feilai, and secondly, Chen Dayong lacked any adult guardians at home. Alas, children without parents are often subjected to bullying. "Captain, this is not right. Dayong is still young, and he is so frail after his recent illness," someone finally spoke up, unable to endure the injustice. It was Li Jiangguo, one of the village's educated youth. Previously, there were 2 educated youths in the team, but one had passed away last year, leaving only Li Jiangguo. He was now married and had a 7-year-old son. His wife tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. Captain Chen Feilai shot a glare at Li Jiangguo, his silence radiating authority. "Captain, if you continue like this, Dayong may lose his life," Li Jiangguo protested, shrinking back slightly yet still raising his voice. Chen Dayong cast a grateful glance at Li Jiangguo before turning to Captain Chen Feilai. "Captain, I cannot do this work. If you cannot do it, then go home and rest. Come back when you are ready." Chen Feilai sneered. "You think he can afford to rest?" Chen Feilai glared at Chen Dayong, disdainful of his lack of gratitude. In his eyes, the prospect of his wife and him adopting Jiwu was a tremendous opportunity for Chen Dayong. Not only would Jiwu have a better life, but Chen Dayong and his brother Xiaowu could also enjoy a more relaxed existence. Their families would be connected, and he could help Chen Dayong and his brother Chen Dayong in the future. But who could have predicted that this stubborn mule would refuse outright? Refusing, are we? Then I shall compel you. Captain Chen Feilai demanded. Will you do it? Chen Dayong remained silent, tacitly consenting to the task of hauling excrement. Little Jiao Wu glared at Captain Chen Feilai but dared not speak. Captain Chen Feilai then turned to Li Jiangguo. You want to be earning work points today. You will also haul excrement. Chen Aigua, you will be responsible for recording work points today. Recording work points is a relatively easy task, pivotal as it holds authority. Generally, whether work is done well or poorly, points are awarded, though one must not be excessive. If one is too greedy, the record keeper may deduct points. Thus, the role of the record keeper is both contentious and respected, with no one daring to offend them. Captain Chen Feilai had effectively stripped Li Jiangguo of his position and assigned him to the menial task of hauling excrement. How can you do this? Li Jiangguo seethed with anger, only to be forcefully pulled down by his wife. She glared at him. Shut your mouth. Yes, we shall follow the captain's orders, exclaimed a fellow named Chen Aigua, standing up with a salute, beaming with delight. Captain Chen Feilai acknowledged him with a grunt and continued to assign tasks. Once the assignments were made, everyone dispersed to carry out their duties. Chen Dayong walked alongside the educated youth Li Jiangguo, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jiangguo, for your help. Li Jiangguo's wife, interrupting with a dismissive scoff, departed to attend to her tasks. An air of awkwardness enveloped both men. With Dayong feeling a pang of guilt for dragging Jiangguo into this predicament, they were assigned to transport manure and irrigate the crops, thus embarking on their labor together. Meanwhile, little Jiaomei joined other children to forage for wild vegetables. Dayong, I believe it would be best if you entrusted Jiaomei to the captain's family to raise. This task is beyond your capabilities, and you truly cannot afford to keep her, Li Jiangguo advised as they walked. Although he disapproved of the captain's coercive tactics, he felt it was indeed prudent for Dayong to part with little Jiaomei. It would be beneficial for everyone involved. Brother Jiangguo, there's no need to persuade me further. I cannot part with Jiaomei. Besides, I am capable of managing this work. Dayong replied with a steadfast smile, his determination evident in his eyes. How can you be so stubborn? You cannot manage this. Jiangguo countered. I can. Dayong asserted through clenched teeth. Very well, you are indeed obstinate. Jiangguo ceased his entreaties. Coincidentally, the captain's latrine was overflowing that day, prompting the two to carry their manure buckets to the captain's residence. Aunt Fat, seemingly anticipating Dayong's arrival, stood at the doorway waiting. Upon seeing Jiangguo, she hesitated momentarily, quickly discerning the situation and choosing to ignore him, focusing her attention on Dayong. Dayong, I will ask you one last time about little Jiaomei. Have you made a decision? Aunt, selling my sister is absolutely out of the question. Dayong firmly replied. Then you may as well perish. Aunt Fat retorted, turning to enter the house. The two men proceeded to the back of the latrine to begin their task. Li Jiangguo filled his bucket to the brim, while Dayong only managed to fill his halfway. Noticing this, Jiangguo remarked, if you continue like this, the accountant Chen Aigua will surely disapprove. Dayong chuckled, a grim smile forming on his lips. I care not. If I fill it completely, I shall be incapacitated by day's end and will only lay in bed tomorrow. Jiangguo sighed, resigned to the circumstances. The captain, Chen Feilai, employed such tactics to compel Dayong to relinquish his child, though he did not genuinely wish for his demise. The repercussions of driving Dayong to despair would be dire. Thus, when Dayong stood firm and opted for the half-filled bucket, it seemed the matter would conclude there. Suddenly, Jiangguo grasped the situation. Let us go, before breakfast. We should strive to complete 2 trips, he suggested, relieved. The two then carried their buckets of manure towards the communal vegetable field. As they approached, the temporary accountant Chen Aigua indeed came rushing over. Upon seeing the half-full bucket, he erupted, Dayong, what is the meaning of this? Why have you only filled half a bucket? Do you not realize you are wasting time? This is a form of willful negligence. I will have to deduct your work points. And how many points will you deduct? Dayong inquired, unfazed by Aigua's sycophantic demeanor. 2 points, Aigua exclaimed. The task of carrying manure water is worth 10 work points. In the past, Chen Dayong, like the women, only earned 8 work points. With a 2-point deduction, he ended up with 8 points. You can do as you please, Chen Dayong remarked. Just be careful, I'm watering the vegetables. And I might splash manure water all over you. He swung the manure ladle deliberately close to Chen Aigua, who, startled, hurriedly stepped back. Since the threat of point deduction failed to intimidate Chen Dayong, Chen Aigua could only leave in frustration, just as Li Jiangguo had surmised. Neither the team leader Chen Feilai nor the record keeper Chen Aigua dared to compel Chen Dayong to fill the bucket completely. Their only recourse was indirect measures, such as deducting work points. Li Jiangguo remained somewhat anxious. Dayong, when it comes time to record the work points tonight, I fear the deductions may exceed 2 points. A 2-point deduction would hardly affect Chen Dayong, but further deductions would result in a decrease from his prior earnings, leading to tangible consequences. In the coming year, the reduction in grain and money would gradually starve Chen Dayong. This was a slow, insidious method of killing, leaving no incriminating evidence. Chen Dayong was well aware of this, and a glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes. They wouldn't dare. Chapter 6, Counterattack During Breakfast. Xiao Wu returned from tending the cattle. He received a piece of flatbread and a steamed bun, while Chen Dayong was granted a little more, a small bowl of porridge. Even with these meager rations, the three of them, including Xiao Jiumei, could only eat until they were somewhat satisfied. Those who claimed that in the era of communal kitchens one could eat to their heart's content were not entirely incorrect, for there were indeed such instances. In some prosperous areas, not only the workers but also their families and children could partake in the communal meals. However, in impoverished Yangfeng County, this was not the case. Even the workers struggled to fill their bellies, let alone allow non-working family members and children to eat at the communal dining hall. The clarion call for reform and opening up began in Shaojiang village of Yangfeng County for a reason. After their meal, they returned to work. By noon, the food portion had improved slightly, allowing the three of them to feel nearly full. Soon, the sun began its descent, signaling the end of the workday. Dinner was not provided, so they had to finish early to facilitate the record keeper's task. Time to record work points. Form a line. Chen Dayong shouted. They queued for what felt like an eternity until it was finally Li Jiangguo and Chen Dayong's turn. Li Jiangguo, carrying manure water, 10 points. After recording Li Jiangguo's points, Chen Dayong began to note Chen Dayong's. Chen Dayong, carrying manure water, various acts of dishonesty, slacking off, deducting 4 points, recording 6 points. I hope Comrade Dayong pays attention tomorrow. The crowd erupted in astonishment, only to fall silent immediately. Li Jiangguo sighed. He had anticipated this outcome. Chen Dayong sneered, and then turned to leave, rushing into the team dining hall. When he emerged, he wielded a kitchen knife. The crowd parted in alarm. Dayong, what are you doing? Uncle Datu, responsible for chopping vegetables in the dining hall, called out. Dayong, what do you intend to do? Chen Dayong asked, panic-stricken as Chen Dayong approached with a sinister grin. Do not act impulsively, Chen Dayong cautioned as he hastily retreated, only to trip over the table and fall to the ground. The captain, Chen Feilai, standing at the doorway, quickly withdrew his body, leaving only his head visible. Dayong, do not be foolish, Li Jiangguo exclaimed in alarm, urging him to reconsider. Chen Dayong tossed the kitchen knife onto the floor in front of Chen Dayong, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he shouted, Are you trying to drive me to death? Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me? Come on. Spare me the tricks. I have already given you the knife. Go ahead, take my life. Yelling, Chen Dayong leaned over the table, resting his head on the work record desk, exposing his neck. Here, my neck is bare. Come, strike it. You want me dead, don't you? Go on, kill me. The crowd stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Chen Dayong's sudden display of madness. Chen Dayong was particularly dumbfounded, stammering, I do not wish to kill you. I truly do not, Dayong. Enough of your nonsense. Come, end my life. Chen Dayong insisted. I will not deduct your work points. I will not. Who told you to recklessly deduct my points? Who? Chen Dayong demanded. Instinctively, Chen Dayong glanced into the room, prompting the captain to quickly retract his head. Captain, are you intending to kill me? If so, come and do it. Chen Dayong shouted. No one responded from inside. Chen Dayong picked up the knife, offering it to the captain. I know he wants to kill me. Give him the knife and let him do it, Chen Dayong stated. I dare not, Chen Dayong stammered, hesitant to pick up the kitchen knife. Jiangguo, I need you to do me a favor. Go to the brigade office and summon the brigade leader and the militia. Chen Dayong continued. I understand. The captain fears taking responsibility for my death. It's fine, just bring them here. And I will personally tell them it was my wish for the captain to kill me. It has nothing to do with him. Wow. Little Gio, frightened, began to cry, rushing over to cling to Chen Dayong's leg. Fourth brother, please don't die. The little one was oblivious to the fact that he was merely acting. Xiao Wu, come and take Gio away. We cannot break character now, Chen Dayong commanded. However, Xiao Wu was also frightened and rushed over to pull at Chen Dayong, fourth brother. Please do not scare me. Li Jiangguo, having been a rural youth who attended high school, was sharp-minded and quickly realized that Chen Dayong was merely performing. He responded loudly. All right, I will go to the brigade office to find the brigade leader and the militia. No, do not go. Hearing this, Captain Chen Feilai could not bear it any longer and hurriedly emerged. Do not go, he called out to Li Jiangguo, then turned to Chen Dayong. Dayong, have you misunderstood? No one intends to drive you to death. Let us not make a scene, shall we? Pausing, he glanced at Chen Aigua and admonished, what is wrong with you? Why are you recklessly deducting work points? You are utterly useless as a record keeper. Let Zhang Wo take over from now on. Chen Aigua felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, on the verge of tears, yet he dared not speak, fearing Chen Dayong would escalate the situation further. He recognized that the captain was attempting to placate Chen Dayong. This was his first experience as a record keeper, and he was genuinely terrified. It was indeed a frightful ordeal. Jianghua, could you kindly elaborate on whether the recording of work points can achieve fairness, justice, and transparency in the future? The team leader is explaining matters to Chen Dayong. No need to concern yourself with Xiao Jiumei. Such assurances cannot be publicly declared. The dismissal of Chen Aigua and the reinstatement of Li Jiangguo as the record keeper serves to convey to Chen Dayong that, henceforth, his work points will be entirely fair and compliant. Li Jiangguo curled his lip in disdain, yet complied, stating, I assure you of fairness, justice, and transparency. This, for him, is a fortunate circumstance. Upon returning home, he can avoid quarrels with the formidable matriarch. For Chen Dayong, it also provides a sense of security. Dayong, look. It's nearly dark, and there are still work points to be recorded. Moreover, everyone is waiting to return home to prepare dinner. Once night falls, we will have to light kerosene lamps, which would be a waste of oil, the team leader, Chen Feilai, said with a flattering demeanor. Dayong, let's not make a fuss. It can be quite frightening. Dayong, your aunt still needs to return home to cook, the crowd urged in unison. Since you do not intend to harm me, I shall take my leave, Chen Dayong remarked, sensing the situation was favorable. He straightened his posture, picked up the small trinket, Xiao Jiumei, and led Xiao Wu away. Before departing, he ominously declared, in the future, should you wish to harm me, I am prepared to reciprocate at any time. If your knives are dull, I will personally sharpen them for you, lest you find your attempts to harm me inadequate. The onlookers were left astonished by the departing trio, feeling a mixture of shock and admiration for the frail figure that seemed both unfamiliar and towering. Chen Aigua felt a sudden warmth in his trousers, realizing he had unwittingly soiled himself. Team leader Chen Feilai's expression darkened, his gaze fierce yet tinged with trepidation. Li Jiangguo regarded Chen Dayong with newfound respect, contemplating the possibility of teaching him additional characters in the future. Chapter 7. The Youth Borrowing Grain on the Way Home. Chen Dayong exerted considerable effort to calm his younger siblings, who had been genuinely frightened. Upon their return, twilight had nearly enveloped the sky. Just then, Xiao Jiumei's stomach growled. Startled, she quickly denied it, saying, I'm not hungry. It was Xiao Wu's stomach. Clearly, it was you. Xiao Wu retorted, refusing to take the blame. After a moment, she turned to her older brother, embarrassed, and said, Brother, I'm also hungry. Sighing inwardly, Chen Dayong lamented. When did hunger become a source of guilt? He patted his younger siblings on the head, reassuring them. In the future, if you feel hungry, simply tell your older brother. I would never blame you. I am hungry too. But we have no rice at home. We cannot cook porridge, Xiao Jiumei replied, tilting her small head. Indeed. There was not a single grain of rice left in the house. The only food remaining was a bit of dried wild vegetables. Wait here. I will go borrow some food from Sister Xiuqin, Chen Dayong said before stepping out of the house. Their only neighbor was indeed Sister Xiuqin, who was also a pitiful soul. Her parents had perished in last year's drought, and her husband had succumbed to illness long ago, leaving her alone to care for her 8-year-old son. Her situation was no better than that of Chen Dayong's family. However, Sister Xiuqin has been living quite well over the past year. Her household has never lacked for food or clothing. In a previous life, she had inadvertently caught the attention of a man entering her home. Chen Dayong held no particular thoughts on this, instead feeling a profound respect for Sister Xiuqin and understanding the hardship she faced. He was also grateful, for she occasionally provided assistance to his family of 3. Just a few days ago, it was she who gifted him 2 eggs. Now, Chen Dayong had no choice but to seek out Sister Xiuqin next door to borrow some food, as he needed to make it through dinner that evening. Without approaching her home, he called out from a distance, Sister, are you at home? Before long, a spirited little boy emerged, none other than Sister Xiuqin's son, Chen Xiaozhu. His deceased father was named Chen Dazhu. Brother Dayong, my mother is home, cooking, said Chen Xiaozhu. At that moment, a young woman appeared. exuding a down-to-earth demeanor and possessing a hint of beauty. She held a bowl containing half a bowl of rice, clearly aware of Chen Dayong's intentions. Sister. Chen Dayong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As the year drew to a close, the villagers had little food left, and her family was also struggling. Able to help him only this much. Sister Xiuqin replied, her voice as gentle as a willow's caress. She handed the bowl to her son, instructing him to deliver it to Brother Dayong. All right, Chen Xiaozhu exclaimed, running toward Chen Dayong with the bowl. As he received it, Chen Dayong expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, sister. Sister Xiuqin affectionately ruffled her son's hair, smiling as she shook her head. You did well today. Dazhu would not behave like you. He only knows how to gamble, she remarked before leading her son back inside. Her husband, Chen Dazhu, like Chen Dayong in a past life, was fond of gambling and was known to be a compulsive gambler. Chen Dayong lingered for a moment before returning home with the half bowl of rice. Although insufficient for a full meal, it could be rationed to last through 2 meals. Chen Dayong cooked half the rice into a porridge, adding some wild vegetables, which the 3 siblings shared for dinner. Feeling far from satisfied, he recognized the need for more sustenance. Thus, he urged his younger siblings to retire early while he ventured out into the night, guided by the moonlight. He intended to catch some frogs in the fields. Upon reaching the fields, he discovered he was not alone. 5 or 6 others shared the same intention. However, it was already October, and the weather was beginning to cool. The frogs were preparing for hibernation, leading to a significant decline in their numbers. Silence enveloped the fields, devoid of croaks. After much effort, Chen Dayong managed to bring home 4 frogs, which they cooked and divided among themselves before retiring for the night. The following day, Chen Dayong returned to his usual task of hauling manure and water, partnered with Chen Aigua. Meanwhile, the educated youth, Li Jiangguo, had gone to record work points. Following the previous day's commotion, Chen Aigua regarded him with some trepidation, speaking cautiously. This fellow had received an education, having attended elementary school, and harbored 2 dreams, to become a record keeper and to be an accountant. In everyday matters, he was the sycophant of the team leader, Chen Fowl. Chen Dayong, for his part, did not press him but preferred to keep his distance. He continued to labor with a half bucket of manure, idly passing the time. During the era of collective communal meals, there was a certain merit in the uniformity of effort. Whether one worked more or less, well or poorly, it all balanced out, averaged. This indeed benefited Chen Dayong. As the sun began its descent in the late afternoon, the workday came to a close. After recording the labor points, Chen Dayong did not rush to leave. Instead, he instructed Xiao Wu to take Xiao Jimei home first. When the record keeper, Li Jiangguo, finished tallying all the labor points and was also ready to return home, Chen Dayong approached him. Brother Jiangguo, do you have any surplus grain at home? Could you lend me a little? Li Jiangguo, a man who had married into his wife's family, had a household consisting of his father-in-law, mother-in-law, wife, and a child. Aside from the child, who could not contribute labor points, all others in the household were able to work. Hence, there were 4 able-bodied individuals supporting an additional mouth. His family circumstances were relatively favorable. Furthermore, he was a kind-hearted individual. Just yesterday, he had been the only one brave enough to stand up for Chen Dayong, risking the ire of the team leader, Chen Feilai, and jeopardizing his position as the record keeper to speak on his behalf. Thus, for borrowing grain, Chen Dayong could only turn to him. Li Jiangguo sighed in resignation. In this day and age, which family has surplus grain? Just as Chen Dayong felt disheartened and troubled, Li Jiangguo added, Come home with me. I'll share a bit with you. Chen Dayong's eyes brightened. Brother Jiangguo, you are a good man. Li Jiangguo's smile deepened, tinged with irony. Thereafter, Chen Dayong accompanied Li Jiangguo to his home but did not enter the house. Li Jiangguo did not invite him in, and Chen Dayong understood, standing outside to wait. He was well aware of his wife's temperament. She was known to be quite fierce, and if she found out, she would likely object. After a moment, Li Jiangguo emerged from the house with a cloth bag, handing it to Chen Dayong. It appeared to contain over a pound of grain. Hurry, hurry, Li Jiangguo urged. Jiangguo, you must take this back. At that moment, a loud voice boomed from within the house. You'll pay me back later. Chen Dayong, not daring to linger, dropped a hasty remark and fled. The next instant, a woman appeared at the door. Boy, don't run, she shouted at the retreating figure. But he was already too far away to catch. Grabbing Li Jiangguo by the ear, she scolded, Have you been reading too much lately? Yesterday, when no one else spoke up, you did. You nearly jeopardized your easy position as record keeper. And today you're lending him grain? Do you realize our own grain supply is dwindling? If you lend it to him, what will our family eat and drink? Our household is like a bottomless pit. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 8. Chen Dayong acts shamelessly. Recently, Li Jiangguo had been engrossed in studying, as the country had reinstated the college entrance examination. He intended to participate in next year's exam, aspiring to attend university for further education. He understood that this was his only pathway to escape the poverty of his rural upbringing and return to the city. He was aware that, currently, educated youth could return to the city, and he had submitted an application, but it had been denied. Without a job, returning to the city would leave him without a foothold. In the city, although his parents are alive and employed, there are numerous younger siblings who have not been allocated jobs and remain at home, relying on their parents. They can no longer bear the financial burden of supporting him, his wife, and their child. Therefore, the only path left for him to return to the city is through the college entrance examination. Gaining admission to a university would not only exempt him from tuition fees, but also resolve their accommodation and sustenance issues, providing additional allowances. With this in mind, he diligently reviews his studies whenever he has the opportunity. However, his wife and her family disapprove. They often express their disdain, and at this moment, his wife chastises him for being foolishly absorbed in his studies, even tugging at his ear, which leaves Li Jiangguo feeling both embarrassed and infuriated. As the year-end harvest approaches, he argues that they should spare some of their rations to assist others in need, raising his voice slightly in frustration. Are you threatening me? Do you dare to confront me? Chen Ping, taken aback for a moment, soon erupts in anger. Li Jiangguo, you haven't even been admitted to university yet. And you dare to confront me? If you do get accepted, you might think you're above us all. You claim that once you enter the city, you'll provide us with a better life, yet here you are, still in my family home. If we were to accompany you to the city, would I not end up toiling for you? She pushes him as she speaks. Li Jiangguo, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, exclaims, "Stop your unreasonable antics." Frustrated by the pushing, he retorts, inadvertently causing his wife to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Li Jiangguo, do you dare to strike me? Chen Ping is momentarily stunned, then her feelings of grievance erupt into tears. Father, come out quickly. Li Jiangguo is bullying me. Mother, come out. Your son-in-law is hitting me. Son, come out. Your father is striking your mother. Such behavior is a disgrace. Li Jiangguo, infuriated, mutters something under his breath and retreats indoors. His foolish son, Chen Shuan, finds him and, with wide eyes, declares, "Father, you must not bully my mother, or I will refuse to care for you in the future." Faced with this son who bears no resemblance to him, Li Jiangguo's anger flares. Get lost. The child, frightened, scurries away. Outside, the two elders surround their daughter, berating the son-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Ping rises from the ground. No, we cannot lend our rations. Giving to that family would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs, going without return. I must retrieve what is ours. With that, she storms off, her demeanor fierce like a descending tiger. Chen Dayong, carrying a sack of rice home, frequently glances back to ensure no one is pursuing him. Seeing no one, he breathes a sigh of relief. He is known as Xiao Wu, and he fills a bowl with rice to deliver to his neighbor, Sister Xiuqing. He then begins to prepare a porridge of wild vegetables for himself, having taken it upon himself to cook since moving in, sparing the little girl, Xiao Jimei, from the task. Initially, the child was displeased, feeling that he had usurped her responsibilities. Yet, Chen Dayong understood her concerns. She feared losing her worth within the household. Through gentle persuasion and reasoning, he managed to ease her worries, and now she squats nearby, assisting in organizing firewood, though in truth, the firewood requires no such arrangement. It could simply be tossed into the fire to burn. However, the little fellow was eager to contribute. Fourth brother. I saw Sister Chen Ping rushing towards our house, said the anxious and flustered Xiao Wu, who had just returned. Chen Dayong was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. You come and cook the porridge, he instructed, and upon stepping outside, he indeed saw Li Jiangguo's wife, Chen Ping, advancing towards him with determination. It was evident that she intended to reclaim the rice. Chen Dayong's expression shifted dramatically. Although it appeared to be just over a pound of rice, it could sustain his family for an additional 7 or 8 days if prepared as a vegetable porridge. After all, they only had one meal at home each day. With this extra time, he could devise a plan. Without further contemplation, he glanced at Xiao Jimei and then at Xiao Wu. Chen Dayong hurried back inside, seized the rice bag, and inadvertently scattered the rice all over the floor. The grains lay scattered, making it difficult to sweep up. Return the rice to me. At that moment, Chen Ping entered the room. Although the sky had darkened, there was still enough light to see. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the scattered rice on the ground. Her gaze shifted to Chen Dayong, who was holding an empty rice bag, causing her words to falter. Brother-in-law? No, sister. What brings you here? Chen Dayong feigned surprise and inquired. What on earth is going on? Chen Ping questioned. Clearing his throat, Chen Dayong replied, Sister, I was concerned that you and brother Zhang Wo might have a quarrel, so I thought to return the rice to you. Unfortunately, I fumbled and spilled it everywhere. As he spoke, he stepped around on the pile of rice. Chen Ping was furious, pointing at Chen Dayong, speechless for a moment. Dayong, I never expected you to be so unreasonable. With an innocent expression, Chen Dayong countered, Sister, how am I being unreasonable? I am merely borrowing it. I am not taking it without permission. Besides, I was just about to gather the rice to return it to you. Enough. I have lent it to you. Chen Ping retorted, exasperated. But you must return it. I promise I will. Chen Dayong assured her immediately. Thank you, sister. Brother Zhang Wo is truly fortunate to have such a kind-hearted person like you. Though Chen Ping left with a displeased expression, she could not retort. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had been cooking the porridge, felt relieved. Xiao Jiumei's previously tense expression also softened. Jiumei quickly helped fourth brother gather the rice. Chen Dayong exclaimed, equally relieved. Michem. Jiumei cheered and rushed over. They needed to collect the rice before it was completely dark. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to gather every last grain. Of course, there was a fair amount of dirt and dust mixed in, but that was of little concern. Tomorrow during the day, they could sift it through a rice sieve. Through his cunning ploy, Chen Dayong had managed to retain over a pound of rice, enough to feed them for 7 or 8 days. However, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Zhang Wo. He mused quietly to himself. I suspect that Li Jiangguo and his wife will end up in an argument. This kindness would surely be repaid in due time, he murmured softly, before happily sharing the porridge with his siblings. That evening, Chen Dayong ventured out again, hoping to catch frogs for an additional meal. Chapter 9. I do not believe you would steal from yourself. This night was even more dismal than the last, as he only managed to catch 2 frogs. Upon encountering a snake, alas, I was unable to capture it, as it was seized by others in my group. They roasted it and shared it with the younger siblings, while I, Chen Dayong, refrained from partaking. This entire ordeal not only failed to replenish my energy, but rather depleted it further. As I lay down to sleep, hunger gnawed at me, and I realized that the prospect of catching frogs for a meal was no longer feasible. I needed to devise an alternative plan. Then, the thought of fish crossed my mind. In our village, there are no rice fields or loaches to catch, only small fish and shrimp. There exist 2 ponds, which are essential for irrigating the rice, relying solely on rainwater or these ponds during dry spells. Fish are raised in these ponds, but they are communal property, guarded by designated individuals each night. One of these ponds is located within our team's jurisdiction. However, the guard is from the first production team. I, Chen Dayong, did not contemplate stealing fish, for being caught would result in confinement by the brigade, a serious consequence. Instead, I pondered whether the guard might be tempted to pilfer for himself. Given that everyone struggles to satiate their hunger, including the team leader, Chen Feilai, who cannot claim to have enough to eat regularly, let alone indulge in meat. The guard, facing a pond full of fish, seemed unlikely to resist the temptation of theft. I whispered to myself, contemplating a plan to catch him in the act. Rising quietly, I left my home and approached the pond, illuminated by the moonlight, where I spotted a rudimentary shelter, the guard's abode. I crouched in the nearby grass and watched as the guard, Cheng Jianjun, emerged to patrol the pond. Cheng Jianjun, a man with a pronounced limp, was once a militia member until he was injured in combat, leading to his reassignment as the pond's custodian. His duties were light, a privilege afforded to him due to his condition. I knew he had a large family to support, with elderly and young members who could not contribute labor, which further convinced me that he might not be able to resist the lure of the fish. As the night wore on, however, Cheng Jianjun did not succumb to temptation, and my waiting proved fruitless. After a night of fitful sleep, compounded by yesterday's meager meal, I felt utterly drained. I resorted to slacking off during the chore of carrying manure, only filling my bucket halfway and deliberately slowing my pace. Thus, I endured until mealtime, when I finally regained some strength. That evening, I returned to my vigil, yet once again, my efforts yielded no results. After 2 sleepless nights and insufficient nourishment, I felt on the verge of collapse. This could not continue, I murmured to myself. A new idea formed in my mind. I altered my approach that night. Instead of hiding in the grass, I boldly walked into the shabby shelter. Brother Jianjun. I greeted him with a smile. Recognizing me, Chang Jianjun appeared taken aback and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Brother Jianjun, you guard the pond during the day. I know you are not afraid. But are you not afraid at night?" Chen Dayong inquired. "From now on, I will sleep here with you to keep you company." Previously, Chen Dayong's strategy was to lie in wait until Chang Jianjun stole from the pond, allowing him to catch him in the act, thereby coercing him into turning a blind eye while he fished. However, enduring the discomfort of hiding in the grass outside proved too arduous for Chen Dayong, prompting a change in tactics. He decided to stay in the shed with Chang Jianjun and sleep there, thus preventing him from engaging in thievery. Over time, it was certain that Chang Jianjun would eventually crack, as his entire family was suffering from hunger. Consequently, Chang Jianjun would be compelled to invite Chen Dayong to fish with him. In this manner, Chen Dayong would not only seize the initiative but also enjoy a restful night's sleep without disturbance. No need. Upon hearing that Chen Dayong intended to keep him company at night, Chang Jianjun immediately shook his head in refusal. "I am not afraid. What is there to fear? I was once a militia member, have you forgotten?" Chen Dayong looked at him and chuckled. "Brother Jianjun, if you're not afraid, then you must not be bored? I can keep you company and engage you in conversation." "I am not bored," Chang Jianjun replied, shaking his head. "I am bored," Chen Dayong insisted. "So it's settled then. I will come here every night to sleep and keep you company." In the shed, there was a bamboo bed, and Chen Dayong lay down without hesitation. Chang Jianjun regarded him with a grim expression, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. "Brother Jianjun, tell me about your time as a militia member," Chen Dayong said, ignoring Chang Jianjun's expression and speaking in a teasing manner. All right," Chang Jianjun reluctantly agreed. Thus, he began to recount tales from his days as a militia member. As the conversation continued, he noticed that Chen Dayong had already fallen asleep. Chang Jianjun could not help but sigh. That night, he slept soundly and deeply. As dawn broke, Chen Dayong awoke, glanced at the still sleeping Chang Jianjun with a grin, and then left for home. He then took little Joshi to the team building for work. "Fourth brother, where have you been these past few nights?" Joshi asked curiously along the way. Chen Dayong ruffled the little one's hair and replied with a smile, "Fourth brother went to get you some good food." "Where is it?" Joshi looked up at him. "Give fourth brother a few more days, and I will definitely bring you something delicious," he assured her. I believe you, fourth brother." The little one nodded eagerly. "Fourth brother, I am going to catch grasshoppers today. They can be eaten too," Joshi suddenly exclaimed. Chen Dayong understood that she was hungry, having only consumed some wild vegetable porridge without any additional meals over the past few nights. "All right," he nodded with a hint of sadness. He then picked her up. "Fourth brother, I can walk by myself. I am capable," she protested. "It's all right. Fourth brother wants to carry you." That day, Joshi performed remarkably, catching 5 grasshoppers. In the evening, after finishing their porridge and grasshoppers, the little one patted her belly and declared, "I am so full." However, she had only eaten 2 small grasshoppers. Hearing this, Chen Dayong could barely contain himself. At night, he continued to go to the pond shed, enduring alongside Chang Jianjun once more. In the dead of night, amidst a hazy slumber, Chen Dayong was jolted awake by a noise. He observed Chang Jianjun rising, preparing to venture outside. "Brother Jianjun, where are you going?" Chen Dayong inquired. Chang Jianjun replied evasively, "I am going to patrol the night." Chen Dayong's eyes flickered thoughtfully. "Let us go together," he proposed. Chang Jianjun paused, hesitating. "Dayong, I understand your struggles. You have to support your younger siblings." Chen Dayong chuckled. "Brother Jianjun, I am aware that you have your own burdens." The following day, he awaited a candid conversation with Chang Jianjun, sensing that a bounty of fish awaited him. At that moment, his smile radiated with extraordinary brilliance. Chapter 10. Fish and the Old Turtle. Upon seeing Chen Dayong's radiant grin, Chang Jianjun also broke into a smile. He playfully pointed at Chen Dayong. "You rascal." He was well aware of Chen Dayong's intentions, yet did he have any alternatives? With a silly grin, Chen Dayong chuckled. "Can you swim?" Chang Jianjun asked. Chen Dayong nodded affirmatively. "From now on, you will dive for fish at night while I keep watch." "No, I shall merely feign vigilance. I will not enter the water." "We will share the catch," Chang Jianjun proposed. In truth, Chang Jianjun felt unsafe diving alone, as it was easy to be discovered. This new arrangement seemed far more prudent. "All right," Chen Dayong readily agreed. He then stripped off his clothes and entered the water. For safety's sake, he emerged less than half an hour later. Yet his haul was commendable. 5 fish, each weighing nearly half a pound, alongside a sizable turtle, which likely weighed around 5 or 6 pounds. This turtle must be quite old. Should we release it? Chen Dayong suggested. Chen Dayong shook his head, declaring, I shall keep one fish. This turtle is mine. I have recently been ill and my health is quite depleted. I need this turtle to recuperate. Very well. Chen Dayong acquiesced. Soon, Chen Dayong returned home, carrying the turtle and a small fish. The fish would be consumed the following day, while he contemplated selling the turtle in the city. The old turtle should fetch a decent price. He needed to save money for future travel expenses, as he had not a single penny at home. Coincidentally, the day after tomorrow was a rest day, perfect for a trip to the city to sell the turtle and observe the current market conditions. Chen Dayong murmured softly before drifting into a deep sleep. Xiao Wu, who rose the earliest each day to tend to the cattle without needing a daily schedule, got up that morning, splashed water on his face, and was about to step out when he spotted the fish and turtle in the basin. After a moment of shock, he let out a scream. Chen Dayong and Xiao Jiumei were roused from their slumber. Fourth brother, fish. There are fish, Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing into the bedroom. Where? Where? Xiao Jiumei quickly jumped out of bed and dashed outside, soon following suit with her own shouts. After a while, Chen Dayong cautioned. You two must not speak of this, understood? The two youngsters nodded vigorously. All right, Xiao Wu, you should go tend to the cattle now. We will have fish for dinner tonight. Xiao Wu, filled with anticipation, happily departed. For pots, add more water in the evening. The fish soup will be delightful, said Jiumei. Understood, replied Chen Dayong, playfully pinching her little nose. After washing up, he took the little one to the team house. That evening, Chen Dayong prepared the fish, adding plenty of water. With a small half-kilogram of fish, each of the three enjoyed 2 bowls of soup, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The little fish head, which the child was reluctant to part with, was held in her hand as she licked it, and Chen Dayong indulged her. Tomorrow, Xiao Wu, take Jiumei and stay at home while I make a trip to the city to secretly sell that old soft-shelled turtle, said Chen Dayong as they prepared for bed. Tomorrow is a rest day. We don't have to work. Xiao Wu responded with a sigh. Fourth brother, why don't we keep it for ourselves? The soup from that turtle is delicious, Jiumei chimed in, nestled in Chen Dayong's embrace. No way. Chen Dayong shook his head. We have no money at all. We must earn some just in case. Besides, our food supplies are running low. Selling the old turtle will allow me to buy some provisions. He kept silent about their plans to leave for the big city, the special economic zone, or even Hong Kong. All right, Xiao mumbled. It's a bit of a pity. Fourth brother, I wouldn't want to drink that soup if it's not tasty, Jiumei said, looking up in the darkness. The next day, before dawn, Chen Dayong rose early, stuffed the old turtle into a bamboo basket, and slung it over his back as he quietly slipped out the door. The county town was over 10 kilometers from Shana village, a 2-hour walk. He needed to hurry. In those days, highway robbers were rampant. Yet they were cautious within their local territory. After all, rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Thus, Chen Dayong dared to venture alone from the village to the county town. Along the way, he encountered no trouble, and by around 8 or 9 o'clock, he arrived at the county town. At that time, there were restrictions on population movement. For instance, if one wanted to work out of town or stay in a hotel, an introduction letter was required since both the workplaces and hotels were state-owned. In those years, state-owned enterprises reigned supreme, and without an introduction letter, one could hardly move. However, it was not to say that one could not wander about, as long as one avoided state-owned entities and did not get caught as an idle person. One could roam freely. After the reform and opening up, as surplus rural labor became prevalent and youth returning from the countryside required resettlement, this soft restriction policy of introduction letters would gradually be abolished. In the county, no one would bother him, allowing Chen Dayong to stroll about with ease. He glanced around as he made his way to a state-owned restaurant. Selling to the restaurant was his first choice. Only if that failed would he consider hawking on the streets. After all, the old turtle was not something just anyone could afford. Chen Dayong intended to sell it for no less than 5 yuan. Along the way, he noticed a good number of people in the county town, most dressed in blue or gray cloth garments. Much like the members of his team, though fewer wore patched clothes. Their complexions appeared better, with some showing a hint of color, albeit few. In those times, having a job with a secure income was far superior to subsisting like farmers dependent on the whims of fate, a reality that would persist into the future. There were also street vendors, primarily selling clothing, alongside those peddling chickens, ducks, geese, and eggs. A young man, not much bigger than Chen Dayong, approached quietly, inquiring in a hushed tone, "Would you like some eggs?" He was clad in a yellow cloth outfit and fabric shoes, with a green canvas bag slung around his neck, which appeared rather bulging. When he opened the bag for Chen Dayong to see, it contained eggs. Chen Dayong perceived that this individual was far more astute than the others who sold eggs from baskets, as he could sell on the move, making it easier to flee if confronted by unscrupulous buyers. "What do they call you?" Chen Dayong asked, eager to establish a rapport. "Just call me Little Rascal," he replied. Then asked, "How much for the eggs?" 8 cents each, the young man, Little Rascal, answered. Chen Dayong pondered the situation. Villagers sold eggs to the supply and marketing cooperative for 5 cents each. To purchase them, one needed an egg ticket, and even then, they were often hard to come by. Little Rascal, however, was selling eggs without tickets. Accepting 6 cents and selling for 8 cents without the need for tickets, this was a lucrative business opportunity. "I have no money," Chen Dayong said, raising his hands in surrender. "Then you're wasting my time." Little Rascal glared and promptly turned to leave. Chapter 11. Where's the simplicity we agreed upon? Chen Dayong believed that Little Rascal could also afford an old turtle, so he grabbed his arm and said, "Hold on, don't rush off just yet." "Do you have money now?" Little Rascal asked. "I don't have any money," Chen Dayong shook his head. As Little Rascal's expression changed, he continued, "However, I have this. Tell me, how much is it worth?" He produced a bamboo basket from his back, opened the lid, and presented it to Little Rascal. The young man leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Such a large turtle. It must be at least 5 or 6 years old. This is an old turtle, highly nutritious. It's suitable for the weak, pregnant women, or anyone recovering from an injury," Chen Dayong explained. "How about this? I'll sell it to you for 8 yuan. What do you think?" Chen Dayong inquired. Little Rascal seemed intrigued. He contemplated acquiring it to resell for a substantial profit. But 8 yuan? That left him with little margin. 8 yuan? You might as well rob someone. Little Rascal scoffed. After a pause, he offered, 350. Will you sell it? I'll sell it. I want it, he insisted. Brother, let me be frank with you. In this city of Yangfeng, I'm the only one bold enough to buy this. What a bold claim. Chen Dayong thought to himself. Maintaining his composure, he shook his head and replied, 350 is definitely not going to work. How about 6? If you want it, take it. Little Rascal shook his head, insisting on 350. After a lengthy back-and-forth negotiation, Chen Dayong reduced the price to 5, yet Little Rascal remained steadfast at 350. Well, it seems this deal cannot be made, Chen Dayong said, dismissively preparing to leave. Brother, I have told you. No one in this county dares to buy your item except for me. If you don't sell, think it over carefully, Little Rascal said with a serious expression. If no one wants it, then I'll just eat it myself, Chen Dayong retorted and walked away. In Yafeng County, the poverty was such that there were only 2 state-run restaurants, both affiliated with the Commercial Bureau's catering service. Chen Dayong chose a restaurant named Dazhang and made his way there. At this hour, it was still early in the morning, and the restaurant was devoid of patrons, save for a plump waitress who sat yawning at a table. At the front desk, a man, presumably the accountant responsible for billing, was also yawning incessantly. Brother, how's business lately? Chen Dayong approached, attempting to engage in small talk. The male accountant glanced at him and casually asked, What are you selling? Fish and shrimp? This accountant, accustomed to the comings and goings of countless individuals at the restaurant, immediately recognized Chen Dayong, who was carrying a bamboo basket, and understood what he was there for. It was common for people to bring items to sell, something he had long grown accustomed to. Occasionally, he would make a purchase himself, as the bargains were often quite appealing. Seeing the accountant's demeanor, Chen Dayong felt a surge of optimism. Brother, it's not fish or shrimp. It's something exceptional. Take a look. He lifted the lid of the bamboo basket for the accountant to see. Indeed, it is something good. The accountant's eyes lit up. Recently, he had been feeling a bit under the weather and had been lacking vitality during intimate moments, which had not gone unnoticed by his wife. This old turtle was just what he needed for a restorative boost. All right, I'll take it, the accountant declared, reaching into the basket to retrieve the old turtle. I won't shortchange you. I'll give you 3 yuan for it. Chen Dayong's expression darkened. 3 yuan? How is that not shortchanging me? Are you serious? You have a heart of stone. How about 6 yuan? Chen Dayong inquired. After a brief pause, he added, I just came from the Xinfang restaurant, and they offered me 5 yuan 50, but I didn't accept. The Xinfang restaurant was another state-run establishment. Not a chance. Just 3 yuan, the accountant shook his head. If you don't want to sell, then leave. You're quite something. Chen Dayong suppressed his anger, snatched the old turtle back, and stuffed it into the basket before turning to leave. Hey, the accountant sneered. I told you, little brother, are you really leaving? Am I pretending to leave? Chen Dayong replied. 3 yuan is just enough to send a beggar on his way. Ignoring him, Chen Dayong continued on his path. The accountant, with a scoff, circumvented the front desk and quickly approached, grabbing Chen Dayong by the arm. Chen Dayong assumed he intended to negotiate a higher price and paused in his tracks, only to hear the accountant call out, Xiaodian, Xiaodian. A young man, roughly the same age as Chen Dayong, rushed out. What's up, uncle? Go summon the folks from the speculative trading studio, the accountant instructed. Xiaodian, momentarily bewildered, responded with an ah and then, under the accountant's stern gaze, hurried out of the restaurant to fetch others. Chen Dayong stood there, astonished, realizing that this man was attempting to engage in a form of black market theft. Intending to take the turtle without any payment. You've done this kind of thing before, haven't you? Chen Dayong remarked with a cold smile. The accountant did not respond, maintaining his own mocking grin. I won't bully you. I'll still give you 3 yuan. Just leave the basket and the turtle. Is that not bullying? Chen Dayong chuckled at the accountant's ugly demeanor. What if I refuse? The accountant merely scoffed, remaining silent. If you don't agree, the people from the speculative trading studio will come and take you away for a lesson. If the matter is serious, you might be detained for a few days. And the old turtle will still be left behind. With no time to spare, Chen Dayong glared. Let go. The male accountant tightened his grip even further. Chen Dayong, with his right hand reaching into his pocket, produced a wooden stick, 1 inch sharpened to a point. He had brought it to the city for self-defense. If you don't release me, I will stab you, Chen Dayong said coldly, his face darkened. In his previous life, during his reckless gambling days, he had confronted some unscrupulous characters with equal ferocity. The accountant, sensing the intensity of Chen Dayong's gaze and demeanor, was instantly filled with fear. He knew that if he did not let go, Chen Dayong would truly resort to lethal force. Reluctantly, the accountant released his grip. Chen Dayong smirked, reclaimed his stick, and swiftly exited the restaurant. At that moment, a young scoundrel arrived, accompanied by a uniformed man. Brother Yong, that's him. The scoundrel pointed at Chen Dayong, who had just stepped out and was still within earshot. The uniformed man shouted, Stop. Chen Dayong's heart sank in dread. Would he stand still? He immediately took off running. While fleeing, he glanced back and spotted the familiar face of the scoundrel. Enraged, Chen Dayong thought to himself, How dare you? Recalling the scoundrel's previous taunts, it dawned on him that the scoundrel, much like the accountant, was up to no good, eager to exploit him. Stop, Brother Yong bellowed. Don't run, shouted the scoundrel. You idiot. Chen Dayong cursed inwardly, accelerating his pace. He ran for a good 5 or 6 minutes before finally shaking off his pursuers. Once he ensured that no one was behind him, he halted, gasping for breath. Truth be told, aside from slaughtering his family's old hen for a meal, he had been lazily coasting through his days of work. Otherwise, he surely wouldn't have been able to outrun them. Wasn't it said that those from the 70s and 80s were quite simple? Where was that supposed simplicity? Chen Dayong muttered in disbelief. Chapter 12. Lending a helping hand, all he wanted was to sell a turtle in the city, and he nearly fell victim to 2 groups of con artists. Chen Dayong sighed. The schemes in the city run deep. I longed to return to the countryside. He then pondered helplessly about what to do with the old turtle. Should he check another restaurant? Just then, a voice called out, Stop. Upon hearing it, Chen Dayong took off running again. After a while, he realized they weren't pursuing him. A middle-aged man in uniform, wielding a wooden stick, was chasing after a woman. The woman, in her 30s, appeared to be a housewife with a certain charm that would make her stand out in the countryside. She was frantically sprinting while clutching a wooden box. Ahead lay a fork in the road. Although they weren't after Chen Dayong, he, burdened with a bamboo basket, knew he too looked suspiciously engaged in some form of trade. If the man caught up with the woman, he might inadvertently capture Chen Dayong as well. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. Reaching the fork, he veered left into another alley. Don't follow me, Chen Dayong silently prayed, hoping the woman would run in a different direction and not lead anyone to him. However, it is often said that fear breeds what one dreads. The woman, cradling a wooden box, similarly turned left and ventured into the alley. Su Xiaohui, do not run, shouted a middle-aged man as he pursued her. Chen Dayong, rendered speechless, was compelled to hasten his steps. Suddenly, with a thud, Su Xiaohui stumbled and fell to the ground, her wooden box flying from her grasp, revealing its contents. It turned out she was selling malt sugar, a prized commodity indeed, quite expensive. If all that malt sugar were confiscated, Su Xiaohui would surely be devastated. Chen Dayong thought to himself, swiftly retracing his steps to retrieve the fallen box. Su Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to unleash a tirade. However, Chen Dayong's next words silenced her. I shall safeguard it for you. I will wait here. With that, he slipped away. Although Su Xiaoyi harbored doubts, fearing he might betray her trust, she felt she had no choice but to believe, for in the brief moment of hesitation, he had already vanished from sight. I must say, Su Xiaoyi, you are quite fleet of foot, remarked the middle-aged man, panting as he leaned on his knees. Su Xiaoyi, having regained her footing and undeterred by the loss of her malt sugar, glared at him. Wang Quan, must you persist in pursuing me? Wang Quan glanced at the already distant Chen Dayong and shook his head. If you do not run, perhaps you could return with me, and you might still retrieve your belongings. Now, however, they are lost. He assumed Chen Dayong had absconded with her goods. That scoundrel. I swear, if I see him again, I will flay his skin. Su Xiaoyi cursed in response to Wang Quan's remarks, before being escorted to the workshop for education. After enduring a lengthy lecture lasting several minutes, Su Xiaoyi finally interjected, Is that enough? May I leave now? Li Gan, realizing his lecturing had been in vain, waved his hand wearily. Very well, you may go. Wang Quan, witnessing this, quickly exclaimed, Li Gan, we cannot simply let her leave like that. What do you propose we do? Li Gan inquired. Wang Quan replied, she should be confined for a few days to temper her arrogance. Su Xiaoyi nodded, that's fine. Just ensure you provide for my 2 daughters during my confinement. Su Xiaoyi's husband had perished in a work-related accident, leaving her with a 70-year-old mother and a pair of 6-year-old twin daughters to care for. In other words, she must sustain 4 mouths on her own. The hardships of her life are even more arduous than those of Chen Dayong's family. Initially, Su Xiaoyi was supposed to take over her husband's job. However, for reasons unknown, someone else filled that position. Without employment, holding an urban household registration, unable to farm or set up a stall, how could she possibly support such a large family? As the saying goes, when one loses everything, one no longer cares for their dignity. Su Xiaoyi finds herself in such a predicament. Wang Quan was instantly rendered speechless, not daring to utter a word. Li Gan glanced at him, and then waved his hand at Su Xiaoyi, signaling her to leave promptly. With a huff, Su Xiaoyi turned and departed. After leaving the speculative workshop, she headed straight to the place where she had previously been apprehended, harboring a glimmer of hope that the young man would keep his word and be waiting for her. However, upon arrival, there was no sign of anyone. I knew you were no good. How could I ever trust you? You wretched creature, taking advantage of my misfortune. Do not let me encounter you again in the county town, or I shall make you regret it. Su Xiaoyi erupted in a torrent of curses. Chen Dayong, hiding in a corner, was growing bored when he overheard her tirade. He stepped out and, with irritation, asked, Who are you cursing? Were you really waiting for me? Su Xiaoyi was taken aback. How can a girl like you have such a foul mouth? I offered you my assistance and waited for you for quite some time. Yet I ended up with nothing but dirt on my hands. Is that fair? Chen Dayong's expression soured, and he was at a loss for words. Su Xiaoyi, feeling guilty, chuckled awkwardly and explained, It's my fault. It's my sister's fault. I didn't see anyone earlier and got anxious. I apologize, big brother. You, as a man, should aim for greater things and not stoop to the level of a mere woman like me. Is that acceptable? They say one should not strike a smiling face. Given her demeanor, Chen Dayong found himself devoid of anger. All right, I forgive you. He handed the wooden box to Su Xiaoyi. Sister, I haven't touched it. It remains just as it was when I picked it up. Su Xiaoyi opened it and confirmed that nothing had changed. Thank you, big brother. I truly appreciate it. She expressed her gratitude. Chen Dayong hesitated slightly before speaking. I have children at home, and I cannot afford to buy anything. I came to the city to sell goods, but I haven't sold anything yet. You must give me a little malt candy as payment. I want to take some back for my children. Chapter 13. Su Xiaoyi's gratitude. Su Xiaoyi paused momentarily before smiling and responding, of course. She promptly opened the lid of the wooden box, took out 2 small pieces of malt candy the size of her pinky finger, wrapped them in sugar paper, and handed them to Chen Dayong. He accepted them, nodded in acknowledgement, and prepared to leave. The sun was nearing its zenith, and he needed to sell the old turtle quickly before heading back. Hey, don't rush off, big brother. What do you go by? Su Xiaoyi inquired. You've done me a great favor today. I can't possibly not know your name. Thus, Chen Dayong introduced himself. Shana Village. That is quite far, Su Xiaoyi remarked. May I inquire what you were selling? Fish or shrimp? Chen Dayong gazed at Su Xiaoyi, noting that she seemed capable of affording the soft-shelled turtle he had. Perhaps it would be prudent to ask her if she was interested in purchasing it. Sister, How about I sell you this soft-shelled turtle? You are from the city and have connections, so you would know who could afford it or who might need it. I won't ask for much, just 5 yuan. Su Xiaowei pondered for a moment. She was indeed confident that she could sell it. All right, I'll buy it from you, she agreed readily. Then she rummaged through her pocket and counted her money. However, I only have a little over 2 yuan. How about this? You come with me to my house to collect the rest. It was nearly noon, and noticing that he hadn't eaten since morning, she added, You must be hungry. Let us have lunch at my place before you head back. I wouldn't want you to faint from hunger on the way. Indeed. Chen Dayong was quite famished. Without something to eat, the tower journey back would be unbearable. He had initially planned to sell the soft-shelled turtle to buy some food. But now, perhaps he could save the cost of lunch. Thank you, Sister Xiaowei, he replied gratefully. Thus, Chen Dayong followed Su Xiaowei to her home. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation, getting to know each other better. Ah, this world can be tough, Brother Dayong. It seems you have your struggles. Sister, you have it even harder, he replied, both feeling a sense of sympathy. Upon arriving at Su Xiaowei's house, Chen Dayong met her 70-year-old mother and her pair of twin daughters. Despite her age, the elderly woman appeared quite robust, articulate, and capable of moving around, thus able to assist in caring for the children. The twin daughters, a year older than Jiomei, were rather charming and seemed quite sensible. However, in Chen Dayong's eyes, they paled in comparison to Jiomei's understanding nature. Whenever he returned home after working, Jiomei would have already prepared the porridge. Yet here, the two 6-year-old daughters and their sprightly grandmother were waiting for Su Xiaowei to return to cook. As soon as Su Xiaowei entered, both the elderly woman and the little girls urged her to prepare the meal, expressing their hunger. The grandmother even muttered something about bringing home a wild man. Although her voice was soft, Chen Dayong still caught the remark. Brother Dayong, please have a seat. I will go start the fire and cook, Su Xiaowei said. Heading off to the kitchen, she had heard her mother's words, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Dayong sighed inwardly, but managed to respond with a smile. All right. Simultaneously, his impression of the elderly woman diminished sharply. This old hag was indeed insufferable. She was Su Xiaowei's mother-in-law. Truth be told, it was a tremendous burden for Su Xiaowei to support 4 people without a job, even if she were engaged in some form of work. It would be out of sheer necessity. As a mother-in-law, one would expect a certain level of understanding. Yet, this old woman offered nothing but scorn and disdain, contributing nothing despite her good health. The twin daughters were now 6 years old. They hardly required her care. Observing the pile of unwashed clothes, Chen Dayong thought to himself, Sister Su is truly in a difficult position. Life was already arduous, compounded by familial discord. He found solace in the company of Xiaowu and Jiomei, who were a source of comfort. Chen Dayong fetched a basin, filled it with water, and released the old turtle. The 2 young girls, upon seeing it, gathered around to play with the creature. To alleviate his boredom, he engaged them in playful antics. The elderly matron, displeased with Chen Dayong, chose to ignore him, and he reciprocated her indifference. Xiaohui prepared a meal, and everyone sat down to dine. Chen Dayong noted that it was not porridge, but rather dry rice, accompanied by 3 dishes, shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with bean sprouts, and dried mustard greens. The fare was surprisingly decent, which explained the family's vibrant health. After the meal, Xiaohui handed Chen Dayong 5 yuan. As he began to leave, he paused and said, Sister, I wish to purchase some grain, but I lack ration tickets. Could you assist me in acquiring some? Xiaohui, engaged in the malt candy trade, surely had means to procure food without tickets. The grain borrowed from Li Jianjun's family was dwindling, necessitating a purchase. Xiaohui indeed had connections. She had a good rapport with the grain station's manager and intended to sell the old turtle as well. Without hesitation, she agreed. I will take you to the grain station now. Wait for me outside while I make the purchase. Thank you, sister. Chen Dayong replied, elated. Together, they proceeded to the grain station. The price for rice was 1 yuan and 60 cents per 10 jin, but that required ration tickets. In the black market, 10 jin would likely cost 5 or 6 yuan, and finding the black market was no easy feat. However, leveraging her influence, Xiaohui managed to buy 10 jin of rice for 3 yuan, leaving Chen Dayong with 2 yuan remaining. Brother Dayong, I can see you're facing challenges as well. In the future, if you need to sell anything, come to me directly. If you wish to buy something, seek me out as well. Chen Dayong, who was responsible for his younger siblings and was himself still quite young, shared a similar plight with Xiaohui. Their mutual understanding fostered a bond. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, sister. Chen Dayong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After parting ways, he hurried home. Along the way, he recalled the scoundrel and the male accountant from the communal dining hall, contrasting them with Sister Xiaohui. Alas, in every era, there are both good and bad people. He mused with a sense of melancholy. Soon, however, he felt uplifted. This trip to the city had not been in vain. Not only had he sold the turtle, but he had also procured grain. The 10 jin of rice, if prepared as wild vegetable porridge and rationed carefully, supplemented by occasional fish and shrimp, would suffice for over a month, perhaps even 2. Most importantly, he had forged a connection with Sister Xiaohui, establishing a network within Yangfeng County. This would facilitate future transactions, whether selling or buying. Reflecting on his bounty, he touched the 2 yuan in his pocket, along with a couple of pieces of malt candy, and savored the weight of the rice in the bamboo basket on his back. Chen Dayong smiled to himself. Upon returning home, the sky was already painted with the hues of dusk. Without waiting to enter, he called out, "Xiao Wu, Jiumei, fourth brother is back." Yet, there was no response. "Where is everyone?" Chen Dayong wondered, puzzled. It was indeed Xiao Wu who took Jiumei to forage for wild vegetables and catch grasshoppers. After 5 or 6 hours, compounded by only having one meal, Chen Dayong was utterly exhausted and chose to remain at home, resting and waiting. Chapter 14. The frustration of the youths as dusk fell. Xiao Wu and Jiumei returned. They had indeed been foraging for wild vegetables and catching grasshoppers, reaping a commendable harvest of 7 grasshoppers along with a generous amount of wild greens, which delighted the 2 children. Particularly, Jiumei was practically bouncing with joy on her way home. "Jiumei, the door is open. Sigu is back," Xiao Wu exclaimed upon noticing the door ajar. Turning to shout, "Sigu," Jiumei called out, dashing toward the house. Hearing the commotion, Chen Dayong rushed out and saw little Jiumei tumble to the ground. The little one did not cry. Instead, upon seeing Chen Dayong, she burst into a giggle. He approached and lifted her up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Did it hurt?" he inquired. "It didn't hurt," she replied brightly, and immediately boasted, "Sigu, today, Wu Gu and I caught so many grasshoppers. Most of which I spotted first. Right, Wu Gu?" "Indeed." Xiao Wu nodded. "You spotted them. I caught them." He raised his hand, showcasing the wild vegetables and a string of grasshoppers. In this joyful scene, Chen Dayong, feeling as exuberant as a child, began to recount his own achievements from his trip to the city. "I sold the old turtle and bought 10 pounds of rice, with 2 yuan left over." 10 pounds of rice? Exclaimed Xiao Wu and Jiumei in unison, their faces lighting up with astonishment. 10 pounds of rice was enough to last them a considerable time, and the thought of not having to endure hunger for a while filled them with immense joy. "I want to see," little Jiumei declared, racing into the house to check the rice jar. "I want to go too." Xiao Wu followed her inside. Seeing his younger siblings so elated brought great happiness to Chen Dayong as well, prompting him to enter the house. "So much rice," Jiumei exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Wu looked up at Chen Dayong and said, "Sigu, I'm hungry. How about we cook dinner early today and have a proper meal?" "I'm hungry too," little Jiumei added, gazing hopefully at Chen Dayong. It was needless to say that the two had only consumed porridge for breakfast and lunch. This day of rest was indeed a time for leisure, but they could not partake in communal meals. "All right, I shall start cooking now. Tonight we will have a solid meal instead of porridge," Chen Dayong responded with a smile. "Look, what is this?" he said, pulling out a wrapper containing maltose, slowly unwrapping it to reveal 2 small pieces of the sweet treat. "Sigu, what is that?" Jiumei, who had never tasted maltose, was unfamiliar with it. "I've had it before. It's candy," Xiao Wu exclaimed, having tasted it once, and he gasped in excitement. "One for each of you, enjoy." Chen Dayong divided the maltose between them. Xiao Wu took a lick and savored it with a look of delight. Jiumei imitated him, cautiously licking her piece. And then her little eyes sparkled. "Sigu, it's so sweet, so sweet." Chen Dayong playfully pinched her nose before heading off to start the fire for cooking. A little while later, Jiumei ran back. "Sigu, what about you? You haven't had any?" The little girl's attentiveness was distinctly more refined than that of her brother, a thought that Xiao Wu had not considered. Fourth brother has already eaten. On the way back, he must walk for several hours, so he licks as he walks, chuckling. "Ninth sister, you can eat on your own," Chen Dayong said with a warm smile. Only then did the little one feel at ease and begin to savor her food slowly. She did not leave but squatted beside Chen Dayong, keeping him company. When Chen Dayong turned his head, he saw little Five sitting on the stone pier at the entrance, basking in the golden glow of the setting sun while relishing the sweetness of malt candy. "This home is truly wonderful," Chen Dayong thought. The act of tending the fire and cooking felt invigorating. The days that followed were somewhat mundane. After the earlier commotion, no one in the team dared to bully Chen Dayong anymore. Even when he slacked off at work, no one spoke up. The timekeeper, Li Jiangguo, always recorded 10 points for him. In the evenings, he occasionally went to the pond with the guard, Cheng Jianjun, to catch some fish and shrimp for a little extra meal. Chen Dayong did not dare to return the rations borrowed from Li Jiangguo, fearing that the fishing activities might be revealed. Thus, more than half a month slipped by. It had been nearly a month since Chen Dayong arrived. His complexion had improved significantly. Not only him, but little 5 and 9th sister also looked much healthier than before. Over the course of a month, they rested for about 2 days. On this particular day, it was once again a day off. Since they hadn't caught any turtles and kept the fish and shrimp for themselves, Chen Dayong did not go to the city. Early that morning, Li Jiangguo suddenly came over, carrying books, and said he wanted to teach Chen Dayong to read. In fact, Li Jiangguo had visited on the last day off as well. But Chen Dayong was not home. Little 5 and 9th sister had gone to gather wild vegetables and catch grasshoppers, so he left empty-handed. Teach me to read? Chen Dayong was bewildered. Yes. Li Jiangguo nodded earnestly. Dayong, you have a quick wit and are quite intelligent. But there is one drawback. You haven't received any formal education and cannot read. One cannot go through life without reading or literacy. Otherwise, it will limit your development. Now, educated youth can return to the city. The country has reinstated the college entrance examination, and universities are continuing to enroll students. I have a friend who wrote to me saying that the country is now reforming and opening up, and in some places, they have already implemented land distribution and responsibility systems. My friend also mentioned that in certain areas, individual and private enterprises are now permitted. This means that individuals can engage in business. Dayong, this wind will surely reach our Shaho village. I know you are not content to spend your life farming, honestly. Farming alone cannot support your family, and you must venture out. Therefore, you cannot ignore reading and literacy. Otherwise, you will suffer great losses. Observing the earnest and sincere Li Jiangguo, who genuinely wished him well, Chen Dayong fell silent. What a good person, he thought. However, he had to refuse. Brother Jiangguo, as for reading and literacy, I must decline. I am not cut out for it. Your intentions are appreciated. In his previous life, he was a top student from Renmin University, fluent in English. Why would he need Li Jiangguo, who only had a high school education, to teach him? He did not wish to waste his time and energy. The crux of the matter lies in the ease with which his true identity could be exposed. Chen Dayong was resolute in not wanting anyone to know that he was a time traveler. How can you be so certain of failure without even attempting? How do you know you are not cut out for it? I say, Dayong, do not be ungrateful. Others request my guidance, yet I choose not to impart it. Chen Dayong shook his head, insisting, I truly cannot. Previously, he had attempted to read and learn characters, only to find his head overwhelmed. Brother Jiangguo, I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall not waste your time and energy. After much back and forth, Li Jiangguo finally understood that Chen Dayong was steadfast in his decision to remain illiterate. Suit yourself, he exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, before turning on his heel and walking away in frustration. Chapter 15. The projectionist Sudama the following morning. The team convened for a collective meeting, primarily to discuss 2 matters. First, it was revealed that a team member had colluded with others from different squads to illegally fell the collective forest timber of the brigade and sell it at the county lumber mill. The perpetrators had been apprehended by the brigade's militia and handed over to the county police. At the township and commune level, many areas lacked police stations, relying instead on a few dispatched police officers for security. Consequently, the maintenance of order in the township fell largely upon the militia of each brigade, which now held enforcement powers. Brigade leader Chen Feilai implied that while he would turn a blind eye to minor infractions regarding collective crops, theft of collective assets for profit was strictly forbidden. The perpetrator was named Chen Onmin. He had an elderly mother who had been bedridden for years and required constant medication, leading to significant expenses. At 35 years of age, he remained unmarried, burdened by the responsibility of caring for his mother. His act of illegally harvesting timber was, in truth, a desperate measure driven by the pressures of life. Given his arrest, it was likely that he would face not only confinement but also a prison sentence, leaving his mother in dire straits. In this regard, the brigade displayed some compassion. Chen Feilai suggested that Chen Onmin's mother would be temporarily cared for by the collective. The second matter discussed was the scheduled film screening for that evening, encouraging everyone to finish their meals promptly and secure good seats. During breakfast, a woman assigned to deliver food to Chen Onmin's mother rushed back, exclaiming, "And Seven has thrown herself into the well." Upon hearing this, everyone hastened to Chen Onmin's home. Chen Dayong remained still. "Brother, aren't we going?" Xiaowu inquired. Chen Dayong shook his head, unwilling to witness the aftermath of Onmin's mother's tragic act nor let his younger siblings see it. Death had become commonplace in those times, and the demise of Onmin's mother did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the team members for the film screening. With entertainment so scarce, the occasional film showing had become more significant than even the New Year festivities. Indeed, work for the day was cut short in anticipation of the event. Chen Dayong had prepared wild vegetable porridge early, sharing it with his siblings before making his way to the Brigade Square for the film. Along the way, families could be seen heading out together. Upon arriving at the Brigade Square, he found that the prime seats had already been largely claimed. Only the middle and back rows remained for Chen Dayong and his 3 siblings. "Brother, there's no more space," Xiaowu lamented. "Humph, it's all your fault, Sigua, for being so slow." Even Xiao Jiao, usually reserved, found the courage to complain about Chen Dayong. This was because both had intended to skip dinner and come over. But Chen Dayong had insisted otherwise. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "No worries, we can still see from here." The trio chose seats in the middle, with Chen Dayong placing the small stool he brought beneath him before sitting down. Xiao Wu and Jiao Mei preferred to stand, and Chen Dayong acquiesced to their wishes. Given their shorter stature, they were not concerned about obstructing the view of those behind them. The screen for the film had already been set up, and not far away. The projector was in place, accompanied by a generator. However, the projectionist was absent, presumably indulging in a feast with the brigade leader and other officials. As the enthusiastic response from the crowd indicated the high demand for film screenings. Casting a glance at the projector, Chen Dayong's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Xiaowu, keep an eye on Jiao Mei and don't wander off. I'll be back shortly," he instructed before making his way toward the projector. "What are you doing? Don't get too close to the machine." 2 militia guards quickly admonished him upon his approach. "I'm just curious," Chen Dayong replied with a playful grin. "No looking." One of the guards glared at him, while the other added, "If you break it, how will we all watch the movie later?" All right, I want to look." Chen Dayong waved his hand dismissively, feigning annoyance as he retreated. He approached the screen, pretending to be inquisitive, but was again halted by 2 militia guards stationed on either side. Realizing he had no chance to enact his plan, initially intending to create a small disruption to showcase his problem-solving skills and thereby gain some food benefits, he reluctantly returned to his seat. To his surprise, he spotted his neighbor, Sister Xiuqin, who had come with her son, Chen Xiaozhu, and sat beside him. "Sister," Chen Dayong greeted her. Xiuqin offered a nod in response, remaining silent, perhaps due to her inherent shyness or feelings of inferiority stemming from her past. In the village, not many held her in high regard. As dusk approached, a man in his 30s with an elongated face navigated through the crowd toward them. "Sister Xiuqin, what are you doing back here? You want to be able to see well from here. Come, I've saved you a spot up front," he said, reaching out to lift Chen Xiaozhu. The boy squirmed, resisting the embrace. Xiuqin's cheeks flushed as she interjected, "We'll stay back here. We can see just fine." "That can't be. Then my spot is wasted." The man pulled at Xiuqin's arm. Unable to resist any longer, she ultimately agreed. She led her son, Chen Xiaozhu, following the long-faced man ahead. This long-faced man was unfamiliar to Chen Dayong. He had never seen him before. As night fell and the film screening was about to commence, the team leader introduced him, revealing that his name was Su Damao, the film projectionist dispatched by the commune to the town. However, Chen Dayong was perplexed as to when he had become involved with Sister Xiuqin. Soon, the film began to play. Hundreds of people, once chattering, fell silent, leaving only the sound of the film echoing across the square. To Chen Dayong's disappointment, the film was Lu Sanjia, the newly released version from 1978. As someone from a future generation, he found it rather dull, yet he had not expected much, so his disappointment was minimal. Conversely, the audience was engrossed. Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiomei didn't even blink. It was evident that entertainment was scarce in those days. Having lived a tumultuous life in his previous existence, Chen Dayong found himself appreciating the slower, more vibrant pace of this era. If only one could have enough to eat. After the film concluded, Chen Dayong led his younger siblings home amidst the throng. Along the way, Xiao Wu and Jiomei chattered excitedly about the plot, with Xiao Jiomei even breaking into song. "Hey, there are flowers on the mountaintop, fragrant at the foot of the hill. Isn't it lovely?" she asked, leaning her head on Chen Dayong's. "Indeed, it is," he replied with a smile. Chapter 16. Subduing the little rascals that night, Chen Dayong returned to the pond to catch fish and shrimp. Fortune smiled upon him as he managed to catch a turtle once more. Though it was not as large as the previous one, it still weighed over 4 pounds. On his way home, passing by Sister Xiuqin's house, he noticed a shadow stealthily emerging. It was none other than Su Damao, the film projectionist. Su Damao recognized Chen Dayong. And both men were aware of the awkwardness of the situation. Chen Dayong knew what Su Damao was up to. And Su Damao could guess the purpose of Chen Dayong's bamboo basket. I didn't see you. Did you see anything? Chen Dayong inquired. Su Damao paused, then quickly responded. I didn't see anything either. They exchanged awkward glances before parting ways. Behind the door of Sister Xiuqin's house, she leaned against the door, her hands tightly clasped. Lips pressed together, her expression obscured by the darkness. Once the two men had left and silence ensued, she suddenly began to sob quietly. Upon returning home, Chen Dayong dried himself and went to bed. The next morning, as he was about to take Xiao Jiu to work at the team house, Sister Xiuqin approached him. She carried a small bag of rice and some dried mushrooms. It was evident that these were part of what Su Dama had given her the previous night. Sister Xiuqin had grown increasingly reticent and self-conscious. After placing the items down, she said nothing and turned to leave. Sister, I believe that for the sake of life. And for Xiaozhu, there is no shame, Chen Dayong said thoughtfully, altering his form of address. Addressing her as sister rather than sister-in-law signifies a desire to free her from the lingering influence of her late husband, Chen Dazhu. Sister Xiuqin felt a warmth in her heart and responded with a soft acknowledgement. Return with Xiaozhu. We shall all head to the team house together, Chen Dayong suggested. Thus, Chen Dayong led Jumei, while Sister Xiuqin took Chen Xiaozhu, and the four of them set off towards the team house. The subsequent days returned to a state of tranquility, a calm that Chen Dayong yearned for, as did all those among the impoverished. This tranquility signified the continuation of their lives, the assurance that no one would succumb to hunger. In these times, the resilience of the impoverished was indeed fragile. Their lives could scarcely endure any upheaval. Chen Dayong believed this serene existence was tied to the gradually ripening sweet potatoes of the collective farm, which were often pilfered, with Chen Dayong himself sometimes participating in the theft. He and his siblings could not subsist solely on wild vegetable porridge. The family of Chen Dayong fared reasonably well. During a day of rest, he ventured into the city once more, selling some soft-shelled turtles for 10 pounds of rice and 2 yuan. Alongside occasional fish and shrimp for meals, coupled with sweet potatoes, the family enjoyed dry meals every other evening over the past month. Chen Dayong, amidst his growth spurts, was beginning to recover from his previous deficiencies, while Xiaowu also started to gain some weight. The transformation in Jiumei was the most pronounced, the little one. Once pale and emaciated with sparse, yellowing hair, had now returned to a normal state. As the Gregorian calendar reached January 16th, aligning with the lunar calendar's November 29th, it was yet another day of rest. Chen Dayong had managed to accumulate 2 turtles, one weighing over 4 pounds and the other just over 2. He planned to journey into the city once more. Thus, before dawn, he shouldered his bamboo basket and tucked a sharpened wooden stick into his pocket, setting forth on his path to the city. In the biting winter chill, his pace was slow, and by the time he reached the county town, the sun was nearing its zenith. Chen Dayong made his way directly to the home of Sister Su Xiaowei. Along the way, he encountered a little scoundrel who was extorting money from street vendors. Whether this was a result of his previous encounter with Chen Dayong, which had led him to discover a new avenue for profit, was uncertain. However, this rascal had abandoned selling eggs for a new venture in collecting protection fees. He informed the vendors that he had connections within a speculative trading studio, assuring them that if they paid the fee, they would not be chased away. Yet, the reality was that paying the fee did not guarantee their safety. The scoundrel's promises were utterly worthless. Still, they felt compelled to pay. Failure to do so would result in trouble from his so-called acquaintances at the speculative studio. He was akin to an incessant and irritating plaster, exuding repugnance. Chen Dayong planned to avoid him and turned to take a different route. Stop. However, the little scoundrel, with keen eyes, spotted Chen Dayong and immediately shouted. Chen Dayong bolted. Damn it, I finally see you again. The little scoundrel spat, giving chase. Had Chen Dayong had nothing with him, perhaps the scoundrel would not have pursued him. However, the little rascal spotted Chen Dayong, who was carrying a bamboo basket, evidently heading into the city to sell fish, shrimp, or perhaps giant soft-shelled turtles. Recognizing the potential for profit, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Don't run. Even if you flee, it will be futile. If you dare to run again, I'll catch you and break your legs. Chen Dayong sprinted desperately. with the little rascal hot on his heels, hurling curses incessantly. Amidst this chase, they entered a narrow alley. As Chen Dayong turned into the alley, he extended his foot. Ouch! Before long, the little rascal followed suit, tripping and landing face first on the ground. This fellow, who was once merely a petty merchant with a few unscrupulous traits, had now devolved into a ruffian. In a few years, when the crackdown comes, he will surely find himself behind bars. The little rascal had set his sights on Chen Dayong. Realizing that running and evading was futile, Chen Dayong resolved to confront and subdue the little rascal. Ensuring he would no longer dare to provoke him, Chen Dayong lunged forward, pinning the little rascal down. His left elbow pressing against the back of the rascal's neck while his right hand rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a sharpened wooden stick. "You scoundrel! If you dare to ambush me, your end has come. Let me go, or I swear I will not rest until this is settled." The little rascal, still oblivious to the dire situation, continued to curse. However, his curses quickly turned to screams. Without further ado, Chen Dayong brandished the wooden stick and thrust it into the rascal's backside, drawing blood. "Scream again, and see what happens," Chen Dayong sneered. The little rascal, truth be told, was not very old, merely 19, and having been on the streets for just over a year, he had seldom faced hardship. Unaccustomed to such a predicament, he became utterly terrified. And indeed, he soiled himself. No longer daring to shout, he pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm still young, just a child. I didn't know better. I promise I will never trouble you again." The little rascal begged in a hushed tone. Chapter 17. The Wrath Against the Old Hag. With this encounter, Chen Dayong discerned the true character of the little rascal. He scoffed inwardly, recognizing him as nothing more than a lowly thug, hardly deserving of the title of ruffian, initially intending to inflict a few more blows to teach the rascal a lesson. Chen Dayong reconsidered. "I'm not afraid of you coming after me again. If you dare, just come, and we shall see what I can do to you," he remarked with a disdainful smile. "I swear I won't dare again. I truly won't." The little rascal assured him. "Moreover, in these tough times, everyone struggles to make a living. If you dare to bully others again, I will confront you every time I see you. Don't you feel any shame?" Chen Dayong admonished. "I won't dare. Next time, I won't take their bribes," the little rascal reiterated earnestly. Satisfied, Chen Dayong released him. "Get lost." At these words, the little rascal felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, immediately turning to flee. Chen Dayong shook his head in amusement and then made his way to Su Xiaohui's home. Today's encounter has instilled a sense of fear in the young rascal, extinguishing his inclination to continue his reckless ways. He has now embarked on a more earnest path, selling goods, which has fortuitously allowed him to evade the impending crackdown years later, emerging unscathed. Consequently, the young scoundrel harbors no resentment towards Chen Dayong. Instead, he feels a profound respect and gratitude towards him. As time progressed, the special economic zone flourished, and the young rascal opted to seek his fortune there, crossing paths with Chen Dayong once more. However, such matters are best left for another time. Chen Dayong arrived at Su Xiaohui's residence. In the small courtyard, Sun Xiaomei and Sun Xiaoli were playfully engaged in their antics. An elderly woman sat in a chair, basking in the sunlight. Yet her gaze was fixed on a room within the house, her lips moving as she muttered vitriol-laden curses, calling out shameless names and vile slurs. Chen Dayong frowned upon overhearing this. Upon noticing his arrival, the elderly woman did not greet him, but merely scoffed. "Another one has come." Some individuals do not become wicked in old age. Rather, they are simply malevolent souls who grow old. This elderly woman epitomizes that very notion. "Where's mother?" Chen Dayong inquired as he set down his bamboo basket. Xiaomei replied, "An uncle has come to visit." Xiaoli added, "Mother is in the room talking with the uncle." Chen Dayong then comprehended the reason behind the elderly woman's frenzied behavior. Just then, a door swung open, revealing Su Xiaohui and a middle-aged man emerging. The latter, already balding and portly, was recognized by Chen Dayong as the head of the grain station. "Who are you?" the balding man asked, narrowing his eyes at Chen Dayong. Su Xiaohui interjected, "This is a young brother of mine from the countryside, here to deliver some soft-shelled turtles. The last two I received were from him." The balding man nodded, glancing at the bamboo basket with a smile. "We must not shortchange your young brother." With that, he departed. Chen Dayong maintained his composure, though his mind was troubled. This old fellow was indeed audacious, brazenly engaging in such actions in front of Su Xiaohui's family, and during broad daylight, no less. How impatient. "Brother Dayong, you've arrived," Su Xiaohui said, brushing her hair back, her demeanor somewhat awkward as she greeted him. Chen Dayong nodded. "I brought 2 soft-shelled turtles today." "All right. Su Shaohui said, glancing at the turtles in the basket. Let us say 6 yuan. How does that sound? Good. Chen Dayong agreed without hesitation. Stay for lunch before you leave. It won't inconvenience me, all right? Your cooking is delightful and hearty, even if you didn't invite me. I would shamelessly linger until I finished every morsel. Chen Dayong chuckled. Enough of the pleasantries, shall we? Hurry and start cooking. My precious granddaughters are both famished. At that moment, the elderly woman interjected, I'm hungry. Is that all right? Grandma, I'm not hungry. The younger sister, Sun Xiaoli, innocently countered. I'm not hungry either. Echoed Sun Xiaomei. The elderly woman glowered. Well, I am. Does that not count? Mother, I'll go prepare dinner right away, Su Xiaoli quickly replied. Then busied herself in the kitchen. Who would have thought that the fiercely bold Su Xiaoli outside would be so intimidated by her mother-in-law at home? Chen Dayong understood that this was not fear, but rather Sister Su's guilt and self-reproach towards her deceased husband. Yet, did she truly need to feel guilty? Did she need to bear this self-recrimination? Chen Dayong felt that she did not. At her tender age, with her attractive appearance, if she truly wished to escape, to avoid being trapped in this household and living a life of solitary mourning, who could possibly blame her? Even if she chose to leave her mother-in-law behind and remarry, taking her 2 daughters with her, who could cast judgment upon her. Yet, she remained, as he observed the freshly washed clothes in the basin. Still waiting to be hung out to dry, he took the initiative to assist with the task. Ah, you put that down. Do not touch it. Is it appropriate for a young man like you to meddle with a woman's garments? The elderly woman chided. You should simply sit there and enjoy your meal. Once you are done, be on your way. In the future, if you wish to sell or purchase anything, do not bother that foolish girl Xiaohui. You ought to refrain from taking advantage of her. Chen Dayong's expression darkened. He could no longer contain himself. Old lady, may I speak a few words? He said, directing his gaze toward the elderly matron. Indeed, it may seem somewhat inappropriate for a young man to hang women's clothes. However, Sister Xiaohui is exceedingly busy. Can she manage everything on her own? If she cannot, then they must be set aside temporarily. I see you are in robust health, yet you merely consume without contributing. If you remain idle, it falls upon me to assist with the drying, does it not? In our lives, we must adhere to the principles of conscience. Why must Sister Xiaohui confine herself to this household? She has many suitors. Even if she were to take Xiaomei and Xiaoli with her, there would be men willing to accept them. However, no one is inclined to take an elderly mother-in-law along. Because of you. She is left with no choice but to stay here. If you were in poor health, there would be no issue. The crux of the matter is that you are well, yet you do not help manage this household. If you would only share some of the burdens, Sister Xiaohui could find life a bit easier, perhaps even alleviating her need for the assistance of another man. Yet, here you are, consuming without contributing, constantly nitpicking, expressing disdain, and displaying contempt. Do you still consider yourself a person? Do you possess any sense of conscience? If you genuinely believe that Xiaohui has wronged your son, tarnishing this household's reputation, then why not simply pass away? With your departure, Xiaohui could remarry with Xiaomei and Xiaoli, and all would be well. The elderly woman, trembling with anger, stood up and pointed a finger at Chen Dayong, struggling to find her voice. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaomei and Sun Xiaoli, who had been playing, one rushed inside to call for their mother while the other approached, glaring at Chen Dayong, warning him not to speak ill of their grandmother. These children appeared perceptive, yet they had been led astray by their grandmother. Su Xiaohui hurried out, seeing her mother-in-law in such a state, and quickly supported her. Brother Dayong, what has happened? She inquired, unaware of the circumstances. It is nothing, Chen Dayong replied with a smile. I was just remarking on how fortunate the old lady is to have a daughter-in-law like you. Chen Dayong's words flowed effortlessly. To be honest, if it were anyone else, they would have simply left at this point, as staying for lunch would be exceedingly awkward. However, Chen Dayong, with his thick skin, refused to take his leave. The old woman had previously accused him of living off others and taking advantage, yet he had indeed done just that. This remark further enraged her. Su Xiaohui was not naive. She realized that Chen Dayong was now embroiled in a quarrel with her mother-in-law. She was well aware of her mother-in-law's nature. Her words were often harsh. Mother, Dayong is a guest. If he has inadvertently offended you, please do not take it to heart. Su Xiaohui urged, attempting to placate her mother-in-law. She discreetly signaled to Chen Dayong, advising him not to lower himself to her level. The old woman, fuming, sat down in silence. Su Xiaohui continued to tend to the fire and prepare the meal, while Chen Dayong resumed hanging the laundry. The 2 children amused themselves with 2 turtles, creating a moment of harmony. Once the meal was ready, they all sat down to eat. Afterward, Chen Dayong took some money and accepted 2 small pieces of malt candy from Sister Sue before departing. This time, he did not purchase any grain, as the family's supplies were sufficient with the New Year's grain distribution approaching. After Chen Dayong left, to Su Xiaoyi's astonishment, her mother-in-law unexpectedly decided to wash the dishes. "Mother, let me do it. You should sit and digest your food," Su Xiaoyi quickly interjected. "No, I can manage." Her mother-in-law insisted, refusing her offer and determined to wash the dishes. Su Xiaoyi found this behavior puzzling, but ultimately relented. She took the wooden box containing the malt candy and went outside to sell her goods. As dusk approached, she returned home to prepare dinner for the family. To her surprise, her mother-in-law had already cooked the meal. What had prompted this change in her behavior? Su Xiaoyi pondered in confusion. "Mother, please refrain from cooking in the future. It can be dangerous. Just wait for me to prepare the meals," she suggested. "What danger could there be? I have spent my whole life cooking, and though I haven't done so in recent years, my skills have not diminished. Is my cooking not satisfactory?" the old woman retorted, glancing at her with displeasure. "Mother, you are getting older," Su Xiaoyi began, but her mother-in-law interrupted her. "I may be aging, but my health remains robust. I am quite capable. Now let us eat." Su Xiaoyi fell silent, and the family proceeded to dine together. After the meal, as Su Xiaoyi prepared to wash the dishes, her mother-in-law beat her to it. Following a brief dispute, the old woman successfully claimed the right to wash the dishes. Su Xiaoyi then washed her 2 daughters and continued to boil water, preparing to give her mother-in-law a foot bath. Yes, she still had the duty of washing her mother-in-law's feet, a task she had undertaken since entering the family. However, after filling the basin, her mother-in-law insisted on washing Su Xiaoyi's feet instead, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Mother, what has come over you?" she asked in alarm, feeling somewhat flustered. She could hardly allow her mother-in-law to wash her feet. "Xiaoyi, let me wash your feet just this once." Today, that young man awakened me with his words. "I apologize. Dear daughter, had it not been for my shortcomings, you would not be burdened with this family, nor would you have to endure such hardships. Yet, I have been ungrateful and harsh. My conscience weighed down with regret," the old woman confessed, tears streaming down her face. She was indeed awakened by Chen Dayong's scolding. Su Xiaoyi stood there in a daze, and then suddenly burst into tears. Years of pent-up grievances erupted all at once. As the sweet potatoes were fully harvested, the crops were completely gathered, and the time had entered mid-December of the lunar calendar. With less than half a month until the new year, there was little work left to be done, and the team members began to take turns working. The elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were largely excluded from this rotation. Consequently, the 2 brothers, Chen Dayong and Chen Da, found themselves unemployed. Thus, the 3 siblings were left to consume their dwindling resources. Their already scarce food supply was depleting at an alarming rate and could barely last a few more days. Just as Chen Dayong contemplated whether to venture into the city to purchase some provisions, the team issued a notice announcing a collective meeting on the 24th, the day of the minor new year, to distribute money and grain. Thus, he abandoned the idea of going to the city. On the 24th, the day before Chen Dayong's family would run out of food, the team convened for the collective meeting to commence the distribution of funds and grain. After fulfilling the national grain quota, the remaining grain would be split into 2 halves, one half converted to cash based on work points, and the other half distributed equally among the team members. This approach was designed to accommodate families with many members but insufficient labor. In some teams, the grain allocated per capita constituted less than 30 of the total, providing additional support to the laborers. Conversely, there were teams where the proportion exceeded 70, offering extra aid to those unable to work due to age or disability. This year, Chen Dayong accumulated a total of 600 work points. In the first half of the year, following the death of his elderly mother, he received 224 yuan for his work. This calculation indicated that 1 work point was worth 4 cents. Presently, Chen Dayong's labor earned him 10 work points, equating to a daily wage of 40 cents. Over a month, assuming 28 days of work, he would earn 11 yuan. Of course, this figure would be further reduced when factoring in the grain distribution, which was also divided among the population, meaning that the cash he received would certainly be less than 224 yuan. Thus, a laborer earning 10 work points in a rural setting would struggle to make even 20 yuan a month, while urban workers typically earned over 30 yuan. Indeed, regardless of the era, honest farming seemed the least promising of pursuits, Chen Dayong mused. Nevertheless, he recognized that farming in this era was still superior to that in later years. At present, The reform and opening up had only just begun, and the country remained largely agrarian, rooted in agriculture. In subsequent years, farmers' monthly earnings would dwindle to less than half, or even a tenth or 50th of their urban counterparts. Chen Dayong decided to keep a small portion of the grain he received and sold the rest, planning to leave with his siblings after the new year. He managed to sell it for 150 yuan. Consequently, after the year-end distribution of funds and grain, he calculated that he had saved a total of 384 yuan, of which 10 yuan came from selling turtles. Chen Dayong tucked the money into the front pocket of his trousers, wary and cautious. In this era, theft was rampant. With the recent distribution of funds, he knew he had to be vigilant against thieves. This sum of money represents the foundation of existence for the three-member family, a cornerstone that must not be jeopardized. Thus, that night, Chen Dayong clutched a sharpened wooden stick tightly in his hand. If a thief were to dare invade his home, he would not hesitate to wield it with lethal intent. Chapter 19. New Year and land redistribution. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed, and it was now New Year's Eve. As it was the first New Year Chen Dayong experienced after his arrival, he wished for a celebration that transcended the ordinary. Therefore, early that morning, he ventured to the county supply and marketing cooperative sales point in town to procure some pork. At present, while grains were affordable, meat was rather expensive. With pork priced at 1 yuan per pound, Chen Dayong purchased half a pound. He also exchanged shrimp and fish with his neighbor, Sister Xiuqin, for 3 eggs. Consequently, that afternoon, the reunion dinner was splendidly lavish, featuring garlic stir-fried meat, garlic stir-fried eggs, and stewed fish. They did not rush to eat. First, they set off firecrackers. Little Wu eagerly asked, "Brother, may I light them?" "All right, but be careful," Chen Dayong replied, handing him the matchbox. Little Wu eagerly accepted the matchbox and proceeded to ignite the firecrackers. Jiumei quickly covered her little ears with her hands, and moments later, the firecrackers erupted with a series of loud bangs. Little Wu, full of mischief and unafraid of injury, leaped over and back again over the firecrackers. Chen Dayong watched with amusement, though regrettably, they soon ran out. Chen Dayong lamented the expenditure. He had purchased 100 firecrackers for 50 cents, a price comparable to half a pound of pork. "Come, let's close the door and enjoy our meal," Chen Dayong called out as he entered the house. Just as they sat down, the sound of firecrackers erupted once more from outside. The neighbors, Sister Xiuqin's family, had also begun to set off firecrackers. Thinking of Sister Xiuqin celebrating alone with her son, Chen Dayong turned to his younger siblings and inquired, "Little Wu, Jiumei, how about I invite Sister Xiuqin and Xiaozhu to join us for the new year?" "Sure, the more, the merrier," Little Wu enthusiastically agreed. "I'll go call them." Jiumei chimed in, equally agreeable. "All right, off you go," Chen Dayong said, affectionately patting her head. Soon, Jiumei dashed outside but returned shortly, alone. "For brother." Sister Xiuqin refused to come. She held out her palm, revealing 2 dimes as her lucky money. Those who are humble often possess a stubborn pride. Chen Dayong contemplated briefly before deciding to let it be. "Then we shall celebrate our own way." He chuckled. "Just wait here." Chen Dayong entered the bedroom, initially intending to give out the lucky money the following morning. However, since Sister Xiuqin had already set the precedent, he resolved to distribute it now. Emerging from the bedroom, he began to hand out the lucky money. "Little Wu, since you are the eldest, here is 1 yuan for you, along with a string of firecrackers. Jiumei, here is 50 cents for you, along with a string of firecrackers as well." Both strings contained 50 firecrackers, priced at 20 cents each. "Long live for brother," Little Wu exclaimed joyfully. Jiumei's eyes squinted into crescent moons as she beamed. "Thank you, for brother." "Come and eat," Chen Dayong said with a cheerful smile. After the meal, Chen Dayong went next door and sent Chen Xiaozhu a red envelope containing 50 cents as New Year's money. Upon his return, night had fallen, and under the twinkling stars, Chen Dayong walked with a light step. The following morning, he was awakened by the raucous sounds of Xiaowu and Jiumei, eager to set off firecrackers. Rather than being annoyed, Chen Dayong reminded them not to let the firecrackers endanger their eyes before allowing them to venture out. He nestled into his warm bed, reluctant to rise, dozing for a bit longer before finally getting up. To his delight, he discovered that it had begun to snow. "Next year is sure to be a prosperous one," he murmured softly. The snow continued to fall heavily, blanketing the world in white by afternoon. Undeterred by the cold, Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiumei began to throw snowballs. However, after exhausting their supply of 50 firecrackers, the two returned home, somewhat disheartened, along with Chen Xiaozhu. Seeing his younger siblings return with downcast expressions brought a smile to Chen Dayong's face, tempered by a hint of sympathy. He proposed, "Shall we build a snowman?" They eagerly agreed, and the three siblings commenced their snowy endeavor. They first crafted a small snowman, which Chen Dayong pointed out to Xiao Jiomei, declaring, "This one is Jiomei." Next, they fashioned another snowman, prompting Xiao to exclaim, "This is me, this is me." Finally, they constructed the largest snowman of all, which Xiao Jiomei named Sigua. The grand snowman held the smaller snowman in its left hand and the tiny one in its right, mirroring the trio of siblings before it. Suddenly, the spirited Chen Xiaozhu dashed back to their yard and began to pile snow for his own snowman. He crafted a small one and then set about making a larger one. "Xiaozhu, time for dinner," called out Sister Xiuqin as evening approached. Just as he finished the larger snowman, Chen Xiaozhu turned to his mother with a silly grin and said, "Mother, this is you, and this one is me." By the time the snow melted, it was already the 7th day of the lunar year. On that day, Chen Dayong ventured out early and did not return until dark. Yangfeng County has a train station, though not in the county seat. It is located in Linhuiguan town, hence it is also known as Linhuiguan Station. Chen Dayong had gone to check the train schedules. There was only one train, ending its journey in the bustling metropolis, far from its destination in Guangdong province. Fortunately, Yangfeng County is quite close to Bangbu City, which also has a train station. One can take a bus to Bangbu Station, then board a train to Guangzhou, followed by another bus to Shenzhen, the renowned Pengqing. Buses to Bangbu City depart daily from the county seat, the earliest around 10 in the morning. Chen Dayong had already mapped out his plans to leave after the 15th day of the lunar month. While dining, the educated youth, Li Jianguo, arrived with a flashlight. "Are you all eating?" he inquired. "Hey, your meals seem quite good," he remarked upon seeing fish, suspecting Chen Dayong had stealthily caught some from the pond. However, he tactfully refrained from mentioning the suspicious circumstances. "Brother Jianguo, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Would you like to join us?" Chen Dayong asked with a grin. "I've already had my meal, so I won't impose," Li Jianguo replied with a smile. After a brief pause to clarify his intentions, "I have come to deliver a notice. Tomorrow, the team will hold a collective meeting, and everyone must attend." "Can you guess what it is about?" Li Jianguo inquired. How could Chen Dayong possibly guess? He shook his head, replying, "I won't speculate. I'll find out when I go tomorrow." "It's pointless." Li Jianguo pouted, conceding, "Well, I'll tell you then." This afternoon, the brigade issued a notice requiring each team to complete the land allocation before the 15th of the month. "Brother Dayong, our Shan village will also implement the household contract responsibility system." As he spoke, a beaming smile spread across Li Jianguo's face. Chen Dayong was taken aback. "So soon?" "Soon." Li Jianguo raised an eyebrow. "The state issued the document 2 years ago, in 78, and now it has finally reached our village. How is that quick?" Chapter 20. Departing among the stars. To be honest, the speed of land allocation in Shan village surpassed Chen Dayong's expectations. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Shaojiang village, the first village to embrace reform and opening up, was located in Yangfeng County. The poorer the area, the more swiftly it adapted to policies, for poverty compels change. Stagnation only leads to demise. Previously, there was no choice, but with policies in place now, no one wishes to wait for death. Thus, Chen Dayong felt a sense of relief. "Brother Dayong, are you preparing to leave?" Li Jianguo asked. Chen Dayong hesitated, unsure whether to speak the truth. "Don't hide it from me. I noticed you sold your year's worth of grain, which indicates your intention to depart." Li Jianguo continued. "Did you know in advance that the team would allocate land after the new year? Once the land is allocated, it is undoubtedly beneficial for families with ample labor. However, for families like Chen Dayong's and Sister Xiuqin's, who are elderly, sick, or disabled, it poses challenges. Previously, they could benefit from collective meals, but now they must rely solely on themselves. Consequently, with the allocation of land, Chen Dayong must leave." Li Jianguo assumed that Chen Dayong had learned of the news beforehand and had sold his grain to prepare for his departure. He was somewhat astonished by Chen Dayong's awareness of current events. "Yes, I plan to take my younger siblings and leave," Chen Dayong replied with a smile. "Where do you intend to go?" Li Jianguo asked. "I plan to head south to the coastal cities. The state has chosen to open up, and coastal cities will undoubtedly be a priority. They will be among the first to embrace foreign trade," Chen Dayong explained. "There, commerce and industry will flourish, leading to significant development and abundant opportunities. I believe I can find my path there." Chen Dayong did not explicitly mention Shenzhen, as it had not yet become an economic special zone that would occur later in the year. Nonetheless, by this time, Shenzhen had already begun to transform into an export zone, experiencing rapid growth. Chen Dayong's words astonished Li Jianguo. He realized that Chen Dayong was not only quick-witted but also possessed foresight, unlike someone who had never been educated or traveled far. Very well. As long as you have a plan, Li Jianguo said, feeling a twinge of regret. He wished that Chen Dayong had received an education. I must take my leave now. I still need to inform other families, Li Jianguo stated before departing. Fourth brother, are we truly leaving this place? Xiao Wu Chen Dayong inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Chen Dayong nodded, affectionately ruffling his hair. Indeed, after the land is divided, if we remain here without the means to cultivate it, we may as well await our demise. Furthermore, I do not wish to spend my life confined to this impoverished valley. We must venture forth. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, alleviating his worries. I will follow fourth brother. I shall follow fourth brother as well. Wherever he goes, I shall go, Jumei exclaimed. The following day, the team convened for a collective meeting, presided over by the captain, Chen Feilai, who orchestrated the land distribution. In the entirety of Yangfeng County, land was scarce and the population abundant, particularly in Shanghai Village. In years past, for 8 out of 10 years, there was no need to pay grain taxes. Not only were they exempt, but the government even provided subsidies. The land was apportioned equally according to population. Families like Chen Dayong's and Sister Xiuqin's, with fewer members and comprising mostly women, children, and the elderly, found farming to be an insurmountable challenge. Chen Dayong's family received 1 plot of land in 2 smaller parcels. He promptly sold them to Li Jian, effectively leasing the land for a meager sum of 300 yuan. On the 15th day of the month, Chen Dayong took his siblings to pay respects to their parents and ancestors at their graves. This journey would preclude their immediate return, and they feared it would be many years before they could come back. May our journey be smooth. May we be blessed with health, free from ailments and disasters. May we rise above our circumstances. Chen Dayong prayed earnestly to his late parents and ancestors. Upon returning from the gravesite, Chen Dayong pondered and sought out Sister Xiuqin next door. Sister, would you care to join us on our journey? He asked. Sister Xiuqin shook her head. Dayong, I appreciate your concern for my well-being and that of Xiaozhu. However, you need not worry. Su Demao has been reassigned to the city and has assured me that after some time, Xiaozhu and I will follow him there. I plan to transfer the land soon and bring Xiaozhu to the city. Understanding that Sister Xiuqin and Xiaozhu had a plan in place, Chen Dayong felt reassured. He gently patted the head of the spirited Chen Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu, when we reach the city, remember to look after your mother. I will, Chen Xiaozhu replied, nodding earnestly. Later, Sister Xiuqin handed Chen Dayong 50 yuan, saying, when one ventures out into the world, having some money for protection is essential. Chen Dayong declined the offer. Upon returning home, he began to pack. In truth, there was little to gather, just a few clothes and some flatbreads he prepared. The next morning, bright and early on the 16th, Chen Dayong locked the door behind him and set out on the path away from their homeland. As they tread beneath the stars, he hoped for liberation akin to a dragon escaping a shallow pool or a tiger returning to the mountains. Upon their arrival in the county seat and boarding the bus, they discovered it was already 9 o'clock. The bus was about to depart. Originally, he had intended to bid farewell to his elder sister Su Xiaowei, but time was insufficient, and he had to forego that plan. Fourth brother, this bus is enormous, Jiomei exclaimed, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings with wonder. She had never left Shanghai Village in her life, having only seen the team's ox-drawn carts and donkey carts before. Xiao Wu leaned against the window, observing the streets outside. Although the county seat appeared similarly desolate, it was undeniably more sophisticated than the rural countryside they had known. For 11 years, he had never left Shan Village, and he could never quite get enough of his younger siblings. Just having entered the city and boarded the bus, he felt that Chen Dayong's decision to leave was remarkably justified. While Xiao Jumei had yet to form many thoughts, Xiao Wu had already resolved never to return to that small mountain valley. Shortly after, the bus set off. The ticket collector began selling tickets. Everyone, please buy your tickets. 30 cents each, children ride for free. Chen Dayong handed over 60 cents. At that moment, a man squeezed in. With no seats available, he had to sit in the aisle right next to Chen Dayong. Hey, little brother, where are you headed with your family? The man inquired as he pulled out 30 cents for the fare. Chen Dayong did not speak the truth. He simply replied that he was visiting relatives. Do you know where I'm going? He asked. The man seemed to be quite talkative and friendly. Chen Dayong engaged him. And where might you be going, brother? Hee. I'm also off to visit relatives, the man chuckled. Chen Dayong nodded and fell silent, while the man busied himself with a comic book. A glance from Chen Dayong revealed it was the Railway Gorillas. The man had clearly read it countless times, yet he remained thoroughly engrossed. This also revealed a glimpse of the current state of affairs. The spiritual sustenance available to these people was sorely lacking. Suddenly, the bus came to a halt. The man reading the comic, due to inertia, lurched forward, but Chen Dayong, quick-witted, caught him just in time, preventing him from face-planting. Thank you, little brother. The man expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Chen Dayong merely nodded, his attention shifting as he called out to the ticket collector, "What is going on? Why have we stopped?" It was not just Chen Dayong who was perplexed. Many passengers voiced their concerns as well. The ticket collector turned back and replied, "There are a few children playing ahead, blocking the road." Upon hearing this, many passengers turned pale. "Don't stop, keep going. Just run them over. Hurry," they urged loudly. Chen Dayong handed Xiao Jiomei to Xiao Wu and stood up to peer outside, only to see a group of 7 or 8 individuals rushing towards the bus. The foremost among them shouted, "Open the door." Chen Dayong's expression shifted in alarm, and he shouted back, "Do not open the door." They were encountering highway robbers. At that moment, it was an era when highway robbery was rampant. It was so severe that entire villages would set up roadblocks to rob passing vehicles. To stop the vehicles, these robbers shamelessly used small children as obstacles, standing in the middle of the road, even if one recognized the situation for what it was. If one's heart was not steely enough to run over those innocent children, stopping would spell disaster for everyone on board. At best, they would lose money. At worst, they would lose their lives. In these times, life was already challenging, and losing money was akin to losing life, merely a delay in death. Clearly, they were facing highway robbers. The bus driver and the ticket collector appeared to be novices, having never encountered such a situation before. "Drive on quickly. Do not open the door. Leave quickly." An urgent voice echoed within the vehicle. Some women and young girls, gripped by fear, burst into tears. Beside them, Xiao Wu's face turned pale as he tightly embraced Jiomei, whose small face was equally ashen. Their father had perished in a struggle against highway robbers, and they had not even been able to recover his body. Though still young, they understood well the terror and cruelty of these bandits. These individuals resorted to such desperate measures because they felt they had no other choice. Yet, once they crossed that line, their actions became exceedingly brutal, rationalizing their deeds with the belief that they were fighting for their lives, for the survival of their families. Chen Dayong had no time to comfort his younger siblings. He swiftly retrieved a sharpened wooden stick and rose to compel the driver to move. However, another man acted even more swiftly. A round-faced youth dashed to the front of the vehicle and inquired, "Where are your weapons?" In these times, one must be prepared while on the road, just in case. Although the driver and ticket collector were novices, they would not be wholly unarmed. The ticket collector, flustered, hurriedly opened a wooden box containing several watermelon knives and a few shortened firearms. The round-faced youth seized a watermelon knife and pressed it against the driver's neck, coldly threatening, "Drive. Hurry." The driver hesitated, terrified. "If you don't drive, I'll kill you." The driver, eyes tightly shut, still did not dare to move. "Open the door. Let us in." Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a group of bandits began pounding on the car doors, demanding entry. One of them, wielding an iron rod, struck the car window, startling a woman seated by the window into frantic screams. Chen Dayong rushed to the front, took a firearm, pulled the woman away, and aimed through the shattered window, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the anguished cries of the man. The shot had struck him in the face. Due to the firearm's modifications, it lacked lethality, merely splattering blood across his visage. Though the man was disfigured, his life was spared. Chen Dayong discarded the firearm and grabbed another, peering through the broken window at the bandits outside. "Move aside and let the children pass. Otherwise, we shall fight. And I wonder how many of you will survive." He then turned to the others in the vehicle, shouting, "Those with weapons, come forward and take the knives." Instantly, 3 individuals rushed to the front and seized the watermelon knives. A standoff ensued, and ultimately, the bandits, realizing they were facing formidable opponents, decided this vehicle was not worth the trouble and pulled the children aside, clearing the path. Without further hesitation, the driver started the engine and sped away, thereby resolving the crisis. Sweaty and breathless, Chen Dayong returned to his seat, casting aside the firearm. "Well done, little brother. You have courage." "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you." The vehicle erupted in cheers and expressions of gratitude. Sister Gio, overwhelmed by her emotions, threw herself into Chen Dayong's embrace, bursting into tears. It's all right, Sister Jiao. Don't cry, Chen Dayong hurriedly reassured her. Observing Xiao Wu's eyes welling with tears, he admonished, How old are you? Hold it back. Who says I'm crying? Who says I'm afraid? Xiao Wu retorted, turning her gaze towards the window, her tears retreating. Once his anger subsided, Chen Dayong felt a twinge of regret. He gently patted Xiao Wu's head, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. You handled that quite well, remarked a round-faced man as he took a seat beside them. Chen Dayong offered a wry smile. I was compelled to. To be honest, I'm still a bit tense. He added with a chuckle. The round-faced man grinned and introduced himself. I'm Zhao Jun. What do they call you, brother? Chen Dayong. A name that promises great utility in the days to come. Chen Dayong replied, introducing himself as well. Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback by this self-introduction, finding it perplexing yet intriguing. Chen Dayong, an ordinary name, suddenly seemed remarkable when spoken with such confidence. Observing Zhao Jun's youthful visage, it was evident he possessed considerable courage for traveling with younger siblings. His earlier act of bravely fending off a group of highway bullies showcased his audacity and spirit. Coupled with his current demeanor, Zhao Jun sensed that Chen Dayong was far from ordinary. I believe that Brother Dayong will surely achieve greatness in the future, Zhao Jun remarked. Aligning himself with this sentiment, Chen Dayong smiled modestly. It's merely a name, but I appreciate your kind words. Truth be told, Chen Dayong held a favorable impression of Zhao Jun as well. His previous actions reflected a commendable bravery, contrasting with his gregarious and loquacious demeanor. At that moment, the bus arrived at the Bengbu railway station. Chapter 22, Arrival in Shenshi. Given Zhao Jun's desire to befriend Chen Dayong and Chen Dayong's inclination to reciprocate, they exchanged a bit of their backgrounds. It turned out they were both heading south to Shenshi. This was fortuitous, as they could travel together, providing companionship along the way and support upon reaching Shenshi. Thus, their camaraderie blossomed. In these times, the green-skin trains were notoriously slow, far slower than Chen Dayong had anticipated. His provisions had long since been consumed, and he had spent 4 to 5 yuan on food during the journey, a fact that stung his wallet. Consequently, after 5 days of travel, they finally arrived at Guangzhou Station. Shall we continue by train to Shenshi, or take a bus? Zhao Jun inquired. The 5-day train journey, filled with continuous conversation and shared experiences, had quickly deepened the bond between Zhao Jun and Chen Dayong, transforming them into friends. In 2 lifetimes, Chen Dayong's steadiness, maturity, sophistication, and eloquence had thoroughly impressed Zhao Jun, leading him to regard Chen Dayong as a leader in their budding friendship, often deferring to his judgment on various matters. At present, there exists an antiquated train station in the Shenzhen area where one can travel from Guangzhou to Shenzhen by train. However, Chen Dayong decided to take the bus instead. Opting for the bus would ensure that they could arrive in Shenzhen before nightfall. Indeed, traveling by bus is swifter. Very well, let us take the bus. Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of 4 boarded a bus bound for Shenzhen, arriving as dusk descended. Throughout the journey, Chen Dayong observed the landscape of Shenzhen. Although it has been transformed into a special economic zone, only the Shikou area has developed into an industrial hub, while other regions remain desolate. In essence, it resembles a small fishing village. They disembarked at Shenxi Town. Shikou is not only an industrial zone, but also a tourist destination, hence Shenxi Town boasts numerous accommodations, both state-owned and privately operated. In this regard, Shenzhen is ahead of most places in the country. Chen Dayong, accompanied by his younger siblings and Zhao Jun, found a modest private inn to stay. To save money and ensure safety, the 4 shared a single room, with the nightly rate being merely 1 yuan. Chen Dayong took charge of the room payment, while Zhao Jun procured some food, which also cost around 1 yuan. During their meal, Zhao Jun candidly admitted, Dayong, the truth is, I am actually visiting relatives. They reside across the way. I plan to venture over later tonight. And what about you? When do you intend to cross over? I know you must also be heading that way. Upon learning of Zhao Jun's intention to travel south to Shenzhen, Chen Dayong realized that he intended to cross the sea to Hong Kong. Why? Because, at present, the Shikou area of Shenzhen, despite being developed into an industrial and tourist zone, is still in its nascent stages. The infrastructure is being managed by China Merchants Shikou Industrial Zone Holdings, a wholly state-owned enterprise that does not recruit workers externally. At this juncture, there are no employment opportunities to be found in Shenzhen. The influx of laborers into Shenzhen will only commence once the special economic zone is established and the infrastructure in Shikou is completed, with foreign factories moving in. This means that those arriving in Shenzhen now are either tourists or, more commonly, individuals eager to reach Hong Kong. Only by crossing over can one find work and sustain oneself. Zhao Jun, evidently not lacking in intelligence, was aware that Chen Dayong and his siblings were also aiming for the other side. Yet, throughout their journey, they refrained from explicitly addressing it. Xiao Wu cannot swim. The weather has yet to warm up, and the water is too cold. Xiao Wu and Jiao Mei must remain here temporarily, while I go over first and return to fetch them. It could take as little as a week or as long as half a month. During this time, I must make arrangements for the two of them, Chen Dayong stated. At this point, there was no need for further concealment. Four of us cannot abandon me and Xiao Wu, Chen Dayong added. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Mei exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Xiao Wu, too, felt a surge of anxiety. Brother, if you are not around, I am unfamiliar with this place. If we were at home, with money and food, I would fear the 7 days or half a month. But here, in this strange land, I truly feel alarmed. Chen Dayong gently patted Jiao Mei's head and glanced at Xiao Wu. He initially intended to save a little money for his younger siblings, allowing them to stay at this small inn for a while until he returned to fetch them. The government has policies in place that enable individuals with relatives in Hong Kong to apply for a one-way permit to join their family and settle in Hong Kong. For young ones like Xiao Wu and Jiao Mei, who have no guardians in the mainland, the chances of obtaining a one-way permit are quite high when they're guardians. Chen Dayong possesses a Hong Kong identity card. However, leaving the two children in this unfamiliar place to fend for themselves for a period felt rather cruel. After some contemplation, Chen Dayong ultimately decided against it. You go ahead and cross the sea, provide me with your relative's address, and I will seek you out upon my arrival. He said to Zhao Jun. How well can you swim? Zhao Jun inquired. Chen Dayong nodded in affirmation. Quite well. I swim well too. We can each carry one of them. The distance is short, so it should be manageable, Zhao Jun suggested. The distance is indeed quite close. The nearest stretch of sea between Shenzhen and Hong Kong is merely about 50 meters. Swimming across should pose no issue, but the water is exceedingly cold. In winter, if Xiao Wu and Jiao Mei were to fall into the water, they would undoubtedly fall gravely ill. I cannot take that risk. Chen Dayong gently declined Zhao Jun's proposal. All right then, you should set off early. We shall meet in Hong Kong, Zhao Jun conceded, realizing further discussion would be futile. Xiao Wu and Jiao Mei immediately felt a sense of relief and resumed their meal. Later that night, Zhao Jun procured a water basin from the inn and then departed. Crossing the sea to Hong Kong is feasible for anyone with decent swimming skills, given the short distance. Nevertheless, unforeseen accidents can occur, and drowning remains a perilous reality. Watching Zhao Jun's retreating figure, Chen Dayong murmured, I hope he remains safe. Yes, if he is safe. He will have somewhere to stay when he eventually reaches Hong Kong. He then returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. Before sleeping, he contemplated his future plans. To ensure absolute safety, it is essential to wait for the weather to warm up completely and for the water temperature to rise. Xiao Wu must learn to swim. Her aquatic abilities need to be competent. He estimated they would need to stay in Shenzhen for 3 to 4 months. During this time, he could not afford to remain idle. He needed to find something to do. Working was not an option, as jobs were scarce. The area had already permitted individual businesses, so he could apply for a business license and engage in some small trading. Most locals who could leave had already crossed over to Hong Kong, leaving behind mostly the elderly and young. Conducting business with the local populace would be unfeasible. However, there were opportunities in the Shekou region, particularly catering to the construction workers, as well as the tourists visiting the area. Chapter 23. Temporarily staying. Engaging in small business primarily revolves around the essentials of people's daily lives or the service industry. By focusing on human needs, business opportunities arise. Yet, Chen Dayong's capital was exceedingly limited, totaling less than 670. He was reluctant to invest all of it into business. As previously mentioned, he had younger siblings, and his margin for error was minimal. Every step must be taken with utmost caution and stability. He could only dare to allocate half of it as capital. But what could that accomplish? Starting from attire, one might consider opening a clothing store or simply setting up a stall to sell garments. However, the pressing question remains, where can one source ready-made clothing? In the blink of an eye, where could one possibly find such supplies? In a previous life, he thrived in the fashion industry, possessing a profound understanding of clothing design. He could indeed procure fabrics and create his own garments for sale. Yet, this would necessitate the purchase of a sewing machine, which represents a considerable financial burden. Moreover, selling the garments poses a significant challenge. Presently, there is a scarcity of construction workers, and the few tourists that do arrive are predominantly foreign nationals, friends from Taiwan, Australia, and Hong Kong. Such visitors may not be inclined to purchase inferior clothing during their brief stay. High-quality, upscale garments are beyond their reach, rendering the current market rather limited. Turning to the culinary sector, construction workers typically dine at canteens, thus the clientele would solely consist of travelers. However, these travelers require sustenance, presenting an opportunity. Yet, upon self-reflection regarding his culinary skills, Chen Dayong realizes that only Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiao may appreciate his cooking, which hardly qualifies as noteworthy. Hiring a professional chef is financially unfeasible. Considering accommodation, construction workers have their quarters on-site, leaving travelers as the only potential customers. However, in Shenxi town alone, there are numerous inns, creating fierce competition. The crux of the matter is that establishing a guest house requires substantial property investment, a venture Chen Dayong cannot afford. Given the current circumstances in the market, it is prudent to abandon the idea of hospitality for the time being. The tourist influx in the city is minimal, primarily gravitating towards the Shiko area for sightseeing. The need for transportation is questionable, and acquiring such means is beyond Chen Dayong's capabilities. After much contemplation, Chen Dayong's focus shifted to the service industry. With a majority of travelers being foreigners and compatriots, the language barrier presents a significant challenge. Additionally, unfamiliarity with the area necessitates guidance. Hence, Chen Dayong envisions establishing a personal translation agency. His proficiency in English positions him well for this endeavor. By dedicating a day to thoroughly explore the locality, he could familiarize himself enough to serve as a guide. Though the market may be modest, the clientele will be affluent, allowing for higher service fees. Consequently, the primary expense would be the rent for a modest 10 square meter storefront, with negligible cost beyond that. Resolute in his decision, the following morning, Chen Dayong vacated his room and, accompanied by his younger siblings, embarked on a quest for housing. Ultimately, he found a residence not far from the small inn. The landlords were an elderly couple, living alone since their son had relocated to Hong Kong 2 years prior, doing quite well for himself. Last year, he brought his wife and 2 children over, leaving the elderly couple behind, longing for the company of family. Upon learning of Chen Dayong's intent to rent, and seeing Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiao, the couple readily agreed to rent the place to him for a mere $2 a month, displaying remarkable warmth and hospitality. Truth be told, the couple felt a profound loneliness in their advanced years, as their children and grandchildren were absent from their lives. Had Chen Dayong sought to rent alone, the price would have certainly been higher. Their fondness for Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiao brought them joy and companionship, prompting the couple to offer an unprecedented deal. The landlady even remarked that if he could pay the rent, it would be acceptable, and if not, it was inconsequential. With no further deliberation necessary, Chen Dayong moved in immediately. The bedding and other necessities were readily available, sparing Chen Dayong considerable effort. After enjoying a complimentary meal from the landlord at noon, he decided to leave his younger siblings at home and venture out in the afternoon to continue his search for a storefront. Remaining within the confines of Shenxi town, he scoured the local area. Presently, the Shiko region was bustling with machinery, and travelers were opting to settle in Shenxi town, which elucidates the abundance of lodgings in the area. After a lengthy afternoon of searching, Chen Dayong finally found a suitable location, a 2-story house facing the street. Given that Shenxi town is prone to water accumulation, those with means typically constructed 2-story homes, the upper floor for residents and the ground floor serving as a storage area. Chen Dayong decided to rent the ground floor storage space. The rent was somewhat steep, at 5 yuan per month, but the location was ideal. With a relatively upscale state-run restaurant to the left and a state-run inn not far to the right. Moreover, the space was ample, spanning 20 square meters. With a storefront secured, his next step was to apply for a business license from the relevant authorities. It is worth noting that a business license and an individual business permit are distinct entities. The former is akin to a temporary license. The official business permits would not be issued until December 11th of this year, with the first one granted to Zhang Huamei from Wenzhou. The following day, Chen Dayong proceeded to the town commune to apply for the business license. He was received by a person named Sun Aijia. You hail from Yangfeng County in Anhui Province? What brings you here from so far away? Sun Aijia inquired, perusing Chen Dayong's introduction letter with curiosity. At that time, he did not possess an identity card. His travel identification relied solely on the introduction letter. Fortunately, due to the timely land distribution policy, Chen Dayong had secured an introduction letter when he left home with his siblings. Without this policy, obtaining such a letter would have been impossible. And even if he wished to engage in small business, he would have had to do so clandestinely, with no means to apply for a business license. Lacking proper identification, he risked repatriation if discovered. Our team allocated land, but in our area, there is scarce land and an abundance of people. It is just me and my siblings left to tend to the fields at home, waiting for an inevitable demise. A fellow intellectual youth advised me that the nation was embarking on reform and opening its doors, that coastal cities offered many opportunities, and that individual business operations were permitted. Thus I brought my siblings here, Chen Dayong fabricated. Sun Aijia nodded in understanding and continued his inquiry. What exactly does this translation agency do? It primarily engages in guiding and translation services. We have numerous foreign tourists visiting. They are unfamiliar with the area and often face language barriers. I can accompany them on their excursions and assist with translations, charging a service fee in return, Chen Dayong explained. Sun Aijia grasped the concept. Do you speak foreign languages? Chen Dayong continued his fabrications. My elder brother from the intellectual youth group speaks English exceptionally well, and I learned from him. He then demonstrated his English skills. Welcome to Huagua. This is Shincher. My name is Chen Dayong, and I am your guide and translator. Upon hearing this, Sun Aijia's eyes sparkled with interest. Although he could not comprehend the language, he had previously encountered foreigners and heard them speak. He discerned that Chen Dayong's English was remarkably fluent, indistinguishable from that of those foreign individuals. What a talent! Very well, I shall submit your application. Whether it is approved rests upon your fortune, Sun Aijia concluded. Chapter 24. The inauguration of Dayong Translation Agency. Certainly, Chen Dayong replied with conviction. Oh, how can you be so certain? Sun Aijia inquired, perplexed. Chen Dayong smiled, saying, Our nation is on the path of development, and it relies heavily on those foreign friends. They travel from afar to visit. If their experience is unsatisfactory and they do not receive proper service, they are unlikely to invest in us. By establishing this translation agency, I can facilitate a more convenient experience for these foreign friends. Surely, the authorities will grant approval. Sun Aijia pondered for a moment and found Chen Dayong's reasoning quite sound. His eyes sparkled once more. All right, then you should return and await news, he declared. Very well. Chen Dayong rose, preparing to leave. As he reached the doorway, he paused and turned back. Brother, there is something I am uncertain whether I should express. What is it? Sun Aijia asked. I believe you should consider changing your name. Change my name? Sun Aijia was bewildered. Why would I randomly change my name? Change it to Sun Aigua. If you are called Sun Aijia, others might think you love your family, but not your country. If you do not pursue politics, then it matters little. However, if you do, it should have some relevance. Sun Aijia suddenly slapped his forehead. Brother, you make a compelling point. Very well, Dayong, I shall personally assist you with your paperwork. Chen Dayong's smile broadened. Thank you, brother. He then departed from the town's commune. What followed was a period of anticipation. While awaiting the approval of his permit, Chen Dayong remained industrious. He visited restaurants and hotels, acquiring a collection of old newspapers at a bargain, and made simple renovations to the facade of the translation agency. He also enlisted a carpenter to construct a set of office desks and chairs, as well as 2 benches with backs. He needed to create a sign. Thus, he procured a rectangular piece of thin wood, covered it with white paper, and inscribed the words Dayong Translation Agency in large letters, while the services of translation and guiding were written in English. With that, the sign was completed. It is often said that one is judged by their attire. And since he would be serving foreign guests, appearing too rustic or shabby was not an option. Chen Dayong discovered that his landlord, Mr. Chen, possessed a sewing machine. He then purchased polyester fabric from a local fabric store and fashioned 2 crisp shirts. He returned to the fabric store to buy a wool blend material and crafted himself a suit. Having acquired clothing, he realized he could not overlook footwear. Consequently, he visited a shoe store and bought a pair of leather shoes. Following this, he had his hair cut short. Upon returning home and donning his new attire, he transformed from a rural, unrefined individual into a sharply dressed business elite, leaving Xiaowu and Jiomei wide-eyed in astonishment. In the town commune, there existed only the business management group, which served as a predecessor to the town's industrial and commercial office. Sun Aijia was the sole member of this group, and his personnel records were not under the town commune, but rather with the Municipal Business Management Bureau. Sun Aijia lacked the authority to approve individual business operation permits. Such matters had to be reported to the city. After submitting the report in accordance with previous regulations, Sun Aijia's request was swiftly denied. The reason was that a translation agency is a novel business form, and currently, There are no precedents for individual operations, therefore, approval was withheld. After a moment of astonishment, Sun Aijia decided to assist Chen Dayong. Thus, he personally visited the Municipal Business Administration Bureau. Leaders, our nation needs development, and we are relying on our foreign friends. If they journey from afar to visit us and are not well served, they will naturally refrain from investing in us. Establishing this translation agency would facilitate better interactions for these foreign guests. Sun Aijia conveyed Chen Dayong's words verbatim to his superiors. Furthermore, he passionately asserted, leaders, our city is a special export zone, a designated tourist area, and the forefront of national openness. I personally believe we must possess the audacity and courage to be pioneers. Besides, allowing an individual to operate a translation agency is not a monumental issue. Chen Dayong is truly talented in English. We cannot afford to let such a talent slip away. While the leaders did not recognize Chen Dayong's potential, they did recognize Sun Aijia's capabilities. They even noted that the subordinate had suddenly changed his name, now calling himself Sun Aigua. Intriguing. Ultimately, they agreed to grant him the business license as Sun Aijia. Now Sun Aigua was leaving. The leader patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him to work diligently, stating that the city needed courageous and tenacious officials like him. The meaning was clear to even the dullest mind. Feeling valued, Sun Aigua left with a sense of elation. Upon returning to the town commune, he excitedly took the business license to meet Chen Dayong. After a week of preparations, Chen Dayong was about to inquire about the business license at the town commune when he unexpectedly ran into Sun Aigua outside. Oh, I was just about to look for you, Sun Aigua said with surprise. Chen Dayong's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, so, has my business license been approved? Yes, indeed. I was just about to deliver it to you, Sun Aigua replied, pulling the license from his briefcase and handing it to Chen Dayong. Chen Dayong took it, glancing at it with some joy. With this document, he could operate the translation agency legally and in compliance with regulations. When do you plan to open for business? Sun Aigua inquired. The sooner, the better. I will officially open tomorrow, Chen Dayong responded. All right then, I will visit your shop tomorrow, Sun Aigua smiled. Thank you for your support, brother Sun. Chen Dayong replied warmly. Sun Aigua waved his hand, saying he was merely curious to see something new. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Chen Dayong agreed, but was called back by Sun Aigua. By the way, my name has changed. I will now be called Sun Aigua. So soon? Chen Dayong exclaimed. Then I wish brother Sun a prosperous future and continuous success. Chen Dayong praised. I appreciate your kind words, Sun Aigua replied with a smile. They then parted ways. The following day, bright and early after breakfast, Chen Dayong, impeccably dressed in a suit, led his younger siblings to the translation agency. Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei were also clad in new attire, which Chen Dayong had personally procured fabric for and tailored. Observing the astonished and envious glances from the two children directed at his polished suit, he decided to make a set for each of them as well. Reluctant to let his children miss out on experiences, Chen Dayong purchased a firecracker that made 500 loud pops. He tossed a box of matches to Xiao Wu, instructing him to light it. With enthusiasm, Xiao Wu complied and set off the firecracker. The crackling sounds drew the attention of passers-by, who paused to watch. Once the noise subsided, Chen Dayong clasped his hands together and bellowed, wishing us great success on our opening day. Wishing us great success. Xiao Wu mimicked him, shouting, Great success. Jiu Mei followed suit with her sweet, childish voice. Thus, on the third day of the second lunar month, corresponding to March 19th on the Gregorian calendar, Chen Dayong's translation agency officially opened its doors after his reincarnation. He hoped for great fortune and abundant wealth. Chapter 25. A grand opening just as they had opened. A couple, presumably husband and wife in their 30s, approached the store to inquire. Do you speak English? The woman asked. The potential customers were of Chinese descent and conversed in Mandarin, likely overseas Chinese or compatriots from Taiwan, Australia, or Hong Kong. Chen Dayong smiled and replied, I do. Recognizing that this was not the moment for modesty. However, I believe you may not need it. The woman scoffed, I think you're boasting. Chen Dayong chuckled softly and promptly delivered a sentence in English. May I ask what assistance you require? The woman widened her eyes in surprise. You really can, she exclaimed, noting the clarity of his pronunciation. Ignoring her, Chen Dayong turned to the man, asking, Where are you from? After a brief pause, he added, Please, have a seat and we can chat. Once the couple settled down, Chen Dayong signaled to Xiao Wu to serve tea. Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei had already established their roles. Xiao Wu poured the tea while Jiu Mei delivered it. To be honest, Xiao Wu, being the elder, had developed a sense of pride that made him somewhat self-conscious and timid. In contrast, Jiomei had a more carefree disposition, unafraid of strangers. She approached with both hands cradling a teacup. The woman exhibited a hint of disdain, likely apprehensive about hygiene, while the man accepted the cup, saying, "One is enough for her." Jiomei noticed the woman's disdain and, after delivering the tea, returned to Chen Dayong's side, pouting slightly, though spirited and carefree. The little one was not oblivious to the nuances of emotions. Chen Dayong affectionately patted her head. "I originally hailed from Guangdong County, but crossed the sea to the other side. This time, I returned with my wife to visit family for the new year. Since the new year has passed, we plan to return to Hong Kong soon," the man explained. After a moment's pause, he added, "I've heard that housing communities are being developed here. I'm unsure of the truth, so I've lingered for a few days to gather information. Have you found any answers?" Chen Dayong pondered briefly before responding. "Have you thought about inquiring at the local township office?" The man shook his head. "No, everyone seems uncertain. No one knows." A man coughed softly and remarked, "I am a fugitive from Hong Kong. Where could I possibly go? It's not that I lack courage, but I feel rather embarrassed. At present, the populace still harbors a degree of trepidation towards the authorities, unlike in later times, when citizens are bold enough to confront officials with their smartphones if they err." Chen Dayong nodded in understanding and then smiled, stating, "General inquiries are free of charge. However, this information is quite significant. A guiding fee of 10 yuan seems reasonable. What do you think? Are you out of your mind? Charging 10 yuan just to ask a question? Why don't you just rob me?" The woman retorted fiercely. "Look at you, all impeccably dressed in a suit. Yet you turn out to be a miser," she continued. "Do not speak ill of the fourth brother." Xiao Jiomei protested, her neck straining as she spoke. "Jiomei, the fourth brother is conducting business. Refrain from interrupting," Chen Dayong interjected. The little girl let out a soft "oh," looking somewhat aggrieved. Chen Dayong held her close, disregarding the woman's outburst, and turned to the man, saying, "Your inquiry suggests you are looking to purchase a home, likely intending to buy one for your family in Guangdong County. Yet, you are understandably wary of being deceived. After all, real estate transactions are not permitted in the mainland, and there are no precedents for the sale of commercial housing. A house, no matter how inexpensive, would still cost several tens of thousands, certainly not a trifling sum. Spending 10 yuan to ascertain the truth, to ensure peace of mind, seems quite reasonable to me. What do you say?" Guangdong County is what would later become Guangdong City. Situated north of Shenzhen, it remains a small county to this day. 10 yuan is not much, the man pondered before producing the money. Xiao Wu approached to receive the currency, while the woman opened her mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, clearly acknowledging the validity of Chen Dayong's argument. After all, when considering a purchase that could amount to tens of thousands, 10 yuan pales in comparison. To my knowledge, there are indeed collaborations between Hong Kong businessmen and the Shenzhen government to develop residential complexes. However, construction has yet to commence, Chen Dayong stated after accepting the payment. "My personal recommendation is that you should not rush to hand over any money. It would be wise to wait a while." The mention of a residential complex reminded Chen Dayong of the first commercial housing project in the country, Donghu Liyuan. This complex was developed in collaboration between Hong Kong businessman Lu Tianjiu and the Shenzhen government, which provided land use rights, while Mr. Lu supplied the funding. The profit-sharing arrangement saw the Shenzhen government taking 85 and Mr. Lu 15. This partnership was established in the early 1980s. Given that this individual claimed to have heard news in Hong Kong, it indicated that Mr. Lu had disseminated the information to generate interest in the sale of pre-construction units, suggesting that the partnership had indeed been finalized, with the site chosen in the Lu district. The lack of activity at the moment suggested that construction had not yet begun. "Please leave me your telephone number. Should construction commence, I will be sure to contact you," Chen Dayong proposed. "That sounds excellent," the man exclaimed with delight. "Here, I will give you another 10 yuan for phone expenses. If there is any development, please do not hesitate to call me." He then provided his name, contact number, and the additional 10 yuan. His name was revealed to be Li Dagwan. Chen Dayong readily agreed, and shortly thereafter, Li Dagwan departed with his wife. "Now, I can finally return to Hong Kong with peace of mind." Chen Dayong felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised that as soon as he opened for business, he received an order, effortlessly earning 20 yuan. Xiao Wu and Jiomei were even more elated. Seizing the moment, Chen Dayong imparted the wisdom of commerce to his younger siblings. "Xiao Wu, Jiomei, remember that the customer is king. We must never argue with them. Our priority is to find ways to encourage them to part with their money. Understood, Xiaowu replied earnestly, deep in thought. From now on, I will never argue with them again, Jiomei admitted, acknowledging her previous mistakes. At that moment, the landlord, Mr. Qian, and his wife arrived, bearing a string of firecrackers as a congratulatory gesture for the trio. Xiaowu, light the firecrackers, Mr. Qian called out. Sure, Xiaowu responded eagerly, taking the firecrackers and rushing outside. The Qians lingered for a while before departing. Shortly after, the landlord's son descended from upstairs, also bringing a string of firecrackers to celebrate. The landlord and his wife both worked at the granary. They had an elderly mother still alive and 2 children. The elder, Zhou Taijun, was a year older than Chen Dayong, nearing 18, yet idle and doing nothing, largely due to a lack of job opportunities and no land to cultivate at home. His younger sister, 8 years old, was currently in school. Zhou Jun did not hurry to leave. After offering his congratulations, he stayed to play in the shop. Just then, a cacophony of firecracker explosions erupted, followed by a surge of people flooding in. Upon seeing them, Chen Dayong furrowed his brow. The rascals have arrived. Chapter 26. The rascals arrived. The 50 firecrackers soon finished exploding. Congratulations on your grand opening. Wishing the boss immense prosperity, one person exclaimed with a smile and clasped fists. Immediately, the others chimed in. May the boss's fortune flow abundantly. Congratulations. Wow, this boss is quite young. The group, all in their 20s, exuded a carefree demeanor. A discerning eye would quickly recognize them as a band of idle ruffians. To put it bluntly, they were nothing more than local thugs. Their visit, masked as congratulations, bore an unmistakable air of insincerity. Chen Dayong felt a wave of disdain wash over him, his expression darkening. Truth be told, those with any ambition had already crossed the sea to seek their fortunes in Hong Kong. The young people left behind were either like Zhou Taijun, who had family support, or those who were aimless and sought easy gains. The former were merely idlers, sometimes referred to as unemployed youth, while the latter truly embodied the essence of thuggery. The group before him clearly belonged to the latter category. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Taijun sprang forward. Huaga, this is my family's rented shop. We hope you and your friends can show some respect. Taijun, we all know this is your place. What's the matter? The leader of the group, silent until now, was met with derision from a long-haired youth beside him. You're not even part of the conversation, dog. Zhou Taijun retorted, standing his ground. You doggedly pointed at Zhou Taijun, ready to unleash your wrath, only to be stopped by the leader of the group. Brother Hua, with a jovial demeanor, looked at Zhou Taijun and said, Xiaojun, I am aware that this establishment is leased from your family. I have merely come to extend my congratulations. Such brazen words left Zhou Taijun at a loss. He turned to Chen Dayong, intending to introduce him. Dayong, they are. To be honest, Zhou Taijun held a deep admiration for Chen Dayong. At such a tender age, he spoke fluent English and donned a suit, embodying the demeanor of the upper class. At such a young age, he had become the pillar of his family, shouldering the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings. At such a young age, he had opened a shop and embarked on a business venture of considerable stature. In comparison to Chen Dayong, Zhou Taijun felt like a mere fool, a failure. He harbored a plan to align himself with Chen Dayong to assist him in the translation agency. Thus, today he set off firecrackers, lingering after his congratulations. Chen Dayong patted Zhou Taijun's arm, interrupting his introduction. No need, he said with a smile. He then turned to the leader, Brother Hua, and inquired, this joy, this firecracker. I accept it, but how shall I address you? His words were heavy with meaning. Brother Hua's eyes gleamed as he replied, Lu Hua. Sensing that this young proprietor was no ordinary individual, he continued, I merely came to congratulate the boss on the opening of his business, seeking a bit of auspicious money. Nothing more. Realizing he had stunned his counterpart, Chen Dayong pressed on. Is it auspicious money or merely a tea fee? The former is a one-time affair. Once the money is given today, we shall not trouble you again. The latter, however, is a protection fee, a recurring charge based on a schedule. Lu Hua, an ordinary thug, had never before encountered such underworld jargon. Upon hearing it, he comprehended its implications and was once again taken aback. Increasingly aware of the astuteness of this young proprietor, he quickly responded, it is indeed auspicious money, merely the cost of a firecracker. In the future, we certainly will not return. The others, witnessing this exchange, ceased their jovial demeanor and adopted a more serious and solemn expression. At that moment, Sun Aigua entered, carrying a briefcase. Dayong, I'm here, he exclaimed. Today, he was not alone. He had brought a friend along. As they entered the shop, his companion surveyed the situation and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "What is going on here?" His name was Chen Dayong, a special police officer from Shinsi Town. Due to Shinsi Town's unique status as a stopover for tourists, a police station was soon to be established, and Chen Dayong was poised to assume the role of chief. Upon their arrival, Lu Hua's group immediately became flustered. Lu Hua forced a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Brother Chen." Chen Dayong and Sun Igwa could easily discern the unfolding scenario, and their expressions darkened. "This is outrageous," Sun Igwa shouted. Chen Dayong, known for his volatile temperament, promptly slapped Lu Hua on the head and remarked, "Lu Hua, you are becoming increasingly brazen." Brother Chen, you misunderstand," Lu Hua hastily explained. "I share a brotherly bond with Tycoon. Is this not the storefront rented out by his family? I intended to light a firecracker to express my congratulations, nothing more." "Nonsense," Chen Dayong retorted. "I have no time to deal with you right now. Just get lost for now, and I'll settle things with you later." Fine. I will leave. We will leave at once." Lu Hua and his companions, like mice spotting a cat, shrank their necks and prepared to flee. "Hold on." Chen Dayong called out to Lu Hua and the others with a smile. Instantly, Lu Hua and his companions wore pained expressions and froze in place. "Today marks the grand opening of my business, and Lu Hua, my brother, has brought people to congratulate me. This is an honor for me. I, Chen, gladly accept this honor." As he spoke, Chen Dayong took out 5 yuan and instructed Xiao Wu to present it to Lu Hua. Lu Hua hesitated to accept. Chen Dayong continued, "This monetary gift is to share in the joy and to ensure peace. I have returned the favor, but if peace cannot be ensured, do not blame me, Chen, for becoming furious." At this, Lu Hua felt genuinely convinced and accepted the 5 yuan from Xiao Wu, then departed with his group. Chen Dayong turned to Chen Dayong and asked Sun Igwa, "Brother Sun, who is this?" "I am Chen Dayong." "Chen boss, you are quite the strategist." Chen Dayong interjected before Sun Igwa could introduce him. "So it is Brother Chen. I believe that with Brother Chen and Brother Sun as presence today, this venture will surely thrive," Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. "Haha, your eloquence is impressive," Sun Igwa laughed heartily. "Elder brother, here, have some water." At that moment, Jiomei rushed over with a cup of water in both hands. The little one certainly has a keen sense. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly filled another cup and presented it to Chen Dayong. Chen Dayong introduced, "This is Xiao Wu, my 5th brother Chen Dayong, and this is my younger sister, Xiao Jiu, Chen Xiaoyu. They are all well-mannered children." Chen Dayong, being slightly older, sighed with admiration. He then turned to Chen Dayong and said, "Little brother, you are quite exceptional. A wonderful big brother indeed." Chapter 27. Accepting Zhou Taijun, Sun Igwa and Chen Dayong stayed for a while before departing. They declined the invitation to have lunch together. Afterward, until lunchtime, no one entered the store, not even to inquire. This was to be expected, as it is the beginning of the year with fewer travelers. Since today is the grand opening of our business, let us not return home to cook. Instead, let us dine at the restaurant next door, Chen Dayong suggested. Xiao Wu and Jiomei cheered with delight. To be honest, neither of them had ever eaten at a restaurant before. "Well, my grandmother should have prepared a meal by now." "Dayong, Chen boss, I'll head back to eat," Zhou Taijun said, clearing his throat. He had spent the entire morning in the store without accomplishing anything, making it difficult for him to impose on them for a meal. Truthfully, after the commotion caused by Lu Hua and his group, combined with the support from Sun Igwa and Chen Dayong, Zhou Taijun's admiration for Chen Dayong had grown beyond simple respect. It had turned into deep reverence. He could no longer call him simply Dayong, and instead referred to him as Brother Chen. "Don't leave just yet." Seeing Zhou Taijun about to depart, Chen Dayong called out to him, "Let us eat together. It's no trouble at all. Is that appropriate?" Zhou Taijun hesitated for a moment, then replied joyfully, "There is nothing inappropriate about it." Chen Dayong smiled. "Very well then." Zhou Taijun agreed, saying he would return home to fetch a bottle of the grain liquor his father had hidden. He decided to refrain from drinking at noon since he needed to watch the store in the afternoon. Chen Dayong politely declined. "Then I want to drink," Zhou Taijun promptly replied. Soon after, the group departed from the shop and headed to the nearby state-run restaurant. A plate of shredded potatoes cost 50 cents. A plate of green peppers stir-fried with meat cost 1 yuan. A plate of loofah stir-fried with eggs cost 70 cents. And a plate of eggplant cost 30 cents. To be honest, the prices were indeed cheap, but unfortunately, in these times, while prices were low, wages were even lower. A laborer's monthly salary ranged from 30 to 40 yuan, averaging just over 1 yuan a day, which made the restaurant's prices seem exorbitant. Few could truly afford to dine there. Currently, the patrons of the state-run restaurant were mostly travelers and occasionally construction workers. Local residents seldom frequented this establishment. In 1978, the average annual income for local residents in Shenzhen was less than 150 yuan, which was even less than what Chen Dayong earned from farming in Yangfeng County. The reason for this was that this area had little arable land and was often flooded due to excessive water. How annoying. You keep taking all the meat. You've eaten it all, exclaimed Jiumei, pouting and complaining as Zhou Taijun took several more pieces of meat. This left the burly man quite embarrassed, as he merely indulged a little. Ahem, I won't take any more meat, Zhou Taijun coughed lightly and said. The fellow, not at all angry, cheerfully replied, one day, when I have money, I will treat you, fourth brother, and the two of you to a meal. That should be acceptable, right? Upon hearing this, Jiumei finally ceased her pouting. Chen Dayong found the scene amusing and affectionately ruffled her hair, reminding her to be polite. Hee, little Jiu is quite adorable. Much more so than my sister, Zhou Taijun remarked with a smile. After a brief pause, he became serious and said, fourth brother, I wish to follow you and work with you. Chen Dayong had already sensed Zhou Tiejuan's intentions. Instead of hastily agreeing, he inquired, why have you changed to calling me fourth brother? Hiki, calling you Chen Gu feels too distant. I feel closer addressing you as fourth brother. Just like Xiao Wu and Jiumei do, Zhou Taijun replied. Chen Dayong held a favorable view of this man. Zhou Taijun was tall, nearly 178 meters, and still had room to grow, possessing a physique well suited for standing out. However, he refrained from associating with Lu Hua and others, demonstrating his principles and boundaries. After several interactions, Chen Dayong found his character agreeable. Indeed, he had contemplated accepting him into his fold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited him to dine together. Thus, he nodded and said, all right, then you can help me with work from now on, starting by watching the store. Great. Thank you, fourth brother. Zhou Taijun exclaimed, suddenly exhilarated. However, Xiao was anxious. What about me, brother? If he watches the store, what will Jiumei and I do? I'll be responsible for pouring the water, Jiumei chimed in, asserting that her tasks had not been usurped. You two should go to school and learn to read. Chen Dayong had already made up his mind. It was unfortunate that none of the Chen siblings had ever attended school. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, left in a state of confusion. Jiumei's small eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Siggy, mother said that it is useless for girls to study. It is a waste of money. Jiumei felt a twinge of anxiety. Chen Dayong chuckled. That was because, at that time, our family was poor and could not afford school. That is why mother said such things. Now that Siggy can earn money, you and Xiao Wu should go to school and learn skills to assist me in the future. Yes, yes. Little Jiumei nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. I will study hard. Xi Wu, however, appeared somewhat shy. Brother, I do not wish to attend school. Chen Dayong inquired. Why not? I am already 11 years old, soon to be 12. I can help you without studying, Xiao Wu replied. At your age, you should be in school. In the past, our family's financial struggles hindered you, but fortunately it is not too late now, Chen Dayong remarked. It is perfectly normal to study at 11 or 12. With the college entrance examination reinstated, there are even students in their 50s and 60s at university. Without education and literacy, you can assist me, but your capabilities will be limited. Do you understand? If you study, you can help me even more. Regardless, Xi Wu, you must at least be able to read and write. You cannot even write your own name, can you? Listen to your brother. This matter is non-negotiable. All right. Xi Wu reluctantly agreed. Chen Dayong turned to Zhou Taijun. What grade did you complete? I graduated from middle school, but I never attended high school. I truly cannot continue studying. It is not for me, Zhou Taijun replied. Chen Dayong nodded. Graduating from middle school was already sufficient. At that moment, he held Zhou Taijun in higher regard. After the four of them finished eating, they returned to the translation agency. The entire afternoon passed without any assignments, though several curious customers entered the shop. Chen Dayong remained unperturbed. As twilight approached, he sent Zhou Taijun away, put away the advertisement board, locked the door, and led his younger siblings home. For the next few days, there were no assignments. Taking advantage of this free time, Chen Dayong enrolled Xiao Wu and Jiumei in the local elementary school in town, at a cost of 6 yuan per term for each child. One morning, Chen Dayong decided not to wait idly in the shop for customers to arrive. He prepared to take the initiative. He took an old newspaper, wrote the English words translation and guide with a brush, then instructed Zhou Taijun before stepping out of the store. He headed to the entrance of a hotel. Chapter 28. The Foreign Journalist. Chen Dayong stood at the hotel entrance, holding the newspaper aloft. Whenever a traveler entered or exited, he would call out in English, "Do you need a translator? A guide?" To his surprise, having grown to approximately 172 meters with a neat crew cut and impeccably tailored suit, he made quite a favorable impression. Coupled with his fluent English, he garnered considerable interest from many. However, most merely exchanged a few pleasantries before moving on, showing no intention of purchasing his services, as they typically brought their own translators. Those who did not would seek assistance from the government, which also arranged for translators. Chen Dayong did not feel disheartened and continued to wait. The translation provided is primarily conducted by foreigners, predominantly expatriates, who, unfortunately, lack familiarity with the local area. While their translation skills are adequate, they lack the guiding attributes essential for effective navigation. Conversely, the translators arranged by the government possess a thorough understanding of the locality. Yet their proficiency in English is subpar, rendering them ineffective in translation despite their guiding capabilities. At this juncture, Chen Dayong, a translator and guide, recognized his competitive edge. Surely, there would be discerning individuals who could recognize his potential. Just then, a striking blonde woman emerged from the hotel. She donned a pair of wide-legged blue flared jeans and a white down jacket, exuding a captivating presence, with a camera hanging from her neck. She was likely a foreign journalist, as such cameras are primarily used by reporters. The woman ventured out alone, and it seemed that the opportunity Chen Dayong had been waiting for had finally arrived. As he was about to approach her to introduce himself, the woman walked over to him instead. "Translator? Guide? Do you speak English?" she inquired, her eyes gleaming with hope. Chen Dayong smiled, instantly recognizing her strong need for assistance. This business deal was assuredly in his favor. "Yes, beautiful miss. My English is quite proficient," he replied with a grin. He then took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Chen Dayong, but you can call me Roger." The woman's eyes lit up. "I'm Sally. I happen to need both a translator and a guide. It would be even better if they were the same person. I believe you fit the bill quite well." "Thank you." Chen Dayong expressed his gratitude. "I shall be at your service, Miss Sally." He promptly secured the arrangement. "What are your rates?" Sally inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. She was a journalist from Black Hawk Nation, visiting China, specifically Shenzhen, for an interview. The reform and opening up policy of China had captured the attention of nations worldwide, resulting in an influx of foreign journalists eager to comprehend the changes taking place. Sally was among them, yet she was not on an official assignment. Rather, she had come privately, hence the absence of a translator. Initially, the local government had arranged for a translator, but she found their proficiency lacking and wished to circumvent the local authorities to conduct her interviews independently, hoping to uncover unique insights. Consequently, this morning, she decided not to inform the previous translator and ventured out alone. However, as a foreigner without a translator, she soon realized the challenges she faced. Initially, she intended to hire a translator from a nearby agency, but to her surprise, upon exiting the hotel, she encountered someone offering their services directly. Even more astonishing was the realization that his English was remarkably proficient, rivaling her own. "For just $10 an hour, Miss Sally, you can hire both a translator and a guide." Chen Dayong responded, displaying an innocuous smile, presenting himself as a fortunate find for Sally. Having finally come across a potential client, he was determined to make the most of it, confident in the value he could provide. "Then let us be on our way." Sally snapped her fingers, signaling their departure. Thus, the two set off. "I heard that a translation agency has opened on this street. Could it be that you, Roger, are affiliated with that agency?" The two conversed along the way. Sally gleaned more information about Chen Dayong, while Chen also learned some details about the foreign journalist. They made their way directly to the Shiko area, where they spent the entire day. Due to the nature of the interviews and the slow pace of translation, they barely managed to explore the industrial zone. Just before dusk, they returned to Shinsi town, where Chen Dayong escorted Sally back to her hotel. Sally compensated him for the day's work, 8 hours totaling 80 yuan, along with a meal allowance and tip of 20, bringing the total to 100 yuan. "Come here and wait for me in the morning," Sally remarked before entering the hotel. She was quite satisfied with Chen Dayong's services and intended to employ him for the following days. "As you wish." Chen Dayong called after Sally's retreating figure, leaving with a sense of joy. He had earned 100 yuan that day, covering all his expenses for running the translation agency. Including clothing and shoes, he had already broken even. "Fourth brother, where have you been all day?" Zhou Taijun inquired upon Chen Dayong's return to the agency. I took on a significant job, Chen Dayong replied with a smile. Zhou Taijun, curious, asked how substantial the job was and how much it would earn. Chen Dayong did not answer and instead said, you should go back now. Starting tomorrow, come to my place for breakfast. Zhou Taijun's eyes brightened, realizing that Chen Dayong intended for him to join in the work, and he immediately responded, all right, I'll be there first thing in the morning. He hurried home. Chen Dayong closed the shop and rushed to the fabric store, relieved to find it still open. He picked up some fabric and then went to a shoe store to purchase a pair of counterfeit warrior sneakers before returning home. With little time left to craft a suit, Chen Dayong planned to work through the night to create a Zhongshan suit. Nowadays, apart from a few government leaders and officials, few people wore the Zhongshan suit. This garment, like a suit, was worn by respectable individuals, as it was not practical for labor. However, following the economic reforms, by the mid-1980s, as suits gained popularity in the country, the Zhongshan suit made a resurgence due to its affordability, enjoying a brief revival. In Chen Dayong's view, the Zhongshan suit exuded a refined elegance comparable to that of a suit, while also imparting an air of authority perfect for a bodyguard. Indeed, Chen Dayong planned to accompany the foreign journalist for interviews the next day, bringing Zhou Taijun along under the pretext of providing security. Sally's interviews would last nearly a week, presenting an opportunity for an additional income. It would be foolish not to capitalize on such a readily available source. That night, Chen Dayong stayed up late, hardly getting any sleep, but he ultimately managed to finish the Zhongshan suit. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Zhou Taijun arrived at Chen Dayong's residence. As it was his first time going out to work, especially with foreign clients, Zhou Taijun dared not wear shabby clothes, feeling self-conscious and concerned about embarrassing Chen Dayong. Therefore, he donned his best work pants and liberation shoes, topping it off with an old military coat belonging to his father. Concerned that he had arrived too early and that no one was awake, Zhou Taijun stood outside the door, waiting. Chapter 29. Trapped by the foreign journalist. Dressed quite formally, aren't we? Chen Dayong teased, eyeing Zhou Taijun. Clearing his throat, Zhou Taijun chuckled, I wouldn't want to embarrass you. Wait here. Chen Dayong said as he entered the room, emerging shortly with a tailored Zhongshan suit and a pair of counterfeit warrior sneakers, tossing them to Zhou Taijun. I've prepared your outfit. Change into it. Upon seeing the Zhongshan suit, Zhou Taijun's face lit up with joy. A Zhongshan suit. This is splendid. Without hesitation, he changed into it. Chen Dayong appreciated his straightforwardness, glancing over to find him looking quite spirited and youthful. In truth, Chen Dayong had made a slight alteration, opting for a stand-up collar and a slim-fit style that would become fashionable in later years, in pure black. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, Zhou Taijun looked particularly dashing. The only awkward aspect was his hair. It was long and greasy, likely unwashed for several days. Oh dear, fourth brother, I forgot to wash my hair, Zhou Taijun exclaimed, realizing Chen Dayong was scrutinizing his locks. Should I wash it here? Long hair takes time to dry, especially without a blow dryer. How about you just shave it off and go for a crew cut like mine? Chen Dayong suggested after a moment's thought. Zhou Taijun immediately felt embarrassed. Fourth brother, my pockets are cleaner than my face. I'll advance you some salary, Chen Dayong said, pulling out 5 yuan and handing it over. Go get a haircut, and I'll bring you some pancakes shortly. Zhou Taijun agreed and promptly left. Since moving in with Mr. Chen Dayong had found life considerably easier. Oftentimes, he didn't even need to cook, sharing meals with Mr. Chen and his wife. After breakfast, Xiao Wu took Jiu Mei to school. Chen Dayong, carrying 2 pancakes, headed to the barber shop to find Zhou Taijun, who had just finished getting his hair cut and was admiring himself in the mirror. Let us go. Chen Dayong tossed him the pancakes. The two then made their way to the hotel entrance. Fourth brother, what should I say later? Zhou Taijun asked nervously as they awaited the arrival of the foreign journalist. Chen Dayong looked at him and replied, you don't need to say anything. Just follow my lead. Do as I instruct. Understood, Zhou Taijun replied. Just then, Sally emerged. Hi, she greeted, then turned to Zhou Taijun, curiously asking, who is he? My bodyguard, Chen Dayong responded with a smile. For your safety, I thought it prudent to have one. Rest assured, he is quite affordable, only 3 yuan an hour. Sally, of course, was unconcerned by such a trivial expense. She laughed, clearly satisfied, and remarked, Roger, you've thought this through well. The customer is always right. Sally noticed Zhou Taijun's awkwardness and anxiety, as well as his lack of English proficiency, which was why she had refrained from addressing him throughout. In fact, Zhou Taijun was relieved by this, as it eased his nerves. That day, Chen Dayong and Zhou Taijun accompanied the foreign journalist on an interview of the tourist area in Shiko. In the following days, the three individuals ventured into the countryside, interviewing farmers, fishermen, and various street vendors. After 5 consecutive days, their endeavor came to a close. That afternoon, Chen Dayong and Zhou Taijun escorted Sally back to her hotel. Roger, during these days, you have served as my translator and guide, traversing many places and interviewing numerous individuals. I realize I have yet to interview you, Sally said with a smile, gazing intently at Chen Dayong. May I interview you now? Let it be my final interview in China. Chen Dayong replied with a smile. Of course. Please proceed. Thus, the interview commenced. Roger, if I could take you to Black Hawk Country, would you be willing to leave your homeland? No, he replied. Why not? Your country is so impoverished, with countless individuals struggling to find enough food to eat and lacking clothing. Precisely for that reason, I cannot leave. I wish to remain here on this land, to build my country and make it better and more prosperous. Do you believe your country's policy of reform and opening up is good or bad? Undoubtedly, it is good. After a lengthy exchange of questions and answers, the interview concluded. Given that this foreign journalist might publish the interview, Chen Dayong approached each question with utmost caution, ensuring his responses were politically correct. He understood that once published, the news could enhance his standing before the government, benefiting his future prospects domestically, an investment in political capital. Shall we take a photo? Sally suggested at last. Chen Dayong readily agreed and stood alongside Zhou Taijun for the picture. From this significant assignment, Chen Dayong earned 600 yuan, while Zhou Taijun received 150 yuan. However, Chen Dayong did not hand over Zhou Taijun's payment, opting instead to pay him a monthly salary of 45 yuan. As for the expenses for clothing and shoes, he considered it a gesture of goodwill from employer to employee. This arrangement was already a dream come true for Zhou Taijun. Most importantly, working with Chen Dayong allowed him to broaden his horizons and acquire knowledge. Following this experience, Zhou Taijun felt significantly more confident and had grown considerably, fostering a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Dayong. After this major assignment, Chen Dayong found himself receiving job offers almost daily. Some were completed in a single day or half a day, while others, like Sally, required several days. Each time, Chen Dayong brought Zhou Taijun along. He noticed that after ceasing to offer bodyguard services, no one declined his assistance. Even when he raised Zhou Taijun's rate from 3 yuan to 5 yuan, no one refused. It appeared that the bodyguard and security service was indeed essential. In truth, the current situation in the deep market resembled that of a small fishing village, characterized by filth and disorder, poverty, and backwardness, factors that often accompanied public safety concerns. Foreign travelers harbored apprehensions regarding these issues. Thus, nearly half a month passed. As the lunar calendar approached the end of February, Chen Dayong assessed his earnings since the inception of his translation agency, which amounted to an impressive 300 yuan. This figure included a considerable sum in tips, surpassing his expectations and proving to be more lucrative than he had anticipated. Thus, he could not simply dismiss Zhou Taijun with a meager salary of 45 yuan. After some contemplation, Chen decided to grant him a salary of 150 yuan. That afternoon, when Chen handed the money to Zhou Taijun, the latter was initially taken aback, only to promptly refuse the generous offer. For brother, this is far too much. I haven't done much. I've merely accompanied you aimlessly. My parents work at the grain station, and together they earn only 70 yuan a month. You're giving me 150 directly, which is excessive. I cannot accept it. Besides, all the clothes and shoes I wear were bought by you. As he spoke, he attempted to return the money to Chen. Naturally, Chen would not accept it. He chuckled. Take it. I assure you, I will earn even more. Just don't think it's insufficient. Zhou Taijun shook his head vigorously, responding, for brother, no matter how much you earn, it is rightfully yours due to your capabilities. My job is entirely different. Anyone could do it. Well, as long as you have that mindset, Chen Dayong replied with a smile. You will not be shortchanged while working with me. Just then, a person rushed in with urgency. Brother Sun, what brings you here? Chen Dayong was taken aback to see Sun Aigua, whose expression was quite grim. Chen Dayong, what on earth have you done? How can you speak so recklessly? Sun Aigua questioned sternly. Chen, bewildered, replied, Brother Sun, what have I done? What have I said that was reckless? Sun's accusation seemed utterly unfounded. You've opened this translation agency and have you not received numerous foreign journalists? Sun Aigua continued. Chen nodded in affirmation. Is there not a female journalist from the Black Hawk Nation named Sally? Sun inquired further. Chen nodded again, recalling his impression of the foreign journalist. Reckless speech. Has that journalist's interview been published in the Black Hawk Nation? Chen Dayong began to understand Sun's concern. However, I have not spoken recklessly. Everything I said was perfectly legitimate and proper, he explained. Look for yourself, Sun Igwa retorted, pulling several newspapers from his briefcase and slapping them onto the desk. At that moment, Zhou Taijun offered water. Brother Sun, please don't be upset. Here, have some water. Get away. Sun, in a fit of anger, waved his hand, causing the water to spill everywhere. Zhou Taijun remained unperturbed, but felt somewhat awkward. Brother Sun, Taijun is just trying to help you. Why take it out on him? Chen Dayong interjected, attempting to ease the tension. He then curiously picked up the newspapers. There were 2 copies, one from the Black Hawk Nation and the corresponding Chinese translation. The articles detailed the interview conducted by the journalist Sally during her stay in Hua Nation, which included snippets of Chen Dayong's own words. As Chen donned his impeccably tailored suit and spoke fluent English, Shaley regarded him as a distinguished representative of Huagua's progressive individuals. The excerpts from the interview became a focal point, prominently reported and accompanied by images. The sight of the dapper Chen De alongside the traditionally attired Zhou Taijun was particularly striking. Roger, if I could take you to the Black Eagle Nation, would you leave your country? I would, came the reply. Why? Is it because your country is backward, impoverished, filthy, chaotic, and poor? Chen De, having only caught that segment, widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, that bitch, he exclaimed in anger. The content of the interview had been distorted by that wretched Shaley. He had clearly stated he was unwilling. Chen De, I truly misjudged you. I never thought you would turn out to be such a person. Are you still a Huagua citizen? Sun Igwa remarked with a sense of disappointment. Brother Sun, I have been deceived, Chen De hurriedly explained. The content of my previous interview was not like this. It has been manipulated. That bitch is sabotaging me. She is also deliberately smearing Huagua and our reform and opening up policies. I was merely used as a pawn by her. At this moment, Chen De began to realize the gravity of the situation. In the early days of Huagua's reform and opening up, not only were there dissenting voices domestically, but internationally. Various opinions abounded. Some supported the reforms, believing that with Huagua's vast population and market potential, immense benefits could be garnered once the doors were opened. Others opposed, fearing that such reforms would allow Huagua to rise and become a threat. There were even those who disparaged the policy, predicting its inevitable failure. The reporter from Black Eagle Nation, Shaley, clearly did not hold a favorable view of Huagua's reform and opening up. Look, even their own people do not support this policy. Even their so-called advanced representatives do not believe in it. Hence, it is bound to fail. This was the message Shaley sought to convey. Chen De had unwittingly become a weapon in the hands of that detestable woman. The thought of it filled him with rage. He wished he could rush to the Black Eagle Nation and confront that foreign journalist. Initially, he had hoped that Shaley would report the interview favorably, allowing him to enhance his image with the government and accumulate some political capital. Yet, she had played him for a fool instead. Chen De felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Is this true? Sun Igwa inquired skeptically, his eyes filled with doubt. Of course it's true. Chen De quickly defended himself. Brother Sun, do I look like a fool? How could I possibly say such things? Wouldn't that ruin my life here? Is reform and opening up bad? If it were, could I possibly run this translation agency? The implications of the situation were serious. And Chen De dared not take it lightly. If things went awry, he could be branded a traitor. Fortunately, it was now the 1980s. And reform and opening up had already begun. Had this incident occurred in the 1970s, he might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, this does not seem like something you would do. Sun Igwa pondered deeply and soon came to an understanding. Chen Dayong continued, Brother Sun, that woman who conducted the interviews had many people to speak to. I noticed that the content of many interviews in this report has been altered. To verify the truth of my words is quite simple. One only needs to ask those individuals, and everything will become clear. Sun Igwa nodded, feeling his anger dissipate. I will report this to the higher-ups. Rest assured, I will ensure your name is cleared. Chen Dayong grasped Sun Igwa's arm firmly. Brother Sun, we have an instant rapport. I genuinely regard you as my elder brother. I implore you to take this matter seriously and assist me in clarifying the situation with the government. Sun Igwa understood the gravity of the circumstances and nodded in agreement. Do not worry. I have noted what you just said. This matter is straightforward. It merely requires an investigation. He paused, his expression clouding over. However, I fear your translation agency may face closure. You ought to prepare yourself for that, Dayong. Chen Dayong felt a pang of apprehension in his heart. I understand, he replied. With a sigh, Sun Igwa departed. Chen Dayong's expression shifted dramatically. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that the translation agency would be shut down. To be honest, Chen Dayong felt a sense of dread and was no longer inclined to continue operations. It was a pity, as the business had been quite lucrative. Fourth brother, what did they say? Why is it that our translation agency has to close? Zhou Taijun, holding the Black Eagle newspaper, asked in confusion. I think we look rather good in that photo. Just look at the Chinese version. Chen Dayong retorted sharply, oh, just look at that translated version. Zhou Taijun responded with an O and immediately began examining the Chinese edition. He could read, and upon seeing it, his expression changed drastically. Fourth brother, that woman is truly malicious. Chapter 31. Preparing to depart the following day, Sun Igwa returned to inform Chen Dayong that the translation agency would temporarily cease operations. He did not offer any further explanation. With a heavy heart, Chen Dayong had no choice but to take down the agency's sign and close the doors for the time being. In truth, he had no intention of reopening, nor did he harbor any hope. Fourth brother, the agency may not necessarily have to close. If the higher-ups clarify the situation, won't everything be fine? After Sun Igwa left, Zhou Taijun tried to comfort Chen Dayong. Chen Dayong smiled faintly. I do not intend to continue. Zhou Taijun reacted with dismay. He had only just begun working alongside Chen Dayong and had secured a great position, which was now lost. Fourth brother, what do you plan to do next? Zhou Taijun inquired. Chen Dayong shook his head. I don't know yet. I haven't thought it through. Regardless of what you decide, I, Zhou Taijun, will definitely stick by your side. You mustn't abandon me. Zhou Taijun insisted playfully. He genuinely did not want to part ways with Chen Dayong. Being with him not only offered good compensation, but also the opportunity to learn and broaden his horizons. Now, he held a respectable position within his family. His parents regarded him with admiration. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he walked outside, attracting envy and admiration from others. Once, Lu Hua was idly wandering the streets when he encountered Zhou Taijun. To everyone's surprise, Lu Hua took the initiative to greet him with an overture of goodwill. This was all orchestrated by Chen Dayong. I'm aware, Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. Once I have deliberated and formed a plan, I shall seek you out. All right then. Zhou Taijun finally felt at ease. After sending Zhou Taijun on his way, Chen Dayong proceeded to the school to pick up Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei after their classes. Throughout the journey, he pondered his next course of action. What to do instead of the translation agency. Upon reaching the school gate, an idea crystallized in his mind. He might as well leave. He intended to set off for Xiangjiang ahead of schedule. Initially, opening a translation agency had merely been a short-term venture, with plans to depart with his younger siblings once the weather turned warmer. Now, since the translation agency could no longer continue, it seemed more prudent to head directly to Xiangjiang. During his month in Shenzhen, he had come to understand many circumstances. He learned of fishermen from the countryside who engaged in the clandestine business of ferrying people across the sea to Xiangjiang using fishing boats, earning extra income in the process. Chen Dayong could seek out these individuals and pay for passage, thus sparing Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei the ordeal of getting wet. In truth, Chen Dayong had also come to a realization. Remaining in place would yield nothing for him. At present, he bore the suspicion of being a traitor, and had yet to clear his name. He wished to engage in other small businesses, but obtaining a business license was a remote possibility. Moreover, the prospect of running a small business in Shenzhen seemed bleak, with slow returns and trivial dealings. Conversely, engaging in larger enterprises required a collective effort. Currently, individuals were not permitted to establish companies, and as an outsider, Chen Dayong lacked a collective. Bang, bang, bang. From afar, Chen Dayong spotted someone ringing a bell with an iron rod. As the school bell chimed, students rushed out of their classrooms. Soon, Chen Dayong caught sight of Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei. Xiao Wu, Jiu Mei, he called out. It's fourth brother. Upon hearing the call, the two turned their gaze towards the school gate and saw Chen Dayong waving. Fourth brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. Jiu Mei broke free from the grip of Wu Gu, her little legs propelling her swiftly towards the gate. Xiao Wu, undeterred, ran just as quickly. Fourth brother, what brings you here? Jiu Mei asked, looking up as she approached. Chen Dayong scooped up the little one and held her close, his larger head resting against her small one. I have come to fetch you and Xiao Wu from school. Then, turning to Xiao Wu, he inquired, what happened to your face? Noticing a bruise on Xiao Wu's cheek, evidently from a scuffle, his expression darkened. Did you get into a fight? Xiao Wu stammered. hesitant to speak. It's not Xiao Wu's fault. Those people bullied me. Jiumei interjected, explaining, they were so bothersome, dirtying my clothes and pulling my hair. It was Xiao Wu who stood up to them. Chen Dayong's expression softened slightly as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu, firmly asking, I ask you again. Did you get into a fight? Yes. Xiao Wu admitted, but they started it by bullying Jiumei. Then why did you not speak up when I first asked? Xiao Wu remained silent. You defended Jiumei when she was bullied. That is commendable. Why, then, do you hesitate to speak? Are you afraid I would blame you? Fourth brother will not blame you. If you stir up trouble and engage in senseless fights, only then will he hold you accountable. Do you understand? Little Five immediately brightened up. Chen Dayong gently patted his head, asking, does it hurt? Not at all, Little Five replied with a smile. You're lying, Little Five. You mentioned it hurt a little before, Nine Sister pointed out. Little Five, stubborn, insisted it hurt before, but not anymore. Chen Dayong chuckled, all right then, let us head home. On their way back, Chen Dayong spoke of the translation agency's imminent closure. Fourth brother intended to leave, and now he asked Little Five and Nine Sister, do you wish to continue living at Mr. Chen's place, attending school here, or would you prefer to come with me? In unison, Little Five and Nine Sister replied, we want to go with you. In truth, Chen Dayong was merely inquiring. Even if the two children expressed a desire to stay, he would still take them with him, keeping them close. The current state of healthcare was far too inadequate. He felt uneasy leaving the two alone in this place. There was no option but to go first and then return to fetch them. He had miscalculated. He initially believed he could bring Little Five and Nine Sister through legitimate channels with a one-way permit. However, over the past month, he discovered that such a permit was not available. Thus, they had to go together. All right then, Chen Dayong smiled. On March 1st of the old calendar, Chen Dayong closed the translation agency and terminated his rental agreement with landlord Zhou Tajun. His first entrepreneurial venture after his rebirth lasted less than a month before it came to an end. Yet, he did not incur losses, quite the opposite. He made a small profit. Now his savings had surpassed 3,500. On March 7th of the old calendar, Sun Igwa sought out Chen Dayong to inform him that the translation agency had been shut down and was no longer permitted to operate. Upon learning that Chen Dayong had already closed the agency beforehand, Sun Igwa sighed, stating, it's been clarified. If you wish to engage in any small business again, come directly to me. I will assist you in obtaining a permit. Chen Dayong expressed his gratitude, replying, I'll think it over. Though he did not speak the whole truth. In fact, he had already arranged for a boat. Chapter 32. Lu Hua's decision that noon. Zhou Taijun left his home and went to a restaurant to meet Lu Hua. Lu Hua had suddenly appeared at his house earlier that morning, seeking to treat him to a meal. They say the wealthy do not return home, as if cloaked in fine garments under the night sky. Having gained wealth and capability, one feels an inexplicable urge to show off. Thus, Zhou Taijun contemplated and agreed, his curiosity piqued about Lu Hua's intentions. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lu Hua was already there, having ordered a lavish spread of food and drink. Zhou Taijun glanced over the table, estimating it to be worth 400 or 500. Quite a generous gesture. Taijun, you've arrived. Lu Hua greeted him with a broad smile. This fellow, who usually interacted with others with a cold or sinister smile, bore an oddly warm expression now. Huazi, you really shouldn't have gone to such lengths for the two of us. It's unnecessary, and we won't even finish it. Zhou Taijun remarked as he took a seat. In the past, he wasn't particularly fond of mingling with Lu Hua and his crowd. Yet he felt a degree of trepidation around Lu Hua, often addressing him as Brother Hua. However, he found himself unable to utter that title now. Lu Hua, unfazed by any awkwardness, chuckled, as two grown men, can we not manage a little food and drink? Zhou Taijun smiled, conceding that indulging in the meal was indeed not a problem. Huazi, is there something you need to discuss? He inquired. If you don't clarify the matter first, I can't bring myself to eat. Lu Hua shot him a sidelong glance. What? Are you afraid I might swindle you? He continued, besides, Zhou Taijun, working under Boschan, you earn a hefty sum each month. Even if I were to cheat you, this meager bill would hardly be a concern, would it? What is there to fear? Zhou Taijun was momentarily taken aback. Where was this hefty sum? Haha. Lu Hua laughed. Your mother has been boasting, claiming Boschan is generous, giving you a monthly salary of 150, not including your gear. I must say, that outfit of yours looks worth at least 100 or 80, doesn't it? Zhou Taijun fell silent, reflecting on his mother's loose tongue. Cough, cough. I truly don't want that much, but fourth brother insisted I take it, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. believing he didn't deserve such a large sum. All right then. Let us eat and chat. Zhou Taijun thought Lu Hua had a point. Even if Lu Hua were to renege on the bill, he could manage to cover it himself. Thus, the two began to eat, drink, and converse. How do you refer to Boss Chen as fourth brother? Lu Hua inquired. Zhou Taijun explained. He is the fourth in his family, so I, along with his younger siblings, call him fourth brother. I heard the Dayong translation agency has closed down. Why is that? It seemed like a decent business, Lu Hua asked. Zhou Taijun recounted the unfortunate incident with a foreign journalist. That wretched woman is truly despicable, Lu Hua exclaimed, equally incensed. Indeed, she may be strikingly beautiful, yet her heart is so vile, Zhou Taijun replied, filled with indignation. So what are Boss Chen's plans moving forward? Has he mentioned anything? Zhou Taijun shook his head. I don't know. Fourth brother hasn't said anything. However, he did mention he would take me along. Huazi, I must tell you, this past month working with fourth brother has greatly broadened my horizons. I've encountered various wealthy individuals, including many foreigners and foreign journalists, Zhou Taijun continued. Lu Hua, feeling a twinge of envy, shifted to the crux of the matter. Taijun, I'm treating you to dinner today because I have a favor to ask. Zhou Taijun looked at him. What is it? Please, go ahead. Lu Hua explained. Could you possibly speak to fourth brother for me? I wish to be accepted. I can't continue living like this. It's devoid of meaning and utterly loathed. Furthermore, I perceive that the crackdown on public order is intensifying, and at this rate, I fear I will find myself imprisoned. Zhou Taijun, taken aback, had not anticipated this request. In a moment of difficulty, I found myself uncertain whether fourth brother was in need of assistance. Could you lend me a hand and speak to fourth brother on my behalf? Lu Hua implored. Observing this, Zhou Taijun consented. Very well, I shall inquire with fourth brother. Zhou Taijun had a poor tolerance for alcohol and soon succumbed to inebriation. When Chen Dayong visited his home in the afternoon, he discovered Zhou Taijun asleep. Granny, should Taijun awaken, please have him seek me. He left his message and departed. Once Zhou Taijun sobered up and learned that fourth brother was looking for him, he washed his face and made his way to Mr. Chen's residence. Did you drink with someone at noon? Chen Dayong inquired with a smile. Zhou Taijun nodded and took the opportunity to recount the circumstances regarding Lu Hua's request. Fourth brother. Lu Hua is rather pitiable. He was raised by his grandfather, and after the latter's passing, he began to stray from the right path, Zhou Taijun remarked. Offering a word of kindness. Lu Hua, that fellow, is quite articulate and possesses a fair amount of intelligence. It seems he is not irredeemably lost. And given his unfortunate background, one might find it understandable, Chen Dayong contemplated. However, we shall address this matter later. For now, it is not feasible, he added, lowering his voice, as I intend to cross the sea to the other side. Zhou Taijun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Fourth brother, I am a proficient swimmer. I shall accompany you. Chen Dayong chuckled. I was seeking you precisely for this reason. Are you certain? Would you not like to discuss it with your family first? No need for discussion. I am resolutely following fourth brother, Zhou Taijun affirmed. To be honest, had I not met you, I would have had to cross the sea soon enough myself. It is not sustainable to remain idle without employment. Chen Dayong nodded in agreement. Very well then. I have already arranged for a boat. We shall set sail directly. The time is set for tomorrow night. You must come and meet me then. Zhou Taijun nodded in acknowledgement and departed. As he watched Zhou Taijun's retreating figure, Chen Dayong exhaled in relief. He knew he had to bring Zhou Taijun along. Firstly, after arriving in Xiangjiang, he would need a companion and someone to assist him. Secondly, the journey by boat was fraught with uncertainty, and he could not manage to bring along Xiao Wu and Jiao Mei by himself. This second point was crucial. Time passed, and the following day fell into darkness. After finishing dinner, Zhou Taijun arrived with a bundle in hand. Are you truly leaving? Mr. Qian lamented, grasping Xiao Wu's hand and tenderly stroking it, turning to Chen Dayong. Chen Dayong offered a wry smile and nodded. Before long, we shall return. Alas, Mr. Qian sighed, you young ones, once you experience the splendor of the world over there, how could you bear to come back? Even my own children and grandchildren refuse to return. Perhaps we could leave Xiao Jiaomei here for you to raise? The old lady suggested, holding on to Jiaomei with great reluctance. She posed her inquiry tentatively. Both individuals were of an age where they cherished the presence of children, and with their own descendants absent, this past month had forged a bond with Xiao Wu and especially with Xiao Jiaomei, whom they had come to regard as their beloved grandchildren. How could they bear to part with her? Before Chen Dayong could refuse, Jiaomei immediately broke free from her grandmother's embrace, exclaiming, No, I cannot allow this. Grandma, I want to stay with Siggy. The little one, fearing Chen Dayong might acquiesce, rushed to his side and clung to his leg. Meanwhile, Xiaowu also escaped. "Grandpa, I will come back to see you," he declared to old Qian. There was no need for Chen Dayong to utter a word. The two elderly individuals could only exchange glances, shaking their heads with a sigh. The old grandmother even shed tears. In this poignant atmosphere, Chen Dayong handed his bundle to Zhou Taijun and, with one hand supporting each child, departed from old Qian's home. The four of them made their way through the darkness to the mouth of a small river, where the boatman was already waiting. "Uncle Dazai?" Chen Dayong called out. The boatman, Zhao Dazai, was a fisherman who had relied on the sea for sustenance for over 40 years. He lived alone with his elderly mother, while his daughter had married and moved across to Xiangjiang, where she was said to have borne a pair of children. A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat emerged from the boat canopy. "Hurry aboard." It was Zhao Dazai. Once the passengers were confirmed, Chen Dayong allowed Zhou Taijun to board first, then passed Jiumei and Xiaowu onto the boat before climbing on himself. Wait. Just as Zhao Dazai was about to push off, a voice called out from a distance. Chen Dayong's expression changed as he looked up to see a figure rushing towards them. Upon recognizing the silhouette, he breathed a sigh of relief. The voice was somewhat familiar. It was Lu Hua. Zhou Taijun gaped in astonishment. What is he doing here? How did he know we were crossing to the other side tonight? Chen Dayong glared. It was evident that Zhou Tiejuan's loose lips had revealed their plans to Lu Hua. Cough. Zhou Jun cleared his throat and hurriedly explained. Lu Hua asked me to tell Siggy that he wanted to join you. After I returned from your place yesterday, I thought I should at least respond to Lu Hua. So, I mentioned our plan to cross the sea. However, Siggy, I didn't specify when we would leave or which boat we would take. I had no idea. I also don't know how he found out. Just as Chen Dayong was about to scold Zhou Taijun, Lu Hua had already arrived before them. Siggy, I want to join you. Lu Hua looked up at Chen Dayong with eager anticipation. Chen Dayong retorted, I am not involved in the underworld. Lu Hua slapped himself across the mouth. Siggy, I misspoke. Let me rephrase. I wish to work with you. How did you know the time and place? Chen Dayong inquired, falling silent for a moment before asking. Taijun mentioned you were taking a boat, so I kept it in mind. There are only a few fishermen willing to take this route, and I know them well. I asked around yesterday, and they all informed me. Uncle Dazai knew I was persistent, and didn't he dare keep it from me, Lu Hua replied. Chen Dayong glanced at Zhao Dazai, who sheepishly fidgeted with his hands. So that was it, Chen Dayong mused. This fellow is quite astute and possesses a commendable eloquence. It is no wonder that in this deep city, one can gather a group of ruffians and become the leader of a gang. Indeed, it requires a certain level of skill. Have you thought it through? Will you obey? Chen Dayong inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua felt a surge of joy. I've thought it over, and I truly do not wish to continue this way. I believe Fourth Brother is someone who can achieve great things. I wish to follow in his footsteps and make a name for myself. Rest assured, Fourth Brother, I promise to be obedient. You point east, and I shall go east. Chen Dayong chuckled and asked again, Can you swim? Here, every child knows how to swim. Lu Hua replied. Come aboard. Chen Dayong instructed, thereby accepting Lu Hua. Great. Lu Hua responded with a smile and hurried onto the boat. The boatman, Zhao Dahai, skillfully propelled the vessel away. When working with me, one must avoid speaking recklessly, Chen Dayong advised Lu Hua. Lu Hua's eyes gleamed, and he quickly replied, Understood. Clearly. This statement was directed at Zhou Taijun as well. Lu Hua perceived that Chen Dayong was indeed formidable in his words and actions. This admonition served to educate the newcomer while simultaneously reprimanding Zhou Taijun, all while preserving Zhou's dignity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tiejuan's expression turned awkward, and he let out a foolish laugh. Should the need arise to go into the water, I, ninth sister, will take responsibility. You two must ensure the well-being of Little Five, Chen Dayong instructed. Lu Hua and Zhou Taijun complied. Soon, the boat exited the small river and entered the deep river, heading towards the opposite bank. The other side, also named Luo Lake, is a village in the northern district of Xiangjiang, although both are called Luo Lake. The Luo Lake area in Deep City pales in comparison to the village in the northern district of Xiangjiang, even if the other side is merely a village. Throughout the journey, Chen Dayong maintained intense focus, his body taut with tension, wary of any unforeseen incidents. In contrast, Zhao Dahai, the boatman, as well as Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua, were remarkably relaxed. The former had traversed this river countless times and was thoroughly familiar with its waters, not perceiving any risk whatsoever. The latter two, despite this being their first crossing, had witnessed nearly 100,000 people from Deep City make the journey without issue, thus remaining unfazed. Fourth brother, I'm feeling a bit dizzy and want to sleep, ninth sister suddenly remarked. That's seasickness. Come here, fourth brother will hold you. Sleep for a while, and I'll wake you when we arrive, Chen Dayong said, cradling the little one in his arms. He then turned to little five and asked, What about you? Are you feeling dizzy too? Little five shook his head. I'm not dizzy. Fourth brother, what kind of place is Xiangjiang? Little five asked curiously. It is a place where ability and talent can lead to success, Chen Dayong pondered before responding. After a pause, he joked, Only by going there can I fully showcase my skills. Once we arrive, fourth brother can ensure you and ninth sister enjoy sumptuous feasts every day. I promise you will eat to your heart's content. With her little head resting on Chen Dayong's shoulder, nestled against his neck, the little one murmured, That's not true. Fish soup is delicious. Little five chimed in. Meat is also incredibly tasty. Haha. Chen Dayong chuckled heartily. Chapter 34. Settling in the housing estate as Chen Dayong conversed with Xiao Wu and Jiumei, the tension that had gripped him gradually dissipated. He felt a sense of ease wash over him. Upon arrival, he hastily disembarked. Lacking a watch, he was oblivious to the passage of time. Until Zhao Dahai's low voice echoed within the cabin. The boat had reached the shore, crossing over to the fragrant harbor. Chen Dayong promptly embraced Jiumei and held Xiao Wu's hand as they exited the cabin. It was midnight. The other side, deep in the city, was shrouded in darkness. Yet here, the distant lights shimmered brightly, and even nearby, flickers of illumination were sporadically visible. They had indeed arrived. Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua were the first to disembark, taking Xiao Wu and Jiumei into their care. Chen Dayong then retrieved 200 yuan, handing it to Zhao Dahai. Thank you, Uncle Dahai. The previously agreed fare for the trip was merely 50 yuan, yet Chen Dayong had generously offered 4 times that amount. Zhao Dahai was momentarily taken aback. Take it. Uncle Dahai, Chen Dayong insisted, his gaze intense. Now that we are here, unshackled, I can swiftly earn 10 200s, 100 200s, even 1,000 200s. Then I wish you a bright future ahead, Zhao Dahai replied with a smile, accepting the money. Once Chen Dayong had safely disembarked, Zhao Dahai promptly set off in his boat. Let us leave swiftly and reach the city, Chen Dayong said, cradling Jiumei in his arms as he led the way into the darkness. He was well acquainted with the immigration policies of the fragrant harbor. Currently, the policy in place was one of resistance. What did this entail? It meant that upon crossing the sea into the fragrant harbor, if one were caught along the coastline or within the border, they would be repatriated. However, if one evaded detection and reached the city, they could remain. With a local to vouch for them, they could obtain a Hong Kong identity card. This policy was on the verge of being abolished, soon to be replaced by an immediate capture and deportation policy. After its implementation, crossing over to Hong Kong would become exceedingly difficult. And even if one managed to do so, they would be classified as undocumented. Thus, at present, it was crucial for Chen Dayong and his companions to reach the city without delay, as they were not yet secure. They hurried onward, and by dawn, Chen Dayong and his group successfully arrived at the center of Shangshui, at Shihu village. It was not a great distance. Here, they finally paused. With their arrival here, the fear of being apprehended lifted from Chen Dayong's shoulders. Let us rest for a while, have breakfast, and then find a vehicle to take us to Jiulong, he proposed. He had been carrying Jiumei all the way and was utterly exhausted. To obtain a Hong Kong identity card, a local must vouch for them. Chen Dayong intended to seek out Lao Jun, hoping to find refuge with him. That fellow should have settled down by now. He had previously provided Chen Dayong with the address of his relative's place, Jiulong, at Shixio village. The journey from Shangshui to Jiulong was too far to traverse on foot. Without identity cards, it was uncertain whether they could board a train. Hence, it would be best to hire a vehicle instead. The group had no objections, willingly following Chen Dayong's lead. Then, the group settled down at a local breakfast shop, not rushing to order. Chen Dayong first approached the proprietor, inquiring, Uncle, we have just arrived and currently possess no Hong Kong dollars. Do you have any means to exchange some for us? I assure you, I will show my gratitude. The bald-headed owner scratched his head and replied, How much do you wish to exchange? What is the exchange rate? Chen Dayong asked. 1 to 3. The bald owner provided the rate. Given the current foreign exchange control policies in mainland China, the value of the renminbi was quite high, with the exchange rate being 1.25 to the Hong Kong dollar. The bald owner's rate of 1.3 was indeed exorbitant. However, Chen Dayong acquiesced, saying, All right. He turned to Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua, asking, Do you have any renminbi on you? If so, please hand it over so we can exchange it. Here, only Hong Kong dollars are accepted. Zhou Taijun produced 100 yuan, while Lu Hua sheepishly admitted, I don't have a single cent. I spent it treating my subordinates before coming. Chen Dayong rolled his eyes, took Zhou Tiejuan's 100, and combined it with his own to total 300 yuan, exchanging it for 100 Hong Kong dollars with the bald owner. Uncle, you are familiar with this area. We need to get to Jiulong. Could you arrange a vehicle to take us there? Chen Dayong asked. Jiulong? The bald owner confirmed. Seeing Chen Dayong nod, he continued, can you wait? Someone is going to Jiulong this afternoon to load goods and can take you along. Just a pack of Marlboro will suffice. We can wait, Chen Dayong replied promptly. Please assist me in contacting the vehicle owner. While Chen Dayong and his companions had their breakfast, the bald owner made a call to arrange for the driver. As soon as they finished eating and settled the bill, the driver arrived. I'm a Ben, and you are headed to Jiulong, correct? The young driver called out from the vehicle without getting out. Chen Dayong nodded affirmatively. How about $50 for an immediate departure? Are you kidding? They are clearly trying to take advantage of me, treating me like a fool, Chen Dayong thought. I'll offer $30. If that works for you, I appreciate it. If not, then it seems our acquaintance ends here. The driver waved, get in. Let us go. Instantly, Chen Dayong settled in the front seat with Jumei, while Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua, along with Xiaowu, took the back seat. They then embarked on a bumpy journey to Jiulong. On the way, Shanshui was a newly developed township, expanded last year from Shihu Market, characterized by its low-rise buildings and somewhat backward appearance. However, upon reaching Jiulong, the scene was entirely different. Towering skyscrapers and a myriad of storefronts lined the streets, bustling with vehicles. This spectacle would not appear out of place even in a modern-day mainland China for decades hence. Once they disembarked, it was clear that both Xiaowu and Jiomei had their eyes wide open in astonishment, and even Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua were left speechless. Having only heard tales of such prosperity, witnessing it firsthand left them yearning to have crossed over to this vibrant world much earlier. After Chen Dayong settled the fare, the driver drove away. Seeing the crowd in such a manner, he found it somewhat amusing. Having witnessed much in his time, he was not particularly taken aback. Subsequently, Chen Dayong and his companions proceeded to Shixioi Wuzhuan, where they located the address provided by Zhao Jun. Who are you? A middle-aged woman, somewhat plump with a round face and a kind demeanor, inquired as she opened the door, her expression tinged with curiosity. Hello, Auntie. I am here to see Zhao Jun. Chen Dayong replied with a smile. You've come from the mainland? What is your relationship with Zhao Jun? She asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Auntie, we are not here to rely on him. We simply wish for him to vouch for us and assist in obtaining our identification cards. Additionally, I would appreciate it if he could show me some nearby rental properties, as I am in search of a place to stay. I wasn't sure what to bring, so I picked up some fruit. I hope it's not too much, he added, his tone lighthearted. The woman's expression softened, and a smile graced her face. Chapter 35. Arrangements made. Xiao Jun has gone to work and will not return until after dark, she informed them. Let me call the film set and request he take a leave to come back. Please, come inside and wait. Will that disrupt his work? Chen Dayong hesitated. If I don't inform him, he will likely blame me upon his return, she chuckled. Come on in. Thus, Chen Dayong and his companions entered the modest abode. Despite having 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, the total area was barely over 30 square meters. This was the nature of affordable housing in Hong Kong. In fact, this unit was considered spacious. The smallest available measured just 21 square meters. The landlord, He Xiuan, was Zhao Jun's maternal uncle, while the woman was his aunt, Cheng Fingxia. They had a son and a daughter. Their eldest was 15, currently attending middle school, and their youngest was only 3. He Xiuan worked as a lighting technician at a television station, and through his introduction, Zhao Jun had also secured a position there, serving as a martial arts instructor on set. As they waited and engaged in light conversation, Chen Dayong gleaned insights into the family's circumstances and Zhao Jun's situation, stirring thoughts within him. After more than an hour had passed, the clock in the living room struck 11:30. Just as Cheng Fingxia was about to politely offer to prepare a meal for her guests, Zhao Jun returned. Dayong, why are you here so early? Zhao Jun exclaimed, embracing Chen Dayong with enthusiasm. Sensing his excitement, Chen Dayong felt a wave of joy himself. Plans often change unexpectedly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Taijun. And this is Lu Hua, friends I made in Shenzhen. We came together this time, Zhao Jun said, warmly greeting the 2 men. Xiao Jun, please take care of little Shi. I will go fetch some meat, Cheng Fengxia instructed. Chen Dayong quickly interjected. Auntie, there is no need for that. We are too many for a meal at home. It would be quite inconvenient. We can dine out with Xiao Jun, allowing us to converse comfortably. Indeed, auntie. Let us eat out, Zhao Jun concurred. Life under someone else's roof was not easy, and Zhao Jun wished to avoid imposing further on his aunt. Last month, he received his salary and treated Chen Dayong and others to a meal, which he could afford. Subsequently, Zhao Jun left with Chen Dayong and the others. They headed to a bustling food stall downstairs, where Zhao Jun skillfully ordered several dishes and a bottle of white liquor. The walls of the food stall were adorned with menus displaying prices, and to their astonishment, the total for 5 dishes, 3 vegetarian and 2 meat, along with a bottle of liquor exceeded 40, amounting to 46 yuan. Both Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their surprise at the exorbitant cost. In the mainland, such a meal would have cost no more than 5 or 6 yuan, certainly in RMB. Xiaowu and Jiomei, despite having studied for nearly a month, barely recognized a few characters and were oblivious to the prices, showing little reaction except for some involuntary swallowing. The cost of living in Xiangjiang has always been high. Chen Dayong remarked that the prices were acceptable. How much do you earn in a month now? He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. He remembered that in the 1980s, the monthly salary of the working class in Xiangjiang was over 1,000. Zhao Jun, intrigued, responded, Dayong, you truly should have come here sooner. It's simply marvelous. There are no restrictions on goods. You can buy whatever you desire, as long as you have the money. Here, you can even freely visit certain places. Cough, cough. Chen Dayong interjected, glaring, Xiaowu and Jiomei are here. Mind your words. I didn't say anything directly, Zhao Jun winked. After a pause, he continued, here. I earn at least 35 and up to 50 a day, totaling around 1,200 Hong Kong dollars a month. If I were still back home, not only would I struggle to find work, but even if assigned a job, I would barely take home 40 a month. This place is truly wonderful. Aren't you a dragon and tiger martial artist? Is that all you can earn? Chen Dayong asked, puzzled. Is that so little? It's quite a lot. Zhao Jun responded, somewhat speechless. Seeing that Chen Dayong remained unconvinced, he finally confessed, cough. I'm just an intern dragon and tiger martial artist, so my salary is lower. However, once I graduate, it will increase. On set, some earn up to 100 a day. Ah, I see, Chen Dayong nodded. The group enjoyed their food and conversation. Primarily between Chen Dayong and Zhao Jun shared his experiences and insights about life there, while Chen Dayong briefly recounted his experiences in the Shenzhen market. That woman truly deserves a reprimand. Zhao Jun expressed his frustration towards the foreign journalist Sally. He soon reassured Chen Dayong, honestly, it's a blessing in disguise, otherwise, you wouldn't have come here so quickly. Once you arrive, you'll quickly discover the advantages of this place. Zhao Jun spoke with a sense of enjoyment about his life there. Chen Dayong outlined his plans to first obtain his identification card, then find an affordable rental apartment, and finally seek employment. It's essential to secure work. Everything here costs money, and without funds, one cannot move forward, Zhao Jun advised. How about this, Dayong? You could come to the television studio where I work. They're always in need of temporary actors. There is quite a shortage. The pay is lower, starting at 20 a day. Starting at 20? Newcomers earn just 20? Chen Dayong understood that temporary actors referred to extras. This endeavor has always been regarded as a low-paying occupation. Hey Jun, could you kindly convey our intentions to the film set? The 3 of us wish to join. Chen Dayong gestured towards Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua. Zhao Jun snapped his fingers, glancing at the rather reticent Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua, sensing a peculiar dynamic between them and Chen Dayong, one that seemed to transcend mere friendship, almost resembling a superior-subordinate relationship. Chen Dayong smiled. In truth, upon learning that He Xiaowen and Zhao Jun were both working at the wireless television station, he had already entertained the thought of joining them on set. Although opportunities abound in this burgeoning environment, the demand for employment is equally high, leading to intense competition. Furthermore, job positions vary in prestige and remuneration. Working in a factory for a fixed salary was evidently not in Chen Dayong's character. However, taking on the role of an extra at the film set was appealing. While the pay might appear modest, the opportunities are plentiful, allowing one to encounter numerous actors. After a meal, under Zhao Jun's guidance, Chen Dayong and the others went to the police station to obtain their identification cards. The process was simple, just a registration and a photograph, after which they would return later to collect their IDs, with no obstacles encountered. Subsequently, Zhao Jun led Chen Dayong and the others to the housing authority to select affordable housing. The public housing and subsidized housing in Xiangjiang are both overseen by the housing authority. Applying for public housing can be somewhat tedious, given its exceptionally low rent. whereas securing subsidized housing is considerably easier due to its relatively higher rent, though still quite affordable in comparison to private residences. Chapter 36. The Charming Young Man Ultimately. They chose a 30-square-meter subsidized apartment, comparable in size to Zhao Jun's cousin's home, a two-bedroom unit with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. This layout, though compact, was indeed well-appointed. The rent was $16 per square meter, totaling $500 per month. Chen Dayong paid for the first month, relieved that it was a monthly payment. Or else he would have had to borrow money from Zhao Jun. Having filled out the necessary forms, paid the fee, and received the keys, they were ready to move in. Immediately, Chen Dayong and the others found the apartment and stepped inside for a look. Zhou Taijun came from a good background, residing in a two-story building, which he handled well. In contrast, Lu Hua, who had always lived in a mud hut, displayed a different demeanor, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei were even more overwhelmed. During their previous stay at Zhao Jun's cousin's home, they had been unable to contain their curiosity. And now they were darting in and out, taking in every detail. Fourth brother, I adore this place, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Jiu Mei's eyes sparkled, though she remained silent. Chen Dayong playfully scratched her nose. Jiu Mei, do you like it here? We'll be living here from now on. Yes, I love it. The little one nodded eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable. Even Zhao Jun felt a twinge of envy. He could hardly afford to live in such a place himself. The monthly rent of $500 equated to half of his monthly salary, and he still had expenses to cover and savings to accumulate. Dayong, what if I moved in with you? I could help share the rent, Zhao Jun suggested, as living at his cousin's was quite inconvenient and uncomfortable. Is that feasible? Chen Dayong inquired with amusement. The house is quite cramped, with a small room barely accommodating a bunk bed for two. It would be impossible for 3 adults to reside there. If Zhao Jun were to move in, one person would inevitably have to sleep on the floor in the living room. Zhao Jun, pondering this, touched his nose and refrained from mentioning it again. Later, the group went out for dinner, with Chen Dayong footing the bill, sparing Zhao Jun any expenses. This meal was a gesture of gratitude, and the cost could not be overlooked. After dinner, Zhao Jun led Chen Dayong and the others to shop for daily necessities. They purchased bedding and some toiletries, but refrained from acquiring any furniture, cookware, or utensils. Dayong, I will wake you up tomorrow morning to take you to the set, Zhao Jun said, helping to carry the items back home before taking his leave. Chen Dayong and the others began tidying up the house. They quickly cleaned the place, laid down some inexpensive cardboard on the floor, and spread out the bedding, preparing for the night's rest. Chen Dayong intentionally bought a clock and hung it on the living room wall. We can't afford to waste time, he remarked, noting that it was already 11 p.m. Everyone should sleep now. The group had not rested well the previous night, and fatigue overwhelmed them, leading them to quickly fall asleep. On March 9, 1980, according to the lunar calendar, or April 23rd in the Gregorian calendar, Chen Dayong and his siblings crossed the sea and settled in the Xiangjiang Shixiaowai housing estate. That night, the moon shone exceptionally bright, and the stars glimmered vividly. The following morning, Chen Dayong did not wait for Zhao Jun to come and wake him. Instead, he took the initiative to head over. He instructed Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua to wait downstairs while he carried Jiu Mei and led Xiwu upstairs. Knocking on the door of Zhao Jun's maternal uncle's home, Chen Dayong had already confirmed that working as an extra on the film set included meals, meaning that food for himself, Zhou, and Lu would be provided, leaving only Xiaowu and Jiu Mei without arrangements. He planned to give Zhao Jun's aunt, Cheng Fingxia, the meal money, so that Xiaowu and Jiu Mei could have lunch and dinner at her home. The door was opened by a teenager wearing glasses. Clearly he Xiaowen and Cheng Fingxia's eldest son, he Xiaojun. Hello. I came to visit uncle and aunt, Chen Dayong greeted with a smile. He Xiaojun, ignoring him, turned and walked away. Xiaojun, what is wrong with you? How rude. Zhao Jun quickly approached to welcome them, reprimanding his cousin for his lack of manners. Dayong, don't mind him. Nobody likes that kid, Zhao Jun explained awkwardly. As Chen Dayong entered the house, he chuckled. At that age, it's normal to be rebellious. I actually find him quite interesting. He was not one to quibble with a rebellious adolescent. What brings you here? Zhao Jun inquired. The He family was having breakfast at the time. He Xiwen, true to his name, was tall and slender, wearing glasses that gave him a refined appearance. He and Cheng Fingxia appreciated Chen Dayong's words. You must be Xiao Jun's friend, right? Chen Dayong, if I'm not mistaken? He Xiwen greeted warmly. Cheng Fingxia then asked, have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join us? We've already eaten, thank you, Chen Dayong replied. Turning to Yi Xiwen with a smile, yes, That's me. How did Ajun speak of Uncle One? He didn't say anything unfavorable about you, did he? Hsiao-wen laughed heartily, assuring, he certainly did not speak ill of you. Rather, he praised you, saying you possess remarkable courage and extraordinary insight. Upon returning last night, he lauded you once more, claiming that he initially thought he could impress you during this visit, yet you remained utterly unfazed. Chen Dayong chuckled along. Zhao Jun, however, appeared somewhat embarrassed. Hsiao-wen had a favorable impression of Chen Dayong and remarked, Ajun also praised Uncle Wen and Aunt, stating that his visit relied heavily on your support, expressing gratitude for all the assistance you have provided. This made Zhao Jun even more self-conscious, as those were not his words, although he had indeed harbored such thoughts. Hsiao-wen and Qin Fengxia felt a sense of comfort. Shortly thereafter, Chen Dayong articulated the purpose of his visit, a daily allowance of $5 for meal expenses. Hsiao-wen and Qin Fengxia, having clarified their responsibilities, promptly agreed, considering that Qin Fengxia would be occupied with their young daughter and unable to work, thus only needing to manage a bit more at home. Following this, Chen Dayong left Xiaowu and Zhou Mei behind and set out with Hsiao-wen and Zhao Jun. Upon reaching the ground floor, they introduced Zhou Lu to Hsiao-wen before proceeding to the filming location. The headquarters of the wireless television station is located at Broadcasting Road, TV City, while the filming site is at Diamond Hill. Broadcasting Road is adjacent to Shixiaowai. A short distance away, the five of them headed there first, boarding the wireless television bus to the filming site. Although Hsiao-wen owned a bicycle, he chose not to ride it today, opting to accompany Chen Dayong and the others instead. Arriving late, they found no available seats on the bus and thus had to stand. Just as the bus was about to depart, a man squeezed on board. Dressed in a silver suit with his hair styled in a neat side part, he appeared quite handsome, a quintessential pretty boy. Chen Dayong immediately recognized him as Tang Jinyi. Uncle Wen. Upon spotting Hsiao-wen, Tang Jinyi quickly greeted him. Chapter 37. Filming as a beggar. Hsiao-wen is a lighting technician. Yet there are many such technicians at the wireless television station. His standing is not particularly noteworthy. The reason Tang Jinyi acknowledged Hsiao-wen is that he has recently graduated from the wireless actor training program and is still in his nascent career phase. Very much a grassroots newcomer. Hsiao-wen nodded in response. Tang Jinyi, naturally, had to stand as well, fortuitously right in front of Chen Dayong, who seized this opportunity to network. After all, they had time to spare. Are you Chen Hanlin? Chen Dayong patted Tang Jinyi on the shoulder, greeting him. Chen Hanlin is a character Tang Jinyi portrayed earlier this year in the television drama Shanghai Bund, where he played the role of Feng Chengqing's ex-boyfriend. This character is positive and significant, boasting numerous lines and crucial to the storyline. Currently, Shanghai Bund is still screening and immensely popular. Unfortunately, few people remember Tang Jinyi, and he has yet to make a significant impact. Tang Jinyi exclaimed in surprise, You know me? Brother, you left a deep impression on me, Chen Dayong replied. I have high hopes for you. I believe you will surely succeed. Thank you. Tang Jinyi, slightly bashful, introduced himself. I am Tang Jinyi, and you? Ah. I am Chen Dayong. One day, I shall indeed be of great use, replied Chen Dayong with a commanding self-introduction. This declaration was quite imposing and had initially left Zhao Jun in awe. At this moment, it similarly astounded Tang Jinyi. He paused for a moment before complimenting, Young brother. You will surely rise to prominence in the future. What began as mutual flattery took an unexpected turn when Chen Dayong nodded affirmatively and said, Indeed. I appreciate your kind words. I believe one must possess lofty ambitions. Whether they can be realized is another matter, but such aspirations are essential, for the universe remains uncertain. And we, all of us, are dark horses. Brother, do you not agree? Tang Jinyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. His intuition sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Indeed, Chen Dayong's words not only captivated Tang Jinyi, but also left Hsiao-wen and the others equally impressed. The bus quickly arrived at the Diamond Mountain filming location. Initially, a mere greeting from Zhao Jun would suffice, yet Hsiao-wen personally led Chen Dayong and the others to meet the production manager. Do not underestimate this gesture. It was quite significant. Typically, the wages for extras are not fully dispersed and are often subject to deductions. With Hsiao-wen's introduction, the payment for Chen Dayong and his companions would be issued in full. Uncle One, do not worry. I will take care of these three, chuckled the production manager. Li Fei. Thus, the journey of Chen Dayong and Zhou Lu as extras commenced. All right, go change your clothes. You will be on set shortly. Li Fei waved them off. He was a person of high status yet proud of those beneath him, making him somewhat difficult to approach. Chen Dayong decided to abandon any hopes of camaraderie and, along with Zhou Lu, proceeded to change and apply makeup. As it turned out, they were to portray beggars. The current production was Dreams of a Spring Night in Beijing. Chen Dayong had not seen this particular drama, but he knew it was adapted from the novel The Family of Golden Powder. This literary masterpiece was penned by the esteemed writer Zhang Hongxue and had been adapted for the screen numerous times. The television series of the same name, featuring Chen Dayong, was one that Chen Dayong had watched. The novel depicts the extravagant lives of the affluent during the early Republic of China, necessitating the presence of hardship and poverty for contrast. Naturally, beggars and the destitute were integral to the narrative. Chen Dayong surmised he might also portray a corpse. While changing clothes and applying makeup, he engaged in conversation, quickly acquiring a wealth of information. For instance, he learned about the actors involved, including Lu Songren, who starred in the popular Lu Xiaofeng series as the male lead, and the current leading actress, the renowned star Wang Mingguan. Beyond that, Chen Dayong did not recognize anyone else. Tang Xinye was cast in a minor supporting role, destined to remain a supporting character, albeit a golden one. He could not carry an entire production. As midday approached, it was finally time to shoot. Li Fei approached, urging, "You all, hurry over." Chen Dayong and the other 8 or 9 beggars hurried to their designated positions, either squatting or standing as per the requirements. Chen Dayong observed as Li Fei exchanged a few hushed words with an assistant director. The assistant then turned to him and approached, instructing when the female lead passes by. "You must say, 'Good soul, kindly help me.' Understood?" Chen Dayong had anticipated that a mere line would alter his pay. He realized he would earn at least an additional 10 yuan today. "Li Fei, you truly are a good person," he thought to himself before promptly responding, "Understood, assistant director. I assure you, I will not make a mistake." The young man chuckled. "Do not call me assistant director. I am merely an assistant." He continued, "An assistant is here to learn and gain experience. Once you have mastered it and accumulated sufficient experience, you shall become a director." Chen Dayong replied, and the young man smiled before departing. Before long, as the female lead, Wang Mingguan, took her position, the script supervisor began to clap the slate. Scene 368, take 11. Action. With that, filming commenced. The character He Yinqiu, portrayed by Wang Mingguan, walked slowly, observing the multitude of beggars on the streets, her brow furrowing in compassion. As she passed Chen Dayong, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Good soul, kindly help me. I have not eaten for 2 days." His steps faltered from his haste, nearly causing him to stumble. That was a convincing performance. "Be careful," He Yinqiu exclaimed, noticing the beggar teetering, and instinctively moved to assist him. But upon seeing him regain his balance, she refrained. Just as she was about to reach for her coins to offer assistance, other beggars surged towards her, startling her into a hurried retreat. Cut. Next scene. Bellowed the director, Wang Tianlin, the father of Wang Jing. This signified that the take was complete, and Chen Dayong, along with a group of beggars, exited the scene. In the morning, only this scene was filmed. In the afternoon, they would still portray beggars. So Chen Dayong and Zhou Lu decided not to remove their makeup or change their costumes. The group of beggars gathered, waiting for their meal while engaging in casual conversation. "This acting is quite simple, I feel," Zhou Taijun remarked jovially. "For us, it may be simple, but those with lines find it challenging," Lu Hua countered. "Did you not see the movements and expressions of fourth brother just now? I could never replicate that. However, I could when I was a child. I truly experienced hunger back then. Fourth brother must have too." Chen Dayong smiled. "Experiencing hunger is nothing. In this day and age, who has tea been hungry?" "I haven't tea," Zhou Taijun interjected. Lu Hua added, "Chen Dayong, this fellow's parents have always worked at the grain depot. If he ever went hungry, it must be because the depot ran out of grain." "Go away," Chen Dayong replied, somewhat irritated, inciting Zhou Taijun to chuckle. "Mealtime," Lu Hua suddenly announced, realizing that others had already begun to collect their boxed lunches. Chapter 38. It is time to act. Chen Dayong and Zhou Lu joined the line to collect their meals. Today's lunch consisted of braised pork with preserved vegetables, which was quite decent, featuring 2 slices of meat. "Fourth brother, what is their issue? Are they complaining about the food? What do they want to eat?" Zhou Taijun whispered, perplexed. Lu Hua shared the same confusion, feeling quite satisfied with the meal. Chen Dayong chuckled. "You are new to Hong Kong and have yet to acclimate to the lifestyle here. Once you have indulged in finer delicacies for a while and enjoyed better days, you will naturally begin to complain." The proprietor of the wireless television station is the esteemed Xiao Yifu, affectionately referred to as Sixth Uncle or Boss Lu. Due to his position as the 6th child in his family, his frugality has earned him the moniker Xiao Lu Ko. He is notoriously known for his penny-pinching ways, often shortchanging artists and his subordinates. From the perspective of the locals in Hong Kong, the braised pork with preserved vegetables served here is rather meager, consisting of only a few thin slices of meat. However, when compared to their previous circumstances, for Zhou and Lu, who have just crossed the sea, this meal is indeed quite satisfactory. As for Chen Dayong, he holds a favorable impression of Boss Xiao. Many are likely aware of Xiao Yifu's substantial contributions to education in mainland China, amounting to nearly 10 billion. While he may be stingy in minor matters, he displays remarkable generosity in significant endeavors. Truly, he is a remarkable figure of his generation. Upon hearing Chen Dayong's remarks, the two understood. While they were enjoying their meal, Zhao Jun approached. This fellow had been at another film set earlier in the day. How's it going? Zhao Jun inquired, crouching beside Chen Dayong. Although he addressed Chen Dayong and the others, Zhou and Lu remained silent, and Chen Dayong replied, quite interesting. Zhao Jun had an inkling of the relationship among the three. Realizing that Chen Dayong had taken on two young acolytes. You have such a good meal? Chen Dayong exclaimed. Zhao Jun's dish consisted of pig trotters stewed with yellow soybeans. Although only a small piece of fatty skin was visible, the glistening yellow beans looked quite appetizing. Zhou and Lu licked their lips, while Zhao Jun chuckled with satisfaction. Chen Dayong mused that the meals of actors and stars likely included pig trotters as well, and he couldn't help but salivate. After finishing their meal and taking a brief respite, they resumed work. In the afternoon, they switched to another film crew to continue portraying beggars. After dinner, they spent another 2 hours still playing beggars. Thus, the entirety of the day was dedicated to this role, leaving little else to discuss. Following this, they received their pay and departed. Zhou and Lu were each given $25, while Chen Dayong received $35, as having lines made a notable difference. When it came time to collect their wages, Chen Dayong returned $5 to Li Fei, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today." Li Fei declined, smiling. "I have already taken $5, implying that the original amount was 40, and he had deducted 5. That $5 was rightfully Li Fei's. Chen Dayong insisted. "This $5 is my token of respect for you. It is different." Li Fei chuckled, accepted the money, and replied, "All right, I understand." By accepting this $5, he would continue to look out for Chen Dayong in the future. Chen Dayong grinned. "Well then, Brother Fei, you are busy. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed. On the way back, all five managed to secure seats on the bus. Once the bus set in motion, Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua seemed to have a silent agreement, each producing $10 to hand to Chen Dayong, since they enjoyed Chen Dayong's hospitality and meals and lodging. This $10 each was considered their share. Moreover, they would contribute $10 daily moving forward. Should salaries increase, this contribution would rise accordingly. Zhao Jun and He Xiuwen paused their conversation, discreetly observing Chen Dayong and the others. Chen Dayong did not immediately accept the money, instead proposing, "How about this? The rent for a month is 500. If we split it by head count, each of you would pay me 100 monthly. Any expenses for dining and entertainment would be equally shared. You all now possess jobs and earn a considerable income. If you work diligently and steadfastly, life will treat you kindly." "That won't do. Fourth brother, do not even think about abandoning me," Zhou Taijun exclaimed. Lu Hua chuckled. "Fourth brother, I have conferred with Taijun, and we are undoubtedly committed to following you. From our earnings, we shall allocate 40 to you." The two were quite clear that their income was derived from Chen Dayong. Chen Dayong paused momentarily, then responded with a smile, "Very well. I shall take this money," as he pocketed 20 yuan. Zhao Jun and He Xiuwen exchanged glances, both astonished by the unfolding events. Upon returning to the housing complex, Chen Dayong instructed Zhou and Lu to head back, while he went to fetch Xiao Wu and Jiumei. He discovered that both siblings were carrying backpacks. Upon inquiry, he learned that each affordable housing building had established a charity school, offering free education to the children residing there. During the day, Cheng Fingxiao had taken the children to enroll and collect their textbooks. Chen Dayong fell silent for a moment, before feeling a surge of joy. This was splendid, otherwise it would not do to leave them uneducated. Returning home before 10 p.m., Chen Dayong pondered briefly, then decided to venture out again with Zhou and Lu. They aimed to explore their surroundings while simultaneously seeking a carpenter to customize beds and tables, as well as to purchase cooking utensils. The subsequent days unfolded rather mundanely. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, Chen Dayong diligently attended work while actively engaging in social interactions and cultivating connections. After 10 days, he had already established a good rapport with many individuals on set, earning a respectable reputation. After work, he took Zhou and Lu to explore Shixiaowai housing complex and its vicinity, familiarizing themselves with the environment while searching for business opportunities. Opportunities for lucrative ventures were indeed abundant, yet they required substantial investment. Thus, Chen Dayong needed his initial capital, which must be acquired with low investment and prompt returns. He had formulated a plan. One day, a call came from the police station, notifying him that his identification card was ready for collection. Seizing the chance to take a day off, Chen Dayong brought Zhou and Lu along to the police station to obtain their IDs. From now on, we shall be residents of Xiangjiang, Lu Hua remarked with a sense of wonder. With this certificate, can we ever return? Zhou Taijun innocently inquired as his family resided in Shenzhen. Of course we can. Every year, countless people return home for family visits. If it were impossible, how would they manage to do so? Lu Hua retorted. Not that. I mean, can we return for an extended stay? For instance, to build a home or settle down. I wish to return to my roots if I earn a fortune, Zhou Taijun expressed. At this moment, Lu Hua was uncertain. That might not be possible. It is indeed possible. Chen Dayong smiled warmly. Xiangjiang will eventually return to the embrace of our motherland. When that time comes, we will be both Xiangjiang residents and citizens of Huaguo, naturally free to travel as we please. However, that is a matter for a distant future. In the meantime, we shall return after a few years. As a Hong Kong businessman returning to invest in the mainland, Zhou Taijun inquired, Brother C, do you truly believe that Hong Kong can return? Chen Dayong responded with unwavering conviction, of course it can. Lu Hua remarked in astonishment, to return as a businessman requires considerable wealth. Chen Dayong replied, if one lacks money, one shall earn it. In 3 years, without a doubt, I will return, he declared, his gaze resolute as he set a 3-year deadline for himself. Chapter 39. The project for collecting used clothing for charity during a midday respite at home. Chen Dayong prepared a meal. After dining, he visited the carpenter to retrieve a custom-made wooden sign. The thin wooden board measured approximately 80 centimeters in length and 60 centimeters in width, affixed with a wooden stick at the back for easy display. This served as a handheld advertisement board. The front was painted black, upon which he inscribed in white the words, collecting used clothing for charity. The aim was to collect used clothing at a low price and then resell it at a higher price. This was Chen Dayong's plan to generate his initial capital. This project would later gain popularity, allowing many to prosper. Individuals, under the guise of charity, collected used clothing in the city at low prices and sold it at a markup to impoverished mountainous regions or rural areas, with improved living conditions. Many who enjoyed shopping had an abundance of unworn clothing. Some discarded them outright, while others hesitated to throw them away, troubled by the clutter they created. Once they realized that these used garments could not only bring in some money but also contribute to a charitable cause, they became particularly enthusiastic. Those who collected the clothing at bargain prices would sift through the bounty, select items, and then resell them at various price points, reaping substantial profits. It is worth noting that these used clothes were seldom damaged, often including garments worn only a few times, sold at half the market price, or even 1/3 or 1/5, making them highly sought after in impoverished areas. Some ambitious individuals even ventured into export, acquiring goods domestically and selling them to underdeveloped countries, thereby maximizing their profits. For garments that were too damaged to wear, they could still be repurposed and sold to fabric factories or garment manufacturers. Chen Dayong intended to test this project in Hong Kong. The fundamental reason for the viability of this endeavor was the stark wealth disparity. A common characteristic of capitalist systems is the pronounced gap between the rich and the poor. At present, this disparity in Hong Kong is particularly evident, exacerbated by the influx of numerous immigrants. Most of these newcomers were farmers with little education or skills, relegated to the lowest echelons of society after arriving in Hong Kong. They could only afford to live in cramped quarters, with the more fortunate residing in public housing or subsidized accommodations, much like Chen Dayong in the Shixiaowai housing estate, which housed the impoverished masses. Such housing estates were plentiful in Hong Kong. However, the economy was rapidly developing, and wealthy individuals were not lacking, thus amplifying the glaring divide between wealth and poverty, which provided fertile ground for this project. Nonetheless, due to the limited size of Hong Kong and the relatively few affluent individuals, coupled with the slow turnover of clothing, the project would not expand significantly in this locale. It is not sustainable to continue this way. After a single endeavor, one must rest for a year and a half. Thus, it can only be a one-time venture. However, for Chen Dayong, this is sufficient. It allows him to quickly amass some funds, securing his initial capital. Once Xiaowu and Jiu Mei begin their studies, Zhou Lu and the others will return. They acquired a pedal-powered tricycle, the kind that features a cargo compartment, for a modest sum of 280 yuan. With this, the essentials for their enterprise are in place. Hand over the 150 yuan you have saved over the past few days as an investment in this business, and I shall grant each of you a 10 share of the profits, Chen Dayong declared. This was the advantage Zhou Lu and the others gained from their previous contributions. Should they choose to follow Chen Dayong's path, they would forge a friendship moving forward. Chen Dayong would involve them in his endeavors, but they would only receive salaries, perhaps with a slight increase. By inviting them into the fold now, he is offering them a chance to prosper. Zhou Lu and the others each produced 150 yuan, placing their trust in Chen Dayong and his vision for the business. Huazi, go fetch the black boy and invite him to dinner at our place tonight, Chen Dayong instructed. The black boy, a 13-year-old youth residing in the public housing area, had recently faced misfortune while selling tea eggs at the community square. His goods were stolen, and he was assaulted in the process. Despite the beating, he shed no tears, only lamenting the loss of his tea eggs. He comes from a poor family and has had to take on responsibilities at a young age. Chen Dayong and Zhou Lu happened to witness this unfortunate event, and, unable to bear it, Chen Dayong offered him 10 yuan, leaving a lasting impression on the boy when he bowed in gratitude. In these times, without money, one truly lacks dignity. Why summon him? Lu Hua inquired, puzzled. We need someone to hold up a sign, Chen Dayong replied, considering it also a means to provide the black boy with some work. Lu Hua understood and stepped outside. As dusk approached, Lu Hua returned with the black boy, who stood at 1.6 meters tall, slender and dark-skinned, earning him the moniker Black Boy. Mr. Chen, what do you require of me? The black boy asked, seemingly unaware of the specifics. Do you see that wooden sign? Are you able to lift it? Chen Dayong inquired. Of course, Mr. Chen. I am quite strong. The black boy responded confidently. How much do you earn selling tea eggs in a day? Chen Dayong asked. The boy appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting that on days when customers refused to pay, he typically earns only 2 or 3 yuan. Come work with me. For now, your task will be to hold the sign, and I will pay you 10 yuan per day, including lunch and dinner, Chen Dayong proposed. Really? The black boy exclaimed in surprise, scarcely believing his ears. Chen Dayong chuckled at his reaction. Lu Hua interjected sharply, enough chatter, who has time for games? The black boy, grinning foolishly, promptly knelt before Chen Dayong, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for the meal. Get up, Chen Dayong commanded firmly. The young man, feeling uncertain, stood up, bewildered by Mr. Chen's sudden outburst of anger. Have you ever heard the saying, a man's knees are worth gold? Chen Dayong inquired. The young man nodded. My parents could barely support my siblings and me. Without money, my younger brothers and sisters would starve. Chen Dayong, momentarily losing his inclination to lecture, decided instead to remedy the situation with an additional $5, stating, this will buy you a semblance of dignity. From now on, when you work for me, hold your head high. He resolved that money was the most tangible solution to their plight. The young man, taken aback, lowered his head. I had intended to offer you a meal, but I cannot abide tears. You may leave now. Return by 7 tomorrow morning. Chen Dayong waved him off, noting the young man's emotional breakdown. Yes, sir, the young man exclaimed, turning and hastening away. Chen Dayong then commenced preparing a meal. Initially, I believed that only those in the depths of the city struggled to find enough to eat and thus flocked to the fragrant harbor. However, upon arriving here and gaining insight, I discovered that some individuals here endure even greater hardships than those in the city. Zhou and Lu stepped outside to smoke. The prices here are exorbitant. Everything seems to demand payment, Zhou Taijin remarked. Lu Hua lamented, if we hadn't encountered Brothers C, we would be in dire straits without any relatives here. Even obtaining an ID card would pose a challenge, let alone securing employment. Their conversation meandered until Xiaowu emerged to call them back inside for dinner. Chapter 40. The heartfelt clothing donation project. The following morning, as Chen Dayong rose, he found the young man waiting outside his door. You can come at 7 from now on, Chen Dayong said. It was only 6:30. The boy had risen far too early, likely around 5. Understood, Mr. Chen. The young man replied, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Chen Dayong invited him in and proceeded to awaken the others one by one. Once everyone had freshened up, they headed out to a street stall for breakfast. It's evident you haven't eaten. Let us share a meal, Chen Dayong suggested. No, thank you, Mr. Chen. I never eat in the morning, the young man declined. Skipping breakfast will leave you hungry, and that discomfort is unbearable, Jumei chimed in, cradling a bowl as she sipped her noodle soup. I'm not hungry. The young man persisted in his refusal. Enough. If I say you're eating, then sit down and join us without further ado, Zhou Taijin insisted. Firmly placing the young man in a seat, Lu Hua, nearby, offered him a bowl of noodles, while Xiao handed him a piece of bread. Only then did the young man begin to eat. Chen Dayong chuckled at the sight, realizing that he needed a little push to comply. After the meal, Xiao Wu and Jumei headed to the rooftop school, while Chen Dayong and his associates, Zhao Jun and He Xiuwen, prepared to go to the film set as usual. Zhou and Lu, however, took the young man with them on a tricycle, equipped with a signboard, to collect donated clothing. Indeed, Zhou and Lu had ceased working at the film set. Chen Dayong was also set to depart, but today marked his final day there. 2 days ago, he had already mentioned the matter of collecting used clothes with Love on set, not only informing the temporary actors but also addressing various crew members, including numerous actors and celebrities who acknowledged his initiative. Today, he was heading out to gather the garments. Are you truly considering resigning from your job to collect those old clothes? He Xiuwen couldn't help but inquire on the bus, the night before, just before leaving work. Chen Dayong had greeted everyone, expressing his concern that many residents in the community lacked clothing. Thus, he wished to collect used clothes at a low price to distribute to those impoverished families, encouraging anyone with unworn or tattered garments to sell them to him. On the way home, He Xiuwen contemplated dissuading him, believing Chen Dayong to be overly kind-hearted. Why should it concern him that the poor in the community cannot afford clothes? With so many impoverished individuals, could he possibly assist them all? How much could he truly gather by purchasing low and giving freely to the needy? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Today, he learned that Chen Dayong intended to leave his job entirely to dedicate himself to this clothing collection initiative. He Xiuwen could no longer contain his feelings. Indeed, Uncle Wen, Chen Dayong nodded, I perceive it as a business venture. A business? He Xiuwen questioned, perplexed. You buy low and give away for free. Where's the business in that? Are you implying that you will sell at a markup? Realization dawned upon him. Precisely. Chen Dayong replied with a smile. He did not wish to conceal anything from He Xiuwen. I see. He Xiuwen thought to himself. However, he was not optimistic about the venture. I don't think it will work. Who would sell you good clothes at a low price? The items you acquire will undoubtedly be tattered and unsellable. Who would want those? Uncle Wen, since we are on familiar terms, I shall not hide the truth from you. Chen Dayong lowered his voice. The essence of this business lies in the 2 words, love. I shall say no more. You must ponder this yourself. Regardless, I believe if it succeeds, splendid. If not, I can always continue playing my roles as a beggar or a corpse. He was confident of success. Are damaged items unwanted? At present, which impoverished child does not wear patched clothing? Even if they are severely damaged, there will always be those who desire them if the price is right. As for those that are irreparably ruined, they can be repurposed. In the realm of collecting used clothing, there truly exists no such thing as worthless garments. Love? He Xiuwen murmured, beginning to grasp the concept. Under the guise of charity, it was indeed possible that individuals in favorable circumstances might sell to him at a low price or even give them away entirely. Yet, such people would surely be few and far between. Moreover, where would one find these individuals? Perhaps there is potential, he conceded. You are quite resourceful. I shall not dissuade you any further. Proceed with your endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun, who had been listening, had an idea. Dayong, what if I also quit being a martial arts performer and assist you? Before Chen Dayong could respond, He Xiuwen interjected sternly. No way. Do you think everyone can be a martial arts performer? Do you know how much effort I expended to arrange that for you? Zhao Jun retorted, somewhat disgruntled. I was merely suggesting. Chen Dayong chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. Upon arriving at the filming location, Chen Dayong stood at the entrance. Beneath his feet lay a pile of large bags containing bedding, alongside a small weighing scale. Those who brought old clothes could present them, and I would weigh them to provide compensation. This had been previously mentioned, primarily as a gesture of goodwill. Therefore, I set the price quite low, charging by weight. Regardless of the condition, whether dirty, torn, or worn, the rate was only 50 cents per pound. No matter how soiled or damaged, the price remained constant. I must candidly inform you that these garments would be cleaned and repaired, after which I would sell them at a slightly higher price to the residents of the housing estate. Firstly, giving them away freely was impractical due to the sheer number of people. It would be inappropriate to distribute some items while neglecting others. Secondly, I needed to earn a little from the cleaning and repairs, as I could not work without compensation. Chen Dayong called out loudly, Brother Dayong, you are a good person. I must support you. I have a few ragged clothes, so please do not charge me. I, too, had a pile of items I wished to discard but felt reluctant to part with. Now, I could give them all to you without needing to weigh them. I also took a couple of pairs of shoes, slightly worn and covered in dust, yet with a good wash, they could still be worn. Chen Dayong's efforts over the past 10 days in building rapport were paying off. Immediately, several individuals approached with old clothing or shoes. Most simply there to support Chen Dayong, refusing any payment. A few, however, with larger quantities and less familiarity, requested compensation. For those who asked for money, Chen Dayong willingly obliged. For those who declined payment, he expressed his gratitude without reservation. These individuals consisted mainly of extras and crew members. As of now, no actors or stars had arrived, nor had any mid-level or higher management personnel made an appearance. After all, it had only been a brief 10 days. Those actors, stars, and management had limited interaction with Chen Dayong and were mostly on casual terms. It was only natural for these individuals not to extend favors. Nevertheless, Chen Dayong felt a twinge of disappointment that Tang Jinya and Li Fei had not shown up. He considered his relationship with them to be quite amicable, akin to that of ordinary friends. As the time to commence work approached, the bedding bags brought by Chen Dayong were overflowing, forcing him to place them on the ground, creating a small mound. Just then, a bus halted, and Tang Jinya disembarked, carrying a luggage bag. Upon catching sight of this scene from a distance, Chen Dayong broke into a smile. Chapter 41. Borrowing money? Wow, you've collected so many clothes? Tang Jinya approached, surprised at the heap of old garments beside Chen Dayong. Handsome Tang, what is going on with you? Why are you always in such a rush? Chen Dayong chuckled. Handsome Tang was the nickname he had bestowed upon Tang Jinya, and now others on set had begun to call him that as well. I was a bit far away, Tang Jinya explained. I have many siblings at home, and most of my old clothes have been given to them. This is all I could bring, so please don't be disappointed. Chen Dayong accepted the luggage bag, opened it, and discovered new items inside: a white shirt, a pair of bell-bottom pants, and a gray suit jacket. What are you doing? This is all new, isn't it? Why aren't you wearing it? Chen Dayong was at a loss for words. I will buy it myself, Tang Jinya said innocently. Take it back. I am engaged in this for profit, a semi-charitable endeavor. Chen Dayong naturally could not accept it. Your good intentions are acknowledged, he said, feeling somewhat moved. I understand. Just supporting you a little. All right, no more talk. I must get to work, Tang Jinya declared, then dropped the luggage bag and ran off. Just then, she collided head-on with Li Fei. Stylish Tang, couldn't you arrive a bit earlier? You rush around every day like a ghost chasing after you, Li Fei remarked, exasperated. Sorry. Tang Jinya apologized repeatedly and then dashed away again. Chen Dayong approached and helped Li Fei up. Brother Fei, you have quite a lot of old clothes here. How many years have you been saving them? Li Fei was actually holding a large bag stuffed with 2 bulging sacks of old garments. My family member is quite stingy. She won't throw them away, nor will she part with them to give to others. After saving for so long, this is all we have, Li Fei explained. Your sister-in-law is thrifty. You should be pleased, Brother Fei, Chen Dayong laughed. All right, you can take them. I need to get to work. I knew you wouldn't stay here long because your heart is elsewhere. Sure enough, in less than half a month, you started to stir things up. I don't know how successful you'll be with this venture, but if it doesn't work out, just come back to continue playing a beggar or a corpse, Li Fei said. Then left. Thank you, Brother Fei, and thank you, sister-in-law. One day, when I earn money, I will treat you to a feast, Chen Dayong called out, feeling quite pleased. Initially, he thought Li Fei was a person who looked down on others, but through subsequent interactions, he discovered that beneath that charming facade lay a genuine sincerity. He was not a bad person. As work commenced on the film set, no one else brought old clothes. Thus, Chen Dayong sought out a bus stationed at the set, negotiating a fare of 15 yuan to transport the items to Shixiaowai village. There were far too many old clothes. Without the bus, he simply could not return. He placed all the old garments in the living room, instantly filling half the space. Fortunately, when Zhou Lu and the gang returned at noon, they did not bring back many old clothes, just half a vehicle load. Otherwise, the small living room would have been overwhelmed. Of course, Chen Dayong would have preferred a lack of space due to a larger influx, but this group was quite unproductive. It turned out that Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua had parked their tricycle by the street, with Black Ghost holding a sign, waiting for people to come. Without even shouting out a word, Chen Dayong was utterly bewildered. However, The issue of storage space had become apparent. A warehouse needed to be found. Chen Dayong did not intend to sell the items as he collected them. Since this was a one-time business, he wanted to monopolize the profits. Of course, complete monopolization was not feasible, but he aimed to take the lion's share. If he sold while collecting, others would quickly follow suit, as this project posed no real difficulty. Therefore, it was essential to accumulate a substantial quantity before selling off the excess. Once sold, he would no longer engage in this area. What is that factory behind our low-rent housing used for? During lunch, Chen Dayong inquired with He-Gui. Initially, that location served as a garbage dump, where refuse from the 7 buildings of low-rent housing would accumulate. Subsequently, it was leased by the housing committee and transformed into a garment factory by an entrepreneur. But it went bankrupt last year. He-Gui replied. Chen Dayong's eyes sparkled. He decided to visit the site that afternoon. If the rent was reasonable, they would secure the lease. Do we have enough funds? Zhou Taijun asked anxiously. This posed a dilemma. Not only did renting the factory space require capital, but collecting garments also necessitated funds. The initial plan was to collect and sell simultaneously, mitigating issues of storage and cash flow. However, if they aimed for a substantial profit, increased investment was essential. It seemed they would need to borrow money. Chen Dayong contemplated. I will resolve the financial issue, he stated. As thoughts of potential lenders flashed through his mind, Zhao Jun, Uncle Wen, Li Fei, and Tang Jinye. After lunch, leaving the dishes for Xiao to wash, Chen Dayong led the 3 to inspect the factory. The structure, constructed from corrugated metal and wood, was rudimentary yet spacious, exceeding 1,000 square meters. The more basic, the better. It keeps the rent low, Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. He then approached the housing committee. After much negotiation, they agreed to a 1-month lease at 1,300 yuan. They paid 600 upfront, with the remaining 700 due at the end of the term. Thus, Chen Dayong was left with only a few dozen yuan. Financially strained, he ceased garment collection for the day and returned to the film set that afternoon, while Zhou Lu and He-Gui stayed behind to organize the warehouse. Without hesitation, Zhao Jun agreed to lend 1,300, offering all his savings. Uncle Wen hesitated, stating he would consult his wife first. Tang Jinye, being new to the industry and with limited savings due to the constraints of wireless television, pledged 2,000. Li Fei, however, astonished everyone by offering 10,000. Furthermore, when Chen Dayong sought loans from temporary actors and crew members, Li Fei even provided a guarantee. At just 30 years old, Li Fei's boldness left Chen Dayong both surprised and touched. This favor was indeed substantial. Aren't you afraid I might default? Chen Dayong asked Li Fei. In merely 10 days, you will be thriving on set. Someone like you would not tarnish his reputation for a trivial sum of 1 or 2 tens of thousands. Even if this venture fails, returning as a temporary actor, I will occasionally lend a hand. Repaying 1 or 2 tens of thousands within a year is hardly burdensome. Li Fei replied with a carefree smile. The young man was indeed capable, overseeing the entire production at such a young age. Consequently, the following morning, as Chen Dayong returned from the set to Shixiaowai housing estate, he had amassed 18,500 yuan. Of this, Uncle Wen contributed 1,000, while the remaining actors and crew pooled together 4,200. Frankly, this sum was already considerable and could serve as initial capital. As part of the initiative to recycle old clothing, Chen Dayong, brimming with ambition, returned to Shixiaowai village on March 22nd. With a loan of 18,500 yuan in hand, he opened a bank account nearby, depositing 18,000 yuan and retaining only 500 yuan for himself. The current state of affairs was tumultuous, both on the mainland and in Hong Kong. The latter was rife with gangs and small-time thugs, all wielding substantial sums of money, rendering the environment perilous. Upon arriving home, he found Zhou Lu and He-Gui waiting for him. The financial issue has been resolved, Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. Now we can embark on our grand endeavor. Let us go. Today, I shall accompany you to collect old clothes and demonstrate the process. Zhou Taijun took charge of riding the tricycle, and the 4 departed the village to the streets. Shixiaowai was part of the Shamshuepa community, a long-standing, impoverished area, while the southern part of the district, particularly Yao Tsimong, exhibited wealth. The remainder was predominantly comprised of public housing estates. Nevertheless, despite the poverty, there existed affluent and bustling streets within the area. Chen Dayong's initial plan was to scour every street within the Shamshuepa community. Upon reaching a nearby street, Chen instructed Zhou Taijun and He-Gui to wait outside while he and Lu Hua entered the first establishment, a breakfast shop. It was around 10 o'clock. A lull in business, and the sole occupant, the shop owner, was languidly yawning at a table. Madam, we are here to express our compassion and engage in charity. There are many individuals in the housing estate who cannot afford clothing. We intend to collect some old garments to donate, Chen Dayong explained. We want to take them for free. We will purchase them at a low price. Regardless of how soiled or worn they are, we will take all clothing and accessories. The shop owner responded, I do have some old clothes at home, but they are not here. His eyes brightened at her words. No problem. When you come by tomorrow, you can bring them along. I will jot this down and send someone to collect them in the morning. Are you truly paying for them? She asked hesitantly. Yes, indeed. No matter how tattered or old, we will pay 50 cents per kilogram. Who doesn't he have a few worn items at home? Please take a moment to look. I am sure you can find plenty. It would be a shame to discard them. Instead, sell them to us and contribute to a good cause, Chen Dayong assured her. All right, then. Please come by tomorrow, she agreed. Following this, Chen Dayong and Lu Hua exited the shop. He pulled out a small notebook and recorded the street names and the number of shops selling breakfast items, noting the owner who would sell clothing. They proceeded to the next establishment, leaving the tricycle outside and ushering everyone inside. This time, they encountered a fruit stall. The elderly owner, seeing the group enter, assumed they were gang members come to collect debts and immediately frowned. Haven't I already settled my dues for this month? Why do you keep coming? How can I conduct my business under such circumstances? Chen Dayong and his companions exchanged glances. Sir, you have misunderstood, Chen Dayong chuckled. We are not here to collect debts. Then what brings you here? The old man questioned, his tone unfriendly. Chen Dayong maintained his smile. We come to extend our goodwill and engage in charitable acts. We wish to collect some discarded clothing that you no longer need. We will compensate you. These old garments will be sent to the housing estate. Oh, I see. The old man finally understood, and then he retreated to the back, evidently to gather the old clothes. Chen Dayong glanced at Zhou and Lu. As well as the black man, his demeanor relaxed. With someone as straightforward as the old man, there was no need for excessive words. After a while, the old man emerged, carrying a few worn garments and a pair of dirty shoes. Take them, no payment required. Chen Dayong calmly accepted the items and remarked, Sir, I thank you on behalf of those in the housing estate for your generosity. You are diligent, the old man responded cheerfully. As Chen Dayong and his companions displayed no signs of disdain or contempt, Chen Dayong smiled in return. We too come from humble beginnings. He then led his group outside, continuing to jot down notes, recording the street and the shop names where fruits were sold, along with the owners' names for donations. Once he finished, Chen Dayong began to impart wisdom. Do not merely stand idly by on the street, waiting for others to approach. First and foremost, you are buying low and selling for little profit. If you wait for others to come to you, they will naturally find it bothersome and will be reluctant to engage. Even those who seek to give for free may consider it a hassle. Do you understand? Thus, you must take the initiative to ask. Pay attention to a few points. 1. Your attitude must be pleasant and accompanied by a smile. 2. Clearly state that you are extending goodwill and engaging in charity. 3. Mention that compensation will be provided, unless they voluntarily decline. Since we aim to sell these items, failing to disclose that we offer payment would be economic fraud. Understood? 4. Keep a record of the information. For those interested but without clothing at hand, note it down for a later collection. Even direct transactions should be recorded. Because I have other plans ahead, do you understand? Chen Dayong's voice grew stern towards the end. Zhou and Lu nodded eagerly. We understand. We understand. The black man quickly replied as well. If you can do it diligently. If you cannot, I can teach you, Chen Dayong stated. The trio fell silent. With a light-hearted tone, Chen Dayong continued, For now, you three should continue collecting on the street. I will not accompany you any longer, as I have other matters to attend to. With that, Chen Dayong departed. The used clothing collected from the streets was mostly of poor quality and low value. Chen Dayong's primary focus would be on private residential areas, as that is where the real treasure lies. The old garments found their hold greater worth. Crucially, collecting used clothing from those affluent neighborhoods often requires little to no payment. Wealthy individuals care more about contributing to charity than the money involved. The task of collecting from private residences was beyond Zhou, Lu, and the black man. It necessitated Chen Dayong's personal touch, as he understood how to engage with the wealthy. Upon returning to the housing estate, Chen Dayong changed his clothes but retained his suit. His self-tailored suit appeared somewhat inferior. He opened the luggage bag gifted by Tang Jinye and retrieved several garments, changing into them. dressed in blue flared trousers, a white shirt, and a black blazer. He rummaged through Li Fei's pile of old clothes and discovered a pair of worn leather shoes, which looked far more refined than those he had purchased from a shoe store in the deep market. After polishing them, he slipped them on and looked in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he departed from home. In the deep water community, there were currently few private residential areas, and Chen Dayong's first choice was the Meifu New Village. Chapter 43. The Adorable Young Girl. Meifu New Village comprises 8 phases with a total of 99 buildings, amounting to over 13,000 residential units, setting a world record for the highest number of buildings and residential units in a single community. The 8th phase was completed in 1978. Securing the old clothing from Meifu New Village would mean that more than half of the private residential old garments in the deep water community had been acquired. Ambitiously, Chen Dayong set to work. It was impractical to visit each household individually. After all, with over 13,000 homes, a single person would take an eternity to finish. Moreover, many units were vacant, uninhabited, and numerous residents wouldn't donate or sell their garments, rendering them ineffective clients. The inefficiency of individually discerning potential clients was evident. Thus, he needed to allow effective clients to reveal themselves. Consequently, Chen Dayong arrived at the first phase, using a pack of $7 Marlboro cigarettes as a means to break the ice, while simultaneously invoking the name of goodwill and occasionally interspersing fluent English phrases. He successfully borrowed a set of tables and chairs from the property security. He placed the furniture beside the entrance and erected a canopy. This canopy, a temporary purchase, cost him $360. Taking advantage of his lunch break, he also arranged for a banner. The red fabric displayed bold white characters announcing the collection of charitable old garments. In this affluent part of Hong Kong, most wealthy individuals spoke English. Thus, to elevate the sophistication, he added a smaller English translation beneath the large characters. He purchased an electronic megaphone. To be frank, this exemplified the current advantages of being in Hong Kong, convenience and purchasing anything one might need. In the mainland, even acquiring a banner could prove challenging. Chen Dayong sat down on a chair, picked up the megaphone, and pressed the switch, calling out loudly, "I am collecting old clothes, dirty garments, worn-out clothing, and unwanted shoes and hats. Payment by weight. Fair dealings for all. I will donate these old clothes to the housing estate district. Selling and donating old clothes brings beauty to each day. Share love, engage in charity, and find joy for a lifetime." As he shouted, passers-by began to take notice. In truth, even without his shouting, his booth was so conspicuous that it would naturally attract attention. To further enhance the appeal, he repeated his announcement in English, drawing even more eyes. Immediately, individuals approached him with inquiries. Yet they were not questions about pricing, but rather a slew of unrelated curiosities. For instance, they asked which charitable organization he represented, how he spoke English so proficiently, and inquired about his age. Such trivial banter felt utterly frivolous. Chen Da, feeling at a loss for words, nonetheless maintained a smile as he patiently answered each inquiry. Fortunately, many individuals returned after leaving, bringing along old garments without asking for payment. This brought great comfort to Chen Da, as the results were quite promising. By the end of the afternoon, a considerable amount had been collected, forming a small mountain behind the umbrella stand. As dusk approached, Chen Da prepared to return the borrowed tables and chairs and close up shop. Suddenly, a girl rushed over, clutching a large bag. "Phew, I'm glad I made it. I was afraid you would leave," she exclaimed, visibly relieved. The girl, who stood at less than 1.6 meters, had a cherubic face that was rather endearing, suggesting she was quite young. As she spoke, she patted her chest in a gesture of relief. Chen Da replied with a smile, "I will be back tomorrow. You could have simply brought it then." "Are you selling, or?" he inquired. "I don't want any money," she laughed. "I sense you are quite young. You can't be over 25, right?" she suddenly asked, her cheeks flushing. Chen Da was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Indeed, I'm not yet 25. See, I told you so. You're only a few years older than me," she asserted, only to be countered by Zichio, who doubted it, insisting that Chen Da's maturity indicated a greater age, attributing his youthful appearance to a mere fade. "Humph. And she bet me on that. This time, she lost," the girl remarked, her nose twitching in amusement. "What did she lose to you?" Chen Da teased. "Half of what we collect when we meet," she replied. The girl, realizing the implication, blushed deeply and promptly ran away. Chen Da chuckled at the girl's retreating figure. Then, touching his own face, murmured to himself, This face is hardly handsome, and I'm only 7 meters tall. Soon after, he hired a truck, paying 20 yuan to transport the old clothes and other items back to the warehouse. After a brief bout of instruction and a moment of frustration, he noted that the collection from Zhou Lu and the others had also yielded a significant amount today, filling 4 truckloads. Well done, Chen Da praised during their meal. After dining, he paid the black guy 15 yuan as wages, sending him on his way. Chen Da and Zhou Lu then ventured to the warehouse to sort through the old clothing. The items collected from Meifu New Village were indeed of high value, with minimal wear and tear, mostly just slightly outdated, and many were nearly new. Chen Da set aside a selection for special sorting, categorizing them into tops, trousers, undergarments, and footwear. Zhou Lu and his companion took on the task of finer sorting, separating damaged from undamaged items, distinguishing between those with minor flaws and those that were beyond repair. Once their work was complete, Chen Da glanced at the time. It was already quite late, nearing midnight. Time to go home and rest. He chuckled. Zhou Lu and his companion, equally exhilarated, realized that by promoting the cause of charity, they often managed to collect old clothes without any expenditure, resulting in a bounty of garments that were essentially free of charge. These items, once cleaned and repaired, could be sold for a considerable profit. Suddenly, Lu Hua's expression changed as a thought struck him. Fourth brother, what if I just sleep here at night? I am concerned about theft. Zhou Taijun nodded in agreement. I share your concerns. This neighborhood has too many delinquents. Chen Dayong's expression also grew serious. He had previously overlooked the security risks. The factory warehouse was woefully inadequate. If someone were to steal, it would be alarmingly easy without anyone watching. Therefore, we should all sleep here at night. Let us also call Zhao Jun. The 4 of us can split into 2 groups to keep watch. Chen Dayong suggested. After a pause, he added, we also need someone to guard during the day. Tomorrow, I will go to the dormitory area to recruit some personnel. From now on, you 2 need to run errands. Just stay here while others go out. It was indeed necessary to hire more hands. Relying solely on the 3 of them would be too slow. All right. Zhou and Lu both agreed. Chapter 44, Recruiting at the dormitory area the next day. Chen Dayong did not go to set up a stall in Meifu New Village, but instead headed to the dormitory area of Deepwater Society. He chose not to recruit from the housing estate, as those living in public housing or subsidized apartments were typically employed and had means of livelihood. Otherwise, they would not qualify for residency. Although the rental prices in the housing estate were quite low, this affordability still posed a barrier. Many could not cross this threshold and thus resided in the dormitory area, living in wooden shacks. Some had no relatives in the area to vouch for them, rendering them unable to obtain identification. Consequently, they struggled to find work and were confined to living in the dormitory area. Recruiting from the housing estate would require Chen Dayong to offer higher wages and risk leaking sensitive information. While it was possible to recruit teenagers from the estate, their youth could generate distrust when collecting used clothing. Additionally, they were also prone to leaking information. Chen Dayong held doubts about these young adolescents. They were often little delinquents, potentially colluding with outsiders to undermine him. Thus, it was better to recruit from outside. Upon arriving at the dormitory area, Chen Dayong understood what a dormitory truly was. It was merely a wooden shack. Some were occupied by individuals living alone, while others housed entire families. Children playing outside were filthy, clad in tattered clothing. At that moment, the weather was still cold, and some children, dressed in thin garments, were hesitant to venture out, merely poking their little heads out from the wooden shelter. When Chen Dayong announced his intention to recruit, he was soon surrounded by a crowd, individuals of all ages, from teenagers to those in their 50s and 60s, gathered around him. Those who were single were dismissed, while those with families of more than 2 were asked to stay. Chen Dayong frowned as he met the gaze of eager eyes and spoke sternly. No one is to leave. However, there are certainly some who do not meet the criteria. Those who do should go fetch their family members for my review. Immediately, many dashed off to retrieve their relatives. The remaining individuals who did not meet the criteria could only walk away in disappointment, resigned to their fate. However, one individual remained. This man was tall and robust, with a menacing scar etched across his face, and long hair that had not been washed for an extended period, becoming matted. I have an elderly mother, is that permissible? He inquired. Chen Dayong scrutinized the man for a moment, wondering if he had committed a crime. This fellow had only one elderly mother and had traversed the sea to Hong Kong, yet had no relatives here. With such a conspicuous scar on his face, it was highly likely he had run afoul of the law. The scarred man's eyes narrowed, and he remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. What crime did you commit? Speak the truth, Chen Dayong prompted. After a moment's contemplation, the man replied, I accidentally stabbed a few local ruffians. I am unsure if anyone perished. Chen Dayong inquired further. Is this scar a result of that incident? The man nodded. How many were there? He pressed. The man looked up. What? How many local ruffians? Chen Dayong reiterated. 6 or 7, came the response. Local ruffians from the mainland are typically cowards. But to have used a knife and managed to handle 6 or 7 of them is commendable. Have you served in the military? Chen Dayong asked. And upon receiving a non-verbal confirmation, he continued, an ordinary person would lack such skill and tenacity. The man's piercing gaze suggested he had honed his abilities in the military. I served as a scout for a few years, he answered. Are you familiar with the Kowloon City walled city? Chen Dayong queried. The man nodded. Why didn't you seek your fortune there? To be frank, the current state of Hong Kong is rife with gangs, and the walled city is a lawless realm. Inside, it is a world apart, inhabited by countless outlaws. It's too dangerous. I have my elderly mother to care for. Furthermore, I do not wish to go there. If I did, I would be rendered useless. The man replied, Go and bring your mother here. You will accompany me shortly, Chen Dayong instructed. This was an implicit order. The man nodded and departed. Ultimately, Chen Dayong selected 10 individuals, aged between 18 and 53, all of whom had families to support. Such individuals were reassuring to have. With the addition of the scarred man, there were a total of 11 individuals. Including their families, the total number reached 48. Let us proceed, Chen Dayong declared, leading the group out of the shanty area with great vigor. They hired 2 trucks to accommodate them. Those buses were simply unwilling to assist. Along the way, Chen Dayong lowered his voice and asked the scarred man, What is your name? Zhang Shucai, the man replied. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Zhang Xing. Regardless of who inquires, even my family or friends, you will respond as Zhang Xing. Do you understand? Chen Dayong instructed. The man, Zhang Shucai, narrowed his eyes and then smiled. Zhang Shucai is merely a false name. Ha! Chen Dayong chuckled. Zhang Sheng sounds far more appealing. I shall heed your words. The man, now Zhang Sheng, responded. Chen Dayong glanced at his elderly mother, who, at 65, was still in good health and quite vigorous. Zhang Sheng, at 28, was evidently a late-born child. Upon returning to the housing estate, Chen Dayong rented 4 affordable apartments, each spanning 30 square meters, to accommodate the 10 families. Certainly, it is quite cramped. However, given Chen Dayong's current financial circumstances, he is unable to rent a larger space. Thus, they must make do with the limited space available. Nevertheless, the 10 families are already filled with joy and gratitude. As for Zhang Sheng and his mother, Chen Dayong has welcomed them into his home. For the time being, he, along with Zhou and Lu, including Zhang Sheng, will be sleeping in the factory warehouse. The presence of several elderly individuals in the household conveniently allows them to care for Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei. Subsequently, Chen Dayong visited the factory warehouse and gathered a pile of old clothes to give to Zhang Sheng and the others. You all should wash up shortly. Cleanse yourselves thoroughly to avoid any illness. Discard those clothes, he instructed. Once you are presentable, in the afternoon, I will take you to obtain your identification cards. At noon, he purchased an assortment of flatbreads, steamed buns, and dumplings for everyone to eat. In the afternoon, he took those aged 14 and above to retrieve their ID cards. Afterward, Chen Dayong convened all 48 individuals in the factory warehouse for a meeting. Among them, there were 22 adults over the age of 18, including 2 elderly individuals over 60. The group comprised 11 males and 9 females. There were 9 individuals aged 14 and above for males and 5 females. Additionally, 7 children aged 10 and older were capable of working, comprising 5 males and 2 females. The remaining 10 were all under 10 years of age, 3 males and 7 females, with the youngest being a little girl of merely 5 years, just a few months younger than Jiu Mei. Those under 10 will attend the rooftop school, while those over 10 will assist the 2 elderly individuals with cooking and preparing meals. Those aged 14 and above but under 18 will be responsible for sorting tasks. Women over 18 will wash the old clothes, while men will remain to guard the factory warehouse. Uncle Da, aged 53, has been chosen for this responsibility due to his 2 sons, both of whom are already 16 and capable of contributing as adults. Zhang Sheng will also stay behind to oversee the warehouse. The rest will commence collecting clothes starting tomorrow. They will instruct you on how to gather them, Chen Dayong concluded, pointing at Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua. This arrangement will be in place for a month or 2. Once I am able to provide you with wages, You will have the means to live independently. Chapter 45. Zihan and Ziqiu Chen Dayong did not specify the amount of the wages, nor did anyone inquire. For these individuals, having a place to stay, a stable environment, and sufficient food was more than enough. For now, they did not wish to contemplate much beyond their immediate circumstances. My goodness, where did you gather such a crowd? In the evening, Zhao Jun, after finishing his shift, came to visit Chen Dayong and was taken aback by the assembly in the warehouse. The additional 10 adult males had also been retained in the factory warehouse to avoid overcrowding in the 4 rented rooms. Consequently, there were 14 individuals gathered at the warehouse that night. Originally, Zhao Jun was meant to assist in guarding, but that was no longer necessary. Fourth brother. Today I managed to bring in 11 families, Lu Hua remarked with a smile. In total, there are 48 individuals, Zhou Taijun chimed in appropriately. Did you find them from the dormitory area? Zhao Jun asked Chen Dayong. With a smile, Chen Dayong nodded affirmatively. You were quite cunning. Finding someone from over there without needing to offer a high salary, Zhao Jun remarked cheerfully. He then glanced at the collected and sorted second-hand clothing. These are quite good. Clearly mid to high-end garments. How much did you pay for them? He inquired. His gaze fixed on the piles of old clothes that Chen Dayong had gathered from Meifu New Village. With a hint of mystery, Chen Dayong replied, Take a wild guess. If the price is too low, they certainly wouldn't sell, Zhao Jun stated. Chen Dayong chuckled and revealed. I spent almost nothing at all, just some transportation costs and a few other expenses. Zhao Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed hard to believe that people were genuinely motivated by the desire to give back. If you had a loaf of bread and saw a beggar on the street near starvation, would you share it with him? Chen Dayong asked. Zhao Jun shook his head. No, I wouldn't. I don't know him. Why should I give it away? I only have one. But what if you had 100 loaves? You couldn't possibly consume them all, and if you let them go to waste, it would be a burden to carry. Would you then share? Chen Dayong teased. If you did, the beggar would bow and thank you. Zhao Jun began to grasp the concept, feeling a twinge of envy and desire. He sensed that this project held tremendous potential and wanted to join in. However, he faced 2 dilemmas. First, he would have difficulty explaining it to his maternal uncle. Second, Chen Dayong's team was already well-staffed. He found himself in a quandary. Chen Dayong perceived Zhao Jun's thoughts but chose not to speak up. This matter could not be initiated by him. It had to come from Zhao Jun himself. Currently, their relationship was purely that of friends. And engaging in a business venture would inevitably alter that dynamic. Zhao Jun lingered until after 10 o'clock before departing. Chen Dayong introduced him to Zhang Sheng, the only person from that day's group who had caught his eye. Chen Dayong intended to cultivate a close relationship with him, integrating him into their small collective. That night, Chen Dayong returned home to sleep. Whether in the factory or the warehouse, it felt the same to him. Xiao Wu, Jiumei, what do you think of Grandma Zhang? He asked his younger siblings as they settled down for the night. She seems quite nice, Xiao Wu replied succinctly. I think so too, Jiumei added. After a moment, the little one nestled against Chen Dayong's chest and said, I miss Grandpa Qian and Grandma. Then, when the new year comes, we shall visit Grandpa and Grandma Qian. Chen Dayong gently stroked the child's back. The little one nodded enthusiastically. Noticing that Xiao Wu seemed preoccupied while sleeping in the upper bunk, Chen Dayong inquired, Xiao Wu, do you have something on your mind? Brother, I don't want to study anymore. I want to help you with your work. I'm not a child anymore. The black kid is only a bit older than me, Xiao Wu confessed, revealing his disdain for school. In the rooftop school, he was the only older child among a group of younger ones, which he found particularly tedious and awkward. Once you finish your elementary school courses, we can discuss this. Chen Dayong retorted. All right, time for bed. The next day, Chen Dayong packed his belongings and returned to Meifu New Village once more. At the entrance of the first phase, the collection today surpassed that of the day before, yielding a remarkable 3-fold increase. As dusk settled and the workday concluded, the girl approached once more, clutching a bag of old clothing. Hey, why aren't you honoring your word? She inquired. Chen Dayong responded. What do you mean I'm not keeping my promise? You didn't come yesterday, she replied. Ah, I see, Chen Dayong explained. I had an urgent matter to attend to. My apologies. This is my friend's old clothing. She asked me to inquire about your name, the girl said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Is it that girl who made a bet with you, Ziqiu? Chen Dayong countered. Yes, exactly her. She is quite curious about you, the girl responded. Just then, another girl dashed out from the community, strikingly similar to the first. Save for her hairstyle, while the first had twin ponytails, this one sported a single gathered style. Clearly, they were twins. This must be Zichio, Chen Dayong mused. Zihan, you mustn't speak out of turn, Zichio scolded, playfully nudging her sister. Turning her gaze to Chen Dayong, she added, I'm not the one curious. It's Zihan who is. It's you. Clearly you. The two sisters began to bicker. Chen Dayong observed with amusement, finding their youthful innocence delightful. How charming and adorably naive these girls are. He thought to himself. I'm Chen Dayong, he announced, interrupting their quarrel. May I ask, who is the elder? Zihan or Zichio? My father says I am, Zihan replied. Zichio retorted, no way. My mother says I am. Curious about their ages, Chen Dayong inquired. How old are you both? Is it appropriate for a boy to ask a girl her age? Zichio huffed. It should be fine, Zihan chimed in. Zichio shot her sister a glare, declaring, it's not fine. Let us go? With that, she took Zihan's hand, and they fled. Zihan being more gentle in nature while Zichio exhibited a more willful demeanor. Chen Dayong stole a few lingering glances at their retreating figures. For beautiful sights deserve to be admired a little longer. He then hired a large truck to load the old clothing and departed. The following day, the pace of collecting old clothes noticeably slowed, and Chen Dayong realized that nearly all the effective clients in the first phase had already donated. Therefore, in the afternoon, he decided to relocate to the second phase. As time flowed, by the time Chen Dayong completed all collections in Meifu New Village Phase 8, half a month had passed. He then began to explore other private residences in the Shinshui community. Chapter 46, Preparing for a Clearance Sale in Truth. Chen Dayong harbored a subtle hope that the twin sisters would seek him out again, for he didn't even know their surname. Unfortunately, after completing the tasks in Meifu New Village, he never encountered them again. Finalizing the work in Meifu New Village took half a month, whereas the other private residential areas were wrapped up in just 5 days. This disparity was influenced by the nature and prestige of the locations. High-end establishments typically opted to donate to charity organizations directly or participate in charitable events, thus eschewing the donation of old clothes altogether. Others have outperformed Chen Dayong in terms of efficiency, thanks to the larger workforce. They have long since departed from the Sham Shuipa area to explore other districts of Jiolong. Under the pretext of charity, it must be said that the cost of collecting clothes has been minimal. The vast majority of donations have been received without charge. Consequently, the affluent Chen Dayong has temporarily rented another warehouse in the Jiolong district. Firstly, the current warehouse in the housing estate has become inadequate. Chen Dayong has even constructed a canopy beside the warehouse, which is now nearing capacity. Secondly, collecting used clothing from other districts is quite a distance away, complicating transportation. Furthermore, any clothing collected from those areas is meant for sale back to the local housing estates, making the back-and-forth transport unnecessary. Thus, it is more practical to rent another warehouse. This new facility can serve the affluent areas of Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok in the southern part of the district, as well as extend its reach to the Huangdaxian and Kuntong regions. Currently, Zhang Sheng, Zhou Taijun, and Lu Hua have taken charge at the Jiolong district warehouse, overseeing sorting and cleaning operations with half of the personnel transferred there. Chen Dayong supervises the warehouse and the housing estate. In the evenings, Zhao Jun and Uncle Wen come to assist. During the day, when they are absent, Chen Dayong also collects old clothing under the watchful eye of his supervisor. The primary overseers of the warehouse are Uncle Da and his twin sons. However, with the private residential area in Sham Shui taken care of, Chen Dayong is now setting his sights on other districts in Jiolong. Consequently, Lu Hua has returned to the Sham Shui Shixiaowai housing estate to maintain operations. The private residential areas in Jiolong are primarily located on the northern side, specifically in Sham Shui Pa, while the other districts currently contribute a smaller share. Thus, within less than half a month, Chen Dayong has successfully managed the situation. When Zhou Taijun inquired whether he would consider collecting from the main island, Chen Dayong declined, stating there was little to be gained from there. The main island, being the most developed area of the 3 major districts in Hong Kong, is currently a true affluent zone, bustling with prosperity. Jiolong occupies a middle ground, while Xingjie ranks lowest. The project of collecting charitable used clothing targets a mid-range demographic. As both high-end and low-income groups are unsuitable, the latter lacks used clothing, while the former dismisses such lowly charitable endeavors. Moreover, the distance to the main island is considerable, requiring crossing the sea. Thus, Chen Dayong ultimately decided to focus on solidifying the Jiolong area. Having secured the Jiolong district, the project has already captured a significant share, aligning with Chen Dayong's established goals. Therefore, on the morning of the 6th day of the 5th lunar month, Chen Dayong, accompanied by 9 subordinates, took a bus back to the Sham Shui Pashixiawa housing estate. All the used clothing in the warehouse has been sorted and cleaned, and Chen Dayong intends to commence selling them. He plans to begin with the items from the housing estate. That evening, in the factory warehouse, Chen Dayong convened a meeting, anticipating a large turnout of buyers the following day. It is bound to become chaotic, and he warned that there may be those who disregard the rules and attempt to take advantage of the situation. For such individuals, he intends to take decisive action. In the housing estate, there exists a plethora of young ruffians, predominantly adolescents, who are in their prime of rebelliousness. If one does not adopt a firmer stance to instill fear in these individuals, the likelihood of losing all goods to theft becomes alarmingly high. Understood, fourth brother. Lu Hua replied. Got it. Absolutely, assured Mr. Chen, with others echoing their agreement. Among them, the younger ones responded particularly loudly, while the 9 adult male subordinates appeared somewhat hesitant. This is entirely understandable, for when selecting these individuals, Chen Dayong prioritized those with honest and simple dispositions. These men are the pillars of their families, bearing substantial burdens, and over time, their sharp edges and brilliance have dulled, solidifying their character. Conversely, the adolescents are brimming with vitality. Having previously experienced hunger and a lack of proper clothing and shelter, they now enjoy the comforts provided by Chen Dayong, who has ensured their sustenance and a roof over their heads. They are aware of the need to repay this kindness, and they recognize the necessity of safeguarding their livelihoods. Notably, Wang Wei and Wang Meng stand out among them. These two, aged 16, are the sons of Uncle Da and are slightly younger than Chen Dayong. They are also key subjects of observation for him, considered as reserves for the future. Following this, Chen Dayong elaborated on several important matters. Just as he finished speaking, the Black Ghost returned, accompanied by 2 individuals. The housing estate is a strictly residential area, densely populated, devoid of entertainment venues or markets. Simply because the residents lack financial means. The only establishments present are a few tea restaurants and food stalls, all of which are owned by the community members, eking out a meager living. There is no profit to be made here. Thus, organized crime cannot flourish. Young individuals with aspirations of delinquency tend to leave for better opportunities, leaving behind a cluster of younger children. These adolescents, unwanted by legitimate organizations, remain in this environment, resulting in the gradual formation of various small factions. They often bully other children for amusement. The Shixiaowai housing estate comprises 29 public housing buildings and 7 subsidized rental houses, accommodating nearly 70,000 residents. Such a large community enables these small factions to amass a significant number of members. Among them, the 2 largest groups boast nearly 100 members each, led by individuals known as Ma Yindong and Fi Zibo, precisely the 2 that the Black Ghost has just brought back. Chen Dayong assessed them. One was tall and lanky with an elongated face, while the other was short and round. It is often said that there are no misnamed nicknames, and this holds true in their case. Mr. Chen, the Black Ghost mentioned you have benefits to share with me? Ma Yindong inquired with a sycophantic grin. Fi Zibo, seemingly at odds with Ma Yindong, interjected, Mr. Chen, if there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. My boys are all at your service. Indeed, indeed. So am I. Ma Yindong quickly added. The reason these 2 can reign supreme in this territory is that the older, more mature individuals have ventured out to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Despite the presence of nearly 100 little spirits surrounding the 2, their collective efforts proved futile. Without monetary resources, all endeavors were in vain. Thus, their demeanor was merely a reflection of their desire for Chen Dayong's finances. Chapter 47. Chaos. Do you see the old clothes behind me? Chen Dayong inquired. Indeed, we do, both replied in unison. Then, Fatty Bo continued, previously, there were trucks delivering goods here daily, and we all knew that these were the old garments Chen Boss had collected from outside. Indeed, Ma Yindong interjected. We are also aware that Chen intends to sell these old clothes at a bargain price to the residents of our housing estate. To be honest, we are all eagerly awaiting it. Chen Dayong chuckled. Tomorrow, we shall commence sales. I can assure you, prices will be cheaper than cabbage. However, we must reserve half of the stock for other housing estates, so the quantity available for our estate will not be substantial. There will surely be a rush. I do not wish for any disturbances, hence I would appreciate your little spirits assisting in maintaining order. Not a problem, Ma Yindong promptly replied. I assure you, all my people will be present without exception. I have no issues on my end either, Fatty Bo added. Rest assured, even the king of hell does not starve his soldiers. Chen Dayong laughed. As for your little spirits, each will receive a $10 appearance fee. As for the 2 of you, Each will receive 200. Is there any objection? Both Ma Yindong and Fatty Bo smiled and shook their heads. No problem. Very well. You may take your leave, Chen Dayong concluded, ushering them out. The little spirits could only serve as a fade when it came to the real deal. It would ultimately depend on us. Chen Dayong issued a final reminder and declared the meeting adjourned. The following day, on the 7th of the 5th month, the goods beneath the makeshift rain canopy outside the warehouse were transported to the central square of the housing estate. Lu Hua, Uncle Da, and 4 adult staff members remained at the warehouse while Chen Dayong and the others proceeded to the central square. The central square served as a recreational area for the residents of the estate, expansive in size. At this moment, a layer of tarpaulin covered the central area, upon which several small mounds were arranged, featuring shirts, trousers, and hats. The items were categorized by their condition, with each mound reflecting varying prices ranging from $1 to $60. In truth, there were additional old garments that Chen Dayong chose not to display. These were of particularly high value, such as a nearly new suit, a bespoke version originally priced at around $6,000 or $7,000. Though slightly worn, it was still worth approximately $5,000. Items valued over $200 were retained by Chen Dayong. A small portion would be kept for personal use, while the remainder would be sold to clothing stores. Surrounding the tarpaulin, wooden frames were erected, tied with red strings to delineate the sales area and the entrance and exit pathways. The sales area could accommodate only 10 individuals at a time. Whatever is taken out must be returned in equal measure. This ensures orderliness. In the sales area, the responsibility falls upon the semi-grown children who sort the items and the women who clean them. Each small mound is attended to by 2 individuals. One counts the clothing while the other handles the transactions. 5 senior staff members oversee the entry and exit corridors. Chen Dayong, along with Zhao Jun and Wen Shu, is tasked with supervision. Ma Liandong and Fizai Bo each brought along 70 or 80 youngsters, stationed on either side, bravely staring down the residents of the housing estate who had rushed over upon hearing the news. However, Chen Dayong was bemused to notice a child among them with a runny nose. When are we starting, Dayong? Zhao Jun inquired. He and Xiaowen had taken the day off to assist. Well, mainly, the 2 of them were curious to witness something unusual, he added. Let us commence at 9. Chen Dayong suggested, glancing at the time. It was currently 8:20. 9. That's still half an hour away, Dayong. Why not begin earlier? Xiaowen questioned, perplexed. There are already many people here waiting. Chen Dayong lowered his voice. We need to build anticipation among the residents. Zhao Jun and Xiaowen exchanged glances. You truly are cunning. Xiaowen chuckled, shaking her head. Dayong, there's a jacket over there for 60 yuan. Could you set it aside for me? After a moment, Zhao Jun hesitantly spoke in a lowered tone. Or I could just queue up to buy it. Don't be so modest, Chen Dayong replied dismissively. I have a stash of quality items that I want to release. There are over a dozen jackets, most of which originally cost around 600 yuan. Just come and choose one when the time comes. Zhao Jun felt a warmth in his heart and politely protested. That wouldn't be appropriate. Don't be so formal, Chen Dayong retorted, rolling his eyes. I have plenty of suits as well. I'll set one aside for you. Zhao Jun opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately smiled. All right, I want to hold back then. Xiaowen, observing from the side, felt a twinge of envy and excitement. Chen Dayong, not one to forget, immediately addressed Wen Shu. You should also take a look when the time comes. Choose a few pieces if you find something you like. Anything suitable, feel free to take. If not, I'll ensure the lowest price. Honestly, they are all fine items. Once worn, who would know they are secondhand? People would merely think you've worn them a lot. Wen Shu felt touched. All right, I know you're a good kid, Dayong. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, calling out, Dayong, when are we starting? Upon recognizing the voice, Chen Dayong saw it was Cheng Fengxia, who had come with her young daughter. Well, I must give her face, he thought helplessly. He then activated the electronic megaphone to announce the rules before allowing entry. Immediately, 10 individuals were let in. They began to look around, hesitating and taking their time in choosing items. Warjia, hurry up. You're taking all the good stuff. What are we supposed to do? Li Guzi. Why are you buying so much? Li Guzi, refrain from taking 2 items. Before Chen Dayong could utter a word, the crowd erupted, each voice clamoring for their chance. To them, these were treasures. Even the most inexpensive pair of trousers, marred by a hole, could be mended with a patch. Fearful of missing out, they worried that by the time their turn arrived, only the inferior items would remain. Amidst the commotion, a middle-aged man surged through the throng, attempting to breach the sales area. However, he was intercepted by Fizai Bo and his companions. Despite being merely a gaggle of adolescents, their sheer number was overwhelming. And these children, accustomed to unruliness, unleashed a torrent of kicks that sent the man sprawling to the ground. "Stop! Stop! He is my father!" cried someone from Ma Liandong's group, rushing forward. Yet, he was promptly halted by Ma Liandong. "Are you willing to forfeit your money?" Ma Liandong asked, his voice low and serious. The child, anxious for his father, looked distraught. "Bozi, enough. Do not continue the assault," Ma Liandong shouted across the fray. Fizai Bo glanced at him but turned his gaze toward Chen Dayong. This little chubby fellow was rather intriguing, Chen Dayong remarked in a hushed tone. Fizai Bo clearly understood that Chen Dayong aimed to set an example. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. Hence, he was the one to strike first. Knowing that the rest of his gang would hesitate otherwise, given that the middle-aged man belonged to the community. Chapter 48. A clearance sale. Xiaobo, cease at once. Fingzi, you stop this instant. Shadow, I will deal with you when we get home, cried numerous voices from the crowd. These individuals were family members of the assailants. Fizai Bo's faction. As their shouts rang out, the young ruffians gradually relented. Nevertheless, Fizai Bo continued his relentless assault. A stout woman burst forth from the crowd, aiming to grab Fizai Bo by the ear. "Xiao Bo, you no longer heed your mother's words, do you? If you continue, you will beat him to death." Even with his ear in her grasp, Fizai Bo remained undeterred, casting another glance at Chen Dayong. As long as Chen Dayong remained silent, he would not cease. "Dayong, enough. If you keep this up, you will ruin He Xiuan," urged a voice. Chen Dayong acknowledged with a grunt and then commanded, "Stop." Immediately, Fizai Bo halted. "Mother, do not interfere," he protested, finally turning to argue with the stout woman. Ignoring their dispute, Chen Dayong addressed the crowd through an electronic megaphone. Each person is permitted to purchase a maximum of 5 garments. No more than that. Any attempt to buy more will result in refusal of sale. Chen Dayong established this rule firmly, recognizing the necessity to maintain order and prevent further chaos. Moreover, remember that I, too, am from this community. I acquired these items at a cost, and I have invested considerable effort into cleaning and preparing them. I am merely trying to assist our community, while also earning a modest profit. Surely you cannot expect to take these second-hand clothes without any payment? I cannot bear such a loss. Therefore, I hope everyone will adhere to the rules. Now, let us proceed. Having established rules, the concerns regarding insufficient goods and the inability to purchase them were alleviated. Yet, someone was made an example of, and instantly, the crowd fell silent. No longer were they raucous. Everyone obediently formed a line, selecting and purchasing their desired items. The middle-aged man who had been struck was assisted by his family to his side. Nevertheless, he soon returned to join the queue. This epitomizes the existence of the impoverished masses. He Xiuan gazed at the profile of Chen Dayong, her thoughts a labyrinth of complexity. This individual, merely 17 years of age, was already astute in human affairs, possessing both means and cunning. What was she doing at 17? Zhao Jun momentarily drifted into a reverie, recalling the earlier encounter with a highway robber while traveling with Chen Dayong. At that moment, he comprehended why Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua regarded themselves as subordinates. Following Chen Dayong. I am Chen Dayong, destined for great endeavors in the future. In his reverie, Zhao Jun recalled Chen Dayong as self-introduction upon their first meeting. Previously indecisive, he finally resolved in that moment. Dayong, I no longer wish to be a martial arts performer on set. It feels lackluster. I would rather work with you. If you could provide me with a salary, Zhao Jun declared. He Xiuan was momentarily taken aback, but this time, she refrained from reprimanding him and remained silent. Chen Dayong was also momentarily astonished, but he quickly smiled and replied, "Excellent." Zhao Jun, who had exhibited remarkable courage and decisiveness when confronted by the highway robber, proved to have a commendable character. His assistance during their journey to Hong Kong had greatly aided Chen Dayong. There was order now, and the sales proceeded swiftly, however. It was not until after 1 o'clock that everything was sold out. Yet, numerous residents still had not been able to purchase anything. They clamored for Chen Dayong to provide an explanation. Without hesitation, he proposed a solution. Rest assured, I shall arrange for another shipment of goods to ensure that all who have a need will be able to purchase, Chen Dayong proclaimed. Immediately, Zhao Jun led a team to retrieve another batch of goods. Those who had previously missed out finally quieted down. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, this new shipment was also sold out. However, there remained many still in line. Chen Dayong chose to disregard them. recognizing that they were familiar faces who had previously bought items. In the warehouse, he had ample stock left. Yet he decided not to sell to the residents of Shixiaowei House Estate any longer. He intended to distribute to other estates, as this was crucial to his forthcoming business strategy. We have no more goods. And do not assume I am unaware that you have already made purchases in the past. It is now 5 o'clock. We have all labored throughout the day without a meal. Please, show us some understanding and allow us to have our dinner, Chen Dayong stated. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Chen Dayong and his companions concluded their work and headed to the warehouse. Before departing, he called over Fat Boy Bo and Ma Liandong, as well as the son of the man who had been struck. What is your name? Chen Dayong inquired of the boy. The child, somewhat bewildered, replied, Fong Yukai. Ma Liandong playfully tapped the boy's head and said, address him as Mr. Chen. The young boy was startled. Mr. Chen, my name is Fong Yukai. How old are you? Chen Dayong inquired with a smile. 13, no, 14, Fong Yukai replied. Was the one who was beaten your father? Chen Dayong asked. Fong Yukai hesitated for a moment. Yes, that's my dad. He feared that Mr. Chen intended to settle the score, and his voice trembled as he pleaded, Mr. Chen, my dad didn't mean it. He was just anxious and worried he wouldn't be able to buy. Stop right there. Chen Dayong chuckled. Your father nearly made a grave mistake, which could have jeopardized my important matters. Fat Boy Bo struck him as he deserved. Fat Boy Bo was merely acting on my behalf. If you must harbor resentment, let it be directed at me. Fat Boy Bo was taken aback. Ma Liandong was equally surprised. Fong Yukai then realized his misunderstanding and hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, I hold no grudges. I understand the reasoning. You are a kind man. My father bears no ill will. He bought 5 pieces of clothing and is very happy, constantly praising you. Chen Dayong replied, in that case, take this 500 yuan. It is for your father's medical expenses. He produced 500 yuan and handed it to Fong Yukai. Don't squander it. Fat Boy Bo, accompany him and also offer an apology to his uncle. Fong Yukai accepted the money, and being just a child, he felt deeply moved, promptly assuring, Mr. Chen, I certainly won't waste it. Fat Boy Bo smacked him lightly. I'll go with you, but you won't even have a chance to squander it. Fat Boy Bo felt a pang of disappointment. Initially, he had hoped to gain Mr. Chen's favor through this opportunity and secure a position working for him. However, Mr. Chen's actions clearly indicated his disinterest in accepting his goodwill. Bozi, do you have no sense of decorum? He is my little brother, not yours. Why did you strike him? Ma Liandong remarked, visibly displeased. All right. Chen Dayong waved his hand. You too. Disperse your little gang and come to the warehouse for dinner. Also, take some money with you. Inform your little friends that they won't go hungry. Each will receive an additional 5 yuan for their meal. Chapter 49. Exceeding expectations in the factory warehouse. A wooden plank served as the floor, covered with an abundance of meat and vegetables. These were prepared by Grandma Zhang and Uncle Wang, along with a group of children. Others had already eaten lunch, but those who had been busy at the central square had not. As it was nearly 6 o'clock, everyone gathered to eat together, treating it as a dinner celebration. 4. Hurry up and eat. Jiomei squatted beside Chen Dayong, diligently serving him food. She was concerned that 4 hadn't eaten lunch and feared he might be hungry. Shiwu appeared somewhat discontent. Today, he had missed the opportunity to help at the central square and was unable to witness the spectacle. This isn't a true celebration. We've only just begun. Let us hold on a few more days. Once all the goods are cleared, we'll arrange a proper celebration. We'll celebrate heartily. After this concludes. I won't boast too much, but at least you all won't have to live in overcrowded quarters anymore. Each family will have their own 30-square-meter home. Chen Dayong spoke uplifting words as he ate, stirring the emotions of those around him. Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo, having completed their tasks, arrived at the factory warehouse, both feeling quite pleased. Clearly, Mr. Chen still had use for them. Otherwise, he would have simply handed them money at the central square without inviting them to dinner. This was indeed a positive sign. Fatty Bo pondered how he could work with Chen, how he could join this venture. Come, let us sit and eat together. Chen Dayong smiled, instructing the attendant to bring bowls and chopsticks for the two. They promptly sat down to eat. Truth be told, upon seeing the bustling warehouse filled with 50 or 60 people of all ages, they were somewhat astonished. It resembled a large family gathering. After the meal, Chen Dayong called Lu Hua and Zhao Jun and exited the warehouse, with Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo discreetly trailing behind. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. For each of you, I'll calculate based on 100 small ghosts, which amounts to 2,000. Lu Hua handed 2 bundles of cash to Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo. That doesn't seem right, Ma Liandong queried. Even counting 100 small ghosts, it should only be 1,500. Adding my 200 makes 1,700. Just take it, Zhao Jun chuckled. What's wrong? Do you think it's too much? No. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Ma Liandong quickly shook his head in denial and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. In truth, he had only brought 78 small ghosts over. So based on 100, he received compensation for 22. This amounted to 330, plus an additional 300, giving him a total of 630 extra. Today, he had achieved a profit of 830 without lifting a finger, surpassing his father's monthly earnings, and he had previously carried no more than $10 in his pocket. The thought of this exhilarated Ma Liandong immensely, making his thanks heartfelt. Mr. Chen, I brought 83 people today. Just give me the money for those small ghosts. I don't want anything else, not even my 200. Fatty Bo declined the money, adding, I wish to work with you, Mr. Chen. Like that attendant. I seek an opportunity. Ma Liandong was taken aback, instantly regretting his own hesitations. Zhao Jun observed Fatty Bo with a complex expression. The lad was both clever and audacious. Reflecting on his own indecision, he realized that although he had joined the group, he was still a step behind Lu Hua and Zhou Taijun. Yet, he shared a bond of friendship with Dayong, which placed him in a better position than the others. Lu Hua regarded Fatty Bo with admiration. Seeing a reflection of himself in the young man, Fatty Bo resembled him greatly. He too had once followed Chen Dayong into this venture. I have high expectations for those who work with me. I do not tolerate disobedience, Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. I will certainly be obedient, Fatty Bo responded immediately. Very well, then I shall accept you, Chen Dayong agreed. He had long harbored the intention of winning over both Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong, as he needed them for his forthcoming business endeavors. Mr. Chen, I too do not wish for money, but can you grant me an opportunity? Ma Liandong hastily spoke, his heart filled with urgency. I heard that you two have some grievances? Chen Dayong inquired. I do not wish for my subordinates to turn against each other. No. Mr. Chen, Bozai and I were merely joking. We have never truly quarreled, Ma Liandong quickly clarified. Bozai, right? He sought assistance from Fatty Bo. We are all from the same community, Fatty Bo remarked, offering a kind word. Haha. Well then, you can also continue with your work, Chen Dayong stated. You may keep this money. The opportunity was not exchanged for a mere few $100s. It was given by me. Do you understand? Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo immediately nodded in agreement. They were then dismissed by Chen Dayong. What do you think of these two? Chen Dayong asked. Needless to say, Fatty Bo is clearly a cut above the rest. Zhao Jun replied, somewhat irked. Lu Hua chuckled. Ma Liandong is not too bad either. Indeed, Ma Liandong has his merits. To become a leader among children in a community of nearly 70,000 demonstrates some capability. However, in comparison, Fatty Bo stood out. What are your thoughts on the Wang Wei and Wang Ming brothers? Chen Dayong inquired again. I don't know much about them. Zhao Jun refrained from expressing an opinion. They lack intellect, but are physically robust and strong. They likely still have room for growth and can charge into battle. They seem to resemble Zhang Sheng in type. But Zhang Xing is an enigma to me, Lu Hua remarked. All right, I understand, Chen Dayong nodded. That evening, Chen Dayong, along with Lu Hua and Zhao Jun, reconciled the profits from the sale of second-hand clothing. The total earnings, after rounding off, amounted to 237,000. Lu Hua and Zhao Jun were astounded. Neither had expected the crumpled bills to accumulate to such a sum. Dayong, you have struck it rich, Zhao Jun exclaimed, wide-eyed. The goods sold today were not even half of what we have in the warehouse here. There is another warehouse in Jiolong district, also filled with stock. Chen Dayong had set aside the more valuable items separately. I cannot fathom this. Zhao Jun realized his thoughts had come to a standstill. Lu Hua was equally dumbfounded. He recalled that fourth brother had mentioned this project would yield him a 10 share. 10? How much is that? My heavens! Chen Dayong smiled, reassuring them, stay calm. Stay calm. It's nothing to be overly concerned about. In truth, he too felt a ripple of excitement within. The returns from this project had surpassed his expectations. Chapter 50. Lu Dahe extorts money that night. Both Lu Hua and Zhao Jun slept uneasily, fearing their money might be stolen. When Chen Dayong arose the next day, he found both of them with dark circles under their eyes, which caused him to chuckle. He had, however, slept soundly. After breakfast, Lu Hua remained at the factory warehouse, and Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong came over to guard it together. Chen Dayong, accompanied by Zhao Jun and 9 staff members, carrying several burlap sacks, went to a nearby bank. They deposited the entire sum of 230,000. leaving the remaining 7,000 for operational use. Having previously borrowed 18,500 yuan, I have now exhausted the funds. In truth, last night, the 4,000 yuan given to Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong was entirely derived from the sales made yesterday. On the way back, Zhao Jun inquired, "When shall we sell in other neighborhoods?" "Tomorrow," replied Chen Dayong decisively. Today, Chen Dayong must establish connections with other neighborhoods. These connections entail engaging the local juvenile factions, just as he had to pay Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong's prominent juvenile factions for their services. He must similarly invest in the juvenile factions from other neighborhoods. The purpose of this investment is twofold: to maintain order and, more importantly, to ensure they are adequately compensated to prevent any potential disruptions. Upon returning to the warehouse, Chen Dayong assigned tasks to Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong. "You two are to go to other neighborhoods and invite their juvenile leaders here. I will treat them to lunch at Uncle De Air's food stall," Chen Dayong commanded. The two complied without hesitation. At noon, in the bustling food stall, Chen Dayong met several juvenile leaders from other neighborhoods. One was named Big Nose Chun. Another was called Pugai Chun, along with Wang Chung and Lu Xiaohe. They were all young lads, eagerly gazing at Chen Dayong. In their eyes, he perceived an insatiable thirst for money. Chen Dayong candidly articulated the purpose of their invitation to lunch, promising each juvenile a remuneration of 10 yuan, while their leaders would receive 200 yuan. The four leaders promptly agreed, assuring him that there would be no disturbances. Thus, the pathways to these four smaller neighborhoods were successfully opened. The following morning, while Lu Hua remained at the warehouse, Chen Dayong and Zhao Jun, accompanied by their entourage and goods, proceeded to the neighborhood of Big Nose Chin. Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong each brought along 5 or 6 trusted junior associates. Once they arrived at the central plaza of the neighborhood and set everything in order, the residents, having been informed by Big Nose Chin's juvenile faction, began to queue up orderly to enter and make purchases. This time, Chen Dayong implemented a new rule. Each person was limited to 3 items. Unfortunately, the stock was limited, thus necessitating this restriction. Through this sale of second-hand clothing, he aimed to solidify relationships with the various neighborhoods in the deep water community, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Therefore, he could not afford to deplete the stock in just one neighborhood. Perhaps due to Big Nose Chin's prior arrangements, the event proceeded smoothly without any incidents. By noon, all the transported goods had been sold out. Consequently, in the afternoon, after lunch, Chen Dayong proceeded to the next neighborhood. If all went well, he anticipated clearing out the remaining stock from the warehouse by the following afternoon. However, on the second day, when sales commenced in Lu Xiaohe's neighborhood, an unexpected complication arose. Midway through the sale, a young man, accompanied by 17 or 18 others, surged into the central plaza. Given their demeanor, they were clearly outsiders. "Brother, what are you doing?" As that group of individuals entered, Lu Xiaohui was taken aback and questioned the young man at the forefront. It turned out that this individual was none other than his elder brother, Lu Dahe. Clearly, Lu Dahe had been faring well in the outside world. "Mind your own business." Lu Dahe shot a glare at Lu Xiaohui before bellowing, "Whose business is this?" Lu Xiaohui, accompanied by a band of over 30 young rascals, remained silent, while Fatty Bo and Horseface Dong led a dozen or so youths to confront Lu Dahe's group. All of them were merely adolescents, lacking confidence and significantly diminished in presence. "Huh, a bunch of kids, have you all become so bold now?" Lu Dahe mocked. "I swear, have you all grown wings? Get lost and stop being an eyesore, or I'll make sure your parents won't recognize you." The youths exuded arrogance, while only Fatty Bo and Horseface Dong dared to retort, leaving the remaining children to shrink back. "So what if you're older? What is so impressive about that?" they quipped, with a sarcastic tone. The atmosphere was sustained solely by the bravado of these two. Chen Dayong and Zhao Jun approached, and as they moved, 2 larger employees immediately advanced towards them. The others remained to guard the entrance, preventing the residents from seizing the opportunity to snatch goods amidst the chaos. "What is wrong with my business?" Chen Dayong inquired with a smile. Zhao Jun, however, wore a troubled expression, apprehensive not about the fight itself, but about the merchandise. A considerable amount remained unsold, and should a confrontation arise, the residents would undoubtedly seize the moment to pilfer the goods, which represented a significant financial loss. "Who granted you permission to sell here?" Lu Dahe demanded. "Is permission necessary to sell here?" Chen Dayong countered. Lu Dahe stiffened. "Of course it is." Chen Dayong turned to Lu Xiaohui. "Come here." "Mr. Chen." Lu Xiaohui approached, his expression conflicted. "He is your brother, isn't he?" Chen Dayong asked. Lu Dahe nodded affirmatively, Yes, he is my brother. What of it? Your brother permitted it. I provided your brother with money, and he allowed me to sell here, Chen Dayong stated with utmost seriousness. Lu Dahe retorted. His word doesn't eke out. So, your permission is necessary, is that right? Chen Dayong inquired. Yes. What do you want? Lu Dahe responded. I want 1/10 of the sales proceeds, Lu Dahe proclaimed eagerly. Zhao Jun chuckled. What a greedy demand. Aren't you worried about overreaching? To be honest. Chen Dayong couldn't help but feel amused as well. The sales proceeds included costs, not pure profit, and to demand 1/10 was indeed audacious. It suggested that as an elder brother, he intended to encroach upon his younger brother's business, did it not? Chen Dayong remarked with a cold smile directed at Lu Xiaowei. It seems you no longer desire the earnings from you and your little gang, do you? Brother. Can you not make a scene? Lu Xiaowei pleaded with Lu Dahe. If you continue this way, how will I lead my younger brothers in the future? The younger rascals began to stir, for although they were slightly younger, they were certainly not foolish. Lu Dahe and his entourage were in pursuit of money. If they were to receive a portion, it would be acceptable. However, if denied, would their efforts not be in vain? The money they had worked for would vanish? Chapter 51. Who will dare to feed you in the future? Do refrain from sowing discord? Lu Dahe bellowed. He then turned to his brother and the group of young rascals in the vicinity. Rest assured, I shall provide you with your earnings shortly. After all, it is merely a matter of generosity at another's expense. This fellow was not entirely foolish. Although Lu Xiaobei's expression remained grim, he chose to remain silent. After all, he was his elder brother. The group of rascals also fell silent. They merely sought money, regardless of who provided it. You scoundrel, Lu Dahe. How dare you address my boss in such a manner? Fatty Bo shouted, glaring. Why was it that he always spoke first? Ma Yindong felt exasperated, but did not delay in responding. Lu Dahe, try speaking to Mr. Chen like that again. I swear I will put you in your place. Just as Lu Dahe was about to unleash his fury, Chen Dayong's voice rang out. Bozi, Dongzi, young men should temper their tempers. I, Chen Dayong, am not a remarkable figure. Being insulted is nothing of great consequence. Chen Dayong smiled. After a moment, he turned to Lu Dahe. Thus, I shall agree to 1/10. Consider it my way of befriending you, Lu Dahe. Chen Dayong sought to buy time. A conflict at this juncture would be ill-advised, only benefiting the residents of the tenement. It would be prudent to wait until the goods were sold, then they could choose to fight or negotiate further. Further negotiation? Does he truly regard Chen Dayong as a mere clay idol? If that is your stance, then I shall accept you as my friend, Lu Dahe chuckled. Very well. It will take a while to sell out. Let us converse while we wait, Chen Dayong suggested. Thus, he began to engage Lu Dahe in casual banter. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun smirked inwardly, fully aware that Chen Dayong was deliberately stalling for time. Soon enough, you shall have cause to weep, Zhao Jun muttered to himself. The tenement residents queued for their purchases. Lu Xiaobei and his group of rascals huddled together, while Lu Dahe's crew, a cluster of young men, gathered to share laughter and conversation. Ma Yindong and Fatty Bo remained with their loyal subordinates. What are you all afraid of? If a fight breaks out, who knows who will win or lose? Ma Yindong scolded his loyal subordinates. Fatty Bo remained silent, his expression darkening. Brother Bo, what are you pondering? One of his subordinates inquired. What am I pondering? Fatty Bo sneered. You lot have been accompanying me for work these past few days, earning a mere $10 daily. Is this money for doing nothing? Receiving pay without work only diminishes my standing with Boss Chen. You lot will be dismissed tomorrow. If you find this money too hot to handle and refuse to take it, then others will gladly seize it. His loyal subordinates' faces turned ashen. Fatty Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he then turned to Ma Yindong. Dongzi, I know you have a small knife hidden on you. May I borrow it? What do you need my knife for? Ma Yindong queried with curiosity. Damn. The group of rascals, having lost points, decided to reclaim them themselves, as Fatty Bo stated. His gaze fixed intensely on Lu Xiaohai. Ma Yinbo was taken aback, but soon realized that instead of brandishing a knife, he suggested a collective effort. Fatty Bo grinned maliciously. Excellent. Meanwhile, Chen Dayong, Zhao Jun, and Lu Dahe engaged in light conversation, swiftly discerning Lu Dahe's background. This individual was affiliated with a leader known as Dog Zibo. The lively Shui street outside the residential area was under his control. Beyond collecting debts, Dog Zibo also operated a horse racing venue and a small gambling den. To be honest, Chen Dayong had no intention of entangling himself with the underworld. As a reborn individual, he was thriving in legitimate business endeavors, making profits that soared. Why would he delve into illicit activities? Yet, In this era, particularly in Hong Kong, it was nearly impossible to conduct any business without encountering the underbelly of society. If one were to retreat even slightly, the scum would latch on, retreat further, and they would consume you whole. Thus, a firm stance was essential. Chen Dayong's philosophy was simple. If they did not provoke him, they could coexist peacefully. However, should they dare to bother him, he would retaliate fiercely. Dog Zibo was merely an upstart thug, lacking any significant standing, unworthy of concern. As the clock struck 5, the goods were sold out, and the residents dispersed joyfully. Zhao Jun instructed his men to pack up and leave. All right, I must take my leave. Let us share a meal together another day, Chen Dayong chuckled, attempting to depart. However, he was halted by Lu Dahei's outstretched hand. Boss Chen, it seems you have forgotten to pay? Ah, is that so? The smile on Chen Dayong's face gradually faded. Zhao Jun, ready to act, planned to eliminate Lu Dahei, rendering him useless. At that moment, Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo suddenly sprang into action, capturing Lu Xiaohai. Their loyal subordinates, emboldened by their leaders, bravely confronted the 30-odd young men from the residential area, gaining the upper hand in terms of momentum. Boss, you should leave. Fatty Bo shouted. Lu Dahei, your brother is in our grasp. Tell your men to stand down, or my knife will find its way to his kidney. Ma Liandong waved his knife, grinning wickedly. The young men all turned their gaze toward Lu Dahei, who was dumbfounded, just as he was about to respond. Zhao Jun swiftly slapped him, silencing his words. Another kick struck Lu Dahei's left knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Zhao Jun then locked his grip around Lu Dahei's neck. Damn, they beat us to it, he muttered, somewhat speechless. Chen Dayong found the situation amusing and was unexpectedly surprised by Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo's audacity. Lu Dahei was stunned. Lu Xiaohai was bewildered. The group of young men was left in disbelief. They were all utterly flabbergasted. Aha! Chen Dayong burst into laughter and then swaggered off with his entourage. Upon exiting the courtyard, he playfully slapped Lu Dahei's face and inquired, Do you have any idea how much money is in this large burlap sack? At the very least. It's 100,000. Zhao Jun answered on his behalf with a cold smirk, 1/10, which amounts to over 10,000. I'd give it to you. But do you dare accept it? Lu Dahei's pupils contracted. He had anticipated only a few thousand and was taken aback by the actual sum. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, What else to be afraid of? If I can't take it, can my boss not take it either? This was merely a bluff, invoking the name of his superior, the notorious Dog Zibo, to instill fear. Unfortunately, it proved ineffective. Chen Dayong swiftly delivered a slap, declaring, I'll be sure to meet your boss. Lu Dahei fell silent, fearing further violence. You, having such a brother, must have truly exhausted your luck, Chen Dayong remarked, casting a glance at Lu Xiaohai. When you act in bad faith like this, who would dare to provide for you in the future? Lu Dahei glared at Chen Dayong with fiery eyes, while Lu Xiaohai bowed his head in shame. Enough, let them go, Chen Dayong commanded, then abandoned the two brothers as he and the others departed, leaving Lu Dahei and Lu Xiaohai exchanging glances in disbelief. Chapter 52. Learning to create opportunities, brother. Are you still my brother? Lu Xiaohai asked, filled with indignation. Lu Dahei realized that his brother had been successfully incited against him. He glared back. Don't listen to them. What do you mean I snatched your opportunity? They merely offered you a few hundred to placate you. I was just trying to secure a little more. Did you manage to get it? Lu Xiaohai shot back defiantly. Lu Dahei fell silent. I don't care. I can forfeit my 200, but you must give me the money for my subordinates. 36 heads, 10 each. Totals 360. You must pay me. If you don't, how will I maintain my status? Who will recognize me as their leader? Brother, if you don't give me this money, I will disown you. I will no longer consider you my brother, Lu Xiaohai said, tears welling in his eyes. Mr. Chen is engaged in significant business. He deals with over 100,000 in goods for a mere small courtyard. Just think about the scale of his operations. He respects me, invites me to meals, shares a table with me, drinks with me, and spends money to help me. But now it has come to this. Mr. Chen is right. If I act in bad faith, who will trust me in the future? Who will provide for me? Brother, you've ruined me. Lu Dahei's expression turned bitter as he realized he might have truly erred, inadvertently harming his younger brother. I'm sorry, little brother. Rest assured. I will borrow the 360. I'll make sure you get it, Lu Dahei promised. 360? What am I even doing this for? I could have earned 200 today, Lu Xiaohai thought to himself, utterly speechless at his brother's predicament. Just make sure you give it to me tonight, he muttered. On the way back, Chen Dayong headed directly to the bank to deposit the money. Indeed, the total has exceeded 110,000, reaching over 116,000. To round it off, let us say 116,000. This morning, I deposited 131,000. Yesterday alone, I accumulated a total of 194,000. Furthermore, with the outstanding payments from the Shixiaowai housing estate, there is now a total of 230,000 in Chen Dayong's account, amounting to 671,000. The warehouse in Jiolong district should be close to this figure as well. The high-value goods, I estimate, could fetch around 70,000 to 80,000. Chen Dayong reflected, realizing that this wave of recovering donated clothing could potentially yield over 2 million in revenue. A wave of joy washed over him. With this influx of capital, the next venture could be considerably grander. As for you two, how you manage the younger members is beyond my concern. One thing is certain, if you wish to partake in my provisions, you must heed my directives and fulfill your duties. After dinner, as Fei Zibo and Ma Liandong departed, Chen Dayong casually remarked, signaling his approval. He recognized the duo, particularly for their success in capturing Lu Xiaohe, which was nothing short of impressive. However, their underlings were somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, given their youth, he chose not to dwell on it. Of course, you two performed admirably today, Chen Dayong complimented. Fei Zibo and Ma Liandong left with expressions of delight. Lu Dahe borrowed repeatedly until he finally gathered the 360 yuan, which he presented to Lu Xiaohe. This fellow could muster 30 to 40 subordinates, ruling the housing estate with a certain degree of merit. To put it plainly, he knew each of their names and their homes. This is the money I borrowed. Here is 10 yuan for you. I've realized my mistake. I cannot go back on my word. If I do, no one will approach us for assistance in the future. I plan to visit Mr. Chen at Shixiaowai housing estate tomorrow morning to offer my apologies. Will you accompany me? This sentiment was echoed 36 times by Lu Xiaohe, successfully rallying the hearts of his 36 subordinates. That night, Chen Dayong chose not to sleep at the warehouse but returned home to keep company with Xiaowu and Jiomei. Little Jiomei had trouble sleeping without him, so he opted to stay by her side. Zhao Jun remained at the warehouse to accompany Lu Hua. The following morning, as Chen Dayong approached the warehouse, he noticed a group of youngsters waiting outside, with Lu Xiaohe at the forefront. What is this about? He inquired, puzzled. Zhao Jun explained, this morning, Bozai and Dongzai brought them to apologize and seek your forgiveness. I initially thought they had come to demand money, Lu Hua chuckled. Chen Dayong called Lu Xiaohe over. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I was blinded by greed and wronged you. You may punish me as you see fit, but I implore you to forgive me, Lu Xiaohe professed. Are you here to sincerely apologize or merely to put on a performance? Chen Dayong teased. Lu Xiaohe paused. Mr. Chen, I am undoubtedly here with genuine intentions to apologize. What does it mean to perform and put on an act? Chen Dayong chuckled. Regardless of whether this fellow genuinely came to apologize or merely to put on a show, his actions could potentially mend the disheartened spirits of the people. However, it remains uncertain whether he has settled the debts of those young fellows. If he has, that would be remarkable. Have you given them their money? Chen Dayong inquired directly. Lu Xiaohe nodded and replied, my brother lent me 360 yuan, and I have already given it. This was rather intriguing. Chen Dayong smiled. All right, I forgive you. You may lead your companions back. Chen Dayong stated. Yes, Mr. Chen, you mentioned yesterday that without trust, no one would provide sustenance. So, I'm just saying, if the next time there is something that I and my young fellows can assist with, would you still consider helping me, Mr. Chen? Chen Dayong scrutinized Lu Xiaohe for a moment before responding, I will grant you another opportunity. Return and await further news. Lu Xiaohe immediately brightened, exclaiming, thank you, Mr. Chen. I shall take my leave now. Good morning, Mr. Chen. He then departed with a buoyant step, leading a group of young followers. You see, among the grassroots, there are indeed hidden talents. It is merely the lack of opportunity that holds them back, Chen Dayong remarked to Zhao Jun and Lu Hua. His gaze then shifted to Fei Zibo, Ma Liandong, and Wang Wei Wang Meng, noting that while some would grasp the opportunities presented, others might let them slip. Beyond seizing given opportunities, one must also learn to create their own. Lu Xiaohe before them was actively crafting opportunities and striving for advancement. The previous Fei Zibo and Lu Hua had similarly done so. The group pondered, each reflecting in their own way. Chapter 53, A Letter of Gratitude at the Warehouse in Jiolong District. The old clothes had yet to be thoroughly cleaned, thus could not be sold. However, There was no rush, as the high-quality goods in this warehouse also required time for processing. Therefore, Chen Dayong's next task was to seek out some upscale buyers, particularly those clothing stores capable of absorbing large quantities of quality merchandise. Before departing, Chen Dayong had one more matter to address. Bo Zai, Dong Zai. Can you and those young fellows read and write? Chen Dayong inquired. Most of them can, Ma Lian Dong replied. Fei Zai Bo elaborated. Boss Chen. We all attended the charitable primary school on the rooftop. This school offers free education, so most children in the estate have gone there. Reading and writing pose no issue. However, attending secondary school outside requires substantial funds, which we cannot afford, leaving us to linger in the estate. Chen Dayong nodded. In that case, Dong Zai, this morning. Go to a bookstore and stationery shop to purchase a batch of exercise books. Each book should contain approximately 15 pages. This time, around 20,000 families have either sold or donated their old clothes. Therefore, buy 500 books. Purchase from various places, ensuring they are not all the same. Remember to negotiate the price. After a pause, he instructed Fei Zai Bo Zai. Mobilize all the young fellows in the estate to transcribe a letter of gratitude for me. In a short while, I will provide you with a sample for transcription. A diligent transcription will earn you a reward of 25 yuan, and the more you transcribe, the more you earn. Be meticulous in your copying, do not be careless. Fatty Bo and Horse-Faced Dong immediately agreed. Zhao Jun, puzzled, inquired, Dayong, what is this for? Haha. Chen Dayong chuckled. What else could it be? We shall send a letter of gratitude to those who have either donated or sold their old clothes, thanking them on behalf of the children in the housing estate. They seek this spiritual recompense, so let us fulfill their wishes. This time, those who either donated or sold their old garments had their addresses meticulously compiled by Chen Dayong. Since we are undertaking this task, let us do it splendidly. After all, it will not incur much additional expense. Zhao Jun appeared somewhat bewildered, yet Lu Hua was already laughing. Subsequently, Chen Dayong took a piece of paper and swiftly drafted a sample letter of gratitude, which he then handed to Fatty Bo. After that, he left the warehouse to negotiate with several garment shop owners, as usual accompanied by Zhao Jun currently within the core circle. Zhou Taijun has received an education but possesses an average intellect. Lu Hua, though astute, has not attended school and is illiterate. Zhang Sheng serves primarily as a bodyguard. This individual, with a background as a scout, will be a valuable asset for Chen Dayong. His scarred visage is ill-suited for certain occasions. Zhao Jun, educated and quick-witted, is also courageous, and their camaraderie makes Chen Dayong particularly fond of his company. As for the others, Black Kid is too young and of limited capability. Yet his sincerity and kindness are commendable. Fatty Bo and Horse-Faced Dong are both capable, with the former exhibiting slightly greater strength. Wang Wei and Wang Meng are still in their probationary period. Thus, the core team currently consists of these individuals, and their progress has not been slow. On that day, Chen Dayong brought several garment shop owners back to the warehouse to inspect the goods. All showed interest, albeit in small quantities, which is to be expected. The stock that Chen Dayong possesses is far more than any single or few shops could consume. After purchasing the notebooks, over 4,000 copies were transcribed on the same day. The children in the housing estate, despite their rambunctious nature, are all dutiful sons and grandsons, holding their families in high regard and eager to alleviate their burdens. They do not fear hard work. Rather, they dread the absence of it. A letter of gratitude comprises merely a few hundred words, and for each letter copied, one earns 25 yuan, an exceedingly simple task. This money feels almost like a gift. Consequently, all of them were invigorated. The following day, Chen Dayong dispatched a number of children to deliver letters of gratitude to benevolent families in the Sham Shui community. For each letter delivered, they would earn 50 yuan. The task of running errands, delivering letters, and bowing in thanks is remarkably straightforward. Delivering 10 letters in a day yields 5 yuan, while 100 brings in 50 yuan, an easy way to earn money. Thus, the selected children were equally energized. From the early hours of that day, a scene unfolded throughout the Sham Shui community. Groups of children from the housing estate ventured to the homes or shops of the benefactors, entering with a notebook in hand, bowing, and presenting their letters. Once again, I extend my gratitude before withdrawing. The benevolent individuals were initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief and joy, their spirits fulfilled. In the deep water community, nearly 9,000 kind-hearted souls had participated, while the mischievous children had tirelessly run about for 3 full days to complete their tasks. After this duration, the high-value goods in the warehouse were sold off, save for a few retained items. The total revenue amounted to over 723,000. This figure closely aligned with Chen Dayong's expectations. The retained items, estimated to be worth around 60 to 70,000, had already found their place in his home. With the warehouse now empty, the need for constant vigilance was alleviated. Nevertheless, Chen Dayong chose not to relinquish the lease, as he still had use for the factory space. The stock in the Jiulong district warehouse remained unsold. Thus rewards could not yet be distributed. However, a portion of the benefits had already been dispensed, notably resolving housing issues. Chen Dayong rented an additional 7 affordable housing units, each spanning 30 square meters, complementing the 4 previously acquired, resulting in a total of 11 units to accommodate 11 families. No longer would they be cramped together. That evening, upon learning that the gratitude letters for the deep water community had been delivered, Chen Dayong felt an inexplicable melancholy. All benefactors were acknowledged, yet the twin sisters, Ziqiu and Zihan, were notably absent from the list. Consequently, they would not receive a letter of thanks. That evening, in building one of Meifu New Village, a pair of young girls were venting their frustrations. This is infuriating. Everyone has received a thank you letter, but why haven't I? Zihan exclaimed, pounding her pillow with her small fists, which bore the brunt of her ire, contorting into a shape of silent agony. I haven't tea either, Ziqiu replied softly, clearly equally distressed. Why didn't he send us a thank you letter? Why? Zihan inquired. Go ask that fellow, and you'll find out, Ziqiu suggested. But we don't even know where he lives. How can we ask? Chapter 54. Interview with the reporter on May 14th. Chen Dayong planned to visit the Jiulong district warehouse. The old clothing there had been cleaned and dried, ready for sale. However, that morning, before he could leave, a reporter blocked his path. It appeared that the recent delivery of gratitude letters by the mischievous children in the community had garnered significant attention, thus attracting the interest of the press. The reporter, named Qiu Shui, worked for the Mingdao newspaper and was also an editorial editor. She presented as a mature and sophisticated woman, adorned with large framed glasses and dressed in professional attire. Is Qiu Shui your pen name or your real name? Chen Dayong inquired with curiosity. It's my real name. The seasoned reporter replied. By the way, I'd like to treat you to coffee. Do you have time? She expressed clear interest in Chen Dayong. Her knowledge of his residence indicated that she had conducted prior research and was well prepared for this encounter. The coffee at the tea restaurant downstairs isn't particularly good. Chen Dayong chuckled. In the housing estate's tea restaurant, the primary offerings are food, coffee, and tea, with the latter being of secondary importance. The taste, frankly, leaves much to be desired. Thus, they decided to venture out onto the street. Chen Dayong nodded in agreement. Faced with the invitation from a beautiful woman, he felt he had no reason to decline. Thank you. You are not the first to call me a beauty, Qiu Shui replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two made their way to a CAF on the street, followed closely by Lu Hua and Zhao Jun. Zhou Taijun was absent. As Zhao Jun had spent the night at home, sharing a room with Lu Hua, he no longer frequently stayed at his uncle's place. Your two friends seem rather concerned for your safety, Qiu Shui observed, noticing Lu Hua and Zhao Jun trailing behind. After all, the gang activity is rampant. The outside world is not entirely safe, Chen Dayong responded, then playfully inquired, Miss Qiu Shui, with your beauty, do you not fear encountering trouble while out alone? I practice martial arts, Qiu Shui replied, catching Chen Dayong by surprise with her answer. Presently, on this side of Xiangjiang, CAFs styled after those in Japan have begun to emerge. The pair chose a CAF and settled into a spot, with Lu Hua and Zhao Jun finding a place of their own as well, both nodding and commenting on Qiu Shui. That reporter is rather attractive, Lu Hua remarked. The key is her figure, especially in the front, Zhao Jun gulped. To be honest, in the mainland, particularly in Yangfeng County, he had never encountered a girl dressed like that. Having spent some time in Xiangjiang, he had seen his fair share, and Zhao Jun had developed considerable resilience. Yet, the aura exuded by this female editor and journalist struck him as exceedingly sophisticated, a term that came to mind. The clothing seems to be stretching to its limits, he murmured. Mr. Chen, you must have just arrived in Xiangjiang not long ago? She asked. Indeed, though I have been here for a few months, just under 3, Chen Dayong replied. Under 3 months, and you've earned hundreds of thousands? I must say, I truly admire you, Qiu Shui remarked. Chen Dayong understood that she had done considerable background research prior to their meeting. However, She could not possibly know the extent of his actual earnings, purely a stroke of luck. To be honest, it truly is a matter of luck, he humbly admitted. Initially, I aimed to collect used clothing at low prices, then clean and repair them before selling them at a slight markup to the residents of the housing estate. This way, I could assist the affluent in clearing out their unwanted items while providing help to the impoverished residents and earn a modest fee for myself. Then, Mr. Chen, you did not expect such substantial profits from this venture? Qiu Shui inquired. Chen Dayong shook his head. There are no significant profits to speak of, just a small fee. It accumulates over time with volume. Your practice of recording the names and addresses of those from whom you collect used clothing and having the children of the housing estate send thank you notes is commendable. What prompted that idea? She asked. What prompted it? Haha. Whether people are selling or simply giving away their items, they all share a kind heart in aiding the impoverished residents of the estate, Chen Dayong responded. Is it not a matter of course for those who receive assistance to express their gratitude? We have merely fulfilled our obligations. Though we are impoverished residents of the housing estate, we are not ungrateful. We understand the virtue of appreciation and are not akin to ungrateful wolves. A mere scrap of paper, a note of thanks, may seem insignificant, yet it embodies the genuine gratitude of the residents. Such sincere appreciation signifies heartfelt acknowledgement. By sending this note of gratitude, we convey to those benevolent souls that their kindness has not gone unnoticed, their good deeds have indeed been received. I believe that goodwill, reciprocated and recognized, is truly worthy of promotion. This acknowledgement may be as simple as a confirmation of receipt or a heartfelt thank you. Qiu Shui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, Mr. Chen, beautifully said. Chen Dayong felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet with a thick skin. He considered it merely a reflection of his thoughts and experiences in charity. In my view, this is the true essence of philanthropy, Qiu Shui remarked. Even if you earn a great deal, it is only fitting. As the interview drew to a close, Qiu Shui expressed her desire to take a photograph. But Chen Dayong politely declined. He did not mind gaining fame, as it could benefit his business, yet he was uncomfortable with everyone knowing his appearance. Such exposure would strip him of his freedom and pose unnecessary risks. Mr. Chen, here is my phone number. Qiu Shui offered a note. Chen Dayong accepted it but apologized, saying, I do not have a telephone at home. Qiu Shui shook her head, indicating it was of no concern, and then stood to take her leave. Miss Qiu, it seems you have not settled the bill? Chen Dayong kindly reminded her. Qiu Shui rolled her eyes. Mr. Chen, a true gentleman should take the initiative to pay for the lady's bill, shouldn't he? Yet you did mention that you would treat me to coffee. Chen Dayong chuckled. I have no money. I am short on cash, Qiu Shui replied. I apologize, but I too lack funds. Qiu Shui glanced over at Lu Hua and Zhao Jun nearby. They will not assist me in covering the bill, Chen Dayong laughed. You, sir, are not a gentleman at all. Qiu Shui remarked helplessly as she went to pay the bill. Thank you for your compliment. Rather than a gentleman paying the bill, your invitation to treat me will leave a more lasting impression, Chen Dayong said. I have already remembered you, Qiu Shui said with a hint of regret over her finances. Gritting her teeth. Haha, I am most honored. Chen Dayong laughed heartily as he led Lu Hua and Zhao Jun away. What an extraordinary individual he is. Qiu Shui murmured softly as she watched the three depart. Chapter 55, Fame and Peril having already lost the morning to delays. Chen Dayong decided against visiting the warehouse in Jiulong district. In the afternoon, he and Zhao Jun, along with Lu Hua, went to the film set. They began to settle debts. The money owed to Zhao Jun and Uncle Wen had long been repaid. 1,000 borrowed, 3,000 returned, 1,300 borrowed, and 4,000 repaid. Chen Dayong intended to borrow 1 and repay 3, although Tang Jinye and Li Fei were reluctant to accept, much like he had compelled Zhao Jun. Chen Dayong insisted they take the money. In truth, those on the film set had gleaned, through Uncle Wen's words, that Chen Dayong's business of collecting second-hand clothing for charity was thriving, yet they remained unaware of just how prosperous it had become. With Chen Dayong's remarkable strategy of borrowing 1 and returning 3, it has become evident to all that he has struck it rich. Otherwise, how could he possess such audacity? Envy and jealousy abound. In no time, Chen Dayong has gained even greater notoriety on set, his name echoing louder than ever. The following morning, Chen Dayong, accompanied by a large entourage, made his way to the warehouse in Jiulong district. Aside from Zhao Jun, Lu Hua, and 9 prominent staff members, there were also several young workers and women involved in sorting and cleaning, along with Fatty Bo and Ma Yendong, who brought along a dozen loyal followers. Almost simultaneously, A newspaper named Ming Bao was printed and dispatched to various vendors, ready for sale. The editorial section vividly portrayed Chen Dayong's initiative of collecting old clothing for charity. The descriptive phrases used were particularly attention-grabbing, suggesting that old garments could serve both charitable purposes and generate income, highlighting how Mr. Chen from the local community earned hundreds of thousands in merely 2 months. It emphasized that only altruistic deeds that yield returns and recognition are worthy of promotion, and included letters of gratitude from the community. As Ming Bao hit the stands, an increasing number of individuals became aware of the old clothing recycling project and the local figure, Chen Dayong, who had amassed a fortune in such a short time. That afternoon, Ziqiu and Zihan, returning home from school, happened to overhear security guards discussing Chen Dayong while passing by the security office. The two exchanged glances, and Zihan hurried to the newspaper stand to procure a copy of Ming Bao. They began to peruse it at the entrance, astonished by the reported sums. "Is he truly this wealthy?" Zihan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The notion that only altruistic acts that garner acknowledgement deserve to be promoted resonated with her. However, Ziqiu soon furrowed her brow, questioning, "Then why haven't we received a letter of thanks? Why haven't our good deeds been reciprocated? How infuriating! That Chen Dayong is truly despicable." Zihan concurred. Ziqiu clenched her fists, vowing, "I hope I do not cross paths with him again, or else." Not far from the Jiolong district warehouse, in a bustling eatery, Chen Dayong and his companions were enjoying lunch. As he dined, he perused the Ming Bao. "Am I truly on the verge of achieving fame in Hong Kong?" he murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. Unlike many who prefer to amass wealth quietly, Chen Dayong craved acknowledgement and praise, relishing the accolades and applause. After finishing his meal and returning to the warehouse, Chen Dayong convened a meeting to discuss the sale of goods. Drawing from the experiences in the deep water community, they planned to replicate the approach here. They would first reach out to the local youths and then proceed directly to execute the sales. Fatty Bo and Ma Liandong were tasked with contacting the local youths, with the initial stops chosen from several housing estates in the district. In this vicinity, there exist particularly small housing estates, and given the limited goods allocated to each estate, one could estimate that several estates could be visited in a single day. "We shall endeavor to conclude this matter swiftly and then return to celebrate our success," Chen Dayong remarked. However, a sense of unease lingered within him. With the publication of the report in the Ming Bao, it would become widely known that this project is highly lucrative. Consequently, he feared that others might set their sights on it. Yet, Chen Dayong was not deterred by the prospect of competition, for he had nearly exhausted the supply of second-hand clothing in Xiangjiang. Within a year or two, this venture would no longer be viable. He had already reaped the lion's share of the profits, and anyone who attempted to enter the fray would likely return empty-handed. His concern lay not in competitors, but rather in the potential interest others might take in the goods stored within his warehouse. While he had secured his gains, they had yet to be fully realized. Perhaps it would be prudent for Qiu Shui to delay the report for a few days, Chen Dayong mused. However, with circumstances as they were, such thoughts were futile. Time was of the essence. He needed to clear the goods before any interested parties could react. In the afternoon, Ma Liandong and Fei Zibo set out with their trusted subordinates. This time, Chen Dayong refrained from making an appearance. That evening, Zhao Jun accompanied them for dinner. The following morning, Chen Dayong led his team and the goods to the first housing estate. The volume of goods was minimal, allowing for rapid progress. By the end of the day, all 5 housing estates in Jiolong district had been visited, yielding a total revenue exceeding 168,000. Subsequently, Chen Dayong dispatched Bozai and Dongzai to the Huangdaxian and Kuntong districts, accompanied by Zhao Jun and Lu Hua. As for the Yaomati district, Chen Dayong chose to forego it, deeming it unworthy due to the scarcity of housing estates. In the afternoon, they returned to inform Chen Dayong that negotiations had been successfully concluded for several housing estates in the Huangdaxian and Kuntong districts. Chen Dayong breathed a sigh of relief, awaiting the opportunity to finalize matters in Huangdaxian the following day and in Kuntong the day after. However, that very evening, visitors arrived at the warehouse. 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared, seemingly led by the woman, and directly approached the warehouse. "Is Mr. Chen Dayong here?" the woman called out loudly. Concerned about the goods in the warehouse, Chen Dayong and his associates had opted to dine in rather than go out that night. At the time of the visitors' arrival, they were in the midst of their meal. Guarding the entrance were Zhang Sheng and the Wang brothers, Wang Wei and Wang Meng, who were also partaking in their meal. Wang Ming promptly entered to relay the message. Continue eating. I will step outside for a moment. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Dayong, yet he maintained his composure. He spoke as he exited the warehouse, not setting down his bowl or inviting anyone to accompany him. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the trio. Upon recognizing the woman as the lead, he paused momentarily before inquiring. I am he. How may I assist you? The attire of the three revealed to Chen Dayong that they were likely affiliated with a gang, causing his expression to darken. Chapter 56. Trouble knocks. Chen Dayong's greatest concern was indeed the gang members, for their dealings often disregarded the law. If one were a reputable businessman, a simple refusal would suffice, alleviating all worries. Yet, those involved in these societies find rejection futile. Just previously, it was stated that encounters with such groups were inevitable. And should they arise, a firm stance was necessary. Now, so soon, another meeting has occurred, leaving Chen Dayong speechless. To be precise, the previous gang led by Lu Dahe claimed to be a society, which was an exaggeration. They were merely a band of ruffians. Thus, Chen Dayong lacked the inclination to confront them. Mr. Chen, our boss, Dalao Cheng, wishes to invite you to dinner, a woman replied. Dalao Cheng? Chen Dayong frowned. Truth be told, his understanding of the societies in Hong Kong was limited to a few prominent names in the city's underbelly. Beyond that, he was quite oblivious. What caliber of individual was this Dalao Cheng? Do you see the chopsticks in my hand? I am already dining, Chen Dayong stated. Perhaps another day would be more suitable? Very well. We shall treat you to a late-night snack instead, the woman responded. After a brief pause, she added with a smile. Dalao Cheng has insisted on meeting you, Mr. Chen. If we fail to see you, we, the subordinates, would be in quite the predicament. And what does your leader do? Chen Dayong inquired. I believe it necessary for you to inform me of your capabilities. After all, it cannot simply be a personal demand for me to meet, without any context. Haha. You make a valid point, Mr. Chen, she laughed, finding him rather amusing. She immediately set about proving their strength, asserting that in the Jiolong district, Dalao Cheng wielded significant influence, particularly in the southern part of the district where his word held considerable weight. By the way, I am Huang Miao Miao, Dalao Cheng's daughter, she introduced herself. It seems your father is quite formidable, Chen Dayong nodded, feeling a sense of dread. It appeared he had genuinely encountered a society this time. In comparison, Lu Dahe's leader, Dog Zibo, seemed insignificant next to this Dalao Cheng. However, Chen Dayong decided to inquire further. He summoned Fatty Bo and Ma Lian Dong to his side, asking if they were familiar with Dalao Cheng. The two, having only recently arrived in Hong Kong from the mainland, exchanged glances filled with trepidation. Mr. Chen, Dalao Cheng is the authoritative figure in the southern Jiolong district, Ma Lian Dong replied. What does Dalao Cheng want? Is he here to create trouble for us? Fatty Bo asked with concern. Chen Dayong chuckled. Dalao Cheng's daughter came to invite me to dinner. He then turned to Huang Miao Miao. Could we speak privately for a moment? Taken aback yet emboldened by her own formidable presence, Huang Miao Miao nodded in agreement. Of course. Soon, Chen Dayong and Huang Miao Miao stepped aside. Let us be direct. Are you here regarding the goods in my warehouse? Chen Dayong inquired. Huang Miao Miao smiled and nodded. Mr. Chen, you are indeed a clever man. I am uncertain about the inventory remaining in the warehouse. However, I know that a substantial amount, around 200,000, is needed by the esteemed Dalao Cheng. There must be at least 500,000 to 600,000 worth of goods still in stock. Chen Da's heart sneered at the mention of 200,000. He deftly sidestepped the topic, questioning why there was such a fixation on his inventory. This project holds immense potential. You possess both manpower and funding. Why not simply establish your own venture? Chen Do attempted to mislead her. You're just as amusing. But the stock from Jiolong has nearly been depleted by you. Collecting used clothing requires time, Huang Miao Miao interjected. I have only procured Jiolong's goods. I have not touched those from the island or the Heart Realm. We cannot extend our reach there, Huang Miao Miao replied. Chen De fell silent. Isn't 200,000 rather insufficient? I have already spent a considerable amount, nearly the same, to acquire the stock. You leave us with no profit at all. Isn't that excessive? After a pause, Chen De remarked. Huang Miao Miao's eyes brightened, realizing that this implied there were still 600,000 to 700,000 worth of goods in the warehouse. You have already profited quite handsomely, she smiled. She had no intention of conceding. She aimed to claim the entirety of that profit. What if I refuse? Chen De inquired. If you refuse and Dalao Cheng does not intervene, your goods will remain stranded, rotting in the warehouse. Perhaps one day, a fire will break out, reducing all those used clothes to ashes, Huang Miao Miao threatened. A fire would be rather fortuitous, I could ignite it myself tonight and burn it all down. Chen Da replied with a laugh. Wang Miaomi was taken aback, left speechless. If it burns, I would only lose 200,000. Yet you would incur a loss of 4 to 500,000 in profit. Chen Da's shift in mindset astonished Huang Miaomiao. Why should the hard-earned profits from her labor solely benefit them? She felt a deep-seated resentment. Perhaps burning it all down would be the only solution. If you dare to set it ablaze, you will not escape the southern part of the city, Huang Miaomi retorted, her expression darkening. Chen Da remarked. This is the thinking of a gang. They seize forcefully. If you do not resist, they take less. If you do resist, they take everything and ensure you cannot survive. Are you truly De Lao Cheng's daughter? Can you speak on his behalf? Chen Da stepped closer, questioning her. I am the only daughter of De Lao Cheng. My words carry his weight. Sometimes, my words hold more sway than even my father's, Huang Miaomiao declared proudly. Ah, I see, the cherished daughter, spoiled by him. Chen Da chuckled. But then, his smile vanished as he lunged toward Huang Miaomiao. With her eyes wide in shock, he seized her hair, pressing a sharpened stick against her fair neck. This pointed stick, which he had carried since his time in Yangfeng County, had become a habitual presence in his pocket as he traversed to Shenzhen and crossed the sea to Hong Kong. Tell me, do you think we can leave now? Chen Da whispered into Huang Miaomiao's ear. Huang Miaomiao felt a tumult of embarrassment, anger, and fury. Chen Da, you are playing with fire. Is that so? Yet. I find little enjoyment in playing with fire. I prefer to play with women, he retorted. Huang Miaomiao's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Dayong, should you dare to do anything to me, you will surely meet a most gruesome end. Is that so? Chen Dayong replied, leaning in to kiss Huang Miaomiao on the ear. Huang Miaomiao's body tensed, and she refrained from provoking Chen Dayong any further. Chapter 57. A fool's errand. The two individuals accompanying Huang Miaomiao, upon witnessing the commotion, instinctively rushed over. However, it was Zhang Xing who bolted out first. At the entrance of the warehouse stood Zhang Xing, Wang Wei, Wang Ming, along with Fei Zibo and Ma Liandong. The others remained inside, enjoying their meal. Following Zhang Xing's lead, it was not Fei Zibo and Ma Liandong who followed, but rather the brothers Wang Wei and Wang Ming. The two were apprehensive, intimidated by the formidable reputation of the notorious Chen Dayong, and hesitated momentarily. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of Chen Dayong's true identity. Having absorbed Chen Dayong's earlier words, they had been waiting for an opportunity and attempting to create one. When they inadvertently spotted Zhang Xing honing his skills, their curiosity was piqued, and they approached him, eager to learn martial arts. Thus, upon witnessing Zhang Xing spring into action, they did not hesitate to follow suit. To hell with it, who cares? Fei Zibo bellowed, charging forward. Even if it's Chen Dayong blocking my path to food, he can step aside. Ma Liandong muttered under his breath, following suit. However, they were sorely mistaken if they thought they could join in. Even Wang Wei and Wang Ming failed to seize an opportunity to engage. In an instant, Zhang Sheng dispatched the two with ease. Wang Wei and Wang Ming stood in stunned silence, as did Ma Liandong and Fei Zibo, their mouths agape. Such remarkable skill. At that moment, upon hearing the ruckus, Zhao Jun, Lu Hua, and Zhou Taijun, who had been dining inside the warehouse, rushed out. They first beheld two figures sprawled on the ground, then noticed Chen Dayong approaching, dragging a girl along with him. Wang Wei, Wang Ming, bind her hands and feet, Chen Dayong commanded, handing Huang Miaomiao over to the brothers. Impressive. Chen Dayong praised Zhang Sheng, having witnessed the entire exchange. Such prowess would be commendable even within military ranks. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. It's merely that they were utterly incompetent, Zhang Xing replied calmly. Chen Dayong couldn't help but roll his eyes. You should inform Chen Dayong that I wish to avoid any encounters with him. I have approximately 600,000 to 700,000 worth of goods here. Tell him to prepare 60,000. If he provides the funds, these goods shall be his. Chen Dayong glanced at the two inept individuals. Having retained Huang Miaomiao by his side, he decided to directly compel Chen Dayong to purchase the goods, rather than allowing him to keep an eye on him. Chen Dayong's actions had made it clear, in this world, no one is a fool, and no one will dance to his tune. Even if Boss Ching has retreated, once he enters the Huang Daxian district tomorrow with goods, and the Guantong district the day after, there will still be those waiting for him. If that is the case, why engage in a complex game of negotiations and offend many? It would be more straightforward to offend only Boss Ching. Swiftly sever the ties and resolve the matter. After a brief pause, Chen Dayong shouted, "Get lost." The two immediately fled. Chen Dayong then addressed the crowd, explaining that Boss Ching was a member of the gang, a local authority, and that the woman was his only daughter. They had come today with intentions towards the goods in the warehouse. They were only willing to offer 200,000, intending to seize all our stock. If we disagreed, they threatened to leave us and the goods trapped in the warehouse forever. Therefore, I have temporarily retained this woman to pressure Boss Chung into purchasing our goods. After that, we will send her back to the Deepwater Society, and I will consider whether to allow her to return home. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua immediately scoffed. How can Boss Cheng demand to take 450,000 from us? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? In the deep city, he is just a thug. He has only ever extorted money from others and cannot tolerate being extorted himself. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Jun also chuckled derisively, stating that obstructing someone's financial path was akin to killing their parents, not to mention that this was outright robbery. Well done, Dayong. We will not indulge him. This fellow, previously in the car, had threatened the driver with a knife to coerce him into running over children blocking the road. Zhang Sheng didn't need to speak. His previous violent actions had already made his stance clear. Fourth brother, whatever you decide, we shall follow, Zhou Jun said. There were no dissenting voices among the core group. Uncle Da's followers had all been brought out by Chen Dayong from the dormitory, relying on him for food and shelter, so even if there were differing opinions, Chen Dayong was unconcerned. He turned to Fatty Bo and Horseface Dong. What about you? Are you willing to stand with me against Boss Ching? This time, Horseface Dong was the first to respond. Mr. Chen, I feel you have yet to regard me as one of your own. I work for you. And with a monthly salary of 1,000, I shall follow your lead. Horseface Dong appeared aggrieved. Chen Dayong laughed heartily. All right, from now on, consider yourself one of us. He then looked at Fatty Bo, awaiting his response. Mr. Chun, the ruffians in the dormitory area, those kids from our neighborhood, would risk their lives for mere hundreds or thousands, let alone this astronomical figure of 450,000. If this money were mine, I would act the same way. Not even the king himself could demand it, Fatty Bo replied. You still haven't stated your position, Chen Dayong insisted. At this moment, he sought a straightforward attitude rather than vague, meandering words. After all, this money belonged to him, not to Fatty Bo. Fatty Bo's expression shifted, realizing he had misspoken. And he quickly added, Mr. Chen, what I meant was, all my earnings are yours. He halted mid-sentence. With fervor, Chen Dayong declared, Boss Chen, I am well aware that within those organizations, a subordinate must pledge their loyalty to rise in rank. Following this, the formidable leader will undoubtedly seek retribution, and I shall devise a means to eliminate him. Chen Dayong's satisfaction was palpable as he approached Fatty Bo, patting him on the shoulder. Until it reaches a point of mutual destruction, let us remember that this is not a gang. I am engaged in legitimate business. Violence is not suited to my character. Fatty Bo exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Dayong, however, lamented, realizing he had been overthinking the situation. In truth, if his sole intention were to profit from this project, he could have easily sold it in the Julong district, where demand was high and buyers were plentiful. Many had failed to secure a purchase, and even those who did were limited to only 2 or 3 items. However, Chen Dayong aimed to establish connections with several housing estates for future projects, which inadvertently prolonged his timeline, leading to his current predicament. Now, he found himself unable to approach the formidable leader, and the opportunity in Huangdak Xian and Guantang districts slipped away. Ultimately, his earnings remained stagnant, and his objectives remained unmet, embroiling him further with the formidable leader, a situation fraught with losses. Chapter 58. I want to take you away in a small room within the warehouse. Huang Miao Miao found herself bound, hands and feet restrained, seated upon a chair. Anger surged within her as she glared at Chen Dayong, who had just entered. Were her gaze capable of transforming into lethal arrows, Chen Dayong would have been riddled with wounds. Yet, she refrained from provoking him with words. Having discerned that this man was dangerously unhinged, fearful of being truly violated, she suppressed her fury, choosing silence despite her fiery glare. Do you believe your father can muster the 600,000? Chen Dayong inquired, lifting her chin. This young woman, much like Qiu Shui, possessed notable assets, though in contrast, Qiu Shui was a polished professional while Huang Miaomiao appeared rather unsophisticated in her attire. Yes, Huang Miaomiao replied earnestly. Do not resist or touch me. I have a peculiar tendency. The more you forbid me, the more I am inclined to touch, Chen Dayong replied with a chuckle, leaning in to plant a kiss on her lips. Huang Miaomiao's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Do you still insist I don't touch you? Chen Dayong asked. Huang Miaomiao fell silent. I too believe that the formidable leader can indeed procure this 600,000. Why? Because the goods in this warehouse are worth that amount. If he adds a bit more, selling them will not pose a problem. He stands to gain from it, and besides, he can return you to safety. As long as he is not foolish. He will certainly not hesitate, Chen Dayong asserted. Should I perhaps stipulate more conditions or demands? Otherwise, it seems you, Miss Huang, possess no value at all, he added, tauntingly. You shameless wretch. Huang Miao Miao could no longer contain her outrage, exclaiming, we agreed to discuss this privately, yet you resort to ambush tactics. You lack decorum. What kind of worldview is this? Chen Dayong retorted. Oh, you burst in here, shouting threats at me, and you expect me to be powerless? I may not be particular. But are you? Huang Miao Miao found herself at a loss for words. We already promised to pay you, she retorted stubbornly. So, does that mean I have agreed to sell? Chen Dayong was at a loss for words. Well, what if I offer you 1 yuan and then take advantage of you? Would you agree to that? If you refuse, it's of no consequence. If you resist, then you are lacking in decorum. Huang Miao Miao was left speechless. You shameless scoundrel. 1 yuan? Are you trying to insult me? Is that what you would offer to a 3-year-old? Then, how about 5 or even 10 yuan? Chen Dayong seized upon her logical misstep to launch an attack. At most, it should be 50, nothing more. Huang Miao Miao realized that Chen Dayong was mocking her, toying with her, and immediately fell silent. After venting his emotions, Chen Dayong lost interest in toying with the foolish girl. Just wait and see when your father sends the money, he said, settling into a quiet anticipation. At 11 o'clock that night, a lackey from the boss arrived with the money. Chen Dayong received the news and went out to greet them. There were over 30 people this time, and they had learned their lesson. The leader was a young man with slicked back hair and a long face. I said, do you have any idea how audacious you are? Do you know where this is? This is South District. Here, we are the ones in charge. Do you understand? Hurry up and bring the person out. Here is 200,000. Take the money and leave. The long-faced young man droned on, tossing out a pouch of money. What was supposed to be 600,000 had turned into 200,000. Chen Dayong did not believe that this was the boss's idea. He wasn't that foolish, so he suspected that this fellow had taken it upon himself. Get lost. Chen Dayong couldn't be bothered to say more. He kicked the pouch of money away and retreated into the warehouse, ordering someone to close the door. Outside, the long-faced man shouted insults. But Chen Dayong paid him no mind. He returned to the small room. Are you truly your father's only daughter? Does he perhaps have an illegitimate son or daughter outside? Huang Miao Miao sensed something was amiss and asked, what do you mean? Furthermore, you took the money. Now let me go. Your father's men delivered the money, but it's only 200,000. Let me go, and then you can leave, Chen Dayong stated. Impossible. Huang Miao Miao's expression changed, and she immediately replied. The man with the long face, slicked back hair, do you know who he is? Chen Dayong inquired. It's a ploy to sow discord. It's Lu San. He is the adopted son of my father, Huang Miao Miao said, her eyes flashing dangerously, certain that he was acting on his own accord. That scoundrel. He is outside cursing and won't leave. I wonder if he is gone yet, Chen Dayong remarked. Tell me, if it's 600,000 and he doesn't have to pay out of his own pocket, why would he only give 200,000? Isn't he afraid that something might happen to you while you're here? For instance, isn't he worried that I might lose my temper and do something unspeakable to you? Or perhaps even kill you outright? Chen Dayong's increasingly frightening words left Huang Miao Miao in a state of panic. She seethed. He must be hoping for my downfall. If I were to die, he would undoubtedly be the happiest. Had he truly crossed the line? Chen Dayong replied. To be honest, Lu San may not harbor any malicious intentions. He merely seeks to show off. He wants 600,000, but I can manage with 200,000. Such Navi youth were not a rarity in his experience. Moments ago, he was merely speculating, but it was true that Lu San had indeed brought only 200,000. Moreover, he was genuinely enraged at this moment, contemplating what he might do next. As he approached Huang Miao Miao, she panicked, pleading, don't come any closer. My father will surely pay. Please, just stay away. Ignoring her, Chen Dayong lifted her chin and provocatively stated, I intend to kiss you. Now, which shall it be? A kiss on the cheek or on the lips? You must choose one. If you refuse to decide, I shall prevent you from using the restroom and enjoy your humiliation. Are you a devil? Huang Miao Miao screamed internally, tears streaming down her face. On the cheek, she finally replied. Very well, it was your choice. Chen Dayong promptly kissed her cheek. All right, enough of this game, he declared, shifting to a more serious tone. To be frank, once the money arrives, I will not release you. I plan to take you to the deep water community for a while. Why? Because I fear retaliation from your father. With you in my possession, he will tread carefully. Of course, I won't bind you. I will merely prevent you from leaving the room. Alternatively, I could simply throw money at the situation. Hire a hitman to eliminate your father. That would solve everything. You, having grown up in the gang, should know that the local ruffians will do anything for money. You aim to extort 400 to 500,000 from me. Why not just use that amount to secure your father's demise? I am certain many would be willing to take on the job. Now, which option do you choose? Huang Miao Miao, utterly terrified, conceded, I will go with you. Chapter 59, Successful Departure. The tall-faced youth, Lu San, returned once more. This time, he was finally willing to part with 600,000. Chen Dayong noticed the palm print on his long face and could not help but smirk. It was undoubtedly a mark left by the gang leader. Count the money. Once you have verified it, release Miao Miao, Lu San instructed, his tone lacking its previous arrogance. We shall discuss this tomorrow morning, Chen Dayong replied with a grin. He accepted the money and retreated back into the warehouse, closing the door behind him. Lu San seethed with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet he did not dare to act, knowing the stakes involved. This time, he did not leave. Instead, he stationed dozens of his subordinates at the warehouse entrance. Since Huang Miao Miao had agreed to cooperate and follow along, Chen Dayong ceased his intimidation tactics, assigning 2 young girls to look after her. He refrained from visiting her that night. Early the next morning, without any delay, Chen Dayong gathered everyone and prepared to leave. You may depart. But the goods in Miao Miao must remain, Lu San stated. He and a group of young subordinates had not slept all night. Now, they appeared bleary-eyed. The goods had been purchased with their money, so they would certainly be retained, but the person was another matter. She had chosen to accompany us. Expressing a desire to visit the deep water community for some amusement, Chen Dayong chuckled. He then pulled Huang Miao Miao over, saying, You tell them. Huang Miao Miao could only gaze at Lu San and the group of young men, stating, I am the one who refuses to stay. I am friends with Chen Dayong, and I intend to stay with him for a while before returning. Please inform my father that I will call him every 3 days to assure him not to worry. Mr. Chen will not harm me. Now, step aside and let us pass. Lu San remained unconvinced. Miao Miao. Are they forcing you? Certainly. He exclaimed. You, Chen. Do you not care about your family's safety? Are you not afraid we might retaliate against them? Chen Dayong smirked. That is precisely why I cannot easily allow Miss Huang to stay. Wouldn't you agree? Often, many propositions are but false dilemmas. For instance, last night, Chen Dayong faced the choice of accepting a paltry sum of 200,000 at a significant loss of 400,000 to 500,000, leaving the goods for the formidable De Lao Cheng, or resorting to taking Huang Miao Miao hostage. If he chose the former, opting for peace this time, what of the next? How many 400,000 to 500,000 can he afford to lose? Moreover, in this day and age, money is more precious than life itself. Without it, one faces starvation. Choosing the latter, at least, leaves room for future possibilities. Similarly, at present, Chen Dayong must decide whether to release Huang Miao Miao and gamble on De Lao Cheng's character. De Lao Cheng may retaliate or may not. Alternatively, he could choose to keep Huang Miao Miao, ensuring De Lao Cheng remains cautious. Chen Dayong believed the likelihood of De Lao Cheng retaliating was considerably higher, and he dared not take that risk. Furthermore, if De Lao Cheng sought revenge, what would become of his 11-year-old brother, Xiao Wu, and his 6-year-old sister, Jiao Mei, in this harsh world? Would they not meet the same fate? Thus, the distinction between retaliating against him and against his family becomes negligible. Moreover, would De Lao Cheng refrain from harming families? Which of these ruffians possesses a sense of honor? Lu San fell silent. I cannot make the decision. I will call my godfather, he said, then proceeded to a public telephone booth. After a while, he returned, waving. Let them go. Chen, you had better not harm Miao Miao. Otherwise, Chen Dayong replied with a smile. Miao Miao and I are friends. Why would I harm her? He then led the group away. Meanwhile, Lu San instructed his men to secure the warehouse. When will you allow me to leave? Huang Miao Miao inquired on the way. When I am certain that we have become friends and you can persuade your father to let go of his hatred, only then will I permit your departure. Chen Dayong responded. Huang Miao Miao, feeling exasperated, retorted, Does that mean you intend to keep me in prison for a lifetime? What a joke. How could I possibly become friends with this scoundrel? It is utterly impossible, Chen Dayong remarked with a chuckle. You are quite the dreamer. I fear you might leave me destitute. Huang Miao Miao pondered. What on earth is this fellow thinking? Truth be told, she was more concerned that he might linger too long by her side, reluctant to part ways. Fourth brother, why would she be unwilling to leave? Zhou Taijin asked innocently. Need I explain? Fourth brother possesses such charisma that, naturally, Miss Huang has fallen for him, Lu Hua replied with a laugh. The bus erupted with laughter. You scoundrel! Huang Miaomiao exclaimed, her face flushed as she shot Chen Dayong a glare. This fellow must be out of his mind. She had come to a firm conclusion. Being held captive and subjected to his relentless teasing and bullying could hardly lead to affection. Wasn't that a ridiculous notion? Indeed. I am shameless. Chen Dayong nodded in agreement. Huang Miaomiao widened her eyes. Do you also believe you are shameless? I have always thought so, he replied. How tiresome. Huang Miaomiao declared, wishing to end the conversation. By the time they returned to the Deepwater Society's Shixiaowai housing community, it was already 1 p.m. After lunch, Chen Dayong took Huang Miaomiao back to his home, sending Lu Hua and Zhou Taijin away, instructing them to rent a separate 30-square-meter affordable apartment with Xiao Jun. Everyone was puzzled by Chen Dayong's actions, including Huang Miaomiao. Upon learning that he had an 11-year-old brother and a 6-year-old sister, her confusion deepened. Did he not fear for their safety around her? Yet, therein lay Chen Dayong's wisdom. Was he afraid? Not in the slightest. In both this life and the last. He had developed a keen eye for character. Despite having grown up in the underworld, Huang Miaomiao was, at her core, not a bad person. She would never harm a child. Chen Dayong needed to assimilate her, to dissolve the animosity and cultivate a friendship with Huang Miaomiao. In truth, there was hardly any animosity at all. Only by becoming friends could he truly relax and allow her to leave. However, confining her and controlling her freedom would undoubtedly backfire. It was far better to be open and honest. Thus, Chen Dayong informed Huang Miaomiao, you are free to leave this room, to wander about the housing community, and even to go out shopping, as long as you do not leave for more than 24 hours. If you vanish for 24 hours, I will spare no expense to ensure your father's demise. Do you have any idea how much I earn from recycling old clothes? Not a mere 100,000, but over 2 million. I would be willing to spend every penny of that. At that point, not only the ruffians from the housing districts, but even the outlaws from the city would take notice. So, while I extend my respect to you, Miao Miao, I ask that you also respect me in return. Huang Miao Miao's expression shifted numerous times before she finally said, please do not call me Miao Miao. We are not that familiar. Chapter 60. Celebration banquet. As night fell, the warehouse in the housing estate was ablaze with light. With the goods from the Jiolong district warehouse finally cleared, the initiative to collect old clothes for charity came to a close. This evening, Chen Dayong hosted a celebratory banquet in the warehouse. The gathering was quite substantial. In addition to his employees and their families, he had invited Li Fei and Tang Zhenye from the film set, along with others who had previously lent him money. Finding a nearby venue for dining had proven to be quite the challenge, so he opted to host the event right there in the warehouse. All 11 employees had now moved into affordable housing, each equipped with kitchens. They were encouraged to prepare dishes together, contributing to the banquet feast. As for the beverages, procuring wine was straightforward. Consequently, the celebration attracted a vibrant crowd of over 100, nearly 200 attendees. Chen Dayong, who had previously declared he would abstain from alcohol, found himself well hydrated with water instead. Following the coverage by the Mingbao newspaper, additional publications had echoed the story, elevating Chen Dayong to the status of a rising star in Hong Kong. Those from the film set were well aware of his newfound wealth, which amounted to several 100,000, and his admirable practice of repaying debts thrice over endeared him even more to them. Everyone clamored to share a drink with him. In a corner, Huang Miaomiao lingered, appearing somewhat solitary. However, her solitude was soon dispelled as Jiao Wu approached her. Jiao Wu's curious gaze was fixed upon the older girl who had unexpectedly come to stay at her home. After all, who could harbor animosity towards such a small child? Unless one were utterly devoid of humanity? Because your fourth brother won't let me go home. He brought me here, Huang Miaomiao explained. Jiao Wu, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Observing the little one's bewildered expression, Huang Miaomiao chuckled. What's wrong, Jiao Wu? Don't you like me staying here? Of course not. Jiao Wu shook her head. Big sister, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry, Huang Miaomiao replied. But you will be later at night, Jiao Wu remarked. If you get hungry at night, your stomach will hurt. It happened to me before, and then the fourth brother would rub my belly, and I wouldn't feel hungry anymore. Huang Miaomiao understood that this trio of siblings had only recently arrived in Hong Kong. She had heard tales from her friends in the association about the circumstances back in the mainland. Until then, she had been unaware of Chen Dayong's age. Today, she discovered he was merely 17. She was utterly astonished. At such a tender age, Caring for younger siblings while navigating the treacherous journey to Hong Kong was no small feat. Moreover, his capabilities were remarkable. At 17, he commanded respect from numerous adults and could amass considerable wealth. To be honest, the thought of his earlier behavior, whispering in her ear and pecking her cheek, was hard to reconcile with the fact that he was just 17. Sister, wait for me. I shall fetch you a chicken leg, for it is truly delectable. With that, Jiomei dashed off. Huang Miao Miao contemplated refusing, yet the words lingered on her lips. Unable to escape. Before long, Jiomei returned, clutching a chicken leg in one hand. She offered one to Huang Miao Miao while taking a bite from her own. To be honest, Huang Miao Miao was quite famished. She had not eaten breakfast, had only a morsel at noon, and now her stomach growled in anticipation of the chicken leg. She was momentarily embarrassed. Fortunately, the little one did not mock her, instead encouraging, Sister, please eat. Once you finish, I will fetch you another. Siggy mentioned you must be hungry. Huang Miao Miao paused. Siggy sent you? Yes, Siggy said you have no friends here, so I should come and keep you company. The little one replied. Huang Miao Miao was taken aback and instinctively scanned the crowd, searching for that familiar figure. Sister, my Siggy said he made a mistake and angered you. Please do not be upset, all right? Huang Miao Miao replied. Oh, Chen Dayong. To employ such tactics. Her heart simmered with frustration. Yet she could not direct her ire towards the small child. Sister is not angry. Yes, not angry. She took a hearty bite of the chicken leg, not far off. Zhao Jun and Lu Hua were huddled together, observing the scene. Just a young girl, no different from the others, Zhao Jun chuckled. Siggy truly has an eye for people, Lu Hua chimed in, both relieved that their previous worries about Huang Miao Miao had dissipated. By the way, Dayong mentioned that after the celebration banquet tonight, there would be a reward. The 600,000 has yet to be deposited in the bank, Zhao Jun suddenly remarked. I never imagined that in just 2 months, this project would yield us over 2 million. To be honest, it still seems unbelievable to me, Lu Hua responded. Siggy is truly impressive. I heard that initially, Dayong said he would give you and Tai Jun each a 10 share of the project? Zhao Jun inquired. Lu Hua shot him a glance, indeed. At that time, Tai Jun and I each invested 150 yuan, and Siggy said it would count as our investment. Granting us a 10 share. Over several 100,000, do you truly want it? Zhao Jun asked meaningfully. Can one even ask for that? What do you take me for? Lu Hua retorted with wide eyes. Then, he furrowed his brow. Did Siggy ask you to mention my share? No, Siggy wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Jun. Stop assuming things and putting words in my mouth, he added. I merely offered a gentle reminder. Zhao Jun chuckled before departing. Lu Hua contemplated for a moment before seeking out Zhou Taijun. Taijun, did Zhao Jun say anything to you? Say something to me. What do you mean? Zhou Taijun asked, puzzled. He didn't address you directly, but he spoke to me, which implies he thinks you wouldn't accept it, but that I might. Lu Hua fumed. Damn, he underestimates people. Lu Hua exclaimed in anger. Zhou Taijun remained utterly bewildered. What are you saying? You fool. I can't be bothered to talk to you, Lu Hua remarked before hastily departing. Zhou Taijun gazed at his retreating figure, pondering his oddity. Chen Dayong, seizing a moment, cast his eyes towards a corner, where he chanced upon the sight of Huang Miao Miao delicately wiping the grease from Xiao Jiumei's lips. A smile involuntarily crept upon his face. In this era, I can effortlessly handle the young ladies, Chen Dayong murmured to himself. Chapter 61. Rewarding contributions at 11 o'clock in the evening, the film set was deserted. After bidding farewell to Li Fei and Tang Zhenya, Chen Dayong returned to the warehouse, where only his close associates remained. The atmosphere shifted as everyone paused their eating and drinking, their gazes converging upon him. It was time to reward contributions. Let me first express my gratitude. Those who have exerted effort for me in this project during this time will be duly recognized, Chen Dayong announced. Following his words, the ambience in the warehouse became fervent. Let us start with the 10 male employees. The housing benefits have already been provided, and previously, I covered the rent. Henceforth, as long as you continue to work with me and remain my employees, I will take full responsibility for the rent. This alone is insufficient. Soon, I will be establishing a company, and in a few days, the 10 male employees will sign their employment contracts with a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. This salary is temporary. Those who perform well will undoubtedly see an increase in their pay. As for the 8 women, they will initially remain at home to care for the children. However, those who wish to work when they have the time may apply. Zhang Lanxin, you will also sign an employment contract with a temporary salary of 800 yuan. Among the 9 adult women, 8 were married, leaving only Zhang Lanqin, aged 19, unmarried. For those over 10 years old who are able to study, I advise your parents to send you to school. If you prefer to work instead, you may apply later. The younger ones will receive lesser pay, while the older ones will earn more. Additionally, I have prepared red envelopes for all of you, which you may collect before you leave. Now, you may take your red envelopes and go. The task of distributing the red envelopes was entrusted to Haigi and Xiao Wu. Immediately, the crowd began to take their red envelopes and depart. The 10 male employees received envelopes containing 1,000 yuan each, equivalent to a month's salary, while the 9 women each received 800 yuan. The 2 elderly individuals, who had diligently tended the fire and prepared meals during this period, were also rewarded with 1,000 yuan each. The 9 adolescents over the age of 14, including Wang Wei and Wang Ming, received 800 yuan, while the 7 younger children, aged 10 and above, who assisted in cooking, received 500 yuan. The children under 10, who were occupied with their studies and had not contributed labor, were still given a red envelope of 100 yuan to bring them a bit of joy. Once these individuals had departed, Chen Dayong turned his attention to Ma Liandong and Fi Zibo, who had brought along a dozen of their loyal subordinates. Though you have all received wages these past days, the red envelopes cannot be overlooked. Dongzai and Bozai, your salaries here are equivalent to a full month's pay. As you have all matured, I sincerely hope you can soon transition to your official positions and receive your full salaries. Go forth, declared Chen Dayong. Thank you, Mr. Chen Boss Chen, exclaimed the group of youngsters in unison. Some addressed him as Mr. Chen, while others called him Boss Chen, depending on whether they were aligned with Ma Liandong or Fatty Bo. Let us all refer to him as Mr. Chen. Chen Dayong chuckled. The young ones complied, joyfully departing with their red envelopes, each containing the sum of 100. Remaining in the warehouse were the core team, led by Chen Dayong, who steered the ship. Below him were Zhou Taijun, Lu Hua, Zhang Sheng, and Zhao Jun, forming one echelon. In the subsequent tier were Fatty Bo, Ma Liandong, the Wang brothers, and Haigi. Additionally, there were Xiao Wu, Jiomei, and the outsider Huang Miaomiao. Chen Dayong chose not to send Huang Miaomiao home. One of the ways to nurture their relationship was to involve her as much as possible in his life and endeavors. From today onward, you may call me fourth brother, Chen Dayong announced to Bozi, Dongzi, Dawei, and Damo. This marked the formal inclusion of the 4 into his circle. Overjoyed, they all called out, "Fourth brother, you have all received your salaries, so here's a little bonus," he continued. The red envelopes contained 2,000 yuan each. Do not dismiss it as insignificant. The 4 promptly accepted their envelopes from Haigi and Xiao Wu, all beaming with delight. Haigi, Chen Dayong called. "Yes, Mr. Chen?" Haigi responded. "Haha, from now on, refer to me as fourth brother. Here is your envelope, which also contains 2,000 yuan. Do not think it meager." As he spoke, Chen Dayong retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over. "Fourth brother, I cannot accept this. I haven't done anything," Haigi murmured, his eyes welling with emotion. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. You're making fourth brother hold it up for too long," Lu Hua jested. Oh. Haigi quickly moved to accept the envelope. "Alas," Chen Dayong sighed, "why do you get emotional so easily?" He continued. "You are the 3rd person to join me after your brothers Taijun and Hua. Do you know why I chose you?" "Fourth brother, please feel pity for me," Haigi replied. Chen Dayong shook his head. "It is not that. I value your sincerity." After a pause, he added, "You are still young. Starting tomorrow, do not work. Go to school with Xiao Wu. You have not even attended elementary school. How can you proceed without an education? Rest assured, I will continue to pay your salary." Haigi remained silent for a long while before responding, "All right, I will listen to fourth brother." At that moment, Fatty Bo, Ma Yandong, and the Wang brothers looked at Haigi with envy and admiration. "Zhang Sheng, you will receive 20,000 yuan, Chen Dayong promptly said. "It has already been deposited into your account." Zhang Sheng nodded, maintaining his characteristic quiet demeanor. "Zhao Jun, you too will receive 20,000 yuan, which has also been credited to your account. Do not think it is small," Chen Dayong added. "This is quite substantial." "I would not earn this much in a year on set," Zhao Jun remarked with a smile. Next, it was Lu Hua and Zhou Tiejuan's turn. This project to recycle old clothes for charity has yielded approximately 2 million after expenses, as stated by Chen Dayong. Those who were aware of the rough estimate displayed little reaction, while others, such as the likes of He Gui, Fei Zibo, Wang Wei, and Xiao Wu, exhibited expressions of astonishment. Initially, it was agreed with Tycoon and Hua Zai that each would receive a 10% share, resulting in Zhou Tycoon and Lu Hua each receiving 200,000 this time. As he spoke, Chen Dayong produced 2 black duffel bags and tossed them to Zhou Tycoon and Lu Hua. Fourth brother, I absolutely refuse to take this money. I only took out 150 yuan, and it was all thanks to you. If I take this 200,000, I will never sleep soundly again. Zhou Tycoon exclaimed, finally coming to his senses. He had only just realized that Lu Hua sought him out for this matter, and he was resolute that he could not accept the money. Zhao Jun glanced at Lu Hua, who shot him a fierce glare before quickly asserting, Fourth brother, I too cannot accept this. Chapter 62, The First Pot of Gold. 160,000. The atmosphere in the warehouse grew tense and stagnant. 200,000 is indeed a substantial sum. With that amount, one could say that life would be free of worries. Zhangxing squinted, seemingly meditating like an old monk. Indifferent to the changes in the external environment, Zhao Jun looked towards Chen Dayong, hoping he would reconsider. He believed that the 40,000 should not be distributed. Zhou Tycoon remained resolute. He could not accept the money, for doing so would betray his conscience. Lu Hua mirrored his determination, feeling a sense of indignation. He contemplated reporting Zhao Jun for underestimating him. He Gui similarly hoped that Fourth brother would reconsider. His sole focus was on safeguarding Fourth brother's interests. Xiao Wu had no clear understanding of the situation. He felt it was entirely up to Fourth brother whether to give or withhold the money. Xiao Jiumei was entirely confused, lost in the current atmosphere. Among the four, Fei Zibo, Ma Liandong, Wang Wei, and Wang Ming, their emotions shifted most dramatically. To them, since Fourth brother had previously made a promise, it seemed perfectly reasonable for Tycoon and Hua to receive the 200,000 now. Naturally, they admired Tycoon and Hua for their ability to resist temptation and refuse the money. If they were in their position, they questioned whether they could have done the same. All eyes turned to Fourth brother, awaiting his choice. If he still intended to honor his word, then such integrity would make him an even more appealing leader. Conversely, if he chose to renege on his promise, the four felt that they too would likely refuse the money. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the outsider Huang Miaomiao observed the people in the warehouse with keen interest, eventually directing her gaze toward Chen Dayong. She too was curious about the decision he would make. 400,000 is no trifling amount, she mused to herself. A promise may enhance one's image, yet the cost is a staggering sum of 400,000. To breach this promise, there are ample justifications, particularly given that my two subordinates, Zhou Tycoon and Lu Hua, fervently advocate against incurring such a price. In the short term, it appears that nothing will be lost. However, in the long run, how many individuals in this day and age can amass 400,000 throughout their lifetime? What significance does the long term hold? If I were to exchange her, she would refuse. With 400,000 in hand, how many subordinates can one recruit? None. Chen Dayong maintained a tranquil demeanor, fully aware that the current atmosphere was somewhat unsettling, and he recognized that a decision loomed. In truth, he had already made his choice. If he had no intention of fulfilling the promise, he would not have broached the topic of the 10 share in this venue. By refraining from mentioning it, it was reasonable to assume that Zhou Tycoon and Lu Hua would not elaborate on the matter either. Consequently, the others would remain oblivious to this issue and would not speculate about his intentions. Moreover, he would not have meticulously divided the funds into 2 bags ahead of time. Do you understand why I allocated a 10 share to both of you at the onset of this project? Chen Dayong inquired. Zhou Tycoon and Lu Hua shook their heads. It is because, on the very first day at the film set when you received your wages, you both handed over 40 of your earnings to me on the way back to the dormitory. At that moment, I presented you with 2 choices. The first was to share future expenses and live as pure friends, devoid of any obligations to one another. The second was to insist on surrendering your wages to me, in which case I would remain your leader, responsible for your sustenance, lodging, and work-related matters, as well as guiding you towards profitability. You resolutely chose the latter. Chen Dayong smiled. Thus, I granted you a 10 stake. Is 400,000 too much to ask? Am I, Chen Dayong, lacking in ambition? If I can generate 2 million this time, the next endeavor will yield even more. Furthermore, Taiju and Hua, can you not aspire to greater heights? Are you truly afraid to claim a mere 200,000? If you remain steadfast by my side, I assure you, not only will you receive 200,000, but even 2 million or 20 million, I, Chen Dayong, shall ensure it is delivered. The atmosphere in the warehouse transformed, brimming with fervor. Chen Dayong addressed the others. Rest assured, you shall never need to worry about me misappropriating your rightful earnings. Of course, if I provide you with funds, accept them graciously. If I do not, refrain from making unwarranted demands. At last, he turned his gaze to Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua. Take the money. The reward has concluded. Everyone dispersed. You certainly possess a way with words, Huang Miaomiu remarked, smirking on the way home. You are quite the smooth talker. I nearly felt compelled to join you in your endeavors. Chen Dayong chuckled. Every word I spoke was sincere. Moreover, I am aware that you have begun to admire me. Why not abandon your facade? Huang Miaomiu retorted. Who admires you? She bristled. You truly have no shame. Keep it down. Don't wake Jiumei, Chen Dayong admonished, glaring. At this hour, nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, after the meeting concluded, the little one fell asleep in his embrace. Huang Miaomiu cast a glance at Jiumei, let out a soft huff, and fell silent. I felt that my brother had not been misleading. Suddenly, Xiaowu spoke up. Chen Dayong, Huang Miaomiu, what is it with you, child? Why did you suddenly speak up? You nearly scared me to death, she remarked, exasperated. Xiaowu chuckled. I was feeling a bit sleepy as well. I just didn't have the energy to talk earlier. Upon returning home, Huang Miaomiu headed straight to her room. Chen Dayong attended to Jiumei, placing her on the bed, and Xiaowu climbed into bed too. He stepped out of the room and approached Huang Miaomiu's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. What are you doing? Are you up to no good? Huang Miaomiu interrogated. It turned out she had been listening to the sounds outside. Chen Dayong, at a loss for words, took out a red envelope and handed it over, saying, This is for you. A little something for those who see it. And do not entertain any sordid thoughts. I have no intentions towards you. With that, Chen Dayong retired for the night. Sordid thoughts? You were quite amusing, Huang Miaomiu retorted. And you claim to have no thoughts towards me? What about all the times you bullied me and took advantage of me? Was that not you? As for the red envelope, did she really care for it? Huang Miaomiu muttered in a low voice, then closed the door in a huff, flinging herself onto the bed. Out of sheer curiosity, she opened the envelope and discovered it contained a mere 100 yuan, prompting her to roll her eyes. What a miser! Is this what you give to beggars? Subsequently, she stealthily exited to fetch some water. The night passed without further incident. On May 18th, Chen Dayong's first venture after arriving in Hong Kong was the Recycle Love Old Clothing project, which concluded successfully. Chen Dayong amassed his first fortune of 1.6 million. Chapter 63. A new project. In the following days, Chen Dayong first sought out a company registration agency to establish a new company. Then, he began exploring the bustling streets of Hong Kong with Zhao Jun and Lu Hua, accompanied by Huang Miaomiu as well. Previously, Chen Dayong had discovered that there were not many billiard halls in Hong Kong at that time. After several days of thorough exploration throughout the island, including vibrant locations like Jiulong and Xinjia, it became evident that there were indeed very few billiard establishments in Hong Kong. To be precise, billiards had yet to gain popularity in the region. In Chen Dayong's recollection, the 1980s were characterized by numerous trends that flourished for a time. For instance, moose was a must-have in the late 1980s to the mid-1990s in the mainland, where both men and women would apply it before stepping out. Those who didn't were certainly not considered fashionable and would be ostracized. Moose was introduced to the mainland from Hong Kong, gaining traction in the late 1970s. Currently, a trend was beginning to take shape in Hong Kong. For example, Tang Xinye was applying it daily, and even Zhao Jun had started to use it. Aside from moose, billiards had once enjoyed immense popularity as well. By the end of the 1980s, billiards made its way to the mainland and quickly surged in popularity through street-side billiard halls, sprouting up everywhere like bamboo shoots after a rain. The fervent enthusiasm persisted throughout the entirety of the 1990s and 2000s, only beginning to wane as the clock struck 2010. At one point, its popularity even eclipsed that of table tennis. In the later stages, street billiards emerged, gaining traction and giving rise to specialized billiard halls, and even professional competitions. Conversely, in Hong Kong, the development of billiards followed a markedly different trajectory. It commenced with high-end billiard establishments before eventually permeating the lower strata of society, resulting in street-side billiard games. Currently, there exist only a handful of upscale billiard halls in Hong Kong, frequented predominantly by affluent individuals. It appears that the billiard scene in Hong Kong may require several more years before it attains widespread popularity. Chen Dayong intends to intervene preemptively, aspiring to cultivate a thriving billiards culture in Hong Kong. The initiative for collecting gently used clothing is designed to amass initial capital. However, having borrowed funds, Chen Dayong's ambitions have grown considerably, claiming a substantial portion for himself. Nevertheless, his original intent was always to venture into billiards. He aims to bring street billiards to life, directly connecting the sport to the community through streets and residential areas, which is precisely why he sought to establish strong relationships with various housing estates. What are you running around for every day? Huang Miao Miao inquired, perplexed after trailing along for several days. Lu Hua responded. Fourth brother said he's scouting for new projects. Huang Miao Miao's irritation shifted. Do you even know what this new project is? Lu Hua awkwardly shook his head, indicating ignorance. She then turned to Zhao Jun, whose meticulously styled hair glistened with mousse, and he too offered a rueful shake of his head, admitting he was equally uninformed. Truth be told, both Lu Hua and Zhao Jun shared the same bewilderment, yet their cleverness prevented them from asking further questions. Prior to the clothing collection initiative, they had also been following Chen Dayong around in a similar fashion. Enough is enough, Huang Miao Miao exclaimed in frustration. I'm heading home to check on my father. You all can continue your wandering. Coincidentally, the four found themselves in the Jiolong district at that moment. Huang Miao Miao's demeanor had markedly shifted. Now, Chen Dayong was no longer fearful of any repercussions from the powerful Chang, for two reasons. Firstly, Huang Miao Miao's intervention, and secondly, because after Chang purchased his goods for 600,000, he raised the price again when selling to various housing estates in the Huangdaxian and Guantang districts, resulting in a continuous demand that far exceeded supply. Collecting 900,000 after deducting costs meant a staggering profit of 300,000 in just a few days, thus fostering a climate of tranquility. Surely you want to just leave and not return? Chen Dayong turned to Huang Miao Miao, feigning casualness. What if I do? She shot back, glaring at him. Chen Dayong chose not to engage in an argument, saying, well, you should go home for a meal and hurry back in the afternoon. We still have to head to Yaomati. Huang Miao Miao, exasperated, dismissed him and hurried off to hail a taxi. Chen Dayong called after her. Aren't you curious about what my new project is? You'll find out this afternoon. Come if you wish. Huang Miao Miao hailed a taxi and promptly entered the vehicle. The car sped away with a whoosh. Chen Dayong, in a subconscious reaction, found himself bantering with Huang Miao Miao, engaging in a light-hearted retort. In truth, her presence beside him had become inconsequential. To be frank, her incessant chatter was occasionally quite bothersome. At that moment, the taxi suddenly came to a halt, and Huang Miao Miao exited, calling out, I'll come by this afternoon. How will I find you? Chen Dayong glanced at Lu Hua and Zhao Jun, who had burst into laughter. He looked around and noticed a nearby tea restaurant, pointing to it while exclaiming, We'll have lunch here. We'll wait for you. If you're not here by 2:30, we'll leave. Then go ahead, Huang Miao Miao retorted with a huff before diving back into the taxi, which quickly vanished from sight. Fourth brother, do you think this girl might actually be falling for you and can't let go? Lu Hua teased with a sly grin. Zhao Jun, in a serious tone, replied, It's quite possible. Chen Dayong paid no heed to their jests, reasoning that they were overthinking it. After all, it had only been a few days. She had merely shifted her social circle and was seeking novelty. The trio continued to stroll for a while before heading to the tea restaurant for lunch. During the meal, Zhao Jun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Dayong, what is the new project all about? Can you share? Chen Dayong continued to keep them in suspense, replying, What is the rush? You'll find out this afternoon. After their meal, the three relaxed in the tea restaurant for a bit, and before 2:30, Huang Miao Miao rushed in, exclaiming, Dayong, hurry. My dad is coming to catch you. As she ran, her voice was laced with urgency. Chen Dayong's expression changed, and Zhao Jun and Lu Hua immediately sprang to their feet, pulling him to flee. However, Huang Miao Miao then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, I was just kidding. You're all so easy to fool. You've cracked me up. The three exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Chen Dayong was speechless, thinking this girl truly needed a lesson. Chapter 64. Ingda Billiard Factory. After the comedic episode, the four exited the tea restaurant and took a bus to the Yaomati district. Yaomati, under the aegis of Jiolong, is the most bustling area. Particularly, Simsha Sui is extraordinarily vibrant. However, this time, Chen Dayong and his companions were not heading to Simsha Sui, but rather to Mongkok. Although Mongkok is slightly less renowned than Simsha Sui, it remains a commercial and financial hub within the Yaomati district, bustling with activity. The reason for their visit was that the only billiard manufacturer in Hong Kong was located near Huasu Road in Mongkok. Currently, There is but one billiard manufacturer in Hong Kong, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. This indicates that the billiard market in Hong Kong has yet to blossom. Once billiards begins to gain popularity, it is not just one, but several manufacturers could thrive. After disembarking from the bus, they made their way to Huasu Road, which is predominantly a floral market, a hub for plants and potted flowers. Nearby, they found the billiard manufacturer named Ingda. Chen Dayong discovered that this billiard factory was surprisingly vast, occupying an area of around 1,700 to 1,800 square meters. However, there were hardly any workers present. The few who were there were merely engaged in idle chatter, neglecting their tasks. Several finished billiard tables, now covered in dust, stood in a somewhat forlorn manner. The owner, named Bailey Jiayin, bore an oddly whimsical name, particularly for a man, which Chen Dayong found to be a waste of such a unique surname. This individual was rather portly yet tall, and honestly, there was little connection between his appearance and the name Bailey Jiayin. "Mr. Chen, what do you think?" Bailey Jiayin inquired, accompanying Chen Dayong and his companions on a tour of the factory, his eyes glimmering with hope. For years ago, he had set his sights on the billiard market, focusing on the upper echelon of billiard manufacturing. The moment the first billiard room opened in Hong Kong, he had pinpointed this industry. Subsequently, he sold his possessions, rented this space, constructed the factory, and recruited skilled workers from Japan at a high cost to commence operations. He believed that with the emergence of the first billiard room, there would inevitably follow a second and a third, thus establishing a local billiard market in Hong Kong. By controlling the manufacturing segment, he was certain he would reap substantial profits. However, while a second and third billiard hall did materialize, the total number remained disappointingly few. The product was durable. A billiard table, a set of balls, and cues could last several years, often 7 or 8, without deterioration. The only consumable was the chalk for the cues. Yet it failed to command a significant price. Consequently, in 4 years, Ingda Billiards had sold fewer than 50 tables, with total revenues barely surpassing 100,000, insufficient to cover even half of the rent for 4 years. Coupled with worker salaries, machinery maintenance, and utility costs, the losses were staggering. Fortunately for Bailey Jiayin, his family background was solid enough to endure the losses. Had it been someone else, they would have fled long ago. The reason Bailey Jiayin continued to persevere through the financial losses was his unwavering faith in the sport of billiards and the potential of the market. He believed the timing simply had not yet arrived. Thus, he persisted. However, as the years passed, 1, 2, 4, he began to waver. It was impossible not to, as his finances had been exhausted and he could no longer sustain the burden. Therefore, he contemplated transferring ownership. Yet, no one seemed optimistic about this market. Those who had initially shown interest quickly lost hope upon witnessing the dismal state of Ingda Billiards. As a result, the transfer notice had been posted for some time. Yet no offers had materialized. Each day that passed without a transfer meant further losses, and he was in a state of anxious urgency. Today, it was a stroke of luck that Chen Dayong and his companions had arrived. Bailey Jiayin harbored a glimmer of hope that they might be interested in taking over the factory. "Is it really this dismal here?" Chen Dayong could not help but murmur. Bailey Jiayin's mouth twitched involuntarily as he forced a smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Dayong ceased to press him further, inquiring instead about the price at which he intended to transfer the business, expressing his interest. Upon hearing this, Bailey Jiayin's spirits were instantly lifted, and he quickly responded, "The venue has a lease for another 2 years, with an option for priority renewal upon expiration. The annual rent is 45,000, which I have already paid for this year. The machinery is regularly maintained and in good condition. As for the workers, the few I have are skilled and well-versed in the entire production process. I have been reluctant to dismiss them. There are also a few tables, some billiard cues, and plenty of chalk. Thus, the transfer fee would be 200,000. How does that sound? If not, I can lower it a bit." The fact that he could utter that last sentence indicated that he had been cornered and truly had no other options. Chen Dayong did not interrupt. Instead, he nodded and said, "I can take over the Ingda Billiards at that price, but with one condition." "What condition?" Bailey Jiayin asked eagerly. "I would like to hire you to continue managing the factory. In addition to your salary, I can offer you a 10 share of the profits," Chen Dayong replied. Bailey Jiayin was taken aback, his mouth opening and closing in surprise before he finally said, "Brother, billiards has no market in Hong Kong. Weren't you the one insisting on that?" Chen Dayong chuckled. "It's been 4 years with no glimmer of hope," Bailey Jiayin answered. "Honestly, I have faith in this sector. Chen Dayong stated. Thus, I can't find a suitable person to take the helm immediately. Help me steer the ship for another year. And if you wish to leave next year, I will not stand in your way. After some contemplation, Bailey Jian agreed. All right. Should we proceed with the contract now, or? My registered company will be established in the next few days. Let it be under my company's name. Chen Dayong replied. That works. Bailey Jian nodded. Brother, please leave me a number. Cough. I haven't set up a phone at home yet. Chen Dayong responded with a dry cough. Bailey Jian was bewildered. Brother, are you joking with me? Please don't play with me. At this moment, Huang Miao Miao could no longer contain her laughter at Bailey Jian's expression. Lu Hua and Zhao Jun also found it amusing. Indeed, the sight of him was quite comical. Rest assured, I won't deceive you, Chen Dayong said, touching his nose. Afterward, he provided the factory's contact number and led the three away. Chapter 65, the registration of Tungfei Company has been completed so. The new project you mentioned is billiard manufacturing? Huang Miao Miao asked on the way back to Shinshui Community's Shixiaowai village. But there is no market for it. Did you not see how dismal Bailey Jian's Ingda Billiards factory is? I haven't seen many people playing billiards in Hong Kong. This girl had a tongue like a machine gun. At this point, Chen Dayong was no longer keeping them in suspense. He directly stated, my new project is not limited to billiard manufacturing. It also encompasses the downstream terminals of the billiard market. What are downstream terminals? Huang Miao Miao inquired. Lu Hua and Zhao Jun wore equally confused expressions. These referred to the venues for playing billiards, specifically billiard halls and clubs. With a roll of his eyes, Chen Dayong remarked. At that moment, the three of them grasped the situation. So, fourth brother, you intend to open a billiard hall, correct? Lu Hua inquired. Zhao Jun added. And also manufacture billiard products. Chen Dayong nodded affirmatively, indeed. However, there aren't many people playing billiards, Huang Miao Miao interjected. You haven't noticed how few play billiards. It's not that they lack interest, but rather that they cannot afford to play. Do you understand? Chen Dayong explained. Those upscale billiard halls charge exorbitant fees, tens or even hundreds of dollars for just an hour. Who among the ordinary populace can afford such prices? Isn't it the same? Huang Miao Miao widened her eyes, genuinely perplexed by the distinction between few people playing billiards and everyone being unable to afford it. It's different, Zhao Jun clarified. He comprehended that Dayong's intention was to establish an affordable billiard hall, thereby making it accessible to everyone. You're overthinking it, Huang Miao Miao scoffed. A billiard table, a set of balls, and a couple of cues amount to several $1,000s. The operational costs are significant. How can we offer cheaper prices? Even if we lower the costs slightly, it might attract a few more players, but how many more could that possibly be? Moreover, recouping the investment will be slow. Frankly, I'm not optimistic about this venture. Dayong, this new project of yours seems unfeasible. Zhao Jun and Lu Hua were swayed by Huang Miao Miao's words. They exchanged glances before turning to Chen Dayong. Zhao Jun murmured, Dayong, perhaps we should reconsider? Chen Dayong shot him a glance, then looked at Lu Hua and the smug Huang Miao Miao, stating, you may voice your opinions as you wish. Nonetheless, I am committed to this venture. Just wait and see how it unfolds. Very well, Zhao Jun replied, scratching his nose. You're the leader. We'll follow your lead. Lu Hua echoed. We'll heed fourth brother's guidance. Huang Miao Miao glared at them. You two are truly lacking in ambition. Then, she turned her glare to Chen Dayong. Why do you insist on making unilateral decisions? This is unacceptable. Even my father doesn't operate in such a manner. How noisy, Chen Dayong commented, amidst the buzzing commotion. Huang Miao Miao, Zhao Jun, and Lu Hua exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the mirth in the other's eyes. 7 days passed, and on the 25th of the 5th lunar month, the day following Chen Dayong's return from inspecting the Ingda billiard factory, he sought out an agency to register his company. The process was swift. Thanks to the thriving business environment and government support in the region, the company was named Tungfei Entertainment Limited. Despite the name, it was not aimed at entering the film industry. It was merely a recreational establishment. The registration cost a mere fraction, totaling less than $1,000. In the past couple of days, Chen Dayong had also installed a telephone at home. Consequently, he called by Li Jian at the Ingda billiard factory to inform him. And in the afternoon, he proceeded to Wangjiao Huaxu Road. There, he signed a contract with Bai Lijian for the acquisition of the Ingda billiard factory for 200,000 yuan. Simultaneously, Bai Lijian was appointed as the manager of the factory, responsible for its continued operation and management. The contract did not, for the time being, stipulate a 10 profit-sharing clause. because Biligia-in is only temporarily staying. However, Chen Dayong is confident that Biligia-in will soon seek to formalize their contract. Thus, the Yingda Billiard Factory has become a subsidiary of the Tingfei Company. Next, you should recruit additional personnel to complete the workforce and commence full-scale production. Chen Dayong instructed before leaving. Biligia-in acquiesced. Seeing that his words fell on deaf ears, he ceased further persuasion. After all, Chen Dayong, the principal, is affluent and unafraid of taking risks. At this moment, Biligia-in also realized Chen Dayong's true identity. He is the newly affluent figure who recently gained fame in Hong Kong for his charitable endeavors related to second-hand clothing. At only 17, he is remarkably young and indeed formidable. Perhaps there is still hope for the billiard market in Hong Kong? Biligia-in mused. Previously, he was the sole believer in the potential of billiards in Hong Kong, but doubts had crept in. Now, with a new affluent figure like Chen Dayong taking an interest, his conviction was slightly renewed. Indeed, just a slight renewal. That evening, Chen Dayong convened the core team in the warehouse for a meeting. Zhou Taijun, Lu Hua, Zhao Jun, Zhang Sheng, Wang Wei, Wang Ming, Fatty Bo, and Ma Liandong. Black Gui no longer worked and had gone to school at a charitable primary school on the rooftop with Xiao Wu. Along with Huang Miao Miao, Chen Dayong addressed the group. You previously had a cursory understanding, but now I will elucidate further. The new project I am embarking upon is centered around billiards. In addition to manufacturing billiard tables, we will also establish billiard halls. However, our billiard halls will not resemble the upscale, professional establishments elsewhere. I shall refer to them as street billiards. We will forego luxurious venues and bespoke services. Simply place the billiard tables in a convenient location and allow patrons to play. My intention is for anyone to participate. As long as they can afford 6 yuan for an hour, they are welcome. 2 individuals can share a table, or 3 can share one. Any combination that can muster 6 yuan for an hour will suffice. Upon hearing this, the group grasped the essence of street billiards. It was indeed a vivid depiction of casual play. 6 yuan for an hour? Huang Miaomu was astonished. In recent days, she had accompanied others to nearly all the billiard halls in Hong Kong, the cheapest charging 36 yuan per hour. Yet now, Chen Dayong proposed a mere 6 yuan per hour, only 1/6 of the lowest priced hall. Street billiards at 6 yuan, allowing groups to pool their funds, truly embodies accessibility. Huang Miaomiao contemplated the implications. This approach would indeed cultivate a thriving billiard market in Hong Kong, attracting more players. However, she couldn't help but voice her concern again. When would the costs be recouped? Chapter 66. Delayed trial operation currently. A billiard table with a complete set of equipment costs 3,700 yuan from the Yingda Billiard Factory. Excluding labor costs, merely the billiard table itself amounts to 3,700 yuan. To recover this investment at a rate of 6 yuan per hour, one would need to operate for 617 hours. Even with a billiard table operating continuously for 24 hours a day, it would take approximately 26 days, nearly a month, to recoup the investment. Chen Dayong had naturally done the calculations and promptly presented the data. A single table could be managed by one individual, and in certain locations, one person could oversee several tables. This person could easily be recruited from the local community, with a modest wage of around 10 to 15 yuan per day, attracting numerous eager candidates. Even if one individual were to supervise a single table, our setup is street-side billiards, eliminating the need for an operational venue and utility expenses. Thus, the sole cost is the labor for monitoring the table, alongside the table itself. After calculations, it became evident that the quickest return on investment would be 30 days. And at the slowest, 40 days, averaging around 35 days for cost recovery. With this data laid out, the crowd was astonished. Wang Miaomu was equally taken aback. So, after 35 days, we can start making a profit? All of it will be pure profit? Asked Zhou Taijun, somewhat naively. Indeed, Zhao Jun replied on Chen Dayong's behalf. It's only 35 days. I believe this time frame is rather short. Certainly, it is, Huang Miaomiao retorted, rolling her eyes. This period was indeed brief. Her expression was complex. Initially, she had subconsciously assumed that billiard tables were expensive, costing thousands of yuan each, making cost recovery a daunting task with an extended time frame. However, Chen Dayong's analysis revealed the opposite. This process appeared surprisingly straightforward and expedient. At just 6 yuan per hour, many people could afford to play. A game of billiards typically involves 2 or 3 players, meaning that as long as one can spare 2 yuan, they can enjoy the experience. which is otherwise exclusive to affluent billiard halls. It was easy to envision countless individuals flocking to this opportunity. This recovery period is exceedingly brief, she remarked. One must understand that billiard tables are quite durable. A single table can last several years. Thus, the recovery period is exceptionally short. In comparison, which other business offers a return on investment in less than 3 months, or even half a year to a year? Suddenly, she realized that the exorbitant fees at high-end billiard halls were due to high rental costs and additional premium services, such as complimentary snacks and beverages. However, in street-side billiards, all these expenses are eliminated. This project is undoubtedly viable and promises to be a sensational success across Hong Kong. Moreover, it is of superior quality compared to the charitable clothing recycling initiative Wang Miaomiu used. After a brief period for the group to digest this information, Chen Dayong stated, I have already instructed the Yingda Billiard Factory to resume production promptly. They are making every effort to produce. Currently, there are 9 tables ready, and I plan to have them delivered tomorrow for a trial operation at our community. Initially, I intended to place 1 table beneath a building, but now we will set it up in the central square instead, erecting a canopy for shelter from the rain. At this point, Chen Dayong paused, suddenly contemplating the potential for imitation and counterfeiting. This was an inevitable concern. Ordinary individuals may find this business daunting. However, Hong Kong is not devoid of affluent individuals. This project is inherently intertwined with the presence of influential patrons, making it a natural fit for the triads. Presently, those very triads possess considerable financial backing, likely making them the first to engage in this venture. There is no need for haste, thus, the trial operation will be postponed. We will await the production of billiard tables from the Yingda factory for 1 month before proceeding, Chen Dayong stated. He then turned to Lu Huazi. Do you have any interest in establishing a security department? Establishing a security department? Lu Hua was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. Well, perhaps establishing a security department sounds somewhat trivial. Instead, let us set up a security division under Tingfei Company. Lu Hua, you will be appointed as the security manager. Dong Zai, Lo Zai, De Wei, and De Ming, you 4 will join this security division. We shall announce that Tingfei Security Division is actively recruiting personnel. We will not only target the underage youths from the housing estates, but also those adults who have strayed into delinquency. Dong Zai, Bo Zai, you will oversee the recruitment process. For those over 18, I will offer a salary of 800, while for the younger ones, I will provide between 450 to 600. Excluding those under 13. Initially, we will establish 4 teams within the security division, and you 4 will serve as team leaders. Each team will comprise 200 members. You have half a month to complete the recruitment. Can you 2 manage that? Chen Dayong articulated, leaving everyone momentarily stunned yet comprehending the gravity of the situation. The trial operation would be delayed, and the security division would be formed with Lu Hua at its helm, alongside the leadership of Wang Wei, Wang Ming, Fei Zibo, and Ma Liandong. Each team would be allocated a quota of 200 members. Fourth brother, we can definitely do it, Ma Liandong exclaimed with excitement. A monthly salary is indeed an enticing offer. Even those major triads provide such remuneration to only a select few. Fei Zibo added, then confidently pledged, fourth brother. With this compensation, I could recruit not just 800 individuals, but even 8,000. Their exhilaration was palpable, as this was a significant undertaking that would surely elevate their status within the entire Sham Shuipa community. The prospect of commanding 200 subordinates each was invigorating. 8,000? You must be jesting. How could I possibly afford such wages? Chen Dayong chuckled. Fourth brother, are you truly appointing me as the security manager? Lu Hua inquired apprehensively. Suddenly, the responsibility of managing over 800 individuals felt overwhelming. In the past, he had only gathered a mere 20 individuals at most, which paled in comparison to the numbers now being discussed. I fear I may not be up to the task, Lu Hua admitted. After a brief pause, he added, and you have assigned me this role while neglecting Iron Army, Zhao Army, and Shanggu. Don't worry about us. There will surely be arrangements made for us in the future, Zhao Army retorted somewhat irritably. Indeed, Zhou Taijun chuckled. Congratulations, congratulations, he said with a playful grin, expressing his joy for Lu Hua. Zhang Sheng remained silent as usual, while Lu Hua broke into a sweat. If I say you are to take the position, then you shall take it. There is no room for debate, Chen Dayong insisted, glaring. At this moment, an untimely voice resounded once more. 800 people? Each earning a top-tier salary? How impressive. Huang Miao Miao scoffed repeatedly. Chapter 67. Delay in trial operation. The crowd turned their attention towards her, many furrowing their brows. This girl was rather bothersome. Why did she always prefer to oppose fourth brother? Chen Dayong also frowned as he regarded her. Huang Miaomiao, noticing Chen Dayong's gaze, retorted. How much money do you have that permits such extravagance? If adults earn 800 and youngsters earn between 450 and 600. Even if we average it out at 600 for 800 individuals, that amounts to 480,000 a month. Your security department alone incurs an expense of 480,000 monthly. You have only about $1 million in total. How long can you sustain that? Playing pool on the street is a fine venture, yet the profits are limited. Can it truly bear such a substantial expenditure? Even if it could, would there be any profit left? Surely, you cannot toil for nothing? Do you not understand why the organization only grants salaries to a select few? If everyone were to be compensated, who could afford it? Chen Dayong, it seems your mind has faltered. Initially, the crowd frowned, but after hearing Huang Miaomiao's words, they found her arguments compelling. Even Chen Dayong recognized her reasoning. He smiled, internally acknowledging his previous folly. You make a valid point. I appreciate your suggestion and have decided to adopt it. It appears you are not merely a consumer of resources with no value. Pleased with her earlier remarks, Huang Miaomiao was suddenly infuriated by his subsequent comment. Chen Dayong ignored her, turning his attention to Fatty Bo and Horseface Dong. Thus, we will recruit 800 individuals for the 13-, 14-, and 15-year-olds. We will offer 5 yuan a day, as they have little else to do. For the 16 and 17-year-olds, 10 yuan a day, and for those over 18. Recruited from outside, 15 yuan a day. We will maintain the top-tier salaries. Why? Because we are not a gang. We are a company, a business. They are employees of the security department, not thugs or ruffians. In this arrangement, if we calculate an average salary of 300 per person for 800 individuals, we arrive at a monthly sum of 240,000. The pressure is considerably lessened. After a brief pause, Chen Dayong sensed Huang Miaomiao was about to interject with another sarcastic remark, so he continued, however, there will be a probationary period. The aforementioned salary is the official wage. But during the 6-month probation, it will be halved. We will implement a system of elimination, with assessments every month. Those who slack off and do not contribute will be dismissed. After the probationary period, those who remain will receive the established salary. With that, he paused and looked towards Horseface Dong and Fatty Bo. No problem, fourth brother. This salary is, to be honest, already quite generous. The youths from our neighborhood, when out in the world, are content with just a meal. If I spread the word, they will surely come rushing back. 800 individuals? No issue at all. Once again, the sentiment remains. With 8,000 individuals, we can certainly rally support for Brother C. Fatty Bo and Horseface Dong exchanged affirmations with fervor. Chen Dayong nodded in agreement. His intention to establish a security department was primarily to oversee the venue and safeguard the project. The postponement of the trial operation aimed to ensure that once the project was launched, it could swiftly capture a portion of the market without exposure. While total domination was out of the question, capturing the lion's share was feasible. The goal was to fully seize the market within the deepwater community and, to the extent possible, acquire segments of other areas. Additionally, by collaborating with the Seoul Billiard Factory in Xinjiang, they could further exploit benefits from the upper tier of the billiard market, thus allowing Chen Dayong to secure a considerable stake in the billiard industry. This would suffice for now. Chen Dayong turned to Huang Miaomiao and inquired, Miss Huang, do you have any further suggestions? Huang Miaomiao huffed, disregarding him. The monthly expenditure for the security department was 240,000, which she still deemed excessive. However, the establishment of a 6-month probation period coupled with an assessment mechanism could significantly reduce costs, making it more palatable. Seeing that Chen Dayong had taken her advice to heart, she felt a sense of pride. Now, let us discuss the matter of shares. Chen Dayong coughed lightly and continued. Tycoon and Huazai each invested 200,000, and I plan to allocate 5 of the company to each of them. Salaries will be handled separately. Zhang Sheng and Zhao Jun each contributed 20,000 for a 1 share, with salaries also managed independently. This serves as a preferential treatment for Zhao Jun and Zhang Sheng. The security department leader's position will have a salary of 3,000. Lastly, we must appease Fatty Bo, Horseface Dong, Wang Wei, and Wang Ming. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Dayong then turned to Huang Miaomiao. Do you have any spare funds? Would you consider investing a little? He added, This is legitimate business, unlike what your father engages in. Besides, you can't always rely on your father, can you? Don't you wish to start your own venture and boast to him about it? Huang Miaomia widened her eyes, incredulous at the prospect of being allowed to partake. Chen Dayong nodded affirmatively. If you're going to invest, do it quickly. Otherwise, once we leave the warehouse today, I shall no longer be accountable. All right, you are indeed a good friend, Huang Miaomi replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, I'll contribute 200,000 for a 5 share, if that's agreeable. It was no surprise that this astute young woman would seek the same percentage as Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua, who also invested 200,000 for a 5 stake. Agreed. Chen Dayong replied with a smile. After the meeting concluded, as they made their way back, Chen Dayong posed a question. Do you think the big shot Cheng would be interested in partnering with me? Huang Miaomiao was taken aback, suddenly alert. What do you mean? Chen Dayong chuckled, remaining enigmatic. Could you refrain from being so cryptic? You know that's the most irritating trait, Huang Miaomiao retorted. She then inquired. Are you suggesting that you want to collaborate with my father on this project? Precisely, Chen Dayong confirmed with a nod. Recruiting 800 individuals to establish a security department of the same size is merely sufficient for the deep water community. Outside of this area, Chen does not regard himself as significant. Therefore, he is unlikely to gain a foothold in other regions. In light of this, it would be more prudent to regard this unattainable market share as a gesture of goodwill to be relinquished in exchange for some benefits. The first choice for such a transaction would naturally involve the influential Huang Miaomiao as an intermediary to connect with prominent figures. Chen Dayong is confident that these influential individuals would be amenable to collaboration. Should I mention this to my father when I request funds? Huang Miaomiao's eye sparkled. She certainly did not possess the 200,000 herself, so she would have to rely on her father for that. She intended to call him that evening. There's no rush. Let's wait for half a month or a month before discussing it further, suggested Chen Dayong. Huang Miaomiao nodded eagerly, appearing very obedient. Chapter 68. A grand recruitment. As it was still early, upon returning home, Huang Miaomiao made her call to secure the funds and then turned on the television. Can we watch Dreams of the Capital together, Little 5 and Little 9? Please. This girl unexpectedly began vying for the television with the 2 children. No way. Little 9 immediately shook her head in refusal. As of now, Dreams of the Capital was airing, receiving average ratings. Huang Miaomiao's eyes darted as she devised a plan. You know, your 4th brother also has a role in Dreams of the Capital. Don't you want to see what he is acting in? Upon hearing this, Little 5 and Little 9 eagerly agreed to watch Dreams of the Capital. Chen Dayong, however, could only roll his eyes. He did have a role in the show, but it was as a beggar and a corpse. Coincidentally, the scene where he played a beggar with a line was featured in that very episode airing today. Haha, look. That is your 4th brother. Quick, watch. Huang Miaomiao laughed heartily, thoroughly delighted. Little 5 and Little 9 recognized him immediately and joined in the laughter. Chen Dayong merely rolled his eyes again, returning to his newspaper. With no mobile phone or computer, he had nothing to do except watch the outdated television programs or read the newspaper. Ma Yindong and Fatty Bo were remarkably efficient. That evening, after their meeting, they discreetly shared the news of the recruitment with their trusted subordinates. You all will definitely be able to secure contracts. For now, just get the word out tomorrow. Inform those young people from the neighborhood and the youths who have moved out that spots are limited and it's first come, first served. After giving these instructions, both men returned home. Their positions in the household had been steadily rising, and they were increasingly willing to stay home, as no one found them bothersome. Their loyal subordinates returned home with cheerful dispositions. Some, familiar with good friends, hurried to inform them. News of this kind spreads rapidly. Within 2 days, the entire deep water community was aware of it. Previously, there was a certain Chen Dayong, a newly affluent individual known for his extravagant spending and the gathering of disciples. Indeed, in the eyes of many, what are security personnel but mere underlings, merely cloaked in a guise? Countless individuals fail to comprehend the significance of this facade. Without it, one is merely a thug, a rogue. With it, one transforms into a legitimate employee of a company. The distinction is profound. This presents a dilemma of legality and illegality. For the former, how could one dare to confess to family or friends that they are merely a street hoodlum? In contrast, when one states they are a security guard for a certain company, it becomes an acceptable truth. This marks a transition of identity and status. Respectable businessmen who do not engage with gangs frown upon Chen Dayong, believing he is straying into dubious ventures, which is rather unfortunate. Meanwhile, gang leaders also scowl. For Chen Dayong is poised to encroach upon their territory. The market is limited, the opportunities finite, the more individuals vying for a share, the less there is to go around, leaving no one pleased. Each character harbors their own thoughts, while those beneath them, particularly the unemployed youth, including the delinquents, are stirred with excitement and fervor. They eagerly rush towards Shixiaowai housing estate, headed for the warehouse, which has temporarily become the recruitment site for the security department of the Tungfei company. Ma Liandong and Fat Boy Bo await there, each having set up a table and chairs, surrounded by a dozen loyal subordinates, exuding an air of authority. Wang Wei and Wang Ming, having nothing else to occupy their time, have also come over to observe, their eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement and joy. Beginning from the afternoon of the following day, the warehouse has seen a continuous influx of people, and by the morning of the third day, it has become a bustling crowd eager for registration. Donggu, count me in. Donggu, count me in. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Bogu, what kind of friendship do we share? You must include me as well. Bozai, write my name down. Those at the front eagerly attempt to ingratiate themselves with Fat Boy Bo and Ma Liandong. Consequently, when Big Nose Chun, Street Rat Chun, and Wang Qing arrive with their entourage, they find themselves unable to push through and must wait outside. The three exchange glances, their expressions grim. Damn. We received the news too late, Big Nose Chun mutters, visibly displeased. It's not that we were late. Fat Boy Bo and Ma Liandong surely informed their people first. Street Rat Chin replies, equally perturbed. As for Wang Qing, his demeanor remains relatively untroubled. However, we need not fret. All three of us have done favors for Mr. Chen before and shared drinks with him. Dongzi and Bozi would not dare ignore us. A spark of intelligence flickers in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Big Nose Chin and Street Rat Chin instantly break into smiles, their expressions relaxing. Ah, Lu Xiaohei has also arrived, they exclaim, noticing him unexpectedly. As Big Nose Chun and Wang Qing looked on, they indeed spotted Lu Xiaohei, leading his entourage, approaching with great fervor. How brazen of him to return, scoffed Big Nose Chun. Previously, the ruckus stirred by Lu Dahei had become common knowledge, and the brothers Lu Dahei and Lu Xiaohei were held in disdain by many. Wang Cheng, Mr. Chen has already forgiven him, Wang Qing remarked. And what of it? Sneered Pug-faced Chen, curling his lip. Forgiveness is merely a sign of Mr. Chen's magnanimity. However, he will absolutely never be utilized again. Big Nose Chin nodded in agreement, asserting that Lu Xiaohei's presence was futile. Dongzai and Bozai would certainly ignore him. At that moment, Lu Xiaohei and his entourage drew closer. So, the three of you have come, Lu Xiaohei greeted them amiably. The trio, with Wang Cheng offering a nod in response, remained aloof. Lu Xiaohei, undeterred, gazed at the bustling warehouse, his eyes widening at the throngs present. Indeed, there are so many people, Wang Cheng chuckled, harboring a certain admiration for Lu Xiaohei. The manner in which Lu Xiaohei had handled the previous matter was commendable and worthy of emulation. I suggest you return, Xiaohei, Pug-faced Chen interjected coldly. You stand no chance of being selected. Big Nose Chen added insidiously, I wonder if your brother Lu Dahei will also make an appearance. That's uncertain. His brother may indeed be even more shameless, Pug-faced Chen concurred. Enough. Can you two refrain from speaking so much? It's quite bothersome, Wang Qing admonished, prompting Pug-faced Chen and Big Nose Chen to fall silent. Throughout the exchange, Lu Xiaohei remained mute, grappling with feelings of shame and self-reproach. Yet, he firmly believed that he would be chosen, for Mr. Chen had made a promise. Mr. Chen was a man of his word. If he pledged it, he would fulfill it. Chapter 69. Recruitment concludes. All who had come to register were duly noted by Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo. After 5 consecutive days of recruitment, on the 6th day following Lu Hua's signal, Ma Liandong and Fatty Bo ceased their efforts. This recruitment has concluded. Those who have not been recorded may leave, Ma Liandong announced as dusk approached, addressing the unregistered individuals. Fatty Bo added, merely being recorded does not guarantee selection. We will choose a number of candidates. If we do not reach 800 individuals, we will recruit again. At that time, everyone is welcome to return. Ma Liandong continued. Furthermore, each month, we will review the list. Those who are merely taking advantage without contributing will be eliminated. Consequently, there will surely be vacancies, and you may all reapply. All right. You may disperse. The two began to usher people out. Wait, so we're not recruiting anymore? Have we waited here for nothing? Someone protested. Bo, please record me. If you do, I will have a chance. If not, I am left with no opportunity at all. Dong, can you record me too? At this moment, The warehouse was still teeming with those who had not been noted. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stirred restlessly, with many imploring for a chance. Among them were not only youths in their 20s but also several in their 30s. In times past, they would have certainly disregarded these two adolescents, however. Now they found themselves compelled to address them respectfully as brother. Such was the allure of the enticing benefits offered. After all, these two youngsters were the ones responsible for the current recruitment. Discontent lingered among some, who felt overlooked and had waited in vain for an extended period. It was not that I was unwilling to record your names, but our manager had decreed that the recruitment process would conclude at 5:30 this afternoon. As you can see, it is already 5:30. We too are bound by orders. Kindly bear with us. Let us disperse, shall we? Advised Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo. At that moment, a group of individuals burst forth from the crowd, around a dozen of them. Leading the charge was a man with a crew cut, who, upon noticing Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo, introduced himself, saying, "I am Chen Dayong, from this housing estate. You must be familiar with me." Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo exchanged glances, the latter managing a wry smile. "Brother Dong, of course we know you. Aren't you in league with the illustrious Chen Dayong?" Chen Dayong was indeed one of the few from this housing estate to have made a name for himself, rumored to be associated with the notable figure Chen Dayong, one of the prominent leaders in the deep-water community. Whenever he returned, he carried an air of distinction, earning the admiration of the local youths, including Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo in their earlier days. Had Chen Dayong once offered to take them under his wing as his subordinates, they would have been overjoyed. Now, however, they were taken aback to see him return with a cadre of followers. "Bozy, what good is being with Chen Dayong if he doesn't even offer me a decent monthly salary? Mr. Chen is the one with real clout, naturally. I have returned to him," Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. "Brother Dong, our Mr. Chen does not engage in street dealings. We conduct ourselves with integrity," Chen Dayong asserted. "With integrity? Huh? Who would believe that?" Chen Dayong scoffed. "Mr. Chen is orchestrating such a grand affair. It is evident he is planning a significant move. At this moment, we must align ourselves with him. Dongzi, Bozy, ensure my name and that of my brothers are recorded," Chen Dayong insisted. Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo exchanged a glance, both hesitant to make a decision. They were well aware of Lu Hua's temperament. Despite his usual jovial demeanor, he could be quite formidable. "Brother Dong, if there are fortunes to be made elsewhere, why come here?" Chen Dayong inquired. Fatty Bo suggested, "Why don't you wait for the next opportunity? I will certainly inform you immediately." Chen Dayong's expression darkened, and his followers mirrored his displeasure. It was clear to them that these two youngsters were not inclined to show him any favor. "Enough with the idle chatter. Simply record our names," Chen Dayong said, clearly dissatisfied, "and ensure all my brothers are included as well." At this juncture, the crowd observed intently, eager to see how Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo would respond. If they made an exception for Chen Dayong and his group, it would be unjust not to extend the same courtesy to others as well. Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo were not naive. They understood this implicit truth. "I'm sorry, Brother Dong, but you arrived too late. We must adhere to the established rules. Otherwise, if the rules are broken, what will happen to the others? Dong Gu, please do not make it difficult for us both." The two of them exchanged words. "It is merely a matter of adding a seat. Can we not grant this favor?" Chen Dayong's expression darkened. "I'm afraid I cannot accommodate that," Chen Dayong replied. To be honest, it is also partly the fault of Chen Dayong and his associates for their lack of tact. Had they chosen a more appropriate setting and approached Chen Dayong and Fatty Bo privately, it is likely that they would have reached an understanding. However, in this situation, with so many others watching who have not been recorded, how can one extend such a courtesy? It is simply impossible. Chen Dayong, gripping Chen Dayong's collar, exclaimed, "Do you truly believe you hold such authority?" At this moment, a dozen of their subordinates surged forward, confronting Chen Dayong and his group. "Dong Gu, release Dong Zai," Fatty Bo said, his face darkening. "What is this?" Chen Dayong turned to glare at him. "So you think you're tough as well?" Chen Dayong, "I show you respect as an elder from the neighborhood, which is why I call you Dong Gu." Chen Dayong's temper flared. "If I did not regard you, I would simply call you Xiao Dong or Dong Zai." Astonished, Chen Dayong was taken aback. Chen Dayong continued, "Among the 800 people this time, I am responsible for leading 200. Do you comprehend the implications? It means that if you do not release me, I shall deal with you as I please." Chen Dayong's expression shifted. "Dong Zai, you should release Dong Gu first. Dong Zai, do not create a scene here. This is not the place for such antics." Chen Dayong, "Do not act foolishly. knowing that Fei Zibo and Ma Liandong were not only responsible for recruitment, but would also be managing 200 individuals each thereafter. Several bystanders began to chime in to support them. He Sudong's face turned a deep shade of displeasure, left speechless. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip on Ma Liandong and departed with his entourage. Following this commotion, the remaining individuals had no choice but to leave as well, no longer willing to expend their efforts. After everyone dispersed, the sky darkened, leaving only Ma Liandong and Fei Zibo with their loyal followers in the warehouse. Ma Liandong smugly inquired of his close subordinates, and they all echoed in agreement. Ma Liandong wore a proud expression. Be cautious of Sudong's temper. Fei Zibo chuckled. I am not afraid of him. Ma Liandong's demeanor shifted. I was not joking before. If he truly wishes to challenge me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Subsequently, the two led their group of subordinates to meet Lu Hua. Chen Dayong was at Lu Hua's place, engaged in a game of mahjong with Lu Hua, Zhao Jun, and Zhou Taijun, as boredom had set in. After submitting their record lists, Fei Zibo pondered for a moment and recounted the previous incident with Sudong. His rationale was that if Sudong were to cause trouble in the future, it would allow them to work more freely. If the higher-ups were unaware, then their ability to operate would be hindered. Lu Hua responded, let him be. If he truly seeks a conflict, we shall handle it as it comes. Very well, you may go now. After dismissing the others, Lu Hua glanced at the record list and exclaimed, wow, in just 5 days, we have recorded nearly 3,000 individuals. Chen Dayong tossed aside a mahjong tile, and I took a look. Let us call it a day. I lack the energy for this. Instead, let us contemplate how to select our personnel, suggested Chen Dayong. The remaining 3, having set aside their mahjong, joined him in deliberating the selection process. In my opinion, we should gather these nearly 3,000 individuals and select 800 based on their physical robustness and stature, Lu Hua proposed. He believed that since the chosen ones would serve as security personnel, it was essential they possess a formidable presence, as they might inevitably engage in confrontations. Even if conflict was avoided, a fearsome appearance would be advantageous, thus larger individuals ought to be prioritized. We should recruit more individuals under 18. The young ones can manage tasks like arranging the pool table, keeping track of time, and collecting fees. There is no need for adults. Employing these youngsters is more cost-effective. Zhao Jun opined. Chen Dayong nodded in agreement, chuckling. I share the same sentiment. Lu Hua remained silent, contemplating. Let us go with a balanced approach. After a moment, he added, fourth brother, I have an idea. Zhou Taijun suddenly grinned. Do share. Chen Dayong was curious to see what this simpleton might propose. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Zhou Taijun said, I believe we should consider selecting some of the leaders. Firstly, they can attract others to their side, suggesting they possess some level of capability, thus qualifying as talent, like Lu Xiaowei. Secondly, if we incorporate them, their followers effectively become peripheral members of our security team. In the future, should we require additional manpower for any tasks? Exactly. That is a brilliant approach. Lu Hua immediately concurred. This perspective was duly noted by Chen Dayong. Pausing for a moment, he continued, let me share my thoughts. This list undoubtedly contains a significant number of individuals from our community, far too many. We must regulate this ratio. Ideally, out of the final 800, no more than 200 should be from our locality. We are preparing for the billiards project. This security team must not only perform duties but also ensure safety. It is preferable that we have a certain proportion of locals involved, as it would facilitate operations. The 4 of them engaged in discussion, establishing a general direction. Ultimately, Lu Hua acquiesced, as the manager of the security department. It was his responsibility to oversee the selection process. After 3 days dedicated to recruitment, by the 5th day of the 6th lunar month, the 800 individuals had been chosen. In the afternoon, all 800 gathered in the warehouse, nearly filling it to capacity. Among them, 300 were minors under 16 earning $5, 200 were aged 16 and 17 earning $10, and 300 were 18 and older. This arrangement significantly controlled monthly salary expenditures. Of those selected, 200 hailed from the local community, while each of the other 4 communities contributed 50, totaling another 200. Among them were Chun Dazue, Pu Jiechen, Wang Cheng, and Lu Xiaowei, prominently featured. In other regions, the total number of individuals on the streets amounted to 400, permeating the entire deep-water community. This included several minor leaders, thus elevating the security department under Tungfei Company into an unassailable force within the deep-water community. As long as salaries were dispersed punctually each month, their bond would remain unbreakable. Hence, Chen Dayong boldly claimed he could dominate the entire billiard market of the deep-water community. Having set up a table, Chen Dayong stood atop it, activating an electronic megaphone to address the gathering. "Have you all signed the probationary contracts?" he inquired. "Signing this contract signifies that we earn an honest living. We do not engage in illicit activities or underhanded dealings. If any of you possess unsavory habits, I advise you to amend them post-haste. Here, fighting or causing disturbances is strictly forbidden. Naturally, we are not naive. We will not stand idly by to be assaulted. Follow me. And as long as you hold Tingfei Company's contract, the company will provide for you, ensuring that salaries are dispensed on time without delay." Subsequently, Chen Dayong publicly announced several appointments. Lu Hua was appointed as the manager of the security department. Fei Zibo was designated as the captain of the first squad, overseeing 200 personnel. Ma Liandong was appointed as the captain of the second squad, also managing 200 individuals. Wang Wei was assigned as the captain of the third squad, while Wang Ming took charge of the fourth squad, each managing 200 members. Each squad was further divided into 5 sub-squads, with each sub-squad comprising 4 small teams. A sub-squad typically consisted of approximately 40 individuals, while a small team comprised around 10. Next, Lu Hua took the stage to deliver a speech and announce the selections for the sub-squad and small team leaders. The selections were made on a whim that morning. "I have but one demand: obedience," Lu Hua declared succinctly. "Look at you, rambling endlessly, how tiresome." Lu Hua's brevity is impressive, Huang Miaomiao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Dayong in mockery. This girl, if not provoked with a few jibes, would feel restless all over. Chen Dayong, meanwhile, could only concede to her point. Indeed, it was impressive. Disinterested in sparring verbally with her, Chen Dayong concurred. "It truly is impressive." "Boring," Huang Miaomiao retorted, rolling her eyes. "When will you commence the billiard project?" she inquired. Chen Dayong pondered for a moment before responding. "Not in a hurry. We shall wait a bit longer." "Wait? For how long?" Huang Miaomiao was at a loss for words. "Perhaps another half-month," he replied. "The Yingda Billiard Factory currently produces 8 tables a day, with a backlog of 56 tables. In half a month, they should be able to stockpile around 180 tables, which would be sufficient to accommodate half of the deep-water community. We could commence trial operations. During this half-month, will these people merely receive salaries without any work?" "Chen Dayong, you truly are foolish. No, you have money. You have so much that it's burning a hole in your pocket." Huang Miaomiao's sharp tongue resumed its criticism. Chen Dayong was speechless, yet he recognized his own shortcomings. Indeed, he had been imprudent. It would have been wiser to delay the recruitment process. "It's fine. Just in time, I'll train these people over the next half-month. Or else they will be utterly unprepared," Chen Dayong asserted defiantly. "You are indeed stubborn," Huang Miaomiao retorted, unimpressed. Chen Dayong glared at her. "Are you itching for a fight?" Huang Miaomiao, sensing the tension, promptly fell silent. Chapter 71. Free trial operation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped away. Ever since the security department of Tingfei Company extravagantly recruited 800 individuals, a fortnight had elapsed. Yet, Chen Dayong, the newly emerged magnate, remained conspicuously inactive. Truth be told, the legitimate business owners of the deepwater community paid little heed to Chen Dayong's actions, for they believed his endeavors were of a dubious nature, unrelated to their own pursuits. Indeed, they suspected that he was merely dabbling in underhanded dealings. However, the streetwise bigwigs were keenly observant, anxiously monitoring Chen Dayong's maneuvers, fearful that he might encroach upon their domain. As the weeks rolled by, he continued to spend lavishly, maintaining the salaries of 800 individuals without any apparent strategy. This behavior was, to them, utterly perplexing. Surely, one does not squander wealth in such a frivolous manner? Their confusion was accompanied by a sense of unease. They were convinced that Chen Dayong was biding his time, preparing for a grand scheme. After all, only a fool would throw money around indiscriminately. They certainly did not consider Chen Dayong a fool. As the calendar turned to August, the first day of the month, which corresponded to the 21st day of the 6th lunar month, a flurry of activity commenced. From early morning, pool tables began to emerge from the Yingda Billiard Factory and nearby rented warehouses, destined for the deepwater community. The deliveries continued until the afternoon, culminating in the distribution of 180 tables across nearly half of the area. In Shixiaowai housing estate alone, Chen Dayong had placed 46 pool tables, 1 table beneath each of the 29 public housing buildings and 7 affordable housing units, with an additional 10 situated in the central square, totaling 46. The remaining 4 estates collectively hosted 90 tables, while the rest were allocated to other residential areas. That evening, Chen Dayong and his core team gathered for a meal at a bustling eatery. "Tomorrow, we truly won't charge for the trial operation?" Huang Miao Miao inquired, her voice laced with disbelief. This was the umpteenth time she had asked, clearly reluctant to forego the day's potential revenue. She calculated that with 180 tables operating 16 hours a day at 6 yuan per hour, they could have earned around 17,800 yuan. The thought alone made her wince. Chen Dayong, uninterested in her lamentations, focused on peeling shrimp for Jiumei. Didn't he, the fourth master, say before that if you were reluctant to let go of the cubs, you wouldn't he catch the wolves? Jiumei interjected. Laughter erupted amongst the group. Xiao clutched his stomach, doubled over with laughter. Jiumei. It's all about letting go of the cubs to catch the wolves. Flustered, Jiumei retorted, it's the same thing. Huang Miao Miao, thoroughly amused, dismissed her concerns about the potential revenue for the next day and teased Jiumei, but it's not the same. If you let the little Jiumei go up the mountain, the wolves will see her and come to eat, and then we can catch them. Your fourth brother suggested that he would toss you out one day, you little rascal. So that was it. Ninth sister came to a sudden realization. While savoring shrimp, she cheerfully remarked, my fourth brother would never throw me out. If anyone were to be discarded, it would surely be you, big sister. Just look, he shells shrimp for me, but not for you, leaving me with grease all over my mouth. Huang Miao Miao choked slightly and glared at the little one in irritation. I can shell them myself. Chen Dayong planned to trial run the operations the following day, free of charge. Currently, the public is quite unfamiliar with billiards. Those who do know perceive it as an upscale sport, undoubtedly challenging to play. Chen Dayong aimed to dispel such notions through complimentary trial sessions, encouraging public acceptance of the game. On the morning of June 22nd, the second project following Chen Dayong's arrival in Hong Kong, the Street Billiards Initiative, officially commenced operations. In smaller venues, there would be a billiards table with 2 to 3 cues, 1 billiard cloth, and a child overseeing the game with an adult responsible for security. Larger venues, like the Community Center Plaza, would accommodate 4 to 10 tables, with 2 or 3 children and 3 to 4 adults ensuring safety. 2 advertisements were displayed, one for street billiards at $6 per hour, and another announcing the free play during the trial run. On that day, Chen Dayong, Lu Hua, Zhou Taijun, Zhao Jun, Zhang Xing, De Wei, Fei Zibo, Ma Liandong, and Huang Miao Miao all gathered at the warehouse. Telephones were installed there, as well as at every street billiards venue, regardless of size. This was a decisive measure taken by Chen Dayong against popular opinion. The Street Billiards Initiative was distinct from the charitable clothing recycling project, which was a one-time endeavor that Chen Dayong did not intend to revisit. The former, however, was a long-term undertaking with a promising lifespan in Hong Kong, ensuring profitability throughout the 1980s. Thus, a broader vision was necessary. Chen Dayong needed to guarantee seamless communication. With telephones in the warehouse and other locations, any incidents at the venues could be promptly reported back to the warehouse for swift decision-making. There would likely be disruptions. Yao Jun expressed his concern. Lu Hua chuckled, then my army will be ready for them. You speak with increasing bravado, Chen Dayong replied, somewhat amused. After all, you manage so many people. How can you not be a bit imposing? Lu Hua replied sheepishly. Each of the 5 community centers had an additional team of about 10 stationed there, with similar arrangements in larger venues. Moreover, the warehouse had 4 captains overseeing a considerable number of personnel. Should any issues arise that the nearby teams could not handle, the captains would randomly lead a group to address the situation. Therefore, preparations were thorough, giving Lu Hua the confidence to make such statements. It is best if no incidents occur, Zhao Jun remarked. How could that be possible? Huang Miao Miao shot him a glare. Aware that there were no envious individuals intentionally causing trouble. In such a business, minor mishaps were inevitable. She believed Zhao Jun was simply too young and naive, which was indeed the case. In any entertainment venue, tranquility was a rarity. Could such trivial matters truly be considered significant? The nearby team would handle it themselves. Zhao Jun, at a loss for words, retorted sharply, unwilling to indulge the girl. Chen Dayong observed the warehouse, noticing the idle individuals, who were all trying to learn boxing from Wang Wei and Wang Ming. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, next time, let's set up a few pool tables in this warehouse. It's far too dull just sitting here. Indeed, Zhou Taijun nodded. To be honest, I'd love to play. Huang Miao Miao turned to Zhang Sheng, inquiring, is that impressive boxing technique you taught them? Zhang Sheng looked at her, puzzled. What is up? What kind of boxing is that? It looks like embroidery, Huang Miao scoffed. Chen Dayong and the others reacted, while Zhang Sheng remained silent. Chen Dayong face-bombed, quickly comforting Zhang Sheng. Don't mind her. She just has a sharp tongue. You're the one with the sharp tongue. Chapter 72. He Sudong causes trouble. The Shixiaway Community Center, essentially the central square, had a temporary iron shed erected, open on all sides, housing 10 pool tables. This setup constituted a street-side billiards hall. To be honest, 10 pool tables could be considered a medium-sized billiards hall. In Xiangjiang, there was only one larger establishment. The modest street-side billiards hall was now bustling with people, most of whom were merely spectators, as it was not their turn yet. Even with 10 tables, the allure of free play made it insufficient. Chen Dayong had foreseen this and devised a strategy. No session should exceed 1 hour. Otherwise, there would inevitably be inconsiderate individuals monopolizing a table for an entire day, leaving others with no opportunity to play. Yet, even with this measure, it was certain that some would still be left waiting. There was no alternative but to accept this reality. 3 young assistants were assigned to manage the setup of the balls and keep track of time. Thankfully, today, they did not have to collect any fees, so their tasks were quite relaxed. As they navigated through the crowd, the 3 young assistants exuded a sense of pride. Not only were they earning a wage, but they also held a position of respect in this role, filling them with immense satisfaction. In terms of security, 4 young men were designated to oversee this aspect, led by Lizzie, who was among the more successful youths to emerge from the community. The other 3 were his associates, all of them from the same neighborhood. This time, the security of the large street-side billiards hall at the community center was entrusted to him, as he was also the squad leader. Originally responsible for managing 9 or 10 individuals, his team had been dispersed to handle security at other venues. Additionally, a separate squad was stationed to ensure the security of the entire community, acting as a mobile force. The leader of this squad was Qing Zhihui. At this moment, both groups, numbering over 10 individuals, were similarly crowded among the throngs, gathered around each pool table, watching others play. To be frank, they too wished to partake in the festivities. Lu Zai and Cheng Jiahui stood to the side, casually chatting while munching on sunflower seeds, rather than observing. Why don't we reserve a table for ourselves? After all, we have 10 billiard tables, proposed Cheng Jiahui. No way, each table is a source of income. If we set one aside, we would lose a considerable amount daily, Lu Zai replied, shaking his head in refusal. Very well, Cheng Jiahui sighed, a bitter smile forming on his lips. It was truly frustrating to merely watch without participating. Everyone has a salary, why not spend a little? Just 2 of us playing for $3 each could yield an hour of enjoyment, Lu Zai suggested with a grin. No, I think I'll just watch. I can't bear to part with my money. I need to save up for my future wife, Cheng Jiahui retorted, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, trouble loomed. As Lu Zai remarked, Cheng Jiahui turned in surprise, spotting a throng of individuals rushing into the plaza, heading straight for the billiard room. At the forefront was Yi Sudong. This guy actually dares to return and cause a scene. Cheng Jiahui's expression darkened. Both were aware that Yi Sudong had arrived late for sign-ups and had missed the deadline, subsequently clashing with Ma Liandong and Fei Zibo. Truth be told, the news had spread like wildfire throughout the Shixiaway Wuxi Yuan, and everyone was aware of the situation. This fellow was truly a fool. Missing the sign-up deadline was a trivial matter. He could have privately approached Dong Gu and Bo Gu and requested to have his name added, considering they were all from the same community. Instead, he chose to create a ruckus in front of so many people and even resorted to threats. With this behavior, he could forget about ever entering Tung Fei Company again. Lu Zai scoffed, expressing his disdain. Do you think he would genuinely dare to cause trouble? Cheng Jiahui inquired. If there were any hope of re-entry, perhaps he wouldn't, but Cheng Jiahui understood. Regardless, since entry into Tung Fei Company was no longer an option, Yi Sudong would undoubtedly be agitated and resentful, leading him to act out. What shall we do? He asked. Lu Zai glanced at him, exasperated. Tung Fei Company conducts monthly reviews. If you, Hui Zai, wish to be among the first, you'll be eliminated right away. Aren't you planning to marry? Is that off the table? Those who pass the review and become formal employees receive an additional $5 monthly for squad leaders and 10 for team leaders. My goal is to attain the position of team leader. I must at least secure the squad leader role. Whoever seeks to sabotage me will face my wrath. As he spoke, his tone grew grave. Cheng Jiahui fell silent. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Stop staring. They're coming." Immediately, he and Lu Zai pushed through the crowd, blocking Yi Sudong and his companions from entering. Qing Jiahui and Li Zai approached them. Hui Zai, Li Zai. What is the meaning of this? He Su Dong asked mockingly. They were all young men from the same community who had fared relatively well, and thus knew each other. Su Dong, what are you implying? Lu Zai replied with a frown. Chen Jiahui remained silent, his face darkened. I'm implying nothing. I merely brought some friends to have fun. Yi Su Dong laughed. I can't bring myself to believe that. Cheng Jiahui shot back. Believe it or not. I'm just here with friends for a good time. What is the matter? Is the guest unwelcome? Yi Su Dong sneered. Cheng Jiahui and Lu Zai exchanged a glance. And the latter remarked, since we have guests here to enjoy themselves, they are indeed welcome. Very well, please queue up. I shall call you when a table becomes available. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? We can simply clear a few tables ourselves. Yi Su Dong chuckled, promptly instructing his group of followers. Do not just stand there. Go and clear the area. Do you still wish to play? Immediately, his entourage moved to clear the space, only to be halted by the security personnel. Jiahui, Li Zai, what is the meaning of this? Yi Su Dong inquired. I have stated that we must queue. Lu Zai replied coldly. If you clear the area, how can others enjoy themselves? Are you implying this is a free-for-all? Yi Su Dong retorted. If it is so, then others can play, and naturally, we can partake as well. Are you truly seeking to stir up trouble? Qing Jiahui asked in a low voice. It was evident that they had come to create a disturbance. The purpose of the free trial operation was to familiarize everyone with billiards, to understand how to play, and to appreciate the enjoyment it brings. If Yi Su Dong and his group forcibly commandeered the venue, the entire purpose of the free trial would be undermined. The crucial point is that they intended to reserve the space without any payment. Who claims we are here to cause trouble? We merely wish to play and support the establishment. Currently, you are the ones preventing us from enjoying ourselves. Are those individuals guests, while we are not? Are they human? Allowed free play, while we are deemed unworthy? Do you look down upon me, Yi Su Dong? Do you hold us in contempt? Are you deliberately targeting us? Yi Su Dong spat, chewing on his words. Chapter 73. Truly a great fool. What does it mean to act shamelessly? This is it. What does it mean to turn the tables? This is it. If you wish to reserve the venue, that is not an issue. Come back tomorrow, and as long as you, Yi Su Dong, can afford it, you may reserve it for as long as you desire. However, today is not an option, Li Zai stated. Qing Jiahui interjected, now, Dong Zai. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Just tell me, are you here to cause trouble? If so, I will respond accordingly. If not, then please queue quietly. If you cannot queue, then kindly step aside and watch the spectacle. Otherwise, be gone. Cheng Jiahui was already growing impatient, stirred by Lu Zai's earlier remarks. Anyone who threatened Lu Zai's livelihood would find him ready to fight back. Likewise, anyone who threatened Cheng Jiahui's means of living would face the same defiance. Huh? Yi Su Dong scoffed, his expression darkening. So you think you're impressive? You've grown quite arrogant, have you? Dong Zai is impressive, Fei Zai is impressive, and now you, Jiahui, are also impressive? What is so remarkable about following a local? You respect him because he feeds you, but I, Yi Su Dong, hold no such obligation to him. He is nothing to me. In my eyes, he is of no consequence. You would do well to show some respect to Mr. Chen, Li Zai admonished. Now you think you're impressive as well? Yi Su Dong said, poking Lu Zai's chest with his finger. Lu Zai swatted Yi Su Dong's hand away, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You are from the village. Setting aside the notion of not eating from your own garden, you clearly do not understand. I shall speak of other matters. Do your family members still reside in the housing estate? Have you considered their well-being with your reckless actions? Do you truly believe that should you dare to stir trouble today, it would not result in calamity for your family this very evening? Pausing, he cast a glance at the group accompanying Yi Su Dong and added, And you, have you lost your senses following such a leader into chaos? Do your families wish to leave the housing estate? Upon hearing these words, not only did Yi Su Dong's expression change, but the faces of his entourage of 20 or 30 followers also turned grim. Brother Dong, people from the housing estate do not harm each other. Perhaps we should reconsider? One suggested. Indeed, Brother Dong, we all know one another. Shall we not depart? Another chimed in. After all, our families still need to live in the housing estate. The group of followers quickly began to plead. Silence. Yi Su Dong shouted, silencing his subordinates. He then fixed his gaze on Li Zai and menacingly declared, You dare to involve your family in your recklessness? Li Zai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I have family. Does Li Zai not? And you, Wu Zai? Do you have no family? What of Mr. Chen? As far as I know, he has siblings, does he not? Yi Su Dong sneered. I shall make a call. Cheng Jiahui suddenly interjected. Prevent anyone from entering the tent. If a fight breaks out, strike them hard. If someone dies, Mr. Chen will handle it. Cheng Jiahui spoke with fierce determination before proceeding to make the call. With their numbers nearly doubled, they knew that if a fight ensued, they would be at a disadvantage. Thus seeking assistance, the security team from Tungfei Company, led by Lu Zai, stood tall, exuding an imposing presence. Cheng Jiahui's words indeed provided a dose of reassurance. Yes, should trouble arise, they had Mr. Chen's support. What was there to fear? In contrast, He Sudong and his group felt their confidence wane. Despite their numbers nearly doubling, their spirit was significantly diminished. He Sudong was merely a petty thug. Where was his wealth or power? Should trouble arise, he could neither afford the costs nor provide for his men's medical expenses, nor could he shield them from the consequences. His followers evidently grasped this reality, each now regretting their decision to accompany him. This exemplifies the advantages of wealth, power, and backing. Previously, the gangs in this region relied on significant support to thrive. Without it, they could not operate. For one, such support provided job opportunities and sustenance. Secondly, in the aftermath of a brawl, the financial backing could cover medical bills and relocation expenses. Lastly, influence could resolve bureaucratic troubles. However, the current landscape has shifted. The gangs in this region have gained strength. They have established their own businesses and amassed wealth, liberating themselves from the control of their former benefactors. Now, the relationships are more of collaboration rather than dependency. Oh, a call is coming in. The phone rang from the warehouse, interrupting the conversation. Zhao Jun felt a twinge of concern. Could something serious be unfolding? I will take it, Lu Hua said, then answered the call. Originally, answering the phone was unnecessary for him. However, this fellow was quite exhilarated today, remaining vigilantly beside the telephone. It seemed he eagerly anticipated some form of incident, believing it would provide his forces an opportunity to engage. Do not speak ill. Chen Dayong shot Zhao Jun a glare. To be candid, he harbored his own concerns. Typically, minor matters do not warrant a phone call. Incidents at smaller venues are reported to larger establishments. As these larger locations house a small squadron, a call from the warehouse would invariably originate from a larger site dealing with something insurmountable. Thus, the situation must be somewhat grave. Is it our residential community? He Sudong? Threatening the younger siblings of fourth brother? Very well, understood. Lu Hua answered the phone, listened for a moment, and then hung up. Upon hearing Lu Hua's scattered remarks, Chen Dayong's expression darkened. Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiu Mei were his cherished ones. Once Lu Hua revealed the details, the countenances of those present grew somber. That He Sudong, is he a fool? Huang Miao Miao remarked, bewildered by He Sudong's actions. Such behavior seemed akin to courting death. Through their recent close interactions, she understood better than anyone the significance of Xiao Wu and Jiu Mei to Chen Dayong. One could say, whoever dares to touch them is doomed. Huh. I rather think that fellow possesses a modicum of cunning, Zhao Jun suddenly chuckled. I believe that fool did not intend to cause trouble. Rather, he seeks to flex his muscles and display strength, hoping fourth brother will take him under his wing? Lu Hua chimed in. After a pause, he scoffed. If he were to come directly to the warehouse and state, I want this person, I would actually consider it. But now, haha. What to do? Zhou Taijun inquired, his gaze fixed on Chen Dayong. The others also turned their attention to him. You all remain here. I shall take Zhang Sheng and pay this fool a visit, Chen Dayong said, his expression dark for a long while before easing into a smile. Dong Zai. Get to work, Lu Hua called out. Upon hearing this, Ma Yindong immediately rushed over. What has happened? How many men should I bring? Just bring a company and follow fourth brother, Lu Hua instructed. No need, just Dong Zai can accompany me, Chen Dayong replied. Soon after, Chen Dayong, accompanied by Zhang Sheng and Ma Yindong, left the warehouse for the central square of the residential community. Chapter 74. A meeting with He Sudong. Chen Dayong's purpose in this visit was not to engage in combat. Hence, there was no need to bring a large entourage. Having lived 2 lives, he understood better than anyone that navigating the underworld yields no favorable outcome, with no future to behold. Even if he could cleanse his past, any aspirations for upward mobility would encounter significant obstacles and limitations. As a reincarnated individual, it would be too shameful to delve into the underworld. Countless opportunities for wealth awaited him, with ample cash ready for him to seize. There was no need to sully his reputation by mingling with gangs. He operated a security department, employing 800 individuals, primarily for self-preservation and deterrence. This instilled a sense of caution among the gangs, rendering them reluctant to provoke him. It is not a matter of how to proceed. Therefore, Chen Dayong's intention in meeting Yisudong was primarily to persuade rather than to engage in conflict. Midway, Huang Miao followed suit. "Why are you here?" Chen Dayong inquired. Huang Miao replied, "I was bored in the warehouse, so I thought I'd join you to see what that fool Yisudong looks like." Chen Dayong, to be honest, shared Zhao Jun and Lu Hua's assessment, believing that Yisudong was merely showcasing bravado in a bid for reconciliation. However, considering his previous public confrontations with Ma Liandong and Fi Zibo, it was evident that he was indeed a fool, a reckless individual. "How do you plan to handle him?" Huang Miao asked, her curiosity piqued. Chen Dayong remained silent. "In my opinion, just throw him into the river," she suggested. Growing up in an environment rife with violence, she had undoubtedly adopted a mindset shaped by such experiences, often resorting to threats of violence. Chen Dayong was exasperated, reiterating, "I am engaged in legitimate endeavors." Huang Miao scoffed, "I don't believe you. Have you forgotten how you dealt with me before?" "That was because you pushed me to my limits," Chen Dayong retorted, taken aback. "That fool poses a threat to your younger siblings. If he dares to act on his words, he could genuinely harm Xiao Wu and Jiumei. You would regret it immensely." Huang Miao cautioned earnestly, urging Chen Dayong to take decisive action against Yisudong. "Can you refrain from constantly calling for violence?" Chen Dayong sighed. "Your behavior could tarnish the atmosphere around here. I must warn you, if you do not change, do not blame me for forcing you to leave." Though he spoke thus, Chen Dayong felt equally troubled and infuriated. Yisudong's threats against Xiao Wu and Jiumei had indeed provoked him, which was why he felt compelled to confront the individual personally. "I can leave without your prompting," she countered, "as if I am clinging to this place. I am here because you brought me along." Chen Dayong found himself at a loss for words with her and chose to ignore her. The four soon arrived at the central square of the residential area. Mr. Chen, Cheng Jiahui, Lu Zai, and a group of security personnel called out in unison. Even the residents enjoying billiards in the recreation room greeted him warmly. The charity initiative for collecting used clothing, combined with the current recruitment efforts in the area, had elevated Chen Dayong to a prominent figure, a philanthropist, and a respected leader in Shixiaowai residential area. His reputation was formidable. "Mr. Chen, I am Yisudong," he said. Previously brash, now visibly intimidated upon meeting Chen Dayong in person, wearing a forced smile as he greeted him. Chen Dayong nodded in acknowledgement to his employees, then disregarded Yisudong and addressed the customers. "Continue enjoying your activities. There is no need to concern yourselves with matters here. Rest assured, I guarantee your safety while you are here. No one will cause you any trouble." After a round of comforting words, Mr. Chen received a warm reception from the local patrons. "Mr. Chen, this billiards game is immensely entertaining," they exclaimed. "Please, could you set up a few more tables? They are all in use, and I've been waiting all morning." "Mr. Chen, I've heard that in other places playing billiards costs dozens or even hundreds of dollars per hour," one patron remarked. "I can't afford those exorbitant prices, but at $6 an hour, I can certainly play. Rest assured, I will support you. Once I have some spare cash, I will come to play." "Mr. Chen, you have truly done a great service." The crowd chimed in enthusiastically. "I am Yisudong. You may call me Xiaodong, Adong, or Dongzai," Yisudong said somewhat awkwardly. He was indeed, as Zhao Jun and Lu Hua had suggested, not here to cause trouble but rather to inform Mr. Chen of his several subordinates and his considerable influence, hoping Mr. Chen would take him under his wing. Thus, confronted with the esteemed Mr. Chen, he dared not act arrogantly. Mr. Chen finally acknowledged him. "No, I wouldn't dare call you that. How about I call you Brother Dong?" he suggested with a smile. Yisudong's lips twitched, and he felt a pang of anxiety. "Mr. Chen, please don't frighten me. I wouldn't dare let you call me that." "Why not? What is there to fear?" Mr. Chen chuckled. "You dared to bring people here to cause a ruckus and disrupt my business. I must call you brother to ensure you don't keep causing trouble." "Mr. Chen, it was a misunderstanding," Yisudong quickly interjected. "I brought people with me not to cause trouble but to protect you from anyone else who might disrupt your establishment. We are here to help." Mr. Chen smiled, glancing at Cheng Jiahui and Lu Zai. "Is that so? Brother Dong didn't mention that before. He wanted to clear the place and reserve it for himself and his men." "Hiki." Yisudong chuckled awkwardly. "It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Chen, Brother Dong even warned us to be careful of you and your family," Cheng Jiahui remarked ominously. "When did I ever say that? Don't put words in my mouth." Yisudong retorted hastily. Cheng Jiahui coldly ignored him. Mr. Chen's smile gradually faded. "It seems I should not call you brother. I ought to refer to you as Grandpa Dong. You truly are quite audacious. Everyone knows my siblings are off limits. yet you dare to meddle with them. Impressive, Grandpa Dong. You are truly remarkable, Mr. Chen exclaimed, his gestures and tone exaggerated. He expertly tailored his words to suit the audience. With the elite, he was courteous, while with scoundrels like Dong, he adopted a brazen demeanor, even bordering on madness. It was essential to instill fear in such individuals to persuade them to retreat and avert endless troubles. Chapter 75. A predicament. Mr. Chen's demeanor effectively intimidated Dong. Mr. Chen, I misspoke. I had a moment of lapse, he hurriedly clarified. I would never dare to threaten your family, even if you gave me 10 times the courage. I would still not dare, he said, pointing a finger at Dong's chest. Is there anything you, Dong-gu, would not dare to do? Dong, overwhelmed, slapped himself and confessed, Mr. Chen, to be honest, I came here today to work with you. I truly had no intention of causing any trouble. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Chen Dayong scoffed. You wish to collaborate with me and yet you create chaos, disrupt my affairs, and threaten my family? And now you claim you want to work together? Quite audacious of you. After a brief pause, his smile vanished as he turned his gaze toward the group of men behind Dong and inquired, Are they all your subordinates? Dong quickly interjected. They are not my subordinates, Mr. Chen. They are my brothers. That's quite a stretch, Chen Dayong remarked, somewhat begrudgingly accepting the response. What is the nature of your relationship? The bond is absolutely solid, Dong declared, thumping his chest. If you have any tasks, just give me a shout, and they will undoubtedly comply. Yet Chen Dayong shook his head. I don't believe you. I cannot accept that your relationship is genuinely that strong. Let us put it to the test. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Dayong addressed the group accompanying Dong. I will put up 100,000 yuan for his life. Whoever among you can eliminate him within 3 days will receive that sum. If 2 of you work together, you will split it 50,000 each. If 3 collaborate, it will be divided among you. If all of you join forces, the entire 100,000 will be shared. I, Chen Dayong, keep my word. This money will be yours. He pointed towards Ma Liandong as he concluded. To claim the reward, simply approach him. Upon hearing this, Dong's countenance drained of color, as if he had just lost his parents. Instinctively, he glanced back at his group of brothers only to find their eyes darting away, some even harboring sinister intentions. Panic seized him completely. Previously, he had drawn lots for life and death, accepting a mere 5,000 yuan for settling down, along with a chance to rise in rank. He was willing to take that risk, but ultimately he did not succeed. He had inquired among his brothers, most of whom were willing. Yet now, with 100,000 yuan on the line, he realized many were tempted. If he were in their position, he would also be tempted. Dong was frightened, truly frightened. Mr. Chen, can I actually claim that money? Ma Liandong spoke up, his gaze fixed intensely on Dong, eyes burning with fervor. Ma Liandong believed the current predicament stemmed from his earlier refusal to accept Dong's application. He felt compelled to resolve the matter personally. Firstly, it was a matter of revenge. He was genuinely displeased with Dong. Secondly, he wished to contribute to Mr. Chen's endeavors. As the captain of the security department, he felt unworthy and was eager to assist. Thirdly, he aspired to ascend the ranks, to join the core circle alongside figures like Zhou Taijun, Lu Hua, Zhao Jun, and Zhang Sheng. The allure of money was undeniable to him as well. We're doing the right thing, Chen Dayong chuckled. What a pity, Ma Liandong lamented. Suddenly, Dong fell to his knees, his legs buckling beneath him. Mr. Chen, I was wrong, truly wrong. I made mistakes and spoke foolishly. Please, spare me this once. I promise I will never dare to do so again. You are magnanimous. Grant me mercy, will you? I beg you. As Dong pleaded, he struck his own face repeatedly, soon leaving both cheeks swollen. Chen Dayong crouched down, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Brother Dong, there is no need for such theatrics. Do you truly believe your men would betray brotherhood for a mere 100,000? You are overthinking, worrying unnecessarily. He then stood up, glancing at Dong's companions. 100,000 seems rather paltry. It barely suffices for anything. How about I double it? But do not think it too little. If you find it lacking, and Brother Dong is still alive in 3 days, I shall have to offer this opportunity to them, he declared, gesturing toward the onlookers, who were engrossed in the game. Chen Dayong's demeanor had taken on a frenzied quality. Each word he uttered pierced Dong's heart like a dagger. With steely resolve, Dong reached into his pocket and withdrew a dagger. What do you intend to do? Huang Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Before she could say more, Zhang Xing had already positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Dayong. Mr. Chen, I was wrong today. Spare me, and I shall offer you 2 of my fingers. Will that suffice? He Sudong implored. Without awaiting Chen Dayong's response, he swiftly severed his left pinky and ring fingers. The agony was excruciating. Yet he bit down on his lip, drawing blood, refusing to utter a single cry. This revealed his true mettle. He was indeed a formidable character. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mr. Chen, will you accept? He Sudong inquired once more, his comrades gazing intently at Chen Dayong. Ma Liandong, Cheng Jiawei, Lu Zai, and a cadre of security guards all turned their eyes toward him. In that moment, the billiard hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Chen Dayong, awaiting his decision. Dayong, do not acquiesce. This man cannot be spared, Huang Miao Miao whispered urgently at his side. Zhang Xing nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Chen Dayong narrowed his eyes, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Truthfully, he had only intended to intimidate He Sudong. He needed to instill a genuine fear within him, to make him dread any further encounters. Yet, he had not anticipated such a fierce resolve from He Sudong. It was shocking, almost too decisive. Without severing fingers, there would be no lasting enmity. However, enmity has already been forged. Such a ruthless character, coupled with a hint of madness, is akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. Yet, Chen Dayong harbored no desire to take a life or leave an indelible stain upon his conscience. The situation had grown precarious. Chapter 76, a temporary resolution in the end. Chen Dayong reached a decision within his heart. He extracted 2,000 yuan and summoned one of He Sudong's subordinates. Handing it over. This is for his medical expenses. Ensure he is taken to the hospital. The subordinate complied. Chen Dayong, Huang Miao Miao, in a fit of rage, was about to unleash her fury. Chen Dayong cast a sidelong glance at her, compelling her to silence her indignation. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. He Sudong, realizing that Chen Dayong had chosen to spare him, expressed his gratitude with astonishment. Do you wish to join me? Chen Dayong inquired. He Sudong was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but everyone present was utterly astonished. He Sudong hastily nodded, eager to work with Mr. Chen. Do you still wish for this? Chen Dayong further probed. Indeed, He Sudong affirmed. Huh, I forced you to sever 2 fingers, and you still wish to work with me? Chen Dayong chuckled. I erred. This is what I deserve. I would gladly sever 2 more fingers if it meant working with Mr. Chen, He Sudong declared. After a pause, he added, Do not speak of me, Mr. Chen. Ask them if they would be willing to sever 2 fingers for the chance to work with you. I am certain they would all agree. Chen Dayong remained silent, aware that He Sudong spoke the truth. Alas, this fellow can be quite foolish at times, yet occasionally he speaks with wisdom. Very well, let us proceed to the hospital. Report to the warehouse tomorrow. Henceforth, you will work under him. His name is Zhang Sheng, Chen Dayong instructed. This marked the acceptance of He Sudong. After much contemplation, Chen Dayong ultimately decided to keep He Sudong close. Firstly, to show gratitude by providing him with a means of livelihood, thus alleviating resentment. Secondly, Chen Dayong truly wished to avoid taking a life, not wanting to leave an indelible mark on his soul, yet he could not trust He Sudong to roam freely. Thus, it was prudent to keep him within sight. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, I will give my utmost in my duties, He Sudong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After a moment, he called out to Zhang Sheng, Brother Sheng. Zhang Sheng remained silent. Chen Dayong waved his hand, urging them to the hospital. Subsequently, He Sudong and his brethren departed. Chen Dayong complimented Cheng Jiahui and Lu Zai for their diligent work, offering a measure of reassurance before leading Ma Liandong, Zhang Sheng, and Huang Miao Miao away, returning to the warehouse. Chen Dayong, are you out of your mind? Huang Miao Miao fumed along the way. By admitting such a fool, if he is poorly utilized, it is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, laying the groundwork for disaster. If utilized well, he could be a valiant warrior. Chen Dayong chose to disregard the former part of her statement, smiling as he replied, Can you handle him well? Huang Miao Miao scoffed. Chen Dayong cast her a sidelong glance, retorting, Am I not handling you quite well? Huang Miao Miao widened her eyes, struck dumb. Beside her, Ma Liandong could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Laugh again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Huang Miao Miao glared fiercely at him. The latter hastily covered his mouth, refraining from provoking this madwoman. As long as I am here, he cannot stir up any trouble, Zhang Sheng remarked, understanding Chen Dayong's true intention in having him accompany He Sudong. Chen Dayong nodded, affirming, with you by his side. I feel reassured. Indeed, Chen Dayong felt secure. Hisudong was a formidable character, yet Chen Dayong believed he paled in comparison to Zhang Sheng. Not only was Zhang Sheng ruthless, but he also possessed skill and intellect. Under his guidance, Hisudong would undoubtedly be tamed. The four returned to the warehouse. Ma Liandong went over to the main group, while Chen Dayong relayed the situation to the core members. That guy is a blockhead, a fool. If we let him go, it would spell endless trouble, Zhao Jun commented. I believe that the way fourth brother is handling this is excellent, Lu Hua added. There is no need to worry about what he might do once brought back. A conflict often leads to a bond. I think he would be grateful rather than resentful. Lu Hua reminisced about his own experience, recalling how he met fourth brother under similar circumstances. At that time, fourth brother and Tycoon had just opened a translation agency. And on the opening day, I went to collect the tea fee. That moment earned my respect for fourth brother. Had it not been for that incident, I would still be floundering in obscurity, he said. Zhou Taijin interjected, with Shang Gu keeping an eye on him, and all of us watching. Whether he harbors ulterior motives or genuinely wishes to join us will become evident over time. Can we not discern it? Zhang Sheng remained silent. Huang Miao Miao, too, was quiet, listening intently. After a while, she turned to Zhao Jun and inquired, how did you come to know Chen Dayong? Her curiosity piqued. She sought to learn more about him. Oh, I met Dayong on a bus. Zhao Jun enthusiastically recounted the encounter with highway robbers. Fourth brother is truly remarkable, Zhou Taijun exclaimed. Lu Hua chimed in, impressive indeed. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng, who had been silent, cast a glance at Chen Dayong, a glint of admiration in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Chen Dayong's intriguing past. However, reflecting on the earlier incident in the Jiulong district warehouse, where Chen Dayong had subdued Huang Miao Miao, it all began to make sense. Is that true? Huang Miao Miao asked in disbelief. Zhao Jun replied, of course it is. I don't believe it, she said, looking at Chen Dayong and pouting. In truth, she believed it, but enjoyed teasing him. All right, enough of the flattery, Chen Dayong chuckled, ignoring Huang Miao Miao. Do you even know what modesty is? She retorted sarcastically. Chen Dayong sighed, to be honest. I truly do not comprehend how those in power manage to survive this long. If I had a daughter like you, I would have been driven to madness countless times. I am curious about that as well, Zhao Jun remarked. Lu Hua nodded, equally intrigued. I am curious as well, shouted Zhou Taijun. To be honest, I too am filled with curiosity, added Zhang Sheng, who was usually taciturn. Clearly, everyone had long since reached their limit with the girl's sharp tongue. Huang Miao Miao remarked, you all. Her eyes twinkled as she suddenly declared. Xiaowu and Jiomei must be getting out of school. I shall go fetch them and have no time for you lot. With that, she dashed away. Laughter erupted among the group. Chen Dayong couldn't help but shake his head, admitting, honestly, her presence does indeed add a great deal of amusement. This was also why no one truly harbored any animosity towards her. Chapter 77. United together on this day, aside from the incident involving Hisudong, nothing else transpired. The warehouse had not received any further calls, marking a relatively successful conclusion to the free trial opening. All eyes were set on the formal opening the following day, which would ultimately determine the fate of this street-side billiards venture. That evening, as he tucked his younger siblings into bed, Chen Dayong contemplated the notion of relocating. The threat posed by Hisudong served as a stark reminder. The environment in the housing estate was far too chaotic. Safety was a concern. If someone truly wished to target his family, particularly Xiao Wu and Jiomei, it would be all too easy. They could simply be taken from the rooftop school. Xiao Wu and Jiomei were Chen Dayong's Achilles heel. Without addressing this issue, his ability to act decisively would be severely hindered. Thus, the idea of moving began to take root in Chen Dayong's mind. He envisioned leaving the housing estate for affluent neighborhoods or private residential areas. The safety conditions in his current location were deplorable, and the authorities showed little concern. In contrast, the affluent districts, home to many expatriates, received significant attention from officials. Any gangsters daring to cause trouble there would be courting disaster. Additionally, security personnel patrolled those areas, effectively alleviating safety concerns. Yet, he decided to postpone this thought for the time being. Presently, the street-side billiards project was just beginning, and he was crucial to its success. Remaining in the housing estate, overseeing the warehouse, allowed him to manage the entire operation effectively. He had staked a significant portion of his wealth on this venture. Failure was not an option. Furthermore, Xiaowu and Jiomei had only just begun to adapt to their surroundings, forming new friendships. Relocating now would be excessively harsh and detrimental to their growth. After much deliberation, Chen Dayong resolved to defer any thoughts of moving until the street-side billiards project was firmly established. Before the clock struck 11, he retired for the night. However, the local streetwise bosses of the deep-water community were far from restful. In this district, four notable figures operated. Their territories predominantly spread across the areas of Deep-Water Society, Changsha Bay, and Lizijiao. The rest of the deep-water community was either comprised of housing estates or makeshift dwellings, or lay barren and uninhabited, like the undeveloped regions of Depoping and Yuyi Village. In such desolate places, those reliant on street vending could hardly survive and, naturally, would not remain there. Tonight, four prominent figures gathered in a dog meat hot pot restaurant, where they indulged in a feast of dog meat hot pot. Their conversation revolved around Chen Dayong's Tingfei company, specifically concerning the street-side billiards project. The necessity for their alliance was apparent, as none of them could rival Chen Dayong individually. The deep-water community is notorious for its poverty. There are scant opportunities for profit, and despite their years of experience, the four men have amassed only modest fortunes, totaling merely a few $100,000. Together, their financial resources scarcely rival those of Chen Dayong. This limited wealth inevitably restricts their capacity to sustain a larger entourage, while each has numerous underlings. The core members on salary number only in the dozens, culminating in just over 100 individuals. This starkly contrasts with Chen Dayong's security department, which boasts 800 employees, 300 of whom are fully capable of engaging in physical confrontations. Thus, their collaboration, while essential, appeared insufficient. This reality underscores Chen Dayong's confidence in monopolizing the entire billiards market within the deep-water community. Money attracts people. Money generates influence. However, there are simply not enough players in this impoverished area. What should we do? Inquired the jovial cat with a grin, a corpulent man whose benign demeanor belied his cunning. What is there to concern ourselves about? He hasn't encroached upon our livelihoods. He merely opened his own market, his own venture. Why should that affect us? Replied lamely a slender, middle-aged man with a hint of gray in his hair, the eldest among them. Should we simply allow him to profit on our turf? Scoffed the thin monkey, whose name aptly described his diminutive stature. Lamely chuckled, suggesting they could request a fee for refreshments from him. You truly aspire to greatness? Thin monkey retorted disdainfully. Then go confront him yourself. If you're so ambitious, make your move. Lamely continued to smile amiably. Thin monkey, growing irate, turned to the youngest among them, asking, Xian, what are your thoughts? Xian, clad in a stylish pink suit and adorned with red-framed glasses, exuded a fashionable aura, reminiscent of celestial beings. This street-side billiards project is bound to thrive, yielding substantial profits. I pose a question to the three of you. Are you envious? Do you wish to remain uninvolved? Xian declared. After a moment's pause, he asserted, I confess my envy and my desire to participate. I will not permit a single billiard table from Chen Dayong to enter my territory. I shall procure my tables and establish my own street-side billiards venture. Why shouldn't I profit myself? I shall join you, Thin Monkey declared with determination. What does it matter if he possesses wealth in numbers? I refuse to believe he would dare engage me in a deadly struggle. The remaining two, Cat with a grin and Lamely, remained silent. Yet their expressions hinted at agreement. Wherever there is wealth, there is no rationale for foregoing profit, Cat with a grin remarked, thus revealing his intention to establish his own street-side billiards project, resolutely barring Chen Dayong from entry. Soon after, he turned to the limping Li and inquired, oldly, what about you? The aged Li, lacking in vigor, hesitated. I still prefer to simply accept a modest fee, he eventually replied. It seems you are genuinely aging. Old Li, sighed the smiling cat, not waiting for the disdainful remarks from the lean monkey. We foreshare both glory and misfortune, united. We can engage in a contest of strength with others. If we part ways, it would be a different story. His tone was slow, laced with a hint of menace. The limping Li discerned the underlying threat, his expression darkening. All right, I shall join as well, he finally said with a bitter smile. He couldn't afford to offend the affluent Chen Dayong, and the trio of the smiling cat, the lean monkey, and the ethereal one were equally formidable. Thus, he resigned himself to following the crowd. Good. Let us raise a toast to our impending fortune, exclaimed the smiling cat. The four raised their glasses in a fervent cheer. Chapter 78. Official opening the next day, June 23rd in the old calendar, August 3rd in the new. Chen Dayong's Tingfei company officially commenced operations in the street-side billiards sector. On this day, Chen Dayong chose not to remain in the warehouse but instead took Zhangsheng and Zhou Taijun to explore various billiard halls. He wished to witness the business conditions firsthand. Huang Miaomiao accompanied him as usual. Wherever Chen Dayong went, she followed, almost as if she would accompany him to the restroom if gender distinctions did not exist. Chen Dayong found himself at a loss with her presence. Additionally, there was He Sudong, who had reported to the warehouse early that morning. His 2 severed fingers had been stitched back together. The 5 strolled leisurely, starting from the local housing area, then progressing to the streets outside, followed by other housing complexes and streets. Currently, the street-side billiard establishments were situated outside the territories of the 4 prominent figures. However, by the next day, these establishments would encroach upon their domains. The Yingda Billiards factory had now upgraded with new machinery and production lines. The individuals Chen Dayong had recruited from the dormitory area had been dispatched to work at the Yingda Billiards factory, which could now produce 11 billiard tables daily. In the past 2 days, they had managed to accumulate around 30 tables. Tomorrow, these 30 tables would be delivered to the territories of the 4 powerful figures. Chen Dayong had roughly calculated that to adequately fill their domains, at least 250 billiard tables would be required. However, prior to that, he needed to meet the 4 figures and extend his greetings. As they continued their exploration, various small and large venues were bustling with customers. Those with wealth were playing, while others, either lacking funds or waiting for their turn, merely observed. This was an era devoid of gaming halls, with entertainment options being remarkably scarce. The few available were upscale dance halls and bars, inaccessible to those without status. Thus, the plight of the people during this time was indeed quite lamentable. To speak candidly, the scarcity of recreational activities is one of the rampant reasons behind the prevalence of club events and the frequent occurrences of brawls. One might even assert that it is the primary cause. With no employment and an abundance of youthful vigor, individuals find no outlet for their exuberance other than causing disturbances. This, too, is a significant reason for the widespread licentiousness at present, as well as the proliferation of offspring among the youth. Hence, the emergence of billiards on the streets is unsurprising. Its popularity and profitability are to be expected. While this outcome was anticipated, Chen Dayong was nonetheless elated. His spirits buoyed throughout the journey. Huang Miaomiao, Zhangsheng, and Zhou Taijun shared in this joy, with even Zhangsheng sporting a smile. He Sudong, who trailed behind the group, was equally pleased, feeling a sense of pride as this was his own venture. Indeed, he felt as if he had boarded a ship. Becoming part of the soaring company, Mr. Chen had assigned him a salary of 1,000 yuan, distinguishing him from the other 800 individuals, and notably, it was more than what they received. Moreover, he was aligned with Zhang Shang, clearly indicating that he was being treated similarly to Ma Liandong and Fi Zibo. It felt evident that even at 10 yuan an hour, there would be patrons, and concerns about a lack of customers were unfounded, Zhou Taijun remarked. Some individuals, in their folly, foolishly set the rate at 6 yuan an hour, thereby losing considerable revenue. Huang Miaomiao rolled her eyes, clearly directed at Chen Dayong. He, however, chose to ignore her, having recognized that engaging with her only intensified her antics. By disregarding her, she would eventually relent. There is a rationale for the 6 yuan pricing set by fourth brother. If you do not understand, refrain from making baseless comments, Zhou Taijun interjected. What rationale? Pray tell. What justification is there? Huang Miaomiao eagerly pressed. Zhou Taijun faltered, raising his hands in resignation. How would I know? You should ask fourth brother. I refuse to ask him. He is a fool, Huang Miaomiao scoffed. Chen Dayong, leading the group, rolled his eyes, silently admonishing himself to endure. Furthermore, Zhou Taijun, were you not the one who claimed that even at 10 yuan, there would be patrons? Huang Miaomiao challenged. I merely spoke offhandedly. I did not question fourth brother's decision. Zhou Taijun defended himself with conviction. You are shameless. The group laughed as they approached Lushui Street, a thoroughfare serving the residents of Lushui village, where Lu Xiaohe resides. This location also marked the final stop of their journey. The streets belonging to the village were occupied by individuals who had ventured out from the community. These figures, not prominent enough to be deemed as leaders, once wielded influence over these streets, but now they found themselves beholden to Chen Dayong. The local strongman of Lushui Street was none other than the notorious Dog Zibo, a subordinate of Lu Dahe. Previously, Chen Dayong had mentioned an intention to meet Dog Zibo. As the establishment of billiards in these streets necessitated negotiations with the local power brokers, a task Chen Dayong intended to undertake methodically. However, following a significant recruitment event, with his current capabilities, he could easily disregard the likes of the petty thug, Dog Zibo. Thus, he opted to take residence directly, showing little inclination to engage. As for Lu Dahe, after the last reprimand, Chen Dayong had already dismissed him from his thoughts. While Chen Dayong and his companions were inspecting several billiard establishments along Leslie Street, a young subordinate at the entrance of a bar suddenly recognized them and hurriedly alerted Lu Dahe, saying, "Brother He, look over there, it's Mr. Chen." The others quickly turned to see. Lu Dahe was taken aback. Indeed, it was Mr. Chen. "Brother He, shall we go collect the tea fees from those billiard rooms?" One of the men inquired. Lu Dahe retorted, bewildered, "When did I ever say we were going to collect tea fees? Are you brave enough to go?" The inquisitive young man chuckled awkwardly, "I wouldn't dare." The others nodded in agreement. "But Brother He, didn't he the boss say we should go?" Another young subordinate hesitantly remarked. Lu Dahe fell silent, his expression darkening. He was already troubled by this matter. His boss, Dog Zibo, had inexplicably insisted that he collect tea fees from those billiard establishments. Appearing rather fed up, "If you want to go, then go. I certainly want tea," Lu Dahe said irritably. The others were waiting for Lu Dahe to make a decision. "You all wait for me outside. I will go in and talk to Boger," Lu Dahe finally decided. If he insisted on ignoring advice, then he could find someone else. He was certainly not going. Earning only a meager pocket money each month, he could not afford to risk his life for such trivial matters. With that, he entered the bar. Chapter 79. A fortuitous encounter with Lily. After finishing their visit to the billiard establishments on Leslie Street, the group decided to head to Leslie Village. They felt no inclination to visit the smaller single-table venues and made their way directly to the central square of the village. The billiard room in the square was equally crowded. Lu Xiaowei was responsible for the security issues at the billiard room. Apart from the Shixiaowai village, the security for the other 4 villages' central squares was managed by Lu Xiaowei, Pu Jiechun, Dabi Chun, and Wang Cheng, all of whom were small team leaders. Once they became official employees, their salaries would increase by $5. Remarkably, they were the only 4 team leaders under the age of 18. This was due to their prior collaboration. Chen Dayong was a man who valued old friendships. Nearby, another small team was stationed, led by Jin Yasu. "Mr. Chen, thank you." Lu Xiaowei expressed his gratitude upon seeing Chen Dayong arrive for an inspection. After being hired and becoming a team leader, Lu Xiaowei had made a point to visit the factory warehouse to express his thanks. However, he had not had the opportunity to meet Chen Dayong face to face. Subsequently, he felt it would be inappropriate to go again. He had been seeking an opportunity to meet Mr. Chen, but regrettably, he had not succeeded in the past half-month. As Chen Dayong had rarely visited the factory warehouse during that time, Chen Dayong smiled and said, "Just focus on doing your job well. I will certainly do my best." Lu Xiaowei promptly assured him, thumping his chest. Chen Dayong chuckled and then asked, "Has there been any trouble today?" Without waiting for Lu Xiaowei to respond, Jin Yasu interjected, "Mr. Chen, there is no trouble here. With someone as formidable as Mr. Chen, who would dare to cause a disturbance? Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine." Chen Dayong nodded in agreement, finding amusement in Jin Yasu's words. He was not mocking the man's false gold tooth, but rather amused by the local custom of assigning nicknames. Here, people have a penchant for giving monikers. Take this fellow. For instance, due to a missing front tooth, he acquired the nickname Jin Yasu, with Su being his surname. There are others like Ma Liandong, Fei Zibo, Pu Jiechun, and Da Bai Chun. As for Huang Miao Miao's father, Da Lao Cheng, those without nicknames are either not impressive enough or simply lack distinctive traits. He pondered when he would receive a nickname himself, hoping it would not be too unflattering. "Li Zhenjie, hurry up. There are so many people. We might not find a table." At that moment, 2 girls approached from a distance. The one in the lead was shouting excitedly. Chen Dayong turned to look and momentarily froze. The girls were youthful, appearing to be in their teens, radiating vitality. The one in front was plump, while the one behind stood at about 1.6 meters, with short hair and a cherubic face. This girl was also the object of Chen Dayong's surprise. To his astonishment, it was Li Lizhin, the goddess of sensuality in Hong Kong and the idol of countless admirers, including Chen Dayong himself. She had starred in the Happy Ghost series, but her meteoric rise to fame came after her foray into more risky roles, particularly in Peach. Surely, few had not seen either the Happy Ghost series or Peach. In Chen Dayong's eyes, she epitomized the pure and innocent maiden, though regrettably, she had shed her garments for the sake of her career. He never expected to encounter her here. Could it be that she resided in Lushui village? The billiard hall was filled with young girls, ranging from tomboys to obedient girls like Li Lizhen. Billiards, much like table tennis, is a sport suitable for all ages and genders. The two girls quickly approached the crowd, only to be met with disappointment upon seeing the throng of people. The plump girl pouted, "Li Jinjia, it looks like we'll only be able to watch others play today." "Then let us enjoy watching," Li Lizhin replied with a slight smile. The two then squeezed into the crowd, unconcerned about the presence of boys. Chen Dayong chuckled at their boldness. "Mr. Chen, that is Ajin, a flower of our village," Genius Su remarked, noticing Chen Dayong's gaze on Li Lizhin. After a moment of thought, he added, "Shall I call her over for an introduction?" Huang Miao Miao shot a glare at Chen Dayong, exclaiming, "What do you mean?" "She is just a child." Chen Dayong responded, "Li Lizhin is merely 14, indeed still a child. She debuted in Happy Ghost at 17, looking much like she does now. In truth, she appeared as youthful in her 20s and 30s as she does now. She possesses a certain youthful charm. Are you unwell?" Chen Dayong was rendered speechless, glaring back at Huang Miao Miao, questioning what was amiss. "I merely cast a glance. Where did your thoughts wander? She is but a child. Am I not also a child?" At present, in this physical form, Chen Dayong is merely 17 years of age. To be candid, even if he wished, he lacked the strength. Youthful encounters with passion can be detrimental. Before the age of 20, Chen Dayong had no intention of breaking his vow of restraint. Those who were aware of Chen Dayong's age were left speechless, while others wore expressions of bewilderment. "Mr. Chen is a child? What nonsense is this?" "Yes, you are still a child," but Huang Miao Miao was ready to retort. She considered mentioning how Chen Dayong had previously been affectionate towards her, but quickly realized such remarks were inappropriate in public, prompting her to swallow her words. "Do not feign ignorance with me. Do not assume I am unaware of your true nature," Huang Miao Miao huffed. Chen Dayong, disinterested in her provocations, addressed Genius Su, stating that there was no need. After a brief pause, he turned to Lu Xiaowei and instructed that when a table became available, the two women should be allowed to play. Upon hearing this, Huang Miao Miao's expression darkened. How shameless. Lu Xiaowei, however, eagerly agreed and departed. Chen Dayong, uninterested in explaining himself to Huang Miao Miao, promptly made his exit with his companions. As they stepped out onto the street, they fortuitously encountered Lu Dahei accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals. Zhang Sheng, Zhou Taijun, and Yi Sudong assumed they had encountered someone lacking in discernment and immediately approached. The group had not previously interacted with Lu Dahei and were unfamiliar with the prior incident, thus failing to recognize him. Chen Dayong furrowed his brow, having recognized Lu Dahei, pondering whether this individual had lost his senses to approach them so boldly. "I will summon assistance," Huang Miao Miao whispered. Nearby, both within the premises and on the street, numerous security personnel were present and could be summoned within minutes. Chen Dayong shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. With just these few individuals, there was no cause for concern. With Zhang Sheng present, he alone could handle the situation. Chapter 80. Promising Results. "Mr. Chen, you have misunderstood. We did not come seeking trouble," Lu Dahei exclaimed, quickly donning a smile. "Then what do you mean?" Yi Sudong inquired, pointing at Lu Dahei with one hand wrapped in bandages. Despite his current state, he maintained an air of defiance. Lu Dahei, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, forced a smile and disregarded Yi Sudong, turning directly to Chen Dayong. "Mr. Chen, I have come to inform you that the paparazzo Bo insists on collecting your tea fee." Chen Dayong paused, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Isn't Bo your superior?" He had not anticipated Lu Dahei would resort to such a breach of confidentiality. As for Bo's insistence on collecting fees at Lesui Village and Lesui Street's billiard establishments, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Lu Dahei scoffed, "Not anymore. I approached the boss, but he was unyielding and insisted on collecting the fee. Out of frustration, I decided to quit." Chen Dayong raised an eyebrow. "Thus, this fellow seems to intend to seek allegiance through the act of revealing secrets. Then why do you come to tell me?" inquired Chen Dayong, who preferred candor over subterfuge. "Last time, you spared me and did not pursue the matter further. Consider it a settlement for our previous encounter," Lu Dahei replied. "Well, I came to speak with Boss Chen simply to convey this. Having said my piece, I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Dahei departed, accompanied by a group of subordinates, without any lingering hesitation. In truth, Lu Dahei harbored aspirations of aligning himself with Chen Dayong. Since his brother, Lu Xiaohai, had been appointed as a small team leader, this notion had taken root in his mind. However, he felt too embarrassed to broach the subject. Chen Dayong was somewhat taken aback. It was unexpected to learn that Lu Dahei was not seeking to pledge loyalty. Intrigued, he chuckled softly. Since Lu Dahei did not approach him for allegiance, Chen Dayong would not stoop to beg for his retention. Individuals like Liu Dahe were plentiful within the 800 personnel of his security department. He had no shortage of such characters. Who is Dog Zibo? Inquired Huang Miao Miao, puzzled. I have not heard of anyone by that name among these prominent figures, she added. Chen Dayong replied with a smile. He is a local tyrant on this street. Truly a foolish character. Upon hearing this, Huang Miao Miao rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttering that she had expected someone of greater significance. It seemed that this minor player had quite a bit of audacity. I am familiar with Dog Zibo, said Isudong. Pausing for a moment, he asked. Shall I take care of him? No need to intervene. Chen Dayong shook his head, smiling. There is a small security team stationed on the street, and another in the neighborhood that can handle the situation. Subsequently, they returned to the Shixiaway residential area, heading back to the warehouse. Their leisurely inspection had consumed the better part of the day, and by the time they returned, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Dog Zibo emerged from Malin. Having summoned a few individuals from a small gambling den, gathering a group of over 20 men, and set off towards various billiard establishments along the street to collect dues. Liu Dahe's warning and departure did not deter Dog Zibo. Rather, it ignited his ferocity. He chose to personally collect the dues instead of delegating the task to his subordinates. Dog Zibo, a tall and portly man, was now 36 years old. Despite having surpassed the age for street hustling, he was firmly established on Lesui Street, collecting tea fees, and commanded a small gambling den and a bar, living quite comfortably. Indeed, he had long ceased to engage in street dealings. Nevertheless, his sharp edge had not dulled. Leading the way, he strode forward with a menacing expression, fully embodying the demeanor of a bully. At this moment, Dog Zibo wore a grim countenance. Chen Dayong is too formidable to provoke. The Tungfei Company's security department boasts 800 personnel. If I were to offend Chen Dayong, disaster would surely follow. Lesui Street belongs to me. No one can challenge that. If today's entrants refuse to pay their tea fees, and tomorrow's do the same, how am I supposed to survive? How am I to maintain my standing on this street? In truth, Dog Zibo did not care for the mere tea fees. What mattered to him was his pride and reputation. Before Chen Dayong entered, had he greeted me, he would have undoubtedly been willing to waive that trivial tea fee, thus establishing a favorable rapport with this new affluent figure. However, Chen Dayong chose not to. This demonstrates his disdain for me, suggesting that he considers me insignificant, unworthy of even a simple acknowledgement. Since you, Chen Dayong, choose to belittle and disregard me, do not expect to conduct your billiard business on Lesui Street without repercussions. Therefore, I shall insist on collecting that tea fee. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at the nearest billiard venue, a modest establishment featuring just one table. A single billiard table was placed by the roadside, overseen by a young attendant and a security personnel, thereby transforming it into a small billiard hall. Dog Egg, make the call, commanded the security officer, Li Qi, as he noticed the group led by Dog Zibo approaching, his expression shifting. The latter promptly ran to make the call. Li Qi then approached. Brother Bo, this is Mr. Chen's business. Which Mr. Chen? Dog Zibo retorted with a sneer. Li Qi was taken aback. How could anyone in the neighborhood not know Mr. Chen? It's Old Clothes Chen, he replied, just moments earlier. Chen Dayong had been pondering what nickname people might bestow upon him, only to soon discover he was dubbed Old Clothes Chen. What kind of ridiculous moniker is that? If Chen Dayong were to learn of this, he would surely be devastated. I don't know him, Dog Zibo scoffed. After a pause, he added. Regardless of who it is, anyone conducting business on Lesui Street must pay a tea fee. You have just one table, and it's 6 yuan per hour. So for a day, that's 6 yuan, totaling 180 yuan a month. Pay monthly. Once you settle the payment, I will promptly take my leave with my companions. Li Qi was taken aback. Brother Bo, this truly is Mr. Chen's business. Would you dare to collect fees from his enterprise? Dog Zibo may have been a figure in Lesui Street, but beyond its confines, he was insignificant. Compared to Mr. Chen, he was merely a small fry. How dare you speak to me like that? Dog Zibo's confidant, Chen Chong, exclaimed with wide eyes. Dog Zibo's expression darkened further. What do you mean, dare? I absolutely will. He shot back, glaring. I ask you, will you pay or not? If not, I'll seize your billiards. Li Qi glanced at Dog Egg, who was already on the phone. The security team stationed in the middle of the street was only a short distance away, and they could arrive in 5 or 6 minutes. I cannot make this decision. Moreover, I do not have that amount of money. I have made the call. Brother Nan will be here shortly. Brother Bo, please wait 5 minutes. And you can discuss with Brother Nan then, Li Qi explained. Nan? Dog Zibo was taken aback. Li Qi chuckled. Yes, It's Brother Nan. He used to associate with you. Brother Bo Chapter 81. Promising results too. Upon hearing this, Dogsy Bo's expression soured. What qualification does he have to negotiate with me? He scoffed. In the neighborhood, Genius Su is responsible for security, while on Lushui Street, Brother Nan oversees it. If you wish to collect the tea fee, I cannot make that decision. I can only discuss it with him. Li Qi smiled. To be honest, he had always felt at ease in this situation. As the saying goes, it is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade. With Mr. Chen backing him, Dogsy Bo feels no fear of the paparazzi. However, the paparazzi harbor an unspoken dissatisfaction. Li Wanyan, previously aligned with Lu Dahe, was merely a companion, occasionally earning some pocket money, and was never truly valued by him. Yet now, after parting ways, he has astonishingly transformed into the security chief of Lushui Street and dares to negotiate with him. How amusing. I am indeed curious to see what qualifications he possesses to engage with me. While suppressing a cold laugh, Dogsy Bo noticed Li Qi smiling, his expression peculiar. He then glared and barked, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qi quickly composed himself, replying, "Bro Bo, I'm not laughing." Dogsy Bo, agitated, felt a fire within him but could not unleash it. Soon, a group of over 10 individuals approached. At the forefront was a long-haired man, none other than Li Wanyan, accompanied by Lu Dahe. Following a leak to Chen Dayong, Lu Dahe had taken his crew to a billiard hall in the street, maintaining a good rapport with Li Wanyan. As they awaited Dogsy Bo to collect his dues, he sought to find a way to aid his cause. Having received a phone call, Li Wanyan brought his men along. Upon spotting Lu Dahe, Dogsy Bo's expression darkened, and he curtly remarked, "You're with Chen Dayong now? So soon? I wish I could join, but alas, I'm not in his favor." Lu Dahe replied candidly. "How could that be? Chen Dayong does not take just anyone." Dogsy Bo scoffed. The moment he uttered these words, Lu Dahe and Li Wanyan's faces paled, realizing they were being insulted, likening them to worthless scraps. "Bro Bo, let us not escalate this. Out of respect for our old acquaintance, I'll consider this incident as if it never happened. You and your men should leave," Li Wanyan said, suppressing his anger. Truth be told, he had long harbored discontent towards Dogsy Bo. After 2 years of loyalty, he had never been embraced into the inner circle, treated like a mere tool, summoned only when needed for menial tasks, rewarded with a pittance, and otherwise dismissed. This could not continue. He was no longer young, and his time on the streets was not merely for show, but also to earn a living. Thus, when Tungfei Company advertised for new hires, he promptly applied and was fortunate enough to be selected as a squad leader. His gratitude towards Mr. Chen was profound, while his resentment towards Dogsy Bo intensified. In Mr. Chen's eyes, he was a talent, yet to Dogsy Bo, merely a worthless pawn. However, having once been part of Dogsy Bo's circle, Li Wanyan chose to restrain his fury. "And what if I choose not to leave? I insist on collecting my due for the tea service. Do you truly believe you can stop me?" Dogsy Bo sneered. "If you insist on causing a ruckus, then let us settle it with a fight," Li Wanyan retorted, no longer willing to indulge Dogsy Bo. "While we may not have enough men, there is another team in the neighborhood. A quick call and they will arrive within 10 minutes. After a brief pause, he remarked, "When we previously assisted you, if any harm had befallen you, Brother Bo, you were unwilling to even cover the medical expenses." He turned his gaze toward Shinchong and the others, adding, "Today, if any of them were to be injured, surely you would be obliged to cover their medical costs. Wouldn't you?" The first half of his statement conveyed a firm stance, implying that violence was inevitable, while the latter half served to both mock Brother Bo's stinginess and press him for a response. At that moment, Brother Bo's associates, including Shinchong, awaited his reaction. With a grim expression, Brother Bo retorted, "Li Wanyan, do not sow discord among us. My brothers act on my behalf, and if they are injured, I would certainly pay for their medical expenses." Li Wanyan merely curled his lip in response. Lu Dahe interjected, "You only know how to boast." Brother Bo glared at him. "Brother Bo, let us not escalate this," Li Wanyan urged, not wishing to sever ties with Brother Bo. "You have your business, your horse racing ventures, and your gambling halls. If you choose to stir trouble, I could easily send people to disrupt your operations as well. Would you still be able to conduct business then? Moreover, how many people does Mr. Chen have compared to your few? In this line of work, we ought to prioritize harmony for prosperity, after all. We are all in it to make money. Why complicate matters? Brother Bo, you are an astute individual. You may not have considered this before. But now that I've elucidated it for you, let us avoid further conflict, shall we?" Upon hearing these words, Brother Bo's expression shifted dramatically. He realized, in his fervor, He had acted impulsively without considering the consequences. Indeed, whether in warfare or street brawls, it is ultimately about the financial implications. Should someone be injured, medical bills must be paid. Should someone be killed, compensation for loss must be provided. He pondered, where would he procure such funds? Moreover, he was acutely aware that this confrontation would likely end in defeat. Furthermore, he too had a business to protect, should hostilities occur and offend others. It could jeopardize his own ventures. Chen Dayong was indeed formidable, possessing the means to disregard him, Brother Bo mused to himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his countenance darkened, and he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Fortunately, he thought, it was not too late to withdraw. Let us go, Brother Bo scoffed, turning away. Qin Chong and the others hurried to follow him. I had tried every means to reason with him, yet he refused to listen and opted for humiliation instead. Lu Dahe scoffed disdainfully. Li Wanyan shook his head, acknowledging it truly was self-inflicted humiliation. Lacking any self-awareness, he dared to challenge Mr. Chen. What was he thinking? He simply could not fathom it. All right, let us depart. We're heading back, he said after a moment, and with Lu Dahe, they left with their group. This incident was of little concern to Chen Dayong, and his subordinates did not report it. That day, since the street-side billiards venture had not yet encroached upon the territories of the other four prominent figures, the official opening proceeded without a single disturbance. At 8:30 in the evening, the day's earnings had all been collected. Chen Dayong and his associates began to tally the amounts. With 180 tables in operation, the total revenue amounted to approximately 11,000 yuan. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., a span of 12 hours, and after accounting for downtime. Each table operated for over 10 hours without a pause. Chen Dayong and his companions were elated by this gratifying achievement. As they contemplated the evening's prospects, Zhao Jun remarked, "The situation in Xiangjiang differs markedly from that in the mainland. Currently, once night falls in the mainland, the populace retreats into their homes, leaving the streets shrouded in darkness and devoid of nightlife. However, here in Xiangjiang, the streets remain brilliantly illuminated at night. The locals engage in various activities, whether seeking revelry at the mahjong parlors, trying their luck at casinos, enjoying the nightlife at dance halls and bars, or simply venturing out for late-night snacks. The vibrancy persists into the evening, ensuring that the billiard tables continue to attract patrons. With a steady influx of customers, operating in 2 shifts seems feasible." Chen Dayong chuckled. "Let us hope it does not suffer a drastic decline. Although the nights here are lively, it is only natural that evening revenues cannot rival those of the day." Chen Dayong harbored concerns that the income might be halved, or even less. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly preferable to remain open than to close entirely at night. Not only did Chen Dayong maintain a pessimistic outlook on the evening's revenue, but the others shared this sentiment, expressing skepticism regarding nighttime operations. "Dayong, I have a suggestion." Zhao Jun interjected suddenly, capturing everyone's attention. "What if we separate those responsible for monitoring the tables and timing charges from the security department and establish them as an independent department?" Huang Miao concurred. "I believe that would be prudent. It seems peculiar for such a large company like Tingfei to have only one security department. Presently, apart from the Yingda billiard factory, Tingfei Company had merely a security department, lacking any other divisions. There was no legal department, as previous employee contracts had been drafted at considerable expense through lawyers. There was no human resources department or finance department. She found the structure of the company quite odd." Chen Dayong shook his head with a smile. "No changes for now. We shall maintain the status quo. Do you think an imposing security presence of 800 guards is more intimidating than 300 guards? Chen Dayong needed this reputation to instill fear in the local street bosses of the Deepwater community. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Chapter 82. Is tea fee negotiable? The following day, at 8:30 a.m., after the shift change, the evening's revenue was tallied. After a thorough count, the total revenue for the 12 hours of operation reached approximately 9,000. On average, each table operated for around 8.5 hours, considering the inevitable downtime. Each table had been inactive for less than 2 hours. With these calculations, the evening's performance was equally commendable, nearly matching that of the day. This outcome exceeded the expectations of Chen Dayong and his companions, leading to even greater joy. The combined revenue for the first official day of operations, encompassing both day and night, amounted to an impressive 20,000 yuan. This is merely a matter of 180 tables, within the entirety of the Deepwater community. Considering the territories of those 4 influential figures, There could be room for an additional 250 tables. At this moment, they are presumably beginning to transport tables to the territory of Shouho, inquired Chen Dayong. The street lords of the deep water community, including Chen Dayong, are well aware of each other. There are 4 in total: Shouho, the Smiling Cat, Lamely, and Immortal One. The territory nearest to the Shixiaoi housing estate belongs to Shouho, who controls 4 streets. I just called Ingda, and 30 tables are already en route, replied Zhao Jun. 4 are headed to the warehouse here, while the rest are being sent to Wujiang. Shouho's real name is Wujiang. Chen Dayong nodded in acknowledgement. I believe they would not readily allow our billiard tables to enter, remarked Huang Miao. Yesterday afternoon, while strolling along Les Wei Street, that local ruffian, Dog Zibo, dared to demand a fee for tea. One can only imagine what Shouho would do. The others, the Smiling Cat, Lame Li, and Immortal One, are no different. I think we must confront them. We need to make them submit. This girl keeps mentioning the gang and the street S theories. Well then, let us fight, shouted Lu Hua. We have the numbers, we need not fear them. Since becoming the manager of security, his temper has grown. With a large team at his disposal, he feels emboldened. Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and suggested, why not negotiate first? If it escalates into a fight, we'll incur various medical expenses, and possibly even compensation. The cost will undoubtedly add up. It might be better to see if we can settle things with them first. He glanced at Chen Dayong. Chen Dayong replied with a smile, let us observe the situation today. If Shouho remains quiet, then he has capitulated. In that case, we won't need to spend a dime. If there is a stir, we shall negotiate first. Huang Miao scoffed. I think we should fight first and negotiate afterward. How can we negotiate if we Haven Tea made them concede? Chen Dayong narrowed his eyes. Let us see who gets beaten first. If you have the skill, let us settle this one-on-one. Huang Miao raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging him. Chen Dayong dismissed her. Soon, 4 billiard tables arrived at the warehouse. The security personnel began to engage in a game of billiards. Zhang Sheng and Zhou Taijun, the 2 taciturn individuals, also occupied a table and started playing. After a while, the phone rang. Lu Hua promptly answered. This is Lu Hua. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Lu Hua reported, there has been a problem. The truck carrying the billiard tables was intercepted upon entering Wujiang's territory and is being prevented from unloading. As Huang Miao had anticipated, Shouho Wujiang has indeed taken action. I told you so, I told you so. Huang Miao exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Jun was at a loss for words. What are you so excited about? You seem to thrive on chaos. Chen Dayong shot her a glare. Then he smiled. It appears we must negotiate after all. Huazai. Call them and instruct the truck to bring the goods to our warehouse for now, Chen Dayong directed. Lu Hua complied and made the call. Chen Dayong summoned He Sudong and inquired. I heard you previously associated with Immortal One? Yes, He Sudong nodded, somewhat puzzled. Mr. Chen, what is up? I have a task for you. You are to seek out the esteemed Immortal One, conveying the message that I invite him to dine with me at noon in the Fuxing restaurant. Timeliness is of the essence. Ah, understood. He Sudong acknowledged with a nod, then summoned a few associates and departed. These individuals were all his loyal subordinates. Despite He Sudong being inducted, his companions had not shared in this honor. Nevertheless, they continued to accompany him daily to the warehouse, relishing their time spent there. Such circumstances were not uncommon. After concluding a phone call, Chen Dayong instructed him to locate a few more individuals to dispatch. These individuals, much like He Sudong, had previously mingled with the likes of Shouho, Xiaomian Cat, and Lamely, belonging to the ranks of well-connected peripheral personnel. The purpose of sending them forth was identical, to relay an invitation to Shouho Wujiang, Xiaomian Cat, and Lamely, requesting their presence for lunch at Fuxing Restaurant. This establishment, situated on Fuxing Street, lay within the territory of Shouho Wujiang and was notably renowned in the deep water community. Choosing this locale for the meal was mutually agreeable for both parties. At just past 11 in the morning, Chen Dayong arrived at the restaurant with his entourage, patiently awaiting the arrival of their guests. As noon approached, the quartet of Xiaomian Cat, Lame Li, Shouho, and Immortal One arrived together at Fuxing Restaurant. Upon receiving Chen Dayong's invitation, the 4 conferred amongst themselves, realizing they had all been summoned by him, prompting their joint attendance. Curiosity piqued. They sought to discern the appearance of this new affluent figure from Xiangjiang and the underlying motives for the meal. Upon witnessing their simultaneous arrival, Chen Dayong narrowed his eyes, perceiving that these 4 influential figures had united. It was only natural. With Cao Cao's formidable presence, Sun and Lu could only expect to be vanquished individually unless they allied. Had he been in Chen Dayong's position, he too would have forged alliances, such as the wisdom of astute minds. Following an exchange of pleasantries and introductions, they settled down. Indeed, the four prominent figures were easily identifiable by their respective monikers. Shouhou Wujiang, true to his name, was diminutive and monkey-like. Xiaomian Cat bore a visage reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha, exuding an aura of mirth even when not smiling. Lamely, a man of considerable age presented as a hobbled figure, his hair now gray, having lost much of his former vigor. Immortal One, adorned in a rather fashionable ensemble, evoked the image of a future Tony Stark. Appearing somewhat unconventional in the present era, this individual emanated an impression of being the most perilous among them. The quartet had brought along a contingent of 70 to 80 individuals. Conversely, Chen Dayong had also assembled a significant number of followers, though he could not ascertain the exact count, estimating nearly 200. In truth, such a large gathering was unnecessary. However, Chen Dayong deliberately sought to create an imposing spectacle, intending to instill a sense of awe in the four leaders, thereby facilitating the forthcoming negotiations. Given the size of their groups, accommodating everyone within the restaurant proved impractical. Consequently, Chen Dayong had reserved the second floor of the establishment. Thus, both parties retreated to this upper level, where Chen Dayong and the four leaders convened at the central table, surrounded by 3 or 4 additional tables occupied by core members such as Zhao Jun, Zhang Sheng, Zhou Taijun, Lu Hua, Huang Miaomiao, as well as Yisu Dong and 8 or 9 team leaders. The security department comprises 800 personnel, with 20 squad leaders under the 4 commanders. Not just anyone can assume the role of a squad leader. Those who do, like Yisu Dong, are individuals of notable reputation and success in the outside world. This time, nearly half of them have arrived. Behind the 4 prominent figures, there are also a dozen trusted aides. Shall we dine first or discuss matters first? Chen Dayong inquired with a smile. The sheer number of attendees provided him with a sense of confidence, and his demeanor was relaxed. Of course, having lived 2 lives, his mindset was not something ordinary individuals could compare with. Upon meeting Chen Dayong, the 4 dignitaries exhibited subtle changes in expression, a hint of surprise evident in their eyes. He appeared remarkably youthful, almost childlike. Although Chen Dayong had brought a considerable entourage, it did not intimidate the 4 seasoned veterans. They were far too experienced to be easily unsettled. Moreover, they were already aware of the 800 personnel recruited by the Tingfei Company's security department. At this moment, upon hearing Chen Dayong speak, the 4 exchanged glances, and the smiling cat responded, "Let us discuss first. If we cannot reach an agreement, there is no point in dining." Chen Dayong regarded this individual for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Very well, let us proceed with the discussion." After a brief pause, he continued, "I intend to introduce my billiard venture into your territory, adhering to your regulations, including the customary tea fees. Is there room for negotiation?" His tone was neither too soft nor too harsh, and his face remained adorned with a cheerful smile, as if he had merely posed an inconsequential question. Chapter 83. The discussion falls apart. Chen Dayong preferred to be straightforward. Since they had agreed to converse before dining, he opted for directness. He presented a question for the 4 dignitaries to deliberate. Should they express willingness to negotiate, they would discuss the specifics of the tea fees. Conversely, if they insisted on obstructing his billiard project from entering the scene, then there would be nothing more to discuss. They would quietly finish their meal and depart, each relying on their own abilities thereafter. That is rather blunt, thought the smiling cat, glancing towards the other 3. Aside from the limping Li Wenyuan, who appeared pleased, the expressions of the lean monkey and the celestial figure remained inscrutable. Old Li was indeed aging, and he felt a twinge of disdain. However, he could not oppose the prevailing momentum. The smiling cat understood that they would adhere to the prior agreement among the 4. Thus, he smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, I sincerely appreciate your initiative in developing this street billiard model. I intend to establish this project within my own territory. In gratitude for your efforts in creating this model, I plan to present you with a token of appreciation." Chen Dayong responded, "A token of appreciation? Haha." He couldn't help but laugh. To obstruct him from entering the market only to pursue the venture for themselves, and then to offer him a monetary token of thanks. How amusing. "How much do you intend to present?" Chen Dayong inquired, his smile fading slightly. "If you're thinking of a sum around 1 or 200,000, I might just let it slide. To be candid, despite my daily earnings, the responsibility of supporting a team leaves me with scant savings. I am soon faced with the expense of acquiring a billiard table, a significant financial outlay indeed. Thus, I propose offering a sum of 50,000 as a token of goodwill to Boss Chun." The smiling cat remarked with a grin. Chen Dayong was taken aback. A few hundred or 1,000 would indeed be an affront, yet 50,000 clearly indicates a measure of respect for him. Do you believe I would refrain from entering the fray for such a sum? Chen Dayong chuckled. Indeed, the smiling cat nodded. Chen Dayong turned to the other three, inquiring if they shared the same sentiment. I concur, declared the lean monkey, Wu Jiang, as the first to voice his agreement. The limpingly added, if Boss Chen consents, we can negotiate the amount. Before he could finish, he was silenced by a fierce glare from the immortal one, compelling him to retract his words. We are all of the same opinion, stated the immortal one. Should Boss Chen acquiesce, that would amount to 200,000, a considerable sum. However, should he decline, not a single table shall grace my territory. This individual spoke with formidable conviction. Very well, let us dine, Chen Dayong suggested with a smile. 200,000 may seem substantial, yet the four lords collectively oversee 18 streets, capable of accommodating approximately 250 tables. With 180 tables, the daily revenue stands at 20,000. With 250, it approaches 30,000. A daily income nearing 30,000 renders 200,000 a mere week's worth of earnings. If Chen Dayong were to agree, he would be discarding a watermelon in favor of picking up a sesame seed. Thus, how could he possibly acquiesce? Let us eat in peace, then. The smiling cat's expression faltered as he tentatively inquired if Chen Dayong had agreed. Do I appear to be a fool? Chen Dayong rolled his eyes in retort. The smiling cat's smile faltered, his demeanor shifting to one of discontent. Wu Jiang and the immortal one mirrored his grim expression, while the limping Li's countenance became inscrutable. Would you care to hear my terms? Chen Dayong posed the question. Pray, enlighten us, replied the smiling cat. For each table, a daily fee of $3 for refreshments. Chen Dayong stipulated. Should you all consent, payments shall be rendered monthly. The four pondered this proposition. They were well aware of the operations of Chen Dayong's billiard business, which had opened the previous day, running nearly around the clock. Assuming a table operates a minimum of 15 hours daily at $6 an hour, that amounts to $90 per day. With one's own establishment, accommodating 50 tables would yield $4,500 daily, translating to approximately $130,000 to $140,000 monthly. Collecting merely the refreshment fees would generate around $4,500 monthly. While this represents supplementary income, it could still amount to an additional $50,000 to $60,000 annually, no small sum. Yet, contemplating the potential revenue from their own operations, the figure would exceed $1 million in a year. Consequently, the four swiftly dismissed the notion of such trivial refreshment fees, including the limpingly. And what if we refuse? The immortal one inquired coldly. Chen Dayong smiled, confident that you would acquiesce. Do you perceive me as a fool? Do the three of them strike you as fools? The immortal one retorted with a scoff. Not at all, Chen Dayong replied earnestly. However, the astute individual would surely acquiesce. Well, the matters have been discussed, and rather unfortunately, the negotiations have fallen through. Nevertheless, I hope this does not dampen our appetites. Let us dine. Immediately, Chen Dayong commenced his meal, seemingly unconcerned. The other four exchanged glances and also began to eat. Yet, how could they truly savor their meal under such circumstances? Chen Dayong's demeanor left the four perplexed, unable to discern his intentions. Initially, they had perceived Chen Dayong as merely a legitimate businessman, yet now, they could not afford to underestimate him. Each one of them retracted their prior dismissiveness. Chen Dayong, while eating, formulated his judgments in silence. Among the four, only one, known as the Immortal Scholar, was worthy of attention. The others paled in comparison. This was evident even from their nicknames. One who is referred to as the Grinning Cat could not possibly be on par with the formidable Grinning Tiger. After all, how fearsome could a meerkat be? The Lean Monkey, who would dare to bestow such a title upon someone truly formidable? The lame Li, at his age, had lost both his vigor and courage, reduced to a mere elder dog who clings to the past, and thus was of little concern to Chen Dayong. Only the Immortal Scholar, a remarkably young man of around 30, exuded both sharpness and audacity, warranting cautious vigilance. Once the meal concluded, both parties departed with their respective entourages. You can't just leave without eating, Huang Miao Miao remarked irritably. You seem to be enjoying your meal, while we are left hungry. Only Chen Dayong and the four prominent figures at their table were served. The other tables remained empty. Although they had convened for negotiations, there was always a possibility of conflict, rendering it impossible for them to dine. We ordered. Wouldn't it be wasteful not to eat? Chen Dayong chuckled. Your heart is quite large. Huang Miao Miao rolled her eyes. Those four hardly touched their food. In truth, She held a measure of admiration for Chen Dayong. During the negotiations, he stood alone against a coalition of 4, yet he maintained the upper hand, which was indeed impressive. His mindset and courage were, to be frank, uncharacteristic of a mere 17-year-old. The others nearby found the meal scene quite amusing. The onlookers, such as Sudong and his companions, gazed at Chen Dayong with fervor, filled with admiration. Mr. Chen, you truly live up to your reputation. You are remarkable. Chapter 84, Collaboration with the Big Shots if we cannot reach an agreement. Then conflict is inevitable, Zhao Jun stated. Unless we engage them in battle to assert dominance, our position at the table will only lead to ongoing troubles. Lu Hua actually concurred with the notion of fighting. It's you who insists on wasting time. Huang Miao continued to chastise Chen Dayong. It is not an absolute necessity to resort to violence, Chen Dayong replied with a smile. In Hong Kong, there is but one billiard manufacturer, our owning Da Billiards factory. If they wish to pursue this project independently, where will they acquire the billiard tables? They will inevitably have to turn to Da Billiards factory. And I suspect they will approach us soon. At that point, we can simply delay their purchase. If they cannot procure billiard tables, how can they manage on their own? What if they attempt to buy from overseas? From an island nation? Zhao Jun inquired. Huang Miao suddenly widened her eyes. Chen Dayong, you led my father to extensively acquire billiard tables from the island nation, and this was your true intention? Chen Dayong, through Huang Miao, had forged a collaboration with the influential figure, Dao Lao Cheng. Though termed a partnership, it was essentially Chen Dayong unilaterally divulging the business opportunity to Dao Lao Cheng, bestowing upon him a significant favor. In Xiangjiang, there existed only one billiard manufacturer, Ingda, which supplied the Tingfei company for its own use but lacked sufficient capacity to sell surplus tables to Dao Lao Cheng. Consequently, if Dao Lao Cheng wished to involve himself, he would have to procure tables from overseas. In the current climate, the only options available abroad were the island nation and Western countries. However, the distance to Western countries posed logistical challenges, leaving the island nation as the only viable source. Chen Dayong made a request, hoping that Dao Lao Cheng would engage in a sweeping acquisition of billiard tables from the island nation, not only clearing their inventory, but also placing a substantial order. This would ensure that the island billiard manufacturers could supply only Dao Lao Cheng in the short term. Such a move aligned with Dao Lao Cheng's own interests, as he naturally desired to acquire as many billiard tables as possible, and thus he readily agreed. This arrangement not only conferred a favor, but also benefited Chen Dayong himself by granting him precious time. The absence of billiard tables in the market made it impractical for him to purchase machinery and establish a production line for billiard tables. This would be cumbersome, increase costs, and require time, which was not something he could afford. Thus, he faced the risk of losing the initiative or having to negotiate solely with Chen Dayong. In truth, Chen Dayong could bypass Dao Lao Cheng and directly acquire billiard tables from the island nation, but his finances were depleted. He had put forth 1.6 million. Combining with Zhou Taijun and Lu Hua's 400,000, along with Huang Miao's 200,000, and Zhang Sheng and Zhao Jun's 40,000, totaling merely 2.24 million. Acquiring Ingda Billiard Factory cost 200,000, and adding machinery and production lines required another 60,000 to 70,000. Each billiard table had an external selling price of 3,700. Yet the internal cost was around 1,900. Now, having produced nearly 200 tables, his costs had already approached 400,000. Continuing production would necessitate further financial outlay. Additionally, the telephones were a drain on resources, and employee salaries amounted to a considerable sum each month. Thus, he lacked the capacity to engage in affairs with the island nation. He needed to rely on Dao Lao Cheng, a favor he had to extend, as it would also serve his own interests. Chen Dayong smiled, realizing that all the benefits would be reaped by Huang Miao's father, while he would only receive incidental advantages. In this venture concerning the street billiard project, Dao Lao Cheng might well gain as much, if not more, than Chen Dayong himself. However, according to their agreement, Dao Lao Cheng's Tianqing Entertainment Company would allocate 10 of its annual profits to Chen Dayong personally, thus establishing a semblance of cooperation. Nevertheless, this agreement was merely a verbal understanding, lacking a written contract, leaving the question of Dao Lao Cheng's adherence to the terms open to doubt. The Tianqing Entertainment Company was specifically registered for the street billiard project under Huang Miao's name, with Tianqing reflecting Dao Lao Cheng's name, Huang Tianqing, in his previous ventures. Where were the companies? However, With Huang Miaomio present, Chen Dayong believed that a significant portion of the 10 profit would likely be allocated to her. The exact amount, however, was something only the magnate could ascertain, as he alone was privy to the accounts. It appeared there was a deeper significance to this, indeed impressive. Huang Miaomio, her expression complex, expressed her astonishment. She had not anticipated such depth in this action, nor had her father. How rare it is for you to utter something commendable, Chen Dayong remarked, somewhat teasingly. Huang Miaomio rolled her eyes, dismissing him with indifference. Well, given these circumstances, it's quite possible that these 4 individuals might genuinely engage in negotiations with us. If they cannot manage it themselves, lacking any funds, and considering the possibility of allowing us to enter the scene while charging a substantial fee, the choice is obvious to any astute person. Zhao Ju nodded in agreement. Feeling a surge of excitement, he paused, concerned that they might be unreasonable, dissatisfied with a mere 3 yuan per day for tea and demanding more. Am I to indulge them? Lu Hua retorted, irritated. Do they truly believe we maintain so many people merely as decoration? Chen Dayong nodded, asserting that they would offer only that amount. No more, no less. If they disagreed, he would insist on entry. Should they cause a disturbance, he was prepared to stand his ground. He certainly hoped for a peaceful resolution, yet if avoidance proved impossible, he would have no choice but to confront them. Nevertheless, he felt confident that conflict would be averted. The 4 were not so foolish. Their disregard for the 800 security personnel of Tengfei Company, insisting on managing the situation themselves, stemmed from the lure of substantial profits. However, upon realizing their incapacity to handle it, they would have no alternative but to resort to charging a fee. At that point, whether the fee was slightly higher or lower would not be enough to drive anyone to madness. Moreover, given that the 4 operated within a somewhat unstable alliance, they were likely to acquiesce. Should they agree, that would be ideal. I simply wish to earn a modest profit. Chen Dayong contemplated. That afternoon, the 4 confidants of the magnates convened at the Yingda Billiards factory to speak with Bailey Jiayin. I would like to purchase 50 tables. I require 60. I need 65. My boss, Shen Xianwen, demands 70 tables, the 4 stated in unison. We are unable to sell, Bailey Jiayin replied with a wry smile. What do you mean? The 4 exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. It means we cannot sell, Bailey Jiayin explained, touching his nose. We have no excess stock. All orders are filled until 6 months from now. The 4 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, one of them declared, Then sell to us first. Push others back. My boss is Shen Xianwen. Mine is Wu Jian. My elder brother is the Smiling Cat. My boss is the Lamely. The other 3 promptly introduced themselves, attempting to leverage their identities to intimidate the billiards factory owner. Bailey Jiayin responded, Do you know who places orders with me? Boss Chen Dayong, that newly rich individual. Also, the magnate Chung from Julong City S South, among others. Am I to push them back? If I dare to do so, will your bosses accept the consequences? Wherever one desires to go, one simply needs to place an order, and perhaps in 6 months, the goods may arrive. After speaking, Bailey Jiayin waved his hand and departed, leaving the 4 individuals to exchange glances once more. Subsequently, they turned and hurried back to the Deepwater community, eager to inform their respective leaders. Chapter 85. Farewell to Qiu Shui the journalist after sending away the 4 young ruffians interested in purchasing a billiard table. Bailey Jiayin entered the factory, his expression tinged with bitterness. When he transferred the Yingda billiard factory, he had advised Chen Dayong to proceed with caution and deliberation. Yet, who could have anticipated that this newfound affluent individual, Chen Dayong, would establish a street-side billiard model, thereby igniting the billiard scene in Hong Kong and creating a burgeoning market for it? Bailey Jiayin had once perceived great potential in the billiard market and had thus risked everything to invest in the Yingda billiard factory. However, after several years, the billiard scene in Hong Kong was only just beginning to sprout before it withered away. For years of relentless losses, with no glimmer of hope in sight, in desperation, he had no choice but to transfer and part with the business. Yet, astonishingly, just after the transfer, the billiard industry in Hong Kong was poised for a breakthrough, not merely a breakthrough, but an inevitable explosion of popularity. Regret consumed him, turning his insides to a shade of remorseful blue. Indeed, the obstacle to the development of billiards in Hong Kong was the price. The public could not afford to participate, and thus had no inclination to engage in the sport. If only the prices were lowered, the sport would naturally flourish. How could he have failed to foresee this? He should never have relinquished his stake. Had he retained it, Chen Dayong would still have pursued the street-side billiard model and entered the market, allowing him to follow suit and reap the benefits. Most crucially, he had rejected Chen Dayong's proposal for profit-sharing. Now, although he served as the manager of Ingda Billiard Factory, he was merely receiving a fixed salary, devoid of the promised 10% profit share, as no agreement had been signed. This was the source of Bai Li Jiayin's deepest regret. Picking up the phone and regaining his composure, Bai Li Jiayin called Chen Dayong's residence, only to find no answer. He then dialed the factory warehouse. Chen Dayong had previously informed him that if anyone wished to purchase a billiard table, particularly those influential figures from Deepwater community, he should notify him immediately. Upon connecting, Lu Hua answered the call and subsequently passed it to Chen Dayong. Boss, do you still remember the profit-sharing matter? I believe remaining at Ingda Billiard Factory has great potential, and I am reluctant to leave. After discussing the matter, Bai Li Jiayin hesitated briefly but ultimately expressed his thoughts. He had made up his mind. If Chen Dayong remained silent on the profit-sharing issue and refused the 10%, he would resign. A hearty laugh erupted from the other end of the line, the jovial sound of the young magnate, Chen Dayong, clearly mocking him. Bai Li Jiayin felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to his cheeks. Then he heard Chen Dayong respond, "What I mentioned before still stands. I will grant you a 10% profit share, just manage the factory well." Though he had been jested, Chen Dayong honored his word, providing the promised 10% share. This alleviated Bai Li Jiayin's spirits, bringing him a sense of relief. Simultaneously, my admiration for this 17-year-old entrepreneur grew even deeper. At such a tender age, he has amassed considerable wealth through a charitable clothing recycling initiative and has gained an excellent reputation. If one were to suggest that his initial success was merely a stroke of luck, then his latest venture into street-side billiards unequivocally proves that his first achievement was anything but fortuitous. He possesses remarkable intellect and a keen business acumen. Moreover, his reliability as an individual further enhances his impressive character. Rest assured, I will manage this factory well, Bai Li Jia assured confidently. After a few more exchanges, he ended the call, feeling elated. Meanwhile, in the factory warehouse, Chen Dayong hung up the phone, shaking his head with a smile. To be candid, he had intended to honor the promised 10 dividend to Bai Li Jia, for he recognized Bai Li Jia as a professional in this domain, well-versed in the management of the Ingda Billiards factory. Without him, Chen Dayong would struggle to find a suitable replacement, especially as he currently lacked such talent under his wing. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a strong rapport with him. Just then, the 4 associates, including the lean monkey Wu Jiang, who had been dispatched to Ingda Billiards factory, returned, having been dismissed by Bai Li Jia. After settling down, Chen Dayong recounted the events. Zhao Jun chuckled. If they cannot procure it in Xiangjiang, they will likely seek it overseas, only to be disappointed again, ultimately leading them to negotiate with us. If I were in their position, I would find it exceedingly frustrating. The core group shared a hearty laugh. Who are you? What brings you here? A security guard's voice inquired from outside the warehouse. Following that, a woman's voice responded, I am a friend of Chen Dayong. I need to speak with him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It's that reporter from Qiushui, Lu Hua remarked. Huang Miao Miao was perplexed. Familiar? Ahem, she is the reporter from Qiushui who interviewed Dayong last time. Zhao Jun clarified with a cough. Huang Miao Miao instantly understood. Glaring fiercely at Lu Hua, shameless. Indecent. Lu Hua felt wronged, chuckling awkwardly without retorting. Chen Dayong found the situation amusing, truth be told. That Qiushui reporter was indeed quite familiar. He then stepped outside, where he saw the poised female journalist standing there, clad in blue bell-bottom jeans and a white long-sleeve sheer top, complemented by black low-heeled shoes that showcased her delicate ankles. Her long legs and upright posture exuded elegance. The large black-framed glasses lent her an air of intellect, coupled with an unusual allure. How did you find your way here? Chen Dayong inquired. In truth, he wished to ask, what brings you here again? Qiushui smiled and replied, it was difficult to locate you, was it? Chen Dayong chuckled. Do you require my assistance? Or is it yet another interview? Meanwhile, he pondered whether the street-side billiards project had indeed caught the attention of the media. Qiushui produced a pen and notebook, shaking them slightly. Do you have a moment, Mr. Chen? Not at the moment. Chen Dayong shook his head. Qiushui was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected refusal. But the next second, she heard him add, unless you invite me for coffee. Qiushui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Last time, that insufferable fellow was hardly a gentleman, making her pay instead. He claimed that such actions would make her remember him more vividly. Indeed, Chen Dayong left a profound impression on her. He was truly unforgettable. The aura he exuded was distinctly extraordinary, compelling her to keep an eye out for his updates, eager to see what grand gestures he might undertake next. In her view, having amassed his first pot of gold, Chen Dayong was bound to take action rather than squander his fortune. Soon enough, he indeed made a significant move. All right, this time, I'll foot the bill, Xiao Shui remarked with resignation. Let us return to that same place. Wait a moment, I'll make a quick call and invite a few others, Chen Dayong replied. Just as he turned around, he was surprised to see Zhao Jun, Lu Hua, Huang Miao Miao, and others had emerged, intrigued. Well, no need for a call then. Consequently, Chen Dayong summoned Zhang Shang, Zhou Taijun, and He Sudong, preparing to leave. I'm going to, suddenly exclaimed Huang Miao Miao, eyes wide. What do you intend to do? Chen Dayong inquired. I just want to have some coffee, is that a problem? Huang Miao Miao stammered after a moment. Chapter 86, Huang Miao Miao's oddity. Chen Dayong observed Huang Miao Miao, sensing something peculiar about her, yet he did not dwell on it. He and Xiao Shui led the way to the previous CAF. You're a bit strange, Xiao Shui commented along the way. Chen Dayong raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is strange about me? Your demeanor suggests you're quite the socialite, adept at flirting with girls. Yet, despite me giving you my contact information, not a single call has come from you in all this time, Xiao Shui said, then asked. What is the matter? Are you not interested in me? Chen Dayong was taken aback, finding it somewhat amusing. Miss Xiao Shui, you seem rather confident in yourself. I believe I possess a certain allure for men, Xiao Shui replied earnestly, nodding. She then fixed her gaze on Chen Dayong. Unless you aren't a man. Of course. I am a man. If you want to put that to the test tonight, you'll find out, Chen Dayong chuckled. Why would I be intimidated? Xiao Shui's face flushed. And with a dismissive sound, she retorted, You wish. I had no such intention, Chen Dayong replied. Xiao Shui realized that the rhythm of their conversation was firmly in his grasp and recognized that in such matters, she was not his equal. Hence, she decisively shifted the topic. What drew you to the billiards market this time? I find the street billiards project you're developing holds great promise. This morning, I explored several places. The business was thriving, bustling with people. As they spoke, they arrived at the familiar CAF, settling into the same spot as before. Once seated, Chen Dayong countered, Would you prefer the official version or the unvarnished truth? Xiao Shui laughed. Let us hear the official one first. I enjoy playing billiards. But after scouring all of Xiangjiang, there are hardly any billiard halls. I finally located a few, only to find each one pricier than the last, charging dozens, even over 100 for an hour. Can you believe it? I'm a poor person. I can hardly afford such luxuries. Mr. Chun, you jest. If you were a pauper, then there would be no wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, remarked Xiao Shui with a smile. However, the previous billiard halls were indeed rather expensive, not affordable for the common populace. She had visited a few times but ceased to return. In truth, she too harbored a desire for the sport of billiards. I believe that billiards ought to be made accessible, allowing enthusiasts to partake without hesitation. Thus, I ventured into the billiard market and initiated this project. This is the official statement from Chen Dayong. Xiao Shui found his explanation quite satisfactory but was more eager to hear his candid thoughts. Hence, she inquired, What is Mr. Chen's candid truth? Chen Dayong chuckled. The truth is, this project has potential and can yield profits. Indeed, this is quite the candid truth, Xiao Shui chuckled in response. Pausing for a moment, she assured him, Rest assured, I shall present your official statement in the newspaper. I have no objections, Chen Dayong replied, shaking his head. But I must express my gratitude to Miss Xiao Shui. I heard that Mr. Chen's Tingfei company has made a substantial hiring of 800 idle personnel in the security department. Is that true? Xiao Shui asked. Without waiting for a response, she continued, Mr. Chen, do you intend to mingle on the streets? No. Chen Dayong shook his head. How could someone like me possibly mingle on the streets? I am engaged in legitimate business. Since ancient times, entertainment venues have been a mix of all sorts. Street billiards are no different. To avoid unnecessary troubles, we recruited more staff for the security department. This also creates job opportunities for the government and guides people towards virtue. At another table sat Zhang Shang, Zhou Taijun, He Sudong, and Huang Miao Miao. Zhang Shang and Zhou Taijun were both taciturn, silently sipping their coffee. He Sudong occasionally glanced at Xiao Shui, tempted to engage in discussion. But out of consideration for Huang Miao Miao's presence, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Upon sight of a beautiful woman, one becomes utterly speechless. How shameless and low. Huang Miao Miao had little inclination to enjoy her coffee. Seeing the other table engaged in laughter only fueled her ire. Zhang Sheng and Zhou Taijun exchanged glances before resuming their silent coffee drinking. He Sudong, however, was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Huang Miao Miao, with her sharp tongue, reacted so. Miss Chiu Shui, I have an unrefined request, Chen Dayong stated as the interview drew to a close. What is it? Chiu Shui inquired with curiosity. After a moment's pause, she added, You're not asking me to dinner or to a movie, are you? Chen Dayong noted her seeming desire to tease and provoke him. Such women he had encountered frequently in his past. Should he take her seriously, she would likely retreat. I'm afraid I have no time, Chen Dayong replied straightforwardly. I wish to ask for your assistance. Could you delay the submission of this interview? Chiu Shui blinked, somewhat puzzled. Why? Because the fewer people who are aware of this project, and the longer they remain uninformed, the more I can seize the opportunity to capture a larger share of the market, Chen Dayong explained. Agreed. After waiting for other newspapers to report, we at Mingbao would follow suit. Chiu Shui agreed, pausing momentarily as her eyes darted. However, Mr. Chen is aware of my contact details, yet I remain oblivious to yours. Surely, you must have installed a telephone at home by now? Upon hearing this, Chen Dayong rose and leaned towards Chiu Shui, clasping her hand that held the pin and inscribing a series of numbers in her notebook. The first was my home number, and beneath it, my office number. Call me at the office during the day and at home in the evening, Chen Dayong remarked with a smile, releasing her hand. Chiu Shui, tensed and blushing, felt a bit flustered and after a moment shot an annoyed glance at Chen Dayong. You should never attempt to provoke men, especially someone as charming as you. As it is akin to playing with fire, one might easily get burned and suffer harm, he said with utmost seriousness. Shameless. Indecent. Huang Miao Miao slammed her fist on the table and then rushed out. Chen Dayong, startled by the commotion, turned to Zhang Xing and the others, asking what was wrong with her. Zhang Sheng and Zhou Taijun exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Only He Sudong responded, Mr. Chen, I'm not sure. Miss Huang seems to have been unhappy since she arrived. Taijun, why are you still standing there? Go after her. Don't let her face trouble alone, Chen Dayong said irritably. Zhou Taijun nodded quickly and hurried after her. What happened? Chiu Shui inquired, puzzled. Chen Dayong shook his head. Who knows? That girl, Huang Miao Miao, often acts erratically. I truly have no idea what her issue is. Who is she? Chiu Shui asked. A friend, Chen Dayong replied. Well, that's enough for today. I shall take my leave, he said, and then departed with Zhang Sheng and He Sudong, leaving Chiu Shui to settle the bill. Next time, I must have him treat me, she mumbled to herself. Chapter 87. Meeting the boss after failing to procure a billiard table in Xiangjiang, the laughing cat, then monkey Wu Jiang, lamely, and immortal when gathered once more in the evening to indulge in dog meat hot pot. In all of Xiangjiang, there existed but a single billiard factory. And with such a demand, countless individuals sought to partake in it. The factory had swiftly become a hot commodity, with billiard tables selling effortlessly. We are out of luck. We cannot acquire one, remarked the laughing cat. Following this, he inquired, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should establish our own factory and produce the tables ourselves? Suggested thin monkey Wu Jiang. Establish our own factory? Produce ourselves? Does that not imply we must select a location, construct a facility, purchase machinery, set up a production line, and hire a cadre of workers familiar with the manufacturing process? Lamely questioned, pausing before deriding. Are you dreaming? By the time the factory produces billiard tables, it will be ages from now. Furthermore, are you suggesting that we four become partners in this factory? Aren't you concerned about potential disputes? Personally, I dread conflict and complications. Although the presence of the external adversary, Chen Dayong, has united us, prior to this, we frequently clashed over territory and interests, leading to endless squabbles among the four of us. United, we shall resist Chen Dayong and prevent his entry. This is not an issue. But when it comes to partnering in business or establishing a factory, the Limping Li is unable to accomplish that. So what should we do? The thin monkey, Wu Jiang, glared. In truth, he merely spoke without conviction. Upon uttering those words, he regretted them, realizing their futility. The Limping Li shrugged his shoulders, expressing his ignorance. The smiling cat then turned to the celestial scholar, one. After some contemplation, when suggested, what if we procure them overseas, perhaps from an island nation? The sport of billiards is quite popular there, and there should be numerous billiard manufacturers. Indeed, the smiling cat's eyes sparkled at the thought of acquiring billiard tables from abroad. However, Wu Jiang doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality check, stating, but we have no connections in that island nation. He had never been there and had no network. What connections are needed just to buy a billiard table? One retorted, somewhat exasperated. How about this? Instead of all of us going, I shall make the journey to the island myself, proposed the smiling cat. The task of purchasing a billiard table was not something their subordinates could handle. It required his personal involvement. With the smiling cat volunteering, there was little left to discuss, and thus, Wu Jiang, the limping Li, and Wen expressed their gratitude. The matter was settled. The smiling cat planned to depart early the next morning, as time was of the essence. That evening, the weather was warm. And Chen Dayong cut a watermelon to deliver to Huang Miao Miao, who was resting in her room after dinner. Unfortunately, he was met with a closed door. She refused to let him in. Chen Dayong had no choice but to relent. Sister Miao Miao, what's wrong? The inquisitive Jiomei asked, as she munched on watermelon while watching television. Ever since she returned from school, I've sensed something amiss with her. It must be because of you, Dayong. You must have upset her, she asserted. Not at all, Chen Dayong denied, taking a bite of the watermelon. He then turned the accusation back, asking, could it be that you, Jiomei, have misbehaved today and angered her? Or perhaps it was Xiaowu. I didn't do anything. Jiomei quickly retorted. Neither did I, Xiaowu chimed in, equally defensive. Since none of us have provoked her, she must be sulking on her own. Regardless, let us eat, Chen Dayong concluded. After finishing the watermelon, he declared, no more television, it's time for bed. The two little ones complied with an obedient "oh." Once Chen Dayong had taken the two children into the room to sleep. Sounds from outside indicated Huang Miao Miao must have emerged to take a shower or perhaps to enjoy some watermelon. Listening to the commotion, Chen Dayong fell into contemplation. Having lived two lives, he was beginning to piece things together. His interactions with the reporter Qiu Shui had seemingly upset this young lady, likely out of jealousy. But how could that be? They had only known each other for a month at most. How could she have developed feelings for him in such a brief time? Was his charm truly that profound? Chen Dayong mused to himself. Regardless, he knew he could not continue living in this manner, for he harbored no romantic intentions towards her. In fact, at this moment, he was not contemplating matters of love at all. He was still a child and felt it necessary to wait until his body had fully matured before engaging in such affairs. Tomorrow, or perhaps another day, he would find an opportunity to send her on her way. Chen Dayong resolved firmly in his mind. Huang Miao Miao, though sharp-tongued, possesses a cheerful and carefree disposition. Her thoughts remaining innocent. Chen Dayong has already acknowledged her as a friend in his heart. He certainly does not wish for their relationship to deteriorate to the point where they can no longer be friends, particularly as they are still partners in collaboration. It would be quite unfortunate if matters were to reach that extent. Subsequently, Chen Dayong fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the ever-smiling cat, accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, departed from Hong Kong, crossing the sea to the island nation. That afternoon, the formidable Boss Chung returned from the island to Hong Kong. This marked his final trip, returning aboard the same vessel. With the arrival of the shipment of pool tables, the inventory of pool tables available in the island nation's market has been entirely depleted. Boss Chung has also placed numerous orders, ensuring that every billiard manufacturer on the island has worked to keep them busy for a while. In the evening, Chen Dayong, accompanied by Zhang Sheng, Zhou Taijun, and Yi Sudong, accompanied Huang Miao Miao to the southern part of Jiolong City in response to Boss Cheng's invitation. Boss Cheng had invited them to enjoy a dog meat hot pot. Featuring a black dog, Chen Dayong dared not partake. To be honest, he was unsure why the lower class in Hong Kong had such a penchant for dog meat hot pot, resulting in a proliferation of dog meat stalls and various restaurants dedicated to it. This was Chen Dayong's first encounter with Boss Cheng. Their previous collaborations had all been facilitated through Huang Miao Miao, and they had only spoken once over the phone. Boss Cheng, whose name was Huang Chancheng, was short and stout, with a buzz cut that had already turned half gray. He was of considerable age, and it was evident that Huang Miao Miao was his cherished daughter, doted upon as the only child. It was fortunate that she did not resemble him, otherwise, her prospects for marriage would be bleak. Nevertheless, he exuded a robust spirit, with an air of ruggedness and vitality, exuding an imposing presence. He was a true street boss, and compared to the four figures from the Deepwater community, he was in a league of his own, rendering them insignificant by comparison. However, Chen Dayong did not appear intimidated. His mindset was sufficiently resilient. Moreover, at this juncture, his strength was not inferior to that of Boss Chung. Furthermore, he was in a position of benevolence. In this collaboration, Boss Chung owed him a significant debt of gratitude. 17 years old, indeed impressive, Boss Chung couldn't help but exclaim. He had learned quite a bit about Chen Dayong from his daughter. The more he discovered, the more astonished he became. At the age of 17, he had only just learned how to fish. While this young man was already capable of standing on equal footing with him, perhaps even surpassing him in status, Boss Ching was merely a street boss. While Chen Dayong was a significant player in the game, it was no wonder that his precious daughter had been captivated by him, not only forgetting her former attachments but also developing feelings for him. Chapter 88, a return to discussion. To be candid, since arriving in Hong Kong, Chen Dayong has rarely disclosed his age to outsiders. After all, youth can lead to underestimation and a lack of credibility in business dealings. However, he did not deliberately conceal his age from those close to him. Boss Ching had evidently gleaned Chen Dayong's age from his daughter, Huang Miao. Of course, with Chen Dayong having demonstrated considerable skill and achieved results in his recent endeavors, he no longer needed to worry about being underestimated due to his youth. In fact, his age, in this context, served to elevate his stature even further. In comparison to Mr. Huang, I still have much to learn, Chen Dayong modestly remarked. Oh, you are far too humble, the esteemed Lao Ching chuckled, shaking his head. I am but a simpleton, there is little that I can teach you. Pausing for a moment and glancing at his daughter, he continued, since you and Miao Miao are friends, do not stand on ceremony with me. Call me Uncle Huang, or simply Uncle. Chen Dayong readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall address you as Uncle Huang. He then inquired, Uncle Huang, how many tables did you transport this time? De Lao Chung replied, 130 tables. This is the final shipment. I previously transported 2 loads. As I learned from Huang Miao, one was 165, and the other 150. Altogether, that amounts to 445 tables. This constitutes the entire inventory of billiard tables in the island nation. I have placed an order for a total of 600 tables. That should keep a few billiard manufacturers on the island occupied for a while, De Lao Ching added. Despite the current popularity of billiards in the island nation, the market has become largely saturated. Many billiard manufacturers have since changed industries. Only 3 or 4 remain in this business, and even they have reduced their production capacity, now operating as small enterprises. The durability of billiard tables has resulted in a notably low replacement rate. Indeed, 600 tables are sufficient for those few manufacturers to produce for a considerable time. Chen Dayong calculated the expenditure. These 1,000-odd billiard tables amounted to nearly 4 million. Frankly speaking, he could never afford such a sum. Even De Lao Chung could not produce that much cash at once. He had to seek loans from banks and friends. This is true foundation. Chen Dayong nodded, recognizing that Uncle Huang was ready to launch into the market. Indeed, De Lao Cheng affirmed with a smile. We shall commence the market launch tomorrow. Wishing Uncle Huang success in this endeavor. Chen Dayong could not resist taking a piece of dog meat, eating as he spoke. In Jiulong, only the urban and Yaomati districts are affluent. The street lords of these areas are far superior to those impoverished figures in the Deepwater community. Huangdaxian District and Guantong District. De Lao Cheng wields influence throughout the entire southern part of the urban district, with his reach extending to the northern part as well. His standing in the urban district is akin to that of Chen Dayong in the Deepwater community. Just as Chen Dayong has secured the entire billiard market in Deepwater community, De Lao Cheng can likewise dominate the billiard market in the urban district. However, his influence vastly exceeds that of the newly emerging Chen Dayong. Barring unforeseen events, he could also conquer the impoverished Huangdaxian and Guantong districts. Nevertheless, Yaomati poses a challenge. Yet, it is not entirely out of reach. Thank you for your kind words. De Lao Cheng laughed. Pausing briefly, he expressed gratitude. I must also thank you for guiding me towards this lucrative path. Collaboration leads to mutual prosperity. Let us all thrive together. Chen Dayong hinted. Suddenly, Huang Miao, who had been silent, interjected, Are you afraid my father might renege on the promised 10% profit? Chen Dayong, slightly taken aback, maintained his composure and replied, Not at all. Uncle Huang is a man of honor, a person of his word. He would never go back on an agreement. However, it matters not if one changes their mind. You and I are friends. I shall address you as Uncle Huang, as a token of my filial respect towards the elder. Ha ha. The esteemed De Lao Chung laughed heartily, reminding us to never forget the one who dug the well from which we drink. I, Huang, am not so base as to forget such courtesy. Rest assured, De Yong, as long as Tancheng Entertainment endures, 10% of the profits shall be yours. I am quite at ease, indeed. Chen Dayong replied with a smile. Come, Uncle Huang, Miao, let us drink together. As he raised his glass, it was evident that Chen Dayong held reservations. Even with a signed contract, if De Lao Cheng wished to play tricks. He certainly had myriad ways to do so, let alone this mere verbal agreement. Frankly speaking, Chen Dayong truly desired that 10% profit. No one shuns money, especially when it is hot to the touch. Moreover, he needed funds to generate more wealth. De Lao Cheng raised his glass, his smile unwavering, while Huang Miao Miao rolled her eyes, thinking how hypocritical this man is. After sharing a toast, De Lao Cheng suggested, "What if we partner up in the Yao Ma Ti area? In the Jiolong region, should De Lao Cheng and Chen Dayong join forces? They would indeed have no fear of anyone." Chen Dayong felt a stir of interest but ultimately declined, stating, "Uncle Huang can venture alone into Yao Ma Ti without issue. It merely requires a bit more profit to be shared. I shall not involve myself. I plan to seek opportunities in the Heart Realm. Currently, the island's wealthiest are located there, and the local power brokers are formidable. Moreover, with the sea as a barrier, neither Chen Dayong nor De Lao Cheng could easily penetrate that territory. The likelihood of entering is quite slim." De Lao Cheng had procured over 1,000 pool tables, a number perfectly suited to cover the urban areas, including Yao Ma Ti, the Huangdasian district, and the Kuntong district. Clearly, the calculations had already been made. The billiards market in these regions belonged to him. At that moment, such words were mere pleasantries. Should Chen Dayong take them seriously, it would only indicate his lack of discernment. Thus, he declined outright. As he mentioned, his sights were set on the Heart Realm area. If opportunities to the south were unavailable, he would turn northward. The Heart Realm area, though impoverished, is vast. To be frank, it is most suitable for street-side billiards projects. Chen Dayong felt quite confident about entering that territory. Upon hearing this, De Lao Cheng nodded, graciously conceding, "I shall not venture into the Heart Realm." Hearing this, Chen Dayong smiled. He relished engaging with intelligent individuals, and De Lao Cheng was undoubtedly one of them. After the banquet, Chen Dayong and his companions hurried back overnight. To his surprise, Huang Miao Miao chose not to stay home for a few days to accompany her father, but instead opted to return with him. "Why did you not stay for a few days?" Chen Dayong could not help but inquire. Huang Miao Miao boldly replied, "This is a crucial moment for the development of our company. How can I possibly be absent?" Chen Dayong thought to himself that he truly wished to convey that her presence or absence made little difference. Yet, he hesitated, fearing it might hurt her feelings. He sensed that this girl seemed to have developed a dependency on him, which was evidently not a favorable situation. Truly, he needed to find an opportunity to send her away. At the very least, they could not continue to reside together, he mused. Chapter 89. A return to discussion. On the morning of the 25th, the Laughing Cat departed from the fragrant harbor of Hong Kong, heading towards the island nation. By the evening of June 27th, he hurried back, weary from his travels. That night, shortly after 10, he summoned the three prominent figures, the lean monkey Wu Jiang, the lame Li, and the celestial one, gathering them once more. The inventory of billiard tables in the island nation had been entirely depleted. With a wry smile, the Laughing Cat lamented, "I traversed the entire island, visiting all the billiard manufacturers, yet I could not procure a single table. I didn't even dare to place an order, as there is a queue. Each of the few billiard manufacturers on the island has received orders from eager buyers." Wu Jiang, lamely, and Celestial when exchanged glances. "It must be Big Boss Cheng." Wu Jiang gritted his teeth. Yesterday, he deployed over 300 tables to the Jiolong district. Today, he dispatched another batch to the Huangdaxian area. He is undoubtedly the one who cleared the island's billiard table stock. "Are we to understand that we cannot obtain any tables?" lamely inquired. The Laughing Cat, with a pained expression, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, without tables, how can we pursue this project?" lamely pressed further. This time, the Laughing Cat remained silent. If they could not secure tables, their street-side billiard venture was inevitably doomed. "What if we establish our own factory and produce them ourselves?" Wu Jiang proposed, reiterating this suggestion. Lamely, who had always been at odds with him, scoffed. "Then I must decline your company." Wu Jiang glared at him, frustrated. Despite his age, Lamely, standing shoulder to shoulder with the other three powerful figures, was not intimidated by any of them individually. Ignoring Wu Jiang's ire, he stated, "Since we cannot manage this project ourselves, it appears that we are fated to miss out on the fortune. In that case, why not settle for a modest fee? An additional 50 to 60,000 a year is not insubstantial." Truth be told, Lamely did have an interest in that money, as the profit was tempting. However, upon realizing that they could not acquire a single billiard table, his appetite for profit waned. He was one to hesitate and second-guess, always cautious to avoid offending Chen Dayong. The Laughing Cat remained silent. Wu Jiang, scowling, declared, "I refuse to accept this fate." Finally, Celestial One, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. The speed at which Big Boss Ching operates clearly indicates he is in collusion with Chen Dayong. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted palpably. "What do you mean by that, Celestial One?" the laughing cat asked. With a sigh, Celestial One responded, "At this point, we have no choice but to allow Chen Dayong to enter the fray." He paused thoughtfully, however. "The portion of this lucrative pie that is offered to us is far too meager. The tea fee is insufficient." Desire for greater compensation was evident in his tone. Wu Jiang and lamely remained silent, while the laughing cat suggested, "Shall we speak with Chen Dayong?" Celestial One nodded. "Let us arrange a meeting for lunch tomorrow at the Fuxing restaurant." Thus, the matter was settled. On the 28th, the following noon, Chen Dayong, upon receiving the letter, hastened to the Fuxing hotel accompanied by his associates. To speak candidly, had the four prominent figures not invited him for a meal today, he would have arranged to dine with them either today or tomorrow. The reason for Chen Dayong's silence over the past few days was to grant the four a moment to ascertain the situation. Once the four had grasped the circumstances, discussions could commence. Now, with the four taking the initiative to invite him, it seemed their people had ventured to the island nation and returned. Have they come to a resolution? Chen Dayong, a forthright individual, inquired directly upon sitting down. As before, let us discuss matters before dining. It was the ever-smiling cat who first spoke. With a grin, he stated, "Boss Chen, we have also come to a consensus these past few days. It would be rather dishonorable to seize this project outright. Thus, we have deliberated and are willing to allow your street-side billiards project to proceed. However, the tea fee is rather meager. Boss Chen, could you possibly increase this fee?" Indeed, the matter of the tea fee had once again become a point of contention. Chen Dayong chuckled and asked, "How much do you require for this tea fee? Propose a figure, and if I can acquiesce, I shall. If not, then I shall disregard your request and force my entry." The ever-smiling cat cleared his throat and suggested, 10 yuan per table, per day. Chen Dayong's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily caught off guard before bursting into laughter. A table could not possibly operate for 24 hours a day. Even at 20 hours, such a guarantee was far from certain. Their demand of 10 yuan per table per day for tea fees equated to 1/10 of a table's daily revenue, not profit. How could this be feasible? Truly, they were asking for an exorbitant sum. "I cannot agree to such terms," Chen Dayong stated bluntly. "As previously discussed, 3 yuan is already generous. If you can accept that, then we may proceed. If not, I shall ignore you and assert my entry regardless." The ever-smiling cat's smile waned, his expression growing somewhat grim. 3 yuan is far too little. Chen Dayong remained resolute. "Just 3 yuan, he reiterated, unwavering. "Boss Chen, a mere 3 yuan is insufficient to sustain my subordinates. If they remain unsatisfied, they may cause disturbances at your billiards establishment," warned Xianwen, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Dayong. This was indeed a veiled threat. Chen Dayong met his gaze, amused, and replied, "That is of no concern. Troublemakers can be dealt with accordingly. How many individuals can you command? And how much do you have for medical expenses?" "I can handle it." Xianwen's expression darkened. "I can also handle it," he replied in a low voice. Such bravado. Chen Dayong complimented with a hint of sarcasm. He then called for the meal to commence, requesting everyone to eat quietly. "After our meal, my tables will be set up in the afternoon. Should you choose to obstruct or create a scene, that is your prerogative. I will simply state this. If you do not obstruct or create a scene, the 3 yuan tea fee will be provided monthly. Should conflict arise, not only will the tea fee vanish, but your territory may also become difficult to protect." With that, Chen Dayong began his meal. His words caused a palpable shift in the demeanor of the four men. They lost all appetite, remaining motionless with their chopsticks, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Without conflict, there was money to be made, an additional income of 50 to 60,000 each year. The conflict has commenced, and not only is there no monetary gain, but the territory itself may also be lost. This is not merely a possibility, but an inevitability, for we are simply outmatched. I engage in legitimate business, refraining from any underhanded dealings. However, do not compel me to truly step into this fray. At this moment, Chen Dayong interjected with a remark. "Boss Chen, $3 is $3. I have no objections," stated the limpingly, unable to contain himself, as the first to express his stance. Wu Jiang and the Celestial One immediately glared at him. The limpingly retorted, "What? Do you wish to deal with me? First, you must handle Boss Chen." Chapter 90. Securing the slim monkey Wu Jiang. As the dining gathering concluded, both parties dispersed. Ultimately, the defection of the Limping Li shattered the alliance of four, making the outcome of this subsequent negotiation uncertain. The result was neither wholly favorable nor entirely unfavorable, which was precisely what Chen Dayong had anticipated, for he had contemplated various possibilities. Soon, they would deploy the tables, first onto the territory of the slim monkey Wu Jiang. On the way, Chen Dayong instructed, "For days have passed, and we have now accumulated 70 tables, which should adequately cover 4 streets of Wu Jiang." The group was taken aback, and Zhao Jun inquired, "Why not deploy on the Limping Li's territory first?" Huang Miao echoed the confusion. "Yes, didn't he Limping Li agree?" Chen Dayong replied with a smile. "Precisely because Limping Li has acquiesced, we cannot deploy there first. Otherwise, it would render him a target. I have never betrayed a friend. Besides, if we were to establish ourselves on Limping Li's territory first, would that not display our weakness? It would suggest we lack confidence. I intend to advance onto Slim Monkey Wu Jiang's territory first, as he is the closest to us. This stance signals to them that I fear no one. Once Limping Li is secured, if Wu Jiang also capitulates, then we will face no issues." "I understand," Lu Hua nodded. "Let us press Wu Jiang and see how he chooses." In the afternoon, the 70 pool tables were once again transported to the 4 streets of Wu Jiang, this time without obstruction. Upon receiving the news, Slim Monkey Wu Jiang was initially taken aback. He had assumed that since Limping Li had compromised, Chen Dayong would naturally prioritize Limping Li's venue. He did not anticipate that Chen Dayong would directly encroach upon his own territory. This felt like a slight to Wu Jiang. Stirring his ire, he had intended to consult with the Smiling Cat and Celestial One on how to deal with Limping Li, only to be confronted with Chen Dayong's blatant maneuver. What was he to do? Alone, he certainly did not dare to intervene. Thus, he allowed the advance while reaching out to the Smiling Cat and Celestial One via phone. His call to the Smiling Cat yielded vague responses, while Celestial One provided a decisive suggestion to engage in combat. After hanging up, Wu Jiang's countenance darkened. Engage in combat? Dare I? If a fight breaks out here and you two do not assist, would that not be futile? Wu Jiang muttered, feeling utterly perplexed. At that moment, a subordinate brought word that Chen Dayong had arrived and requested to see him. Wu Jiang hesitated briefly before agreeing to meet Chen Dayong. "Boss Chen, have you come to increase my tea expenses?" Wu Jiang inquired with a smile. "How could that be?" Chen Dayong directly shattered the other's unrealistic fantasies. Wu Jiang, momentarily taken aback, retorted with annoyance, "Then what are you here for?" "Boss Wu, tell me, if I were to approach the 2 leaders, the Smiling Cat and the Immortal One, and propose that if they agree to let me into the arena, I would seize your territory and share it with them, would they consent?" Chen Dayong chuckled, a hint of mockery in his tone. Wu Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. "You can't possibly believe that the 3 of you can stand united in this, can you? You aren't that naive, are you?" Chen Dayong responded with a smile. "Haha." Wu Jiang laughed awkwardly. "Boss Chen, I believe there's a misunderstanding between us. Your street-side billiard project encroaching on my territory is actually a boon for my revenue. To be honest, I can't think of any reason to refuse. I would certainly agree, wouldn't I? Is that so?" Chen Dayong inquired. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, your street-side billiard project will face no issues in my territory. There will absolutely be no unwarranted troubles," Wu Jiang assured, patting his chest. "I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. I perceive you, Boss Wu, as a clever man. What do you think?" Chen Dayong remarked with a smile. "Whether I am clever or not, I cannot say. However, Mr. Chen, I can assure you that I am certainly not foolish." Wu Jiang replied. "Very well. Then, you shall collect your monthly tea allowance from my company. I shall take my leave now," Chen Dayong stated, rising to depart. Wu Jiang escorted Chen Dayong to the door, and upon returning, he dialed the phones of both the Smiling Cat and Immortal One. "I've agreed to Chen Dayong's proposal," he stated succinctly, offering no explanation, just as Chen Dayong had suggested. Could the 3 of them truly stand together in this endeavor? The answer was unequivocally no. If Chen Dayong were to approach the Smiling Cat and Immortal One, asserting that if they allowed his billiard project entry, he would seize Wu Jiang's territory and share it with them, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. If he were in their position, he too would comply. At this moment, Wu Jiang found himself secretly hoping that either the Smiling Cat or Immortal One would stubbornly refuse Chen Dayong's billiard project entry. This way, his territory might expand once more. In that instant, Wu Jiang realized that from now on, all 4 of them would be beholden to Chen Dayong. Fortunately, he wasn't engaging in underhanded tactics. Otherwise, Wu Jiang murmured softly, Deep Water Community would undoubtedly see Chen Dayong as its sole sovereign. Chen Dayong returned to the factory warehouse. How did it go, fourth brother? Zhou Taijun inquired. Huang Miao Miao scoffed. Is that even a question? He clearly backed down. Chen Dayong chuckled. Indeed, Wu Jiang had capitulated. With Wu Jiang's acquiescence, the entire billiard market of the deep water community now belonged to them. Zhao Jun was thrilled. This intimidation tactic proved effective not only against the lean Wu Jiang, but also against the smiling cat and Immortal One. Thus, it could be said that they had secured the entire billiard market of the deep water community. Naturally, due to the production capacity issues at the Yingda billiard factory, it would likely take another fortnight to fully saturate the territories of the Smiling Cat, Immortal One, and the Lame Li with billiard tables. That evening, Chen Dayong knocked on the door. I have already fallen asleep. Why? Huang Miao Miao's voice emerged. Open the door, Chen Dayong said. I won't open it. What do you want? Huang Miao Miao inquired. Chen Dayong replied, I simply wish to convey that residing like this is rather inconvenient. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Huang Miao Miao's figure. The weather was hot, with no air conditioning, only a fan, so the young girl had worn a form-fitting undergarment to bed. Chen Dayong quickly turned around. Huang Miao Miao let out a sharp gasp, then slammed the door shut. We can discuss this tomorrow, Chen Dayong remarked, preparing to leave. Initially, he intended to wait for a more opportune moment to broach the subject, but today, Xiao had forgotten to close the bathroom door, and Huang Miao Miao, unaware of anyone's presence, had walked in. To be honest, Xiao was no longer a child, approaching the age of 12. This was undeniably awkward. Thus, Chen Dayong decided to address it today. Wait. The door was flung open once more. Huang Miao Miao's head appeared, her eyes wide with indignation. Chen Dayong, what do you mean by this? Chapter 91. Conspiracy. Feeling somewhat guilty, Chen Dayong replied, Well, I mean nothing much. It's just that I feel our current living arrangement is indeed quite inconvenient. What inconvenience could there be? Xiao was just a child, Huang Miao Miao retorted. Besides, he can simply lock the door next time he uses the bathroom or takes a shower. Coughing lightly, Chen Dayong added, Moreover, I also believe that living like this could invite misunderstandings from outsiders, making it seem as though something inappropriate is occurring between us. Oh, so you now think others will misunderstand? Why didn't you consider that before? Huang Miao Miao replied, somewhat irritated. Chen Dayong felt a twinge of embarrassment, genuinely unsure of what to say. After all, some matters were delicate and not easily articulated. He couldn't very well say, I fear you might develop feelings for me, so I want you to leave. As for what others might think, Chen Dayong was indifferent. In his 2 lifetimes, he did not place value on such trivialities. Let them misunderstand if they wished. Wasn't it I who initially considered this? At that time, allowing you to move in was merely a temporary measure. The crisis has since passed, Chen Dayong pondered. So now you can dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Huang Miao Miao glared. You can send me away now, can you? Chen Dayong was at a loss for words. He asked, Aren't you concerned about your reputation? Don't you fear rumors? I am not afraid. Let them say what they will, Huang Miao Miao asserted. After a pause, she fixed her gaze on Chen Dayong and said firmly, Chen Dayong, let me make it clear. If I grow tired of living here, I will leave on my own accord. You needn't push me out. If you dare to chase me away, do not blame me for turning against you. What do you take me for? To be brought here at will and sent away at whim? Coughing lightly, Chen Dayong scratched his nose and asked, Aren't you concerned about what I might do? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? I am not afraid. Huang Miao Miao glared. Do you have something to say? If not, then leave. I want to sleep. Chen Dayong shook his head. It's over. Good night. After saying this, he turned away with a wry smile and returned to his room. The attempt to drive someone away had failed. To be honest, after being confronted so harshly, he felt that the act of expelling someone was somewhat inappropriate. Never mind, perhaps there will be another opportunity, Chen Dayong pondered. He climbed into bed, inadvertently waking up Xiao Jiumei. Time to sleep. He gently patted her head and then fell into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. During this time, Yingda Billiard Factory produced 66 tables, of which 65 were dispatched to the territory of Lamely. Tomorrow, the newly manufactured billiard tables were set to be delivered to the domain of Smiling Cat. On this particular day, at noon, Smiling Cat met once again with Immortal One. To be frank, in the past week, they had seen each other twice already, making this their 3rd rendezvous. I have called the thin monkey again, inquiring about the situation. Yet he still refuses to divulge anything, Smiling Cat said, his tone tinged with annoyance. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his smile. Now, it's just the 2 of us left. Tomorrow, that individual billiard tables will enter your domain. What are you prepared to do? Immortal One inquired. I am uncertain, which is why I sought you out. What do you suggest we do? Smiling Cat replied. If I say to fight, would you dare to do so? Immortal One questioned, staring intently at Smiling Cat. Are we to join forces? Smiling Cat retorted. Even now, they were still at an impasse. After a pause, Smiling Cat sighed. Openly confronting them was certainly not feasible, as they would be outmatched. What if we simply agreed to accept that meager fee? He tentatively proposed to Immortal One. To be honest, Smiling Cat was reluctant to settle for such a trivial sum. However, with the thin monkey Wu Jiang having backed down and Lame Li also acquiescing, it was now just him and Immortal One left. If, in the following days, the billiard project on the streets was to be initiated in Immortal One's territory, then he would not have to feel so anxious, for the decision would rest with Immortal One. If Immortal One chose to act, then they would proceed. Yet, if he were to show weakness, Smiling Cat would be left alone, unable to accomplish anything, and would have no choice but to concede. But now, he was the one faced with making a decision. He could not ascertain Immortal One's true intentions, which was quite vexing. Very well, let us cease this mutual probing. Immortal One suddenly declared. You are correct. An open confrontation is undoubtedly unwise. I have an idea. We merely need to eliminate Chen Dayong. If we eliminate Chen Dayong, then Ting Fei will be left leaderless, and chaos will ensue. At that point, not only could we demand an increase in fees, but we might even establish this project for ourselves. Ting Fei's billiard tables are all procured from Ingda Billiard Factory. Once Ting Fei descends into disorder, we can compel Ingda to transfer their original orders to us. What do you think? Eliminate Chen Dayong? Resort to underhanded means? Smiling Cat feigned hesitation upon hearing this. In truth, he was inclined towards the same idea. Isn't that rather inappropriate? It seems to breach some unwritten rules, he mused. Immortal One remained silent for a while before responding. If that is your stance, then it lacks any intrigue. In that case, let us concede, shall we? Cough, cough. The Smiling Cat cleared his throat. Very well, it seems we are left with no other choice. Hence, let us each dispatch our trusted confidants to collaborate. The Celestial Scholar nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the only prudent course of action. Only by sending representatives can we feel secure in our intentions. We shall await an opportune moment, murmured the Smiling Cat. This matter cannot be rushed. We must find the right opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Chen Dayong. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. After their meal, the two parted ways. The Smiling Cat returned to his place of business, where his subordinate relayed the message that Chen Dayong had arrived. The audacity of that fellow to come at this hour surely indicates he wishes to persuade him to allow the street-side billiards project to proceed. Yet, had not Chen Dayong previously made his stance abundantly clear? Why then does he come in person? The Smiling Cat pondered, somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, since he was already here, it would be remiss not to meet him. He was curious to hear what the man had to say. Furthermore, it was essential to keep him occupied for the time being. Thus, he met with Chen Dayong. Boss Xiong, do you wish to know why the lean monkey we suddenly acquiesced? Chen Dayong inquired directly as soon as he sat down. The Smiling Cat, whose surname is Xiong, was taken aback. He was indeed curious. I told him that if he did not comply, I would approach you and the Celestial Scholar, and inform you that as long as you agreed, I would seize Lean Monkey Wu's territory and distribute it among you. Chen Dayong chuckled. Upon hearing this, the Smiling Cat's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder that Wu Jiang fellow capitulated.